Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Ch. 1, The Lowly Goddess. I, Asahi, am just a normal, filthy rich high schooler who just happens to love anime and manga, especially isekai ones. And one day, I chanced upon a lifetime opportunity to change my whole boring life for the better, or maybe worse. What is it, you ask? Haha, I won't tell, for I'm one of the sickest bastards alive. Sai, you are so persistent. Even a Yandera's obsession pales in front of you. Back to the present, this place was something I never came across before. It could only be called infinite darkness, with only a kaleidoscope swirling with black and white with a mirror embedded in its dead center. The mirror wasn't static. What played on it were my past memories. Like hell, I will be fazed by something like this. I lived a rather dull life, which used to be the norm on my planet. My whisper was unheard, or not. The mirror in kaleidoscope shattered into pieces and a black hole appeared and devoured the seemingly endless kaleidoscope. I let out a sigh. I admit I had my fair share of sad moments, like when a sexy widow rejected my confession. Why, Yukino? Why did you not accept it? You broke my fragile heart into millions of pieces. The arrival of a mysterious woman disturbed my thoughts. Why mysterious? 'Cause I can't even discern her features. A silvery liquid hid her whole body. Her features changed constantly, from fat to slim, from short to tall, and from young to old. Miss, excuse me for asking a rude question. I took a deep breath. What the hell are you? Shouldn't there be a MILF with big boobs to welcome me, who will eventually fall for my endless charm and marry me? I'm sorry to say that you aren't my type. The woman stayed silent for what felt like a minute before she replied, I am Klisa, the goddess of dreams. My eyes narrowed at the goddess. The fuck? Isn't Klisa supposed to mean cliché in Sweden? What type of cliché are you? Not to brag, but all kinds of books fascinated me. I was one hell of a bookworm. Fluently reading more than 100 languages came naturally to me. It was then that my eyes took in more light than usual. Holy hell. The silvery liquid around the woman dripped on the ground, and when it was completely drained, a surprising sight was revealed. A lowly. The woman who I thought to be not my type, was totally my type. Her true form was a girl of 13 or 14 with silver hair almost touching the ground. She stood at about 145 centimeters or something along the lines. Her body was covered in a silver baby doll dress. Yet my unique skill, God eyes, discovered her body had curves where it mattered the most, supple thighs and a hefty ass. This skill was cultivated after stalking dozens of legal lolas, hundreds of one-nisans, and thousands of MILFs. A little exaggerated, but you get the gist. Her big silver eyes were getting teary as she stared at me. Who the hell made this lowly cry? Jokes aside, I can't let a lowly cry. For I, Asahi, is a devout follower of 10 lowly commandments. I bent in front of her and wiped the tears staining her dangerously cute face. What made you bawl your eyes out now? If it was me, then I apologize. Her head rapidly moved side to side. I am Klisa, not cliché. Did my joke hurt her so much? I am sorry for calling you that. She nodded her head. It's all right. I can feel the sincerity in your apology. Can you accompany me for a bit? She waved her hand, and in the following moment, the surroundings changed. Though I expected her to be an overpowered goddess, the miracle still left me stunned for a good while. The luscious and fresh-smelling forest, birds singing sweetly on the trees, and the sun radiating a warmth came together as a perfect scenery. This scene is from your wish, Klisa replied, noticing my dazed state. This girl is so cute. My hands flew, wrapped around her, and embraced unnaturally warm body. This is better than my hug pillow. Thank you, Klisa. She struggled to break free, but after several seconds, she let me toy with her body. I was not looting the lowly, just rubbing my cheeks against her smooth cheeks. This is pure bliss. Even I had my own set of morals, in which not forcing any girl took the top place. After several minutes, I almost fell face first when Klisa faded into particles. She appeared on one of the 2 chairs around the round table. I walked over and rested my butt on the leftover seat. Klisa, sitting opposite to me, had a serious face. I was anything but serious. Who would be when a legal lowly struggled to open a large bottle of booze? What a klutz, can't she use her divine powers or something to open it? As if answering my thoughts, the cap flew itself and Klisa poured the liquor in 2 glasses. I grasped one glass and brought it near my lips to taste. So fucking delicious. The divine liquor almost melted my throat, and as it reached my stomach, it procured a large ball of heat. I clutched my stomach as the pain numbed my nerves. However, my heart tempered through dozens of cruel rejections easily withstood the hellish pain. While fixing Klisa with my gaze, my teeth gnashed with each other, stopping any potential groans. And soon, I experienced a great change in my body. The bones on my body twisted along with the muscles. The pain became agonizing enough to twist my expression. But I refused to cry in front of a girl. A true man won't cry before a lowly, legal one at that. After what felt like an eternity, the pain stopped. I curled my fist over and over. My knuckles cracked with a surge of power which I never had before. So my guess was right, it was the usual xianxia and novel bull to make me stronger for what's to come, right? Klisa calmly nodded her head and began her explanation. This place is where people with high karma, like heroes who have a large amount of karma, appear. And Asahi, you are one of those. My head tilted a bit in confusion. Why do I have this karma? I don't think I'm one of those heroes. I'm just a filthy rich young master obsessed with otaku culture. Klisa shook her head. You. Chapter 2, Ch. 2, A Crazy Yandere. You do not know the consequences of your own actions. Klisa snapped her fingers like a certain purple-bald villain in comics. Hundreds of screens filled in the sky, they showed many girls and boys playing, reading books, laughing, and enjoying their life. Is this the reason for my high karma? Indeed, the children you helped during your life count to 1,510, Klisa replied. The number was a bit surprising to me, but it also included the orphanages where I sent my pocket money. Well, my motive was to impress the nuns there and protect the lowless. Still, I was unable to stop my lips forming a wide smile. Even if it was a selfish desire to support these children's lives to pursue their single mother. As a result of which they managed to enjoy their life. The fact made my heart content. Can you tell me how I died? I was just sleeping and when I opened my eyes I was here. Klisa revealed a delicate smile at my question. It was your bodyguard. She stabbed you with a military knife. The unexpected answer sealed my lips for a while. I sucked in a deep breath. You gotta be joking. Why did my random bodyguard go all yandere on me? I don't remember raising her flags at all, except seeing her naked booty once. I can show you. She impaled your body with her dagger before she stabbed herself with the same knife. Her last words were, Asahi-sama, we shall reunite in heaven. Crazy. That's so fucking crazy. Though I adored yandere waifus, the thought of dying to my own gentle bodyguard never crossed my mind. Why did she become one and stab me to death? So much for laughing at the certain protagonist stabbed to death by his pregnant girlfriend when I got killed for accidentally seeing a naked booty. Please no, I'd rather avoid watching my own death. I firmly denied her offer. So what now? Am I going to become some hero or his sidekick to slay the demon lord? Or do I have to act as a demon lord and kill the hypocrite heroes? Though having one of those systems would really help. As you wish, you are getting a system in exchange for all your positive karma. Whoa. Really? Klisa gave a nod in confirmation. A few of the children you saved ended up becoming influential people who brought great change to the earth. I knew those MILFs had potential, but even their children. A sigh trailed my words. At least all of them will remember me for this, not as some young master who tried to have his way with their lives. It's not like you to feel depressed. Even if I give you my strongest system, you will have 350,690 karma left. Wow, that sounds too much. Indeed, MILF hunting is the best way to achieve success in one's life. What else can I get in return for this? My lips curved in a playful smile. Can I obtain you with the remaining karma? Of course, it was a joke as if I'll break my own morale to get laid here. But I kind of liked her. She was adorable, cute, Kaderi-type legal lowly and most of all she had natural C-cup breasts. I had yet to taste any Ape lowly. Klisa shook her head. Why would you even want a cliché goddess like me? This girl is still not over the joke. Here I thought I could have some fun with a lovely goddess like Klisa. Her brow furrowed in an annoyed frown while her eyes closed in deep thoughts. She must be cursing my perversion. But what could I do? It was just who I am and I wasn't planning on changing anytime soon. Unless some girl miraculously changes me like some harem protagonist who turns over a new leaf for their women. Okay, I agree. It's only for your karma and not like I have any feelings for you or anything, she said, her eyes darting everywhere except me. What the fudge just happened? When did my Kaderi goddess become a tsundere? No, there is no baka or shit, so she is more dear. But the gentleman inside me loved all types of waifu equally. The now tsundere goddess fidgeted with her dress. Is that how a tsundere should be? She shifted back to her usual expressionless face. I almost palmed my face. This lowly was just playing with me. Heavens has my gratitude for letting her stay as a Kaderi. Are you sure about this? You must have seen it in my memories, but let me remind you again, I won't ever force any woman to sleep with me, I proclaimed and got up. Kliska's silver eyes shone brightly. She picked up the liquor-filled glass and downed it one go. Thud. She slammed the unbelievably durable glass on the table. No one ever talked to me so rudely like you. She pointed her finger at me with a flushed face. But you talked to me like an equal, and I also desired to know more about sex. Wasn't this goddess being too direct? But she messed with the wrong guy. I wasn't the herbivore type, the so-called beta protagonists. Time to pluck the flower of this goddess. Chapter 5, Ch. 5, Another Cliché. Skipped smut. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was the softness and weight of someone lying on my chest. Who could it be? I forced my eyelids open to find a silver-haired girl sleeping with my body as the bed. I don't remember having sex with this lovely girl. Just kiddin'. She was none other than my lovable legal lowly goddess Kliska, the same lowly I lewd yesterday. Now I completely understand why there were so many filthy lollicons back on Earth. The sex just different. Still, I believe in the supremacy of MILFs. At that moment, Kliska's eyelashes fluttered as her eyes opened and a look of hesitation flickered in them. Closing her eyes, her lips curved in a delicate smile. I had a bad premonition about this. The cliché story of a goddess and mortal. For some reason, those words flashed in my head. Her hot sigh caressed my bare chest. I have no choice but to go with that route. Why? I barely uttered the word. My heart throbbed in pain from the thought of being away from her. I became too attached to her in just one day. It was weird for someone who pursued more one-night stands than serious relationships. Could it be my looting tainted her or something? No, it is not. This body is not my original one. I made it because with your current power, you would have died before you stepped anywhere near me. So if you wish to stay with me, then you need to become stronger. I used my hand to get up. Ah, there it is, throwing the weak card at the menu like. Is there anything else you wish to humiliate me with? Go on, say it, my skin thicker than rhino's hide can probably take it. Her hands tightly wrapped around me and her body trembled while something wet slid down my chest. I sighed and brushed the smooth silver hair covering her back. My pride got the better of me. I shouldn't have said that, but you can't expect me to believe that bullshit. She looked up, her eyes all red from crying. Do you not have the goal to collect women? I fucking knew it. This girl wants me to leave her so I can get other women. How admirable. After watching shit ton of anime, who would not desire a harem of hot girls? I'll have to decline if you won't come with me. I'm not leaving you all alone here. Her eyes kept staring ceaselessly. Moments later, her brows formed a frown. However, I didn't flinch or took my words back. As if this young master would falter before a lowly's expressionless stare. Even if the women are from anime worlds. Crack. An imaginary crack formed on my resolve. I must persist even in the face of such a delicious offer. From any anime you like. Shatter. My resolve was shattered this time and non-existent tears began streaming down my cheeks. I still must refuse. Gathering all leftover resolve, I hardly declined her offer. This temptation wasn't enough to sway me into leaving this goddess alone. Tears stopped flowing from her eyes and she revealed a beautiful smile. Even when I'm there with you. I accept. Just what kind of otaku would let this opportunity go? If they did, I must give them a big F for their idiocy. Now, time for some negotiations. So goddess, which divine artifact I'm taking with me? She tilted her head to the side. Me. Sure, no need for the divine artifacts if I have Kliska to protect me. She shook her head. I would not be able to intervene for your protection unless you want me to destroy the whole universe. Was that the reason you gave me that divine liquor? It was the only thing I could give you with your leftover karma. You are a genius when it comes to learning. I tilted my head up and realized that the ceilings were pure white. We were back in the room. Just don't remind me of that. Okay, now shall we do something about this? She rubbed her wet crotch against my already erect cock. Indeed. Then for an hour, I lewd the already lewd lowly. After the session, I was sitting on the bed, brushing the hair of asleep Kliska. Suddenly, the color started fading from her body then my surroundings. My body was frozen in time with no movements whatsoever. It is time. The room around me turned into a massive tornado. The strange thing was that I was completely unharmed. A bizarre realization hit me. My body wasn't frozen. It was gone. I had no single thing left on my body. My precious cock. I moved my imaginary eyes over the swirling tornado. It seemed to be slowing down by every passing second. Super boot executed. Powering up the system. Heavenly Path has been successfully integrated with host Asahi. Analyzing the endless possibilities. Question: does host wish to create a body? If so, please specify the gender. A. Female. B. Female. C. Female. A feminine voice seemingly echoed from every direction, and these words also popped in front. But what kind of sick question is that? Give me my body, you invisible bitch. Remembering those VRMMO novels, I concentrated on scrolling the list. Not out of my expectations, the list began scrolling. The long list made me despair until I finally found salvation. 10. Female. Y. Female. Z. Male. Choose Z. Is host sure about having the body of a male? Of fucking course. What the F would I even do with a female body? Wish granted. And from out of nowhere, a rainbow-colored drop appeared right below me. I could only gawk as it gradually took the shape of my feet, then it moved up and created my legs, my original cock, abs, chest, and everything above it. In a few moments, my whole body was created from top to bottom. The first thing I did was examining my cock. A sigh of super relief escaped my lips when I found it unharmed. Klisa. What are you trying to do to your men? Asahi, ufufu. Don't mind the tiny prank. This MYNX. As I was about to yell, a mirror appeared in front. It was reflecting the naked figure of a tall young man with slightly tanned skin. Straight dark brown hair of short length, an angular attractive face paired with charming golden eyes. Stop being narcissist. Who else could it be other than young Master Asahi? Wait. Before that, I had to address the voice talking in my head. You are Klisa, aren't you? Yes, my love. You know, I nearly died when my cock vanished. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I'm sorry Asahi, but I can only accompany you this way. No world is strong enough to contain even a % of my strength. I could only smile wryly at her excuse. Can I come back to you? We can meet in your dreams if that is what you desire. Then it's all right. I just need to get stronger. Here I thought I had long forgotten this feeling of surpassing someone. There wasn't anyone in your world who could hope to surpass you. Enough of this. Show me this heavenly path system. Chapter 6, Ch. 6, Heavenly Path. When I urged Klisa to show the system, many lines of texts emerged in my vision. List of functions accessible in Heavenly Path. Status, quantify the current attributes and skills of the host. Class, class-like RPGs affects the overall strength and grants some exclusive class-related skills. Partners, lists all the current partners of the host. Shop, grants access to the archive of all creations in existence. Worlds, shows the lists of fictional and non-fictional worlds accessible to the host. I nodded at the self-explanatory functions. Status must be like the board which shows the levels and stuff in RPG. Abilities should be the powers and skills I gain later. Partners must be the harem members, and then lastly, a shop function for buying artifacts and weapons and worlds for transporting into the anime worlds. Indeed, my love, first were the clothes at your feet. She reminded me that I was still naked. I hastily grabbed the red shirt and black pants from the ground and dressed myself. I sat down on the floor and waited for her explanation. You look handsome. I'm tempted to go another round. That aside, your thoughts are true. But the functions are not as simple as they look. For partners, it works like the dating sim games you played. Like the affection measuring system. Yes. That is impressive. With the shop function, you can buy anything ever created. Even Excalibur. Artoria-chan. Now I want to visit Fateverse. First, let me finish my explanation. Say open status in your head. Open status. Status. Asahi Seijo LVL, current level progress, 0/100 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Karma. Skills. Klisa's blessing, special, the blessing granted by the strongest goddess in existence. My love, get stronger. E rank grants an 10% increase in experience and an increased recovery during sleep. Destruction. EX rank, if the host's life is in mortal danger, Klisa will force the host to transfer back to heaven and destroy that enemy along with everything in the world. I'm a high human now. And this skill would be considered top class in any RPG, but that last one is scary. Klisa will become Yandere at this rate. Klisa, can you remove my last name from here? I don't want to inherit it. I'll think of a new one later. Okay. As you can see, you are now a high human after drinking Amrita. They are a race well suited for casting magic spells. The rest about stats you already know. 10 is for an average human. Indeed, high humans is one of the best races in any RPG. Although I lack physical raw power, I might be able to make it up with my high magic stats. The best thing about them for me is their lifespan. While I was celebrating my pseudo-immortality, Klisa continued her explanation. This is your positive karma left after consuming Emersha. Every point of it is precious. You can only earn it by doing something good. What is the use of karma? You see, the shop function in Heavenly Path needs karma in exchange for the item you want to buy. Now open Worlds list. Open Worlds list related to anime. As I whispered in my head, another list of texts popped out into my vision. The fictional worlds related to anime. Absolute Duo, A rank world. Naruto, SSS rank world. Danmachi, S rank world. Dash One Piece, A rank world. I had to give my all to stop myself from screaming my heart out. These fucking anime worlds are real. Of course, they are real since they are created through people's imagination. Only you can access them because your wife is the goddess of dreams. Already admitting being my wife. This loli was more than she showed. A bright grin formed on my face. Tearing away the mystery satisfied my ego. Thanks, I'll try to repay this favor with my body. Okay. Later. Now going to any of these worlds needs a very small amount of karma. But with Heavenly Path, you can change anything in that world, even the laws. Every change will require an equal amount of karma. This can only be done before going to that world. Wow, it means I can kill any character before even going there. It will require karma. If the character has a great influence on the world, you'll need a high amount of karma. On to the next part, my love needs to be careful and choose a low-level world to level up. I know, I don't want to suffer the fate of typical young masters. Even so I'll need high-level foes to level up, or maybe I'll compensate with quantity. A world with a high number of enemies and good waifus. Got it. I scrolled through the list for one of the finest creations in mankind's history. High School of the Dead, D rank. Weak, if I must say, but the mob zombies are uncountable and added with the power of karma, I'm invincible baby. I mentally chose the world and new texts formed in front. High School of the Dead description, on a normal day, a virus breaks out everywhere in the world. People began to turn into zombies. Society collapses in one day. The remaining survivors must survive in a post-apocalyptic world where they must become the hunters, who murders others and zombies, or get hunted by them. Accept, modify. Of course modify, I need to do it or it might get boring in the long run. Write down the changes. My lips arched upward in what anyone would call a scary smile. Heck, even I was scared after glancing at the mirror. My love, keep smiling like that. I ignored the love-struck goddess and concentrated on the unimaginable changes I wished to bring to that world. After tinkering around for half an hour, I looked at my masterpiece world. Below my wish, there was a new confirm button. Confirm and pay 12,000 karma. I released a sigh and pressed confirm in my mind. As expected of my love, you created an amazing world for the most efficient grinding, even the woman. I gotta use my head from now on, I whispered, and suddenly the surroundings turned blurry and my vision went completely black. Chapter 7, Ch. 7, a Yandere waifu. Tokanosa City, one of the larger cities in Japan. Sun scattered heated rays on the streets packed with people. A gentle wind flew by, scattering the beautiful sakura petals around. Today was just another day in late April. On this street, a certain apartment was located. Its bedroom was simple Japanese style, but the pictures of anime girls on the walls were anything but that. Here you could see a young man could be seen lying on a bed. Even the bright sunlight streaming through the window wasn't enough to wake him up or not. His fingers twitched as he opened his eyes. Ah, an unfamiliar ceiling. This was one of the lines I, Asahi, wanted to try. Well, the white ceiling wasn't really unfamiliar. I covered my mouth and yawned. Sweeping away the blanket, I walked to the window. It's really refreshing. The scenery outside was truly refreshing. The fresh cherry petals gathered on the roadside. Lolas and Wani-sans walking with a bag on their back. Sometimes a beautiful MILF would pop in between them. Somehow, it reminded me of the cliché high school protagonist's first high school day. Too bad, today will go down as the most disastrous day in history. I wiped away the tears threatening to come out. I apologize for all the poor MILFs, pitiful Lolas, and unfortunate Wani-sans who will suffer. Shaking away the thought, I exited the room and headed for the bath. Gotta keep myself CLE. My words got glued to my throat. La 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 la, gotta add this and that dot. The humming coming from the kitchen shouldn't be possible. Only I lived here in this apartment and my only relative wouldn't intrude here, or maybe she will, but this voice wasn't her. This energetic voice somehow felt familiar. I cautiously moved to the kitchen just a few steps away and peeked inside the kitchen. What greeted me was a sight right out of heaven. The culprit was a woman cutting something on the wooden board. Her back was covered in only 2 lines of white frills on her shoulders and a string tied around the tantalizing lower back. While below it was a swimsuit, not hiding a single flesh of the extra curvy butt. Legendary naked apron. Her gray hair were styled to front as if intentionally done to emphasize her curvaceous figure. That gray hair and that sexy S looks familiar. At that moment, she turned her head toward me. Her hair hid most of her face along with her right eyes, her lips showing a dazzling smile. Yet, my body moved on its own from the chill wrapping around my neck. I am possible. Me. How is it even possible? I remembered the woman. No way I could forget her. She was my bodyguard who accompanied me 24/7, my caretaker, and also, the woman who stabbed me. Aimi Akane was her full name, which meant, beautiful love, and, brilliant red, just like her eyes. And right now, she had a kitchen knife in her hand as she showed a graceful smile. Asahi-sama, you didn't even shower yet. I knew it. Asahi-sama can't even take care of himself without me. Your presence here can only mean one thing. Klisa, answer me. Darling. What are you talking about? Klisa answered my question with another question. Stop playing dumb. I know it's you who sent her here. Admit it or I won't repay you with my body. I had to resort to threatening the goddess, which somehow worked out. Wait. It was me. I'm sorry if darling is hurt by this. But please don't do that. Her miserable tone had no effect whatsoever. It will depend on your answer. My love, please understand. She ended your life because you had no will to live. I was tongue-tied for a long moment. Just because managing the family business of one of the top-tier families wasn't fun to me. Life was all gray and black for me until I came across the wonders of the hidden, cultured world of Japan. Does that justify killing the men she was supposed to protect? The question was directed at both Klisa and Aimi, who flinched before putting down the knife. Asahi-sama, I know I was wrong. Aimi turned around. Clenching the sides of her apron, she bowed deeply. My stalking skills weren't up to par. I should have realized that Asahi-sama only wished for someone to love him from the bottom of their heart. I had to control myself from staring at her melons barely hidden in the white apron. Quite ironic for the ultimate stalker to have a stalker on his back. She must have talked with Klisa after she killed herself. I released a sigh. She was correct though. Being the rich young master and a genius at almost everything, people naturally fawned all over me. My family intruded too much in my privacy, even controlling the woman I met more than twice. Besides, who wouldn't wish for a lover whose feelings are deep and genuine? Well, there was one who had a long relationship with me. I shook my head and walked to her side. I grabbed her shoulders to make her face me. It was clear from the look in her beautiful red eyes that she was anxious, but her lips were shut tight as if she was willing to accept anything as her punishment. However, it made me even more curious. I couldn't help but ask, if you loved me before, then why did you not confess? I was literally there with you every single day. She grasped my wrist and brought my hands to her cheeks. I was scared. Asahi-sama, I was scared. What if Asahi-sama rejected me and kicked me away, if you said I'm just a servant and not worthy to receive any affection? If that were to happen, I wouldn't be able to live anymore. I hated myself. I loathed myself for being weak. So I assumed even if I can't receive any affection from Asahi-sama, I can still fulfill your wishes from the shadows. Her voice broke into sobs in between. Those passionate words sounded exactly like a yandere. I had to agree that her love was beautiful. For her to go against her heart and stab me to death and herself to fulfill a wish. This was true love, or not. Maybe I had a yandere fetish. While cupping her cheeks, I quietly gazed into her nervous eyes. What would you do if I reject you now? She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling as if going through deep fear. She abruptly opened her eyes and formed a determined expression. Klisa-sama told me about the future of this world, the disaster approaching. Even if I can't stay with Asahi-sama, I'll be the servant I used to be and protect Asahi-sama with all my strength. My love, now the decision is yours. To me, huh? What shall I do? Of course, there is only one answer. Chapter 8, Ch. 8, New Class. I took a deep breath to prepare myself. I'm sorry. I can't accept you as you are now. As much as I love a yandere girl, I can't tolerate a potential threat to any of my women. 2 lines of tears streamed down Aimi's cheeks from my rejection. Her expression despairing as if her whole world collapsed right in front of her. I honestly couldn't come to hate her, even with the fact she murdered me. Heck, she was the reason I could meet someone like Klisa. But I don't want her hurting any of my potential lovers, yet I couldn't find it in my heart to just kick her away. She was there for me, standing between my enemies and me like a wall. I brushed my fingers across her cheeks to clear the tears. Idiot, stop crying. A bodyguard like you is always welcome in my home. Asahi-sama. A beautiful smile formed on her face as she looked ready to jump at me. A giant red heart floated above her, followed by millions of bit-sized hearts. The sea of hearts left me baffled until a strange sound interrupted me. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection plus 200. Aimi Akane, affection plus 7. Aimi Akane, affection plus 5. Aimi Akane, affection plus 8. Aimi Akane, affection plus 6. Ding. Aimi Akane, added to the partner menu. Ding. New class, mature lover, available to equip in class menu. My love, congratulations on getting another woman. What the fuck? Klisa, I rejected her for now, didn't I? In the deepest corners of your heart, lays a possessive desire for her. That is also the reason I brought her soul back before it faded and sent her to you. Also, her loyalty and strength are unquestionable, which will contribute a lot to your goal. Okay. I still need to keep her tamed. Wait. I have one condition. I assumed my business face, a cold expression reserved for any outsider. If you ever try to harm me or anyone without my permission, I swear I'll mail you back to Klisa. I promise, I promise. She wrapped her hands around me and began sobbing. Her mouth kept repeating about keeping her promise in a broken voice. I was also enjoying the melons pressing against my chest. Like this, more than 5 minutes passed. I reluctantly pushed her away before taking a glance at the clock planted on the wall. Fuck. It's already 9. I'm gonna be late. Wear some clothes. We are leaving after I change. Oh okay, understood. I dashed for the bath and took a quick shower before changing into a casual red shirt and jeans. Today was bound to be bloody anyway. After getting everything ready, we both called for a ride to Fujimi Academy. While sitting in the car, I glanced at Aimi, who busily looked around as if searching for some threat. That's how she was, always on alert. Her vigilance saved my life on more than one occasion. I quietly gulped my dry saliva. She looked amazingly hot right now. The gray sports jacket with onyx black sleeves barely hid her melons. The more attracting part was the black miniskirt and gray stockings which revealed the alluring, absolute territory. Looking closer, both of her pockets had strange bulges. I shook my head when I realized this woman was carrying weapons. A typical yandere. But it's gonna be helpful today. She turned toward me and showed a thin smile. If I didn't know about her before, I might have begun stalking her. Since I had nothing to do, I brought up the system class function to check my new spicy class. Classes available, can only equip 3 at a time. Chapter 9, Ch. 9, the classes for a gentleman. Classes available, can only equip 3 at a time. Lowly Lover, a class available for those who are more than just attracted to the lowless. Class exclusive skills. Every lowly shall fall, F rank is the only man who even made the strongest goddess fall for him, you now possess an aura that can charm any lowly. Passive effect, 15% increased favorability with lowless. The Sacred Candy, D-rank lowly and candy share a sacred and immovable bond until the end of the time. It creates a candy that needs to be eaten by lowly. If successful, you'll gain an instant 10% favorability with her. Condition, can only be used once on a lowly. Must protect, F rank thy lowly shall always be protected even at the cost of your own life. Passive effect, plus 10% stats when protecting a lowly. Wrath of Law, cursed since you decided to walk on this forbidden path, you must face the consequences of the law. Passive effect, minus 10% stats when fighting against law enforcement and lawfully aligned beings. Equip. A class well suited for a gentleman like me. Hardcore MILF Lover, a class granted to those who are well versed in various arts of wooing MILFs and older women. Class exclusive skills. Natural Gentleman, D-rank your young master bearing leaves an excellent first impression on every mature woman. Passive effect, plus 10% instant favorability with any woman older than you. Woman Empowerment, C-rank as one of the perverts whose information on women knows no bounds, you have acquired the unfathomable ability to draw strength from the unique traits of mature women. Condition, whenever a mature woman in your party goes, era, you both will gain an increase of 5% stats for a minute. The effect can be stacked 3 times. Skill cooldown is 5 minutes, while one woman can only power it every 30 minutes. Shield Mine Women, F rank a skill that allows you to defend your woman from harm's way. Passive effect, summons an invisible shield whenever any buffer in party faces attack that can kill them. Condition, can only be used once every 3 hours. Equip. I only have words of praise about these classes, especially, the Every Lowly Shall Fall and Natural Gentleman. I wasted no time and concentrated on the Equip button. Equipped class, Lowly Lover. Equipped class, Hardcore MILF Lover. Excellent, now I only need to grind. While I was busy planning the level UPS, the car stopped. I got off and paid an extra tip to the Japanese driver. "Buddy, I sure hope you survive to use this money." After blessing the poor soul, I turned toward the academy. The academy was divided into multiple buildings. From what I remember from my time in this school, there is an administration building, a dorm, and lastly, a gymnasium. I had to get past these tall fences to enter. Although I am a student here and these dorms are my home, I snuck back home yesterday. This boy was my substitute to save 17 years, having the same appearance as me. He was a bit too silent, which I preferred. I glanced at Aimi, who had a predatory glint in her eyes as she eyed the academy. "Let's jump over these fences." "Understood." We moved a bit far from the main gate guarded by the guards, and when no one was looking, I leaned forward a tad, concentrated strength into my legs, and with more than 3 times the agility of any human, I sprang in the air. The wall flashed past my vision as I successfully crossed the fence. I quickly fixed my awkward posture and landed. I still had to get used to this new strength. Learning unarmed combat wasn't a waste after all. Aimi also landed behind me. Her landing was graceful compared to me. Ian. The horrifying shriek, instead of scaring me, brought a grin to my face. It seems the show has started. Asahi-sama. The virus has begun spreading, it seems. That is not a virus anymore. I shook my head before grinning. That's much more than a measly virus. Chapter 10, Ch10, First Kill. The class, Hardcore MILF Lover, is renamed to Mature Woman Lover, since I can't afford to create another class for One-sans. Another chapter will be out in several hours. Aimi and I rushed toward the direction of the scream. Like the series, it seems the undead attacked the main gate of the academy. When I reached there, I discovered a bloodbath. 3 zombies were biting different body parts of the female teacher. She was still alive as she screamed. There was no hope for her, even if I saved her now. However, I had the shop where I had the power to buy even the best HP potion. But the question lay there. Am I going to waste it on her? Klisa, will I get karma from saving her? Let me check. My love, she used to bully and molest many students. Her character is borderline evil for destroying many girls' lives. You will earn negligible karma if you save her. Then the answer is a big no. The teacher was beautiful and wore tempting glasses, but I couldn't care less if her character wasn't right. Nobody would want their woman screwing with some shota behind their back, now would they? Even if she remains loyal, she looked like the type to exert domination, the type that might never get along with other lovers. Help. Her hand tried to reach out to me, who stood only a few meters from the scene. Aimi didn't bat a single eye at the scene, but I was different. I was the young master who never lifted his fist for a fight except for the time I learned unarmed martial arts. A sense of disgust gradually welled up inside my stomach. I forcibly suppressed the feeling, or I may start vomiting right here. Miss, I'm sorry, but no one can save you. At my voice, the zombies finally noticed me. 2 of them released the teacher and lunged at me. Grah. My body reacted by kicking one on the chest harder than I thought. The inhumane force probably cracked a few of its bones and flung it more than 3 meters. When I was stunned at my strength, the other zombie jumped at me with surprising agility. But instead of panicking, I stood there with a faint smile. And soon, my promising bodyguard dashed past me, and the short sword in her hand slid across the throat of the zombie. A burst of blood erupted, and the cleanly cut head fell on the ground with a thud. Party member, Aimi Akane, earned 20 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. As the zombie's lifeless body collapsed, Aimi turned toward me and smiled. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection plus 19. That's why Yandere is one of the best waifu. Just put your trust in them, and they will face the world alone for you. This fact was hard to believe, and not many could put their trust in someone who could potentially stab them. However, I was different. I'd be a joke if I couldn't trust someone like Aimi. My love, I can promise that she won't ever harm you. I shrugged and strolled toward the last zombie, which gnawed away at the dead teacher. My footsteps attracted its attention as it turned toward me and opened its stinky and bloody mouth more extensive. Unlike the regular zombies in the series, they all had pure black eyes. Any average human might piss their pants in sheer terror. We stood facing each other as if ready for a sacred duel. At least it was for me, since it would fight to the death for him and him alone. My love, kick this cursed thing's ass. Thanks for cheering me up. The zombie stretched both of its hands and staggered toward me. Grah. Raa. I charged toward the zombie, clutched its head with my right hand, and before it could hope to bite my hand, I kicked the back of its knee. Bomb. The zombie's head crashed on the solid concrete floor, leaving several hard-to-notice cracks. I quickly took back my hand. Blood flowed from its burst-open head. Still, it struggled to stand up until the experience notification appeared in my vision. You earned 20 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. One down. For more to gain a level. Today, I forsake one Isan and killed one zombie. What a way to start the journey. Chapter 11, Ch. 11, Frostbead Daggers. While I finished the zombie, Aimi had also taken care of the other one. My gaze went over to the roof of the school, and as expected, a black-haired student was standing there, gaping with wide-open eyes. He was the protagonist, Komuro Takashi. Strange, my eyesight wasn't this good before. Another trait of high human. About Komuro, he should be warning his girlfriend now, but here he was, entirely shaken by the situation. It didn't happen in series, so that the only reason could be the slaughter we committed here. I waved my hand at him. Go and tell others about this. Evacuate as quickly as possible. I warned him since I didn't hate the guy. He had my sympathy for losing the woman he loved over his hesitation. I turned toward the gate, about to break from the sheer number of zombies pushing it. As much as I loved to grind, fighting hundreds of them wasn't possible until I learned some magic that required some practice. Aimi. We are retreating. Hi. I sprinted toward the stairs to the building with Aimi following on the right. Her right hand held a jet black short sword and a pistol in her left hand. Where did she even get the gun here? And more than that, where did she hide that less than a meter short sword? Noticing my confused gaze, she turned her head. Klisa-sama gave the weapons to me. Oh. Klisa, buy the weapon most suited for me. Sure. It would cost 450 karma. Don't worry about the price. My love already earned 6 karma points from the zombies. The higher the threat they impose on the world, the more karma you will receive from killing them. Just keep killing them to become stronger. The higher the level, the higher the karma I will get. Alright. 450 karma deducted for creating Frostbead Daggers. Frostbead Daggers. Rank C weapon. Effects, Strength plus 10, Dexterity plus. Skills. Frigid Flash, active skill launches an equal of 7 attacks within a second. Condition, has a cooldown of 1 minute. Glacial Blade, active skill consumes mana to coat the edge of the blade in a thin layer of frost, which causes the enemy's blood to freeze. Condition, depletes 3 mana points every 1 minute. Instantly, my hands became heavy from the weight. I halted my steps and examined the daggers that came out of nowhere. Both of them had the same looks, a slightly curved hilt with black snakeskin texture, a guard with sharp spikes, and finally, the blue blade with exotic engravings. It was curved nicely like the daggers used in medieval Konjar. The skills weren't that useful for ordinary people, but my magic pool was already high, and it would also help me prevent from getting too bloody in long fights. Asahi-sama, they are coming. Her reminder brought me back to reality. I followed where she pointed to find 3 zombies approaching from the stairs leading to the school. They all had torn school uniforms and creepy black eyes. Aimi, guard me if anything goes on. Understood. At least my Yandere bodyguard had my back. With her assurance, I clenched both daggers and whispered. Glacial Blade. That chant stirred something inside me. I felt it moving through my hands, and suddenly, a freezing wind burst forth, making me shiver. The blade now gleamed with cold blue light as it radiated visibly cold air. Even this works the same as those ice sky. Now prepared, I rushed toward the stairs as fast as I could. Everything passed like a blur, and in another moment, an unbearable smell hit me, turning my happy mood into sour. I need to get accustomed to it. I was already in front of the zombies. Not wasting my momentum, I leaped over the first few stairs. Adrenaline rushed to my head, and the time seemed to crawl as my dagger touched the neck of the zombie in the middle. Is this the infamous bullet time? I mused, and right away, a strange sensation came through the dagger, which didn't last long. It was the feeling of cutting through flesh. Thud. The head rolled down the stairs, near my legs, and with another noise, the headless corpse fell. I swiftly kicked the one on the left, knocking it down the stairs, and thrust my dagger in the forehead of the left one, directly piercing its brain. Roar. It let out sickening noises. Even with a wounded brain, it tried to grab me until I pushed the dagger even deeper. At least I gave some powers to women, or these shitty zombies would have eventually finished off the world. I whispered and finished the last one. Ding. The new notification almost made me yell in excitement. Chapter 12, Ch. 12, 2 Isans. Ding. You earned 20 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. You earned 20 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. You earned 20 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. Ding. You learned a new skill, Dagger Mastery. Dagger Mastery, F rank increases proficiency with every type of dagger class weapon, allowing the user to handle them with more ease and gain momentary insight in the weak points of the enemy. The dagger equipped in my hands felt awfully natural, as if I practiced using it for years. My posture unconsciously shifted as I raised my right hand and slashed on my instincts. The dagger flowed through the air, creating a beautiful blue trajectory. This is the power of skill, huh? I, who never practiced dagger art, can become so skillful. Then, I'ma take the assassin route. I shrugged at my own bad sense of humor and pulled out the other dagger-embedded zombie's head. Asahi-sama, that was so cool. Aimi said with glittering eyes. Thanks, Wine. Attention all students and teachers. Attention all students and teachers. There is a violent struggle occurring all around the school. Students are requested to stay with teachers and follow their instructions. I repeat full arg. Help. Stop. About time this announcement happened. As expected, the miserable screams threw the whole school in turmoil. Even the ground trembled from the rush of hundreds of students. The front gate was holding on, at least for now, so did the undead entered from the other gates. We rushed over the stairs and stopped on the second floor. The horde of scared students was storming the student building, but the route to the administrative building lacked any presence except for the few zombies lurking here and there. I rechecked my status. Asahi Marikawa LVL 1, 88/100 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature woman lover. Attributes. Strength, 40, +10. Dexterity, 50, +15. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Karma. The 10% XP buff is working correctly. Klisa, can the party share experience? Yes, there is an option to share the experience between the party equally. Please enable it then. Done. I also need to check Aimi's stats. Damn, I should have come here a day before. I would have prepared better that way. With a bit of regret, I charged through the walkway connecting two main buildings. The daggers swiftly slid past the throat and reaped the life of the zombie or undead, whatever these damn things are. Ding. We need to hurry, fuck. Let's kill them later. Ignoring the notifications, I hurried past the slow undead. And in several moments, I arrived at my desired location. Crawler. However, the swarm of undead was already here, smashing the door, hungry for the prey inside the room. My grip on the daggers tightened, and disregarding all consequences, I dashed into the horde. My love, please calm down, she is all right. I wasn't too worried about getting infected. In the first place, it wasn't a virus that caused them to become undead. It was the result of darkest and forbidden magic. Necromancy. Anyone with high magic resistance would be safe, even if an undead bit them multiple times. This was only one of the changes I made. While the daggers in my hand slaughtered the undead like no tomorrow, Aimi showed why having a Yandere in a party was a good thing. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise attracted all the undead toward her. However, she only looked at me and revealed a radiant smile. The droplets of blood on her face further enhanced it. Asahi-sama, go. I'll keep these stinky zombies busy. Idiot, don't go around spouting death flags. I nodded and threw one of the daggers at her. She pocketed the gun and grabbed the dagger in her left hand. There will be backup coming in a minute or so. She closed her eyes and whispered something, and the dagger started to glow with a blue light. I expected nothing less from my beautiful bodyguard, thinking I faced the zombies going past me as I wasn't here. This quality of them didn't change, huh? These creatures hunted anyone who made a noise. Just as I stepped forward, the zombie's hand tried to catch me, but I didn't stop and stormed inside the room. The first thing I witnessed happened to be one of the scenes in the anime. The guy was fending off a zombie with a cane. I quickly stabbed the back of its head and tossed its body outside the room. My gaze lingered on the scared boy with glasses for a moment before stopping at the tall blonde woman panicking behind him. Shizune-san. She put the finger on her cheeks as her head tilted to the side, and her sleepy light brown eyes gradually widened. Aekoin. She was the blood-related Nei-san of this body or my pseudo-self. My heart sped up as I walked closer. The memories I had with her were genuine and not a lie, and they were influencing me in a right way. I always wanted a good sister, not like the mean ones I had before. They all envied me for the heir position I never wanted. Aekoin, are you hurt? She noticed the blood on my clothes and began to inspect my body. She was rather tall, standing at 176 centimeters while my height was 182 or something. Thank God, Aekoin is fun. She patted my head as if treating me like a child. We need to go out of here. I had to face the consequences of making this guy too innocent. Girls even gave him the title, Quiet Prince. Now, this sexy Jacob Wani-san treated me like a child. Asahi-sama. Before I could wish to retaliate, my Yandere bodyguard interrupted me. I turned around to discover one of my favorite characters in the whole anime standing beside Aimi. The tall girl with purple hair touching her thighs, while a few strands almost touched her nose, her blue eyes were paired with a beautiful face. She was holding a wooden sword in her hands. Siko Busujima, the sadistic one-san. Well, she wasn't alone. Another girl was standing on her left side. Her looks resembled Siko to the point they'd be called twins, except she wore a pair of intellectual glasses and styled her hair into a ponytail. It was another one of the twists I made to this world. Chapter 13, Ch. 13, One-san's Route. As I admired the Busujima twins, they also observed me, or rather, they simultaneously scrutinized the dagger held in my hand. I knew about Siko, but for the glasses girl Siko, I was clueless. I only added a line about Siko having a twin sister, other than that I did nothing. Ding. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 20. Siko Busujima, affection plus 10. Their favorability probably increased from the effect of natural gentleman skill. It seems that Siko's mentality to seek death was influencing the skill's potency. She saw herself as someone who shouldn't be loved. Even her twin couldn't save her from falling deep into this hole of endless self-mockery. Our staring contest ended when creepy groans of the undead came from somewhere. I clasped Shizuka's soft hand. I don't think currently is the time for introductions, so let's get to business. We have to get out of this school, and the only way to do that is through any vehicle. Ding. Shizuka Murakawa, affection plus 5. Shizuka tilted her head like an airhead. My car keys are stored in the staff room. Let's go there. Okay, then off to the staff room. Siko nodded her head while her twin's mouth curved into a smile. I'm Shirori Busujima from 3A. Siko's twin introduced herself with a slightly sweet smile. And you are the quiet prince of this academy. Siko Busujima, the captain of Kendo Club. It's a pleasure to meet you. Siko also introduced herself with a polite smile. Thanks for saving my life. I'm Kazu Ishii, a second-year student. Ding. Kazu Ishii, respect plus 35. The guy with the cane thanked me with a face full of gratitude as though I saved his skin because I'm kind. Sorry buddy, I only bothered to do that because you tried to protect my One-san. I simply nodded, and as I was about to move, Shizuka's hand forced me to stop. Kun, let me take all medicines. I released her hand. She jogged toward the cabinet and started her search for useful medicines. Asahi-sama, spoke the Yandere bodyguard, who was strangely silent till now. I smiled and took my precious dagger from her outstretched hand before hanging it onto the belt on my waist. Siko narrowed her eyes, probably from how Aimi addressed me. But her twin sported a casual smile, ignoring this fact. They both had quite a different demeanor, giving them a distinct charm. Shizuka finished her job, returned to my side, and clasped my hand with a smile. Good One-san. Let this young brother kiss you. Morikawa-sensei, it is time to depart, Siko said while peeking her head out to search for the undead. Siko-san, can I call you that? It'll be confusing to address you both with the same last name. I asked with my most polite smile. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection plus 1. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 3. Siko pondered for a second before she coolly nodded her head and replied in a quiet voice, you can address me as such. While I was wondering why Shiori's affection increased, our group sneaked out of the room. The fiery orange sun in the distance illuminated the hallways littered in blood and corpses. Eerie wails of undead still echoed throughout the school. This was apocalypse. Honestly, it didn't faze me much as before as if I already adapted to it. Maybe, chaos suits me more. Siko swung her bakken to smash the heads of the undead. Shirori wasn't shying away either, every one of her attacks knocked undead to the side. Aimi proactively sought undead in the classes only to earn XP from me. As for me, I was enjoying the sensation of soft hands of my airhead Nei-san while actively ignoring the annoying notifications. Shizu Nei-san, you can't run in this tight dress. Should I tear the sides of your skirt? No, Kun. This is a branded skirt. She began to wave her free hand in panic. Nei-san, are you willing to slow us down on our way? She hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Kun is right. We need to be as quick as possible. The dagger in my hand moved instinctively and cut the side of her black skirt. It was not for perverted reasons, definitely not. The torn skirt gave a view of her right and full-figured thighs and glimpses of her purple lacy panties. I won't mind being sandwiched to death in these thighs. This all happened in mere seconds thanks to 5 times the dexterity of an average human. This stat included agility, mobility, reflex, and perception. My love is such a pervert. I'm a gentleman, you hear me? I grasped the hand of pouting Shizuka and sprinted toward the others. In a few seconds, we arrived at the stairs of the 3rd floor, which also led toward the staff room. And as though saying some events are inevitable, a girlish scream came from the floor above us. Siko and Shiori's head jerked at the direction of the scream, and their steps quickened. Kazu Ishii shuddered visibly, but still trailed behind them. I beheaded the knocked-over undead on the stairs and turned to Shizuka, who had her face twisted in worry and fear. This expression tilted me for obvious reasons. I squeezed her trembling hand. "It's all right. I'm here." She nodded and squeezed back with even more intensity. Shizuka Marikawa, affection plus 13. It looks like the Wani-san's route is open for me. Time to meet the tsundere girl, Sai Takagi, the daughter of Mil Furiko. Chapter 14, Ch. 14, Sai Takagi, Part 1. POV change. Location, Tokunosa City, Fujimi Academy, Class 2B. Time, 0900 HRS. In the classroom, a group of teenagers performed various ridiculous poses, and some students happily snapped their pictures, while others seemed to be lost in their world as they chatted about diverse topics. Even in the band of rebellious teenagers, one girl named Sai Takagi certainly stood out with her flashy delicate pink hair and fiery orange eyes. Her chin rested on her hand as her bored gaze drifted across the classroom. Group of idiots. Speaking of idiots, where is Komuro? Is he skipping class again? He is still not over his childhood crush. The sound of the door opening brought Saya back to reality. The gray-haired teenage boy entered alongside a girl who had brownish-orange hair. The couple of Rei Miyamoto and Hisashi Igu. Saya quietly scoffed at the girl named Rei, which was unnoticed by everyone. Not that she hated the girl who was also her childhood friend. "Good morning, Takagi-san." "Morning." She snorted at the couple's greeting. Ignoring the frown on Rei's face, she opened a novel and immersed herself. A few minutes later, the lanky teacher, Shido-sensei, arrived. Saya despised Shido in her heart. The kind and caring teacher hid his real persona, a sick, manipulative person. Still, Saya had no proof except her intuition. The noisy classroom quieted down until another round of whispering broke the silence. "Marikawa-san is absent. How could it be?" Saya unconsciously glanced at the further back, and her eyes slightly widened in disbelief. The seat in front of Rei was vacant. Marikawa-sensei's brother is not here. He, who had a perfect score in attendance from kindergarten to high school, is absent. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although they were just acquaintances, the girls in the class were all about how handsome he looked. Like being handsome is anything great. Thwack. The door slammed open, and Komuro appeared. His eyes as though he had seen a ghost. The teacher didn't stop him as he rushed toward his childhood friend. Anger surged to Saya's head as she loudly slammed her fist on the table. "Komuro. What do you think you're doing?" Despite her yell, Komuro paid no attention to her and proceeded to slap Rei and dragged her out of the room with Hisashi. She sat down and contemplated. No matter how crazy Komuro was, he wouldn't be this scared unless something truly happened outside. She had a bad premonition about this situation. She pushed the chair. Ignoring the teacher's shout, she hurried after Komuro. After some struggle, she managed to catch their figures. "Rei. Komuro. Stop for me." Strangely, Rei was carrying a mop handle without its top and a metal bat in Komuro's hands. "Takagi. We need to get out of school," Komuro urged in a stern voice. Saya's brows knitted together as she planted her hands on her hips. "Can anybody tell me what happened? Attention all students and teachers. There is a violent struggle occurring all around the school. I repeat full arg. Help. Stop." The announcement was abruptly cut off with painful screams, and a pin-drop silence ensued in the surroundings until the loud cries of hundreds of people shook Saya to her core. The deaths that will occur in this chaos, she could imagine them all. "We are escaping from the admin building," Hisashi spoke up and dashed toward the stairs. "Listen to Hisashi. He is always right," Rei remarked to confused Komuro and went after Hisashi. "Stupid idiot, let's go." Saya ran after the couple, leaving Komuro, who clenched the metal bat with a determined expression. No one, except him, knew what went through his head. Saya found the couple on the walkway to the administrative building. Ahead of them was someone she knew. "Isn't that Wakasaka-sensei?" Hisashi frowned at Rei's question. Saya also stared at them and staggering like a drunkard, jaw stretched to the limits and eyes and scara, both eerily black and the rough groans he released seemed to resemble a mindless beast. "No, just look at him. He is no longer even a human." Komuro was right about this. Wakasaka became one of them. Hisashi stated his opinion. An abomination, Saya thought and inhaled a sharp breath. Chapter 15, Ch. 15 Saya Takagi, Part 2. I made the chapter a bit bigger than I planned, and that took more time. Saya watched as the abomination raised its arms and lunged at Rei, who unconsciously raised the mop handle to block, but her hands trembled in the face of superhuman strength. "Rei. Stab him!" Hisashi shouted. Rei snapped back from fear and pushed the undead. She spouted a curse and brandished the mop handle like a spear and swung it skillfully to knock back the abomination. Lastly, she let go of all hesitation and stabbed at the heart of the undead. The metal nail at the top of the mop handle pierced its heart and hoisted its body. Saya had to praise the so-justice skills of the fickle girl. I can do it too. I'm a genius, after all. However, in the next moment, all her haughtiness faded into oblivion. The abomination twisted its head and jerked its whole body, causing Rei to crash into the railing of the walkway. She released a pained scream, but the abomination charged at Rei as though the blood flowing from its heart was a joke. Before it could attack Rei, Hisashi locked his arms around its neck and pulled it back. Saya's eyes widened, and the blood drained from her face when the abomination twisted its neck to 180 degrees and sunk its teeth into Hisashi's hands. Arg. Fear gripped her heart, while her genius mind went numb, unable to form any thoughts. But the scene of Rei desperately smashing the stick against the abomination pulled her back. A Takagi can never admit defeat. She whispered the line her father used to say and jerked her head back to find Komuro holding the bat defensively. Komuro. Help them, do something. Her yelling awoke Komuro from his stupor, and he rushed at the abomination. Without any hesitation, he smacked the aluminum bat on its head. Crack. The abomination's skull cracked open, and a rain of blood flowed, splashing over the trio. It took them a while to recover from their first kill. After Hisashi covered his wound with his shirt, the four of them began running toward the admin building. But they face a horde of abominations wandering in the corridor leading to the exit gate of the admin building. How is that even possible? Rei despaired, almost breaking down. They are all students of our academy. Saya scrutinized the abominations. Their numbers definitely looked overwhelming, but they were scattered. She also noticed that even after standing in plain sight, none attacked them. Saya searched around, and with a stroke of good luck, she discovered a pen on the ground. She quickly grabbed it before tossing it toward the stairs leading up. The lazy abominations instantaneously became active as they all threw themselves in the direction of the pen. Bingo. I found their weakness. They only react to the noise. Saya told her discovery. The trio was amazed for a moment, making Saya smile even more widely. Still, we can't go from here. How are they multiplying so fast? Komuro inquired before he gazed into the distance with blank eyes as if reminiscing about some bad memories. And that woman with Marikawa-sensei's brother. She cut their head off in one move. Saya's eyebrow shot high in surprise. Marikawa-san. Which woman? It reminds me, have you noticed that the number of females is rather scarce compared to males? Others nodded their heads at her assumption. We only have two choices now. 1. We stay in the observatory room on the roof till help arrives. Hisashi spoke. Or we go around and exit from the main gate of the school. Right now, they stood at the furthest building from the main gate. Rei looked at Hisashi's wounded hand with a worried expression. I'm taking the second. I want to see my parents, and your injury will only get worse here. I'm also the same, Komuro replied in a worried voice. Saya nodded her head. She also wanted to check up on her mother. Then let's get going. So, the group went back to the same route. This time, they tried to be as sneaky as possible. Hisashi's situation got worse on the way. His face paled as if he was sick for days. Saya realized this all seemed similar to a genre of movies. Zombie. One bite and only death await you. And right now, one person in the group had 90% chances of being infected. Saya swept her gaze over the trio, who had no idea about this threat or they knew and just didn't want to admit it. Sometimes, I hate my wits. They arrived in an eerily silent corridor. Komuro's grip around the metal tightened. Saya also felt something odd here, as if this calmness was just a prelude to the storm. Wait, guys. I think we should go back. Saya tried to keep her voice at a minimum. Yeah, I think cough. Cough. Hisashi clutched his chest, bent over and coughed up blood. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. A beastly roar resounded in the corridor, almost freezing their blood. Saya's legs started trembling. She gritted her teeth in an attempt to control the innate fear rising inside her. Bam. Some object came flying her way. She looked closer to find it was a gate. A figure walked out of the room. When Saya gazed upon it, her heart almost froze in shock and fear. Chapter 16, Ch. 16, Sai Takagi, Part 3. Sorry for the late update. Got stuck in writing reports for college, Saya watched in horror as a hulking man appeared from the room. Over 2m large body and a broad frame enough to terrorize anyone, and right now, this man already succumbed to the strange disease. Moriyama-senpai. He is the ace of the basketball club. We can't win against something like this without the right weapons. Raga. The abomination roared. Saya glanced at Hisashi, who crazily spewed blood on his knees and realized they needed to either fight or sacrifice him. But, when she turned back, her gaze fell on the horde of them approaching from the same stairs they all used to come here. Think. Saya, you can do it. She wrecked her brain for any ideas on the spur of the moment, and she quickly discovered one which won't leave a bad taste in her mouth. Rei. Komuro. Clear the way. I'll take Hisashi. Rei wiped the tears from her eyes before she took her spear and stood up. Understood. Komura also stopped helping Hisashi and ran down the stairs, followed by Rei. The large abomination lurched across the corridor, creating considerable noise with its heavy feet. Saya stared at the abomination, and unknown to her, the usual fiery orange eyes shone brightly, akin to a genuine fire which no one noticed. She put Hisashi's hands around her neck and barely picked him up. Takagi, finish me, cough. I don't want to die, as one of them. Okay, I'll certainly do that after we get out of here. Saya dragged her feet over to the stairs. Carrying a tall man like Hisashi put a significant toll on her slender body. Still, she cursed inside her head and dragged him down the stairs. Her nose scrunched, the strong stench coming from the corpses churned her stomach. But she didn't stop and kept trailing behind Komuro, even as the steps turned louder and louder. Don't look back, don't look back. She quietly repeated like a mantra and descended the stairs. Further ahead, Komuro and Rei bashed the skulls of abominations with a teamwork similar to veteran fighters. Especially Rei, her movements became sharp, and her whole body emitted a faint, almost unnoticeable light. Saya wanted to check her contacts if this was real. Is this a dream? First, the abominations, now this supernatural stuff. Hisashi kept coughing blood as she approached Rei and Komuro. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Her steps sped up unconsciously, yet, crack. A low sound of cracking hit her ears, and shortly, the scene around her changed as she found herself flying through the air before she crashed and rolled on the concrete floor. Red filled her vision, and an agonizing pain flowed throughout her whole body. Hisashi laid right ahead of her, his pitch-black eyes staring without blinking. Is this the end? She asked herself, sensing the abomination approaching ever so slowly. Rei and Komuro seemed busy fighting the others. Her surroundings as though they came to a halt, and her memories from childhood to her high school began flashing through her mind. But she wasn't ready to die yet. She didn't study all those years to die like this, in the small corner of the world. In a place where her mother won't even find her intact corpse. Stubborn unwillingness to survive rooted deep inside her soul. And when she pushed the ground to stand. Bang. She felt as though something exploded inside her head, and an unexpected strength filled her body. Even the pain subsided to an extent as she stood, facing the giant abomination. Her hands were a bit too hot right now, even her body's temperature rose as if she was on fire. She stared in surprise when her hands literally blazed with fire that appeared out of nowhere. Even then, it didn't burn, instead, it was warm. She instinctively raised her hands to block the punch from the abomination. Kaya. Boom. As if sensing her fear, the fire around her hands exploded. The minor explosion pushed back the abomination and burned its clothes. She shuddered from the ugly, twisted body. The unknown strength gathering in her body diminished a bit, and she quickly realized her newfound power worked similar to magic, where one's mana pool limited the magic. I can do it. I'll kill this bastard and survive. Saya was unknown to the changes her mind went through in a mere hour. From an arrogant yet caring girl to one who was determined to survive in this new world. She disregarded the surprised looks of Komuro and aimed her hands at the enemy. The fire blazed even fiercely and condensed into fiery red orbs, every one of these drained her strength. She thrust her hand and shot the orb, aiming to blow off the head. Yet, all spheres missed the target and crashed on the wall behind except one that connected to the chest and burned a hole in its chest. Even with magical powers, her aim was worse than children. Rather than that, her legs trembled, making it hard for her to stand straight. I overestimated my strength. The abomination was coming while her vision got hazier with every moment. I'll leave the rest to these two. She gathered the rest of the foreign yet familiar strength into her hands and shot one last fireball. She didn't know if it hit or not, her body fell back. However, the pain from hard concrete, instead, something stopped her. You did well, leave the rest to me. Hearing the gentle voice, she barely opened her eyes to gaze at the familiar handsome face smiling. Marikawa-san. She thought as her consciousness faded, pulling her into a deep slumber. Chapter 17, Ch. 17, Butterfly Effect. Sai Takagi, Affection plus 45. That was way more than I expected. I checked Saya's pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, made it just in time. I whispered and eyed the ugly undead approaching despite the football-sized hole in its chest. It was the strongest undead I came across today, and more importantly, it was about to kill the beautiful tsundere, Saya. After listening to her scream, I rushed here expecting the scene where Saya used the drill to kill the zombie, then why the hell did it come to this? Why were these two idiots not on the roof? Why was Saya here with them instead of being with Fatty Kota, who I found almost getting his ass eaten by another zombie? The virus's initial outbreak and necromancy effect should be the same, no. Was this the so-called butterfly effect? My innocent former self changed this whole show with sheer suaveness. Aimee, keep it busy for a while. Aimee nodded and charged at the undead while I admired the girl unconscious in my hands. Even in sleep, she oozed the presence of a tsundere. Cute and sexy. In the face of death, she awakened ferocious magic, befitting her fiery personality. It made even a high human like me green in envy. Is this the so-called mana exhaustion? Yes, my love. This girl overused her mana. But with enough training, she will get better than controlling the output to conserve her mana. I shook my head to clear the excessive rage and turned my gaze. Hisashi Igu groaned as his undead body crawled toward us. This undead most likely crushed his spine. He got the ending he most feared, huh? I slid my hands under Saya's knees and picked her up in the legendary Princess Carry. Crunch. The wooden sword crushed the skull of Hisashi. I paid my respects to the friend-come-enemy of Komuro and placed the sleeping princess into the trusted hands of Shirori Takagi. Rei and Komuro rushed at their childhood friend, which I ignored. Look after her and Shizune-san, treat her wounds. I'll go finish it off. Not waiting for their reply, I darted forward and stopped behind the undead, trying its hardest to hit Aimee. Aimee could kill it even in her sleep. I can destroy the world in my sleep. No, girl, you don't. I'll fuck you silly when I sleep tonight. I am prepared. Suppressing my anticipation, I kicked the ground and raised my hands equipped with frostbead daggers. Frigid flash. My hands moved on their own will, and the daggers danced elegantly as they slashed at its back of the head in turns, 6 hits at the same spot. The thick skull grew weaker and weaker. I held up the dagger in reverse grip and performed the final flash. Crack. With an audible crack, the skull broke open. I swiftly tilted my head to avoid the blood spraying from the wound, and my feet hit the ground. This guy was a real musclehead. This act of skill consumed a bit of my stamina. Did that all happen in a real second? It happened in 9/10 of a second. Well, I didn't need to use the skill. However, I needed battle experience, or I would have to rely on Aimee all the time. It wasn't something I wished after getting the system. I wanted to get stronger and fuck the real body of Klisa. Hee hee. Thud. The ground shook when the dumb undead collapsed. Ding. You earned 66 XP from killing level 6 cursed undead. Level 6, huh? That's why it wrecked the newbie magician's ass. Ding. Seiko Busujima, affection plus 25. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 10. Nice. The sadistic one-san enjoyed my show of violence. Why are their affection points linked? There must be an intriguing backstory here that I must discover. That's in the future, for now, my throat is dry. Asahi-sama. I grasped the bottle near my face and gulped down the cold water. With my thirst quenched, I gave a smile to Aimee. Thanks a lot. My affection points for her increased by 20 just now. Ding. Aimee Akane, affection plus 2. Rei already started to cry in Komuro's arms. Kota and Kazu Ishii conversing while sneaking glances at me. Guys, don't go that route. I won't mind being friends, anything more than that is a no. Seiko gazed my way with a smile while Shirori helped Shizuka in dressing up the wounds of Saya. I wouldn't be surprised if my angelic one-chan awakened the holy magic. Let's rest in the staff room for a while. I glanced at the corpse of Hisashi. We don't have time to mourn the dead now. My high charm worked like a flawlessly here. Rei reluctantly nodded. Sai, I never hated this girl, doesn't mean I liked her. Komuro got to be with her, and that's all that matters to me. After the treatment ended, we all took shelter in the staff room, the place with books, chairs, tables, and a plasma television mounted on and on the wall. Komuro and Kota blocked the door with a table. Nice. You guys aren't so useless after all. I swept the books on the table in the center, which got a surprising reaction from everyone. We'll leave after Takagi wakes up, just rest in the meantime. Ding. Seiko Busujima, affection plus 5. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 3. Nodding, I walked over to the window and examined the sight outside. The smoke rising in the distance, the undead roaming on school grounds, and lastly, the parking area comprising the buses and cars. I shook my head, grabbed the chair held by Aimee, and rested my exhausted ass. I could proudly proclaim being a young master wasn't all good. I never worked this much even if it was for a MILF, but here I am working on saving asses. Kuin, tell me where did you get those weapons? How can you be so good at using them? I glanced at Shizuka, who leaned toward me with a stern expression, but the hint of worry on face didn't escape my eyes. The others in the room turned toward me as if waiting for my answer. It appears frigid flash skill was slightly out of the norms for them. What bullshit should I feed these guys? Then a plot of a particular novel flashed in my mind, lifting my lips in a wild grin. Chapter 18, Ch. 18, Level Up. I sighed at Shizuka's question. Shizune-san, we'll talk about that later. First, these corpses that are attacking others, and the magical power Takagi showed. What do you all think about it? I poked her puffed cheeks. She turned her head in response. This childish cuteness combined with the charm of a sexy woman came into one wholesome package called Shizuka. Is it like a disease? A pandemic? I shook my head at the reasonable guesses of Komuro, Rei, and Kota. Is it like those curses from fictional novels? Someone smart appeared. Oh, wait, it's Shirori, who was sitting beside Siko. These twins look even more gorgeous together. It's similar. You could call this the evolution of the world or something along the lines. We could call the power Takagi and Miyamoto used as magic power or mana in short. These undead are. I shrugged. I don't know what caused them to become one in the first place. Siko leaned back in the chair and folded her arms. How did you come to know about this? I scratched my cheeks at her question. Well, a goddess named Klisa came to my dreams and told me about this. She even gave me these magic weapons. I held the frostbead dagger and showed them the glacial blade skill. This, when paired with the supernatural charm of a high human and the magic Saya used, was enough to earn their trust. The room fell silent as everyone hung their heads to digest the information. Well, it's not like I cared if they believed me or not. I just wanted to make sure that Siko, Shirori, and Shizuka understood about this new world, which I think they did. Two hands draped over my shoulders and rubbed, kneaded, and massaged them, clearing away my mental fatigue. I might fall for Aimi at this rate. Taking a glance at Kota's envious gaze, I shook my head. The media must be showing something. Rei grabbed the remote and switched on the television. It showed a beautiful reporter relaying the information about the riots occurring in every part of Japan and that the leaders would make a speech over this. This was all bullshit. I bet they were busy saving their asses. The bodies lying behind the reporters rose before the gunshots came, silencing them. The reporter panicked, and the screen glitched, becoming blank shortly after. There goes another potential MILF. Don't be surprised. As I said, these outbreaks are happening everywhere in the world. I assessed the panic in the eyes of everyone except Busujima sisters. Not all hope is lost. Everyone can use magic and resist the curse. But from what I have seen today, females have a higher resistance to this curse compared to males. Then I think we should first make sure about the safety of our family. Siko spoke of the worry everyone here had. Shirori also nodded her head. From what I remembered from manga, Shizuka or my parents were overseas for a tour. Komuro lived near Takagi Estate. Rei's house was located somewhere around the East Police Station, while Siko's father went abroad for a self-defense conference. My first goal was leaving Komuro, Rei, Kota, Kazu Ishii, and any other survivor I encountered at Rika's house. This would give me the opportunity to level up around the world with these Oni-sans. But I needed to work hard to make Saya agree. Rika Minami. Another beautiful Oni-san I like from this show. Sure, we'll need a school bus to house this many. I smiled at Shizuka. Shizune-san can drive, right? Yes, I can. We have to wait for Takagi to wake up. My body melted on the sofa. Everyone might think I'm reluctant to leave because of the godly massage by Aimi. That too, and I had much more to do right now. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection +5. Open status. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress, 251 out of 400 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Attributes. Strength, 46, +16. Dexterity, 56, +21. Constitution, 56, +6. Defense, 70, +10. Charm, 140, +10. Magic, 264, +14. Karma, 50,970, +272. Skills. Strength, dexterity, and constitution are +3, defense and charm +5, and magic +7 for every level I gain. Klisa, let's go over the attributes. Strength determines the explosive power I can produce with my body. Dexterity is the maximum speed, the ability to adapt to this speed, perception to sense enemies, and reflex for improving my reaction time. The constitution stat determines my health, natural recovery, and stamina. Defense for my magic and physical resistance while magic is my mana pool, and last, charm should be my ability to attract the opposite gender and persuade others. Indeed. Keep in mind that your race and job skills heavily influence your current charm status. I thought as much. With this stamina, I can easily handle every girl here. Yes, that is my Asahi. Who never stops thinking with his lower half. I never do that. You are the one who always tries to seduce me. I opened my eyes and discovered Saya's finger twitching. She recovered fast. Her eyes opened as she got sat up and looked around, confused by her situation. Suddenly, she grimaced and clutched her head wrapped in gauze. I placed my hand around her back to support her. Hey, are you all right? Mirakawa-san. I'm fine. Where is this? Why is my head so wrapped up? Calm your head and think about what happened before you passed out. She followed my advice and closed her eyes, trying to remember her last memories. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection plus 15. She turned toward me and smiled. Thanks for saving me. What? Are my eyes mistaken? The tsundere is actually going dear. I also showed the signature smile I cultivated for years to attract the women. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection plus 4. Are you ready to walk, or should I carry you? Ding. Sai Takagi, affection plus 1. And no, I can walk. She squirmed on the table, feeling uncomfortable from my hand. I smiled and called it a day, or she might go all baka on me. Then let's move out. No response. I swept my gaze over to the rest and noticed the odd stare on their faces, a thumbs up from Shirori, and a calm gaze from Siko. I didn't bother clearing up this misunderstanding and moved out while holding Shizuka's hand. After all, weak one-san must be protected. Even at nights. Yes. Now then, it's time to meet the shit teacher. Chapter 19, Ch. 19, Aime's Mistake. I and others killed our way to the school building. For the better or worse part, we didn't encounter any powerful undead. That thing might be an anomaly among them. Rei seemed to have awakened magic that boosted her physical strength and speed. Now, what would Busujima sisters obtain as their powers? On the way, Saya glanced at Aime and me, her eyes curious and a frown etched on her face. Aime never introduced herself, nor did I bother to do it. This mysteriousness attracted the other boys even more, except Komuro, who got traumatized by Aime's brutality. As we arrived at the stairs, another familiar scene occurred. Why is the plot following me? Cursing, I released Shizuka's hand and delivered a gruesome kick to the undead harassing the students. The undead flew, and with a splat, it slammed into the wall, splattering blood on the stairs. Oops, must control my strength. Ding. You earned 11 XP from killing level 1 cursed undead. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection plus 18. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 5. Disregarding the student's gaping, Siko's piercing gaze and Shiori's hard-to-decipher smile, my daggers flashed and accurately stabbed the forehead of the 4 undead. Ding. You earned 11 XP. You earned 11 XP. You earned 11 XP. You earned 11 XP. This Siko seemed a bit different from the series. This one had a more detached aura. Did the presence of a twin sister change her more than I expected? Well, it's more interesting this way, otherwise, easily obtaining her affection would be boring, no. None of the students looked bitten. My dagger was ready if they had a single wound on their body. Aniki. What should be done to these students now? Wait, was that Kota? Why is he calling me Aniki? Strangely, no one found it weird as they all looked at me, waiting for my decision. So I'm treated as a leader now. We should take them, Komuro spoke up. The bus will have enough room for them. We are not leaving any student behind. Shizuka asserted with a stern face. I gave a half shrug. Sure. Ding. Shizuka Marikawa, affection plus 9. Thanks, Aekuen. It's not like we can save everyone, you know. Saya's whisper didn't escape my senses. The battle with the undead changed her, or the magic influenced her thoughts. It was better to get used to this anyway. Now, with the extra baggage of 5 students, we proceeded to the locker room and in mere seconds to clear the path here before we exited the school building. The horde of undead already began to surround us, XP here, XP there. My lips smacked together in glee and my steps. Siko, Shirori, lead the way. Aime and I will guard the back. That's an easy thing, Mari. Asahi-san, I'll call you that. Leave it to us sisters. The twins charged and started to slaughter the undead. From offense to defense, their movements synced flawlessly. Rather than fight, it was more like a beautiful dance. Dance of slaughter. The rest glanced at me, no, the girl standing beside me before they followed the clear path carved from the onslaught of the twins. I know I'm handsome, but saving your life should be the priority, right? She folded her arms across her bountiful bosom, and her face drew a troubled frown. Should I help out with my new power? Why ask me? It's yours to begin with. My eyes stretched wide in horror. Don't tell me the genius Sai Takagi is asking for permission. Stop acting full of yourself, stupid. She huffed and stomped away. I'll figure it out myself. Asahi-sama, are you into masochism? Aimi giggled then turned to me. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. I know she is what people call tsundere. Slightly annoyed, I spanked her ass. I'm not an M. That aside, do you have any bullets left? She coughed, trying to hide her crimson cheeks. 2 magazines, that's all I have. Good, then let's go. I sprinted on a path littered with corpses, some had arms or legs twisted, and a few had their skull cracked open like a watermelon. Achieving this feat with a wooden sword, the Busujima twins certainly packed a punch in their slender arms. Klisa, can I view the stats of others? You can buy the equipment for 150 karma points. Do it. Instantly, something appeared in my hands. I buried that into my pockets and drew the daggers tucked into my belt. Saya casually sent tiny balls of fire that blasted away a bunch of undead and entered the bus. Hurry, or we'll leave your stupid ass. Shouted the tsundere. Coming. Help. From the side, a group of students rushed toward our bus. This was the same group that came under shit teacher Shido. Where is he anyway? As I searched in the crowd, his figure appeared in the back. A loud chuckle escaped me as I suppressed the urge to laugh. Shido's lanky legs stuttered as he ran for his life from the large burly undead. Since the young students ran faster, they arrived in only a few moments. I graciously opened the door for them and waited for Shido. Aimi. Shoot the undead. We don't have time. Saying, I signaled Aimi with my gaze. She took a moment to realize the meaning. Asahi-sama, but my aim. Just do it otherwise that undead will wreck our bus, I requested desperately. Her trembling hands aimed the pistol. Shido saw the gun and looked relieved as his legs sped up. Bang. Aimi pressed the trigger, letting loose the firepower of a modern weapon. Shido stopped in his tracks and spread his arms wide. Ugh. Blood burst from his forehead, trickling down the nose and onto the floor. Eyes nearly popping out of sockets, he collapsed. I wanted to applaud Aimi for such a perfect aim, but the play must continue. Aimi, how can you miss? You accidentally hit the poor Shido. I scolded, and she shrunk in fear. I'm sorry, Asahi-sama. I'm so useless. Tears trickled down her cheeks, she apologized and cocked the gun on her head. I will kill myself to make up for it. I snatched the pistol from her. The weight felt bulkier than I imagined. Shrugging, I targeted the undead and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The recoil of the weapon was devastating, making many of the shots miss. However, luck seemed to favor me today as one bullet coincidentally hit the undead's head. Ding. You earned 44 XP from killing level 4 cursed undead. Naisu. I quickly boarded the bus with Aimi and ignoring the utterly shocked looks of students, I sat on the seat left to the driver. Nei-san, drive. Ae-kun, I. Shizuka hesitated before forming a grim expression. Okay, but the controls are a bit different from my car. After tinkering around for moments, where Aimi and Siko repelled the undead, Shizuka managed to start the bus. Crushing, trampling, and smacking the undead, our bus exited the main gate of Fujimi Academy. Chapter 20, Ch. 20, Confession. The school bus moved through roads raging with chaos. Everywhere in Japan. No, in the entire world. The people scurried on the streets, yelling, pleading to God to grant them mercy. This earned them nothing. No one dared to fight the overwhelming odds. Among them, only a few bothered to protect their family, otherwise, none cared for their loved ones getting chewed alive by them. The undead. The fierce creatures destined to cause massacre everywhere, yet they came into existence for the sake of strengthening me. My nourishment, XP. This carnage was within my estimation, but watching the chaos unfold from the front seat left me bitter. Brushing away the hesitation, I turned to Shizuka driving rather shakily. The sight of her knockers jiggling with every turn of steering made me smile. Ae-kun, why are you grinning like a fool? She glanced my way and asked. If admiring my beautiful Nei-san makes me a fool, then I might be the biggest fool in the world. Ding. Shizuka Murakawa, affection +4. That was easy. Mao, don't sweet-talk your older sister, she lightly scolded, but the corners of her lips arched up. But I only told the truth. Nei-san is the prettiest woman in the world. Ding. Shizuka Murakawa, affection +3. Screech. I grasped the steering before the bus fell crashed. Kun, stop it. Let me drive in peace. She restarted the bus. All right. Nei-san, tell me if you find any strong undead blocking the way. I got off the seat and brushed her cheeks. I know you are nervous about parents and Rika. Southwest first drive to her house. But Rika is on her duty at the airport. We can check it out to be fully assured. Her eyes still seemed unconvinced. What about the parents of others? For me, Nei-san's wishes will always come first. Understood. Kun. Ding. Shizuka Murakawa, affection +2. I gave a pinch on her soft cheeks and whirled around. They all had shocked expressions except the group of Kazu Ishii, Komuro, Kota, Saya, and Busujima sisters sitting on the front side. Rei, on the other hand, stared at Aimi with stars in her eyes as though looking at her idol. Well, it wasn't strange considering what the shit teacher did to her. He held her back 1 year for the deal he made with his father, who wanted to humiliate Rei's father. Putting that aside, there was the sexiest girl in the Fujimi Academy, Mikuyuki, staring at me with eyes similar to a beast. The same girl who indulged in orgy inside the same bus. She is one girl I'd rather distance myself from. Women like her were all over me when I was a young master. They were only after my favor, my wealth, or after my looks. The type I hated the most. Does anyone here have questions? Me, I got a question. Miku raised her hand. Murakawa-san, are you single? For someone like you, I won't ever be single. Next. Miku's face cramped from my unintended jab. Girls like her were the ones who made my life living hell. Even my family did nothing when the ones asking about me were the heirs of other families. I wanted to ask where are we going, asked Kazu Ishii as he adjusted his glasses. Now we are talking. We will go to the apartment of my Nei-san's friend. It's nice and cozy and undead won't be able to disturb us there. What about our families? What will we do now? The voice came from the right side of the bus. A girl with dark blue hair, glasses, and a cute face. Sitting on her side was a redhead with hazel brown eyes. I should know them from the series. Wait. They are the bisexual duo from the series. Look at the streets. The thing we can do now is focus on surviving. Until we get some suitable weapons, we will not go out of our way to help anyone. Why did she kill Shido-sensei? Miku questioned in a sharp tone. Ask her yourself. I shrugged and sat beside Saya. How are your wounds now? My question earned a humph from the tsundere. I sighed before shaking my head. Never thought Takagi's household daughter would be this ungracious. Who is being ungrateful, you bastard? She turned to the window. Thanks. A small heart flew above her head. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection +3. I grinned where she wasn't able to see. It's really fun messing with a tsundere, although their curses get on my nerves sometimes. Now, was it that hard thanking someone who saved your life? She faced me again, her sharp fiery orange eyes locked with mine. What do you want? My power or my family's influence? It seems I'm mistaken here. I don't want the girl from the Takagi household, not the girl wielding an absurd power. I reached out and patted her head. What I want is you, the girl known as Saya. Wah. Saya's confused voice echoed on the bus. I kept rubbing the head when she lost herself in confusion. Her face turned red, the blush even reached her ears, turning them beet red. A cute heart floated above her head. Ding. Saya Takagi, affection +13. Stupid asshole, people dying out there and you are trying to propose a woman here. Stopping the head pats, I leaned on the comfy seat and folded my arms. Then it gives me more reasons to confess to the girl I like, isn't it? You never know what will happen tomorrow, so am I wrong to achieve a bit of happiness before something bad transpires in this post-apocalyptic world? Only the bus vroom and undead groans in the distance answered me. Saya would most likely reject me, but I still went ahead and did it. After all, she had a crush on Komuro in the series. You can take your time if you want. But I only have 2 or 3 days before we separate. What is that supposed to mean? I will go around the world to clear the undead. That's what the goddess told me. I turned to her and smiled. Please answer before that, if you can. It seemed like I forced her to accept my confession. But it was the only way to interact with a tsundere like her. I had to be more direct or she will take forever to come face to face with her feelings. Aakun. Some people are blocking the path ahead. Coming. I rushed over to the driving seat and through the front windshield, the true face of humanity came into my view. Chapter 21, Ch. 21, Protagonist's Aura. I clenched my fists hard at the brutality ongoing more than 100 meters. 3 cars blocked the road ahead. Before it stood a group of imbeciles, cackling as they beat the woman kneeling with their guns. Her posture seemed like she was protecting someone. A pile of bodies laid near them, probably the undead they killed with guns. Things like these motivated me to make women stronger than men. Almost every post-apocalyptic fiction I read, the women served no purpose different than a slave. Yeah, there were those too where women held all the power in the world and protected it from various calamities, but those were far in between. I couldn't possibly turn my back on a beautiful MILF. That would be the same as ending the world for me. I tapped Shizuka's shoulder. Stop the bus on the side. Asahi-kun, did something happen? Shiori's voice came from behind. I turned around and spotted a worried expression on the twins' faces. Please guard the bus with Aimi. I'll be back after cleaning some trash. I got off the bus and kicked the undead trying to bite me. My gaze met the crazy eyes of the burly men and he smacked his lips and with a ferocious smile, he approached me. A pretty boy for me. My steps froze and a chill different from danger ran down my spine. My chastity was being eyed by this bastard. The other men stopped beating the woman and glanced at me. Finding nothing interesting in me, they stared at the bus and their eyes lit up. A sexy blondie. Wait, guys. Let's check up the bus first. The high school girls are crazy nowadays. This teacher and that blondie. I hope there are more on the bus. Today is gonna be fun. God bless the one who released this virus on us, ahahaha. How in the fucking world was the second guy so smart? And my presence is completely ignored here. The woman seemed to have only suffered minor injuries. These 7 sickos were equipped with a pump-action shotgun and hunting rifle. None of them looked like a veteran soldier, so they must have robbed an armory or gun shop. Now, how should I kill them? They tainted my Nasan with their dirty eyes. So a swift death was crossed off the list. Smiling, I walked toward them and all 7 guns snapped toward my direction. The pump-action shotgun's maximum range was 50 m unless they used slugs which could fire at 100 to 200 m, and that hunting rifle could blow my head from 1 kilometer if used by a veteran, not these losers. Of course, I knew about all this from games and these were common knowledge for the VR FPS I used to play. I need to finish it sooner, lest my Yandere bodyguard goes crazy and destroys everything in sight. My current defense was 70, so I would probably survive a gunshot with some wounds. It's time to gamble with my life. Good luck. The cheer from Klisa filled my body with strength as my steps broke into a sprint, and the senses enhanced by the dagger sharpened my perception. They became tongue-tied by my idiotic move, only reacting when I almost closed the 50 m distance. Unfortunately for them, today was never meant for losers. The dagger already flew toward the hand on the verge of pressing the trigger. Ah. The shotgun slipped from his hand and he screamed out in pain. This scared the others, giving me enough time to grasp the man's body and hide. Bang, 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 asterisk asterisk bang. 6 gunshots pierced my meat shield and his miserable screams intensified, stopping moments later. The bastards became busy in reloading, and as one would expect from a newbie, their shaking hands couldn't even reload the gun. I shoved him out of the way and kicked the ground. As I entered the group, my dagger slashed again and again, from legs to arms and incapacitated them. They sprawled on the ground as blood poured out, slowly ending their life. They moaned and begged for mercy. Anything last wishes except death. No answer. I shook my head and turned to the brown-haired woman. Her brown eyes behind the pair of spectacles revealed a shocked look. She was closely hugging a girl of 5 or 6. Her looks flabbergasted me for a good while. The damsel I saved turned out to be a wonderful glasses one-isan with a bosom not smaller than Shizuka. Was this the infamous protagonist's aura? Ding. Now Sakurada, affection plus 55. Her name made my brain go into overdrive. I surely heard it somewhere. Pondering, I stretched my hand, which she grabbed clumsily. Please save your questions for later and get on the bus. Thank you very much. Only a single line of gratitude and a grateful smile. Yet it made saving her worth all the effort. Chapter 22, Ch. 22, Busujima twins. Now picked herself up and jogged toward the bus. The rhythm of her lusciousness wrapped in a tight skirt almost made me drool. No, no. I must not be led astray by her. Who knows if she is married or not? My love, she isn't. Wonderful. Any woman who protects a child with her body shows her potential to become an amazing MILF. Also, will killing these trash give me XP? No. Only those with mana will give XP. So I'll get XP if I kill an awakened magician. Yes. Asahi-sama, shall I dispose of them? No need to taint our hands with these scum. Leaving them to the undead would be better. Yeah, though I would love to hear their screams when the undead chews their flesh and bone, but we have to leave. Her smile remained gentle as ever contrary to her brutal words. We moved the car blocking the way, ransacked every round of bullets from their clothes and carried the guns back to the bus. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection +9. Shirori Busujima, affection +4. I had plenty of time to grind their affection later. These two would surely follow me if I requested. The hint of interest in Shiori's eyes said it all. I also needed to review the partner menu later. Back in the bus, Shizuka tended to Nao's injuries, so Aimi assumed driving duty. This woman could drive an airplane, probably. Common sense never worked on the creature called Yandere. I stashed the guns in the seat beside Aimi and noticed a smartphone showing a navigation menu. That blue point must be Rika's house. Using the map, Aimi began to drive. I went over and sat on the seat facing Shirori. The students cast a fearful look in my direction, which I simply ignored. Does Asahi-kun need something from us? Shirori teased playfully. Siko shook her head and her lips pressed into a soft smile. No need to hesitate. No, I just want. A pair of familiar melons appeared right in my face. Covered in a tight white top, they swayed and jiggled from the shocks. The owner of those boobs was none other Saya, who frowned as she looked down on me, wearing a pair of frameless specs instead of her contact lenses. Stop gawking, you idiot. The bus suddenly jerked, making Saya fall on me and her boobs naturally pressed against my face. Heavens. Was this the lucky pervert skill used by harem protagonists? Whatever it was, the softness of boobs enveloping my face was unforgettable. Not willing to waste such a godsend opportunity, I bit on the flesh through the cloth, inciting a moan from the pink-haired tsundere. She pushed me and took the empty seat on my left. Pervert. She cursed under her breath. Oi. You were the one who shoved your boobs in my face. She glared at me, her cheeks blushing a little. That wasn't my fault. This crazy bus did it. Why did you? I tilted my head and feigned an innocent look. What? Did something happen? You. She harumphed and turned her head. Fucking asshole. I softly chuckled at her tsundere antics. These baseless curses couldn't even pierce the first layer of my thick skin. I transferred my attention to the twins. Shirori flashed a teasing smirk, in contrast to the calm smile on Siko's face. Siko. Shirori tilted and whispered something in Siko's ears, who nodded absent-mindedly in response before her lips formed a bright smile. Even my sharp senses failed to catch a word. I had no idea what these twins were planning now. All the while I sat here, Miku's sharp gaze never left me. Why did she get so stuck up on me? I never chased a woman solely on their looks. Personality mattered a lot in my decision. Sure, I could tame her and make her my personal bitch, but would it even matter? There won't be any feelings or anything. This might be hypocritical of me, but that's just how I became after being born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Who is the older one between you two? Siko. Shirori. They pointed at each other before they giggled. We were born on the same day. Siko answered. Although Shirori came minutes earlier. That was a bit unexpected. I took Siko as the older one, whereas Shirori appeared like a mischievous little sister. Asahi-kun, was the goddess hot? I nodded at Shiori's question. Yep, she was an absolute beauty. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection -1. No, my precious affection point. Was she jealous of the goddess? Her face showed no hint of dissatisfaction as she looked at me. She doesn't know it herself. Should I say as expected of a tsundere? They never admitted their feelings. Too bad, I wasn't the passive protagonist who will sit on the sidelines. I would keep annoying her till she accepts it herself. Asahi-san, why did you always stay quiet during school? Siko asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. That's a tricky question. Thankfully, I already thought of the answer before coming here. Saya gazed out of the window, but I bet she also wanted to know. I don't know. I smiled. The goddess said that a part of my soul lay dormant within my consciousness, which locked most of my emotions. After explaining the plot I read in some fanfiction, I waited for their response. And their answer surprised me. Chapter 23, ch. 23, Cleaning Up. The twins and Saya stared at me for a good while, as if probing if my answer was correct. Then they nodded simultaneously. Shirori and Siko smiled with a soft gaze. Did that cliché reason work? Even Saya's gaze turned tender. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection +9. Siko Busujima, affection +7. Shirori Busujima, affection +5. Did my absurd answer somehow tickle their motherhood? Asahi-kun can borrow my ch. Screech. The bus suddenly stopped. I glanced at the window, revealing a double-story house secured by tall fences. It was Rika's house. The outside seemed pretty bright. We arrived quicker than I expected. I left Shizuku consoling crying now in her embrace. The sight of two buxom women hugging each other was a bit too much for the males. Some even suffered a nosebleed from this. I too looked away before something rose inside me. We went down the bus and cleaned up the undead on the street. Aimi. Understood. Aimi ran inside the residence and soon, the noise of things breaking echoed in the house. Komuro scratched his head. The one-san with you is kind of violent. I nodded at his helpless complaint. You could say that. She has always been like this. Aniki. This Golden Eagle M870, can I take it? Kota examined the shotgun with a smirk. Please. Sure. Don't use it now or they will all gather here. Ding. Kota Hirano, respect plus 30. This military freak. Siko, Shirori, do you need one? I omitted the honorifics, to which none of them looked displeased. Ding. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 6. Siko Busujima, affection plus 4. Or they liked it. Nah, this Bakken is enough for now. Thanks for the offer though, Shirori replied and bowed. Siko shook her head. We don't know how to use it. You can ask Aimi to teach you. She knows all about firearms. Although firearms would become obscure later, right now they gave the best advantage over any melee weapon. Really? That one-san is really amazing. Kota exclaimed in admiration. I chuckled at Komuro's stiff expression. Yep, she is the best bodyguard. After Aimi returned, we delivered the dismembered undead corpses to Trashkoin and wiped the blood and stench of blood. Finally, it appeared like a home instead of a slaughterhouse. I observed the boys barricading the door with the chains and such. Asahi. Come here. What got Saya so excited? And did she just call me by my first name? I followed her voice to arrive in the garage and found Saya, Shirori, and Siko standing in front of a Humvee. I totally forgot about this baby. Traveling on Humvee sounds badass. I stood beside Saya and brushed her hair. Good job in finding this. She puffed her chest before her eyes opened wide and she slapped my hand. Stop touching me casually. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection plus 1. Sure, sure. Shirori snickered, which only earned a glare from Saya. I shook my head and raised the hood to examine the situation of the Humvee. My presence here changed a lot of things. This Humvee could be one of them. Fuck, I can't understand a thing here. I should have focused on those lectures rather than drooling after my MILF teacher's ass. Asahi-sama, need some help. Ah, my lucky angel arrived. She technically was one if I ignored the fact she stabbed me once. Can you check its condition? Leave it to me. She started analyzing the Humvee and I assessed her round ass and voluptuous thighs. A sharp gaze prickled my back, which I perfectly ignored and continued ogling the luscious ass. As if noticing my stare, the butt wriggled side to side, trying to entice me. Should I take her tonight? The thought kept flashing in my head. My turn is first. I won't let anyone have it before me. How will I fuck someone if I sleep with you in my sleep? That's confusing as shit. Then I'll wait until you sleep. Good goddess. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection plus 7. Holy shit. She was getting aroused from my gaze as her thighs glistened even more. Was that her nectar flowing down her thighs? She came from a mere stare. Something like this was possible. Yanderas truly defied the laws of heaven. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection plus 4. I turned away before I got an erection. Although I would love to see Shiori's playful reaction and a blushing Saya, let's leave that for later. Kun, come here. I turned to find Shizuka standing outside the garage. Her hands folded on her chest, emphasizing her breasts. I shrugged and walked toward her. What happened? How are we going to arrange everywhere in this house? I almost facepalmed at her reasonable question. Let's discuss in the house, Saya stated. Okay. Our group now sat on the first floor, discussing the arrangements for everyone. Except for Kota and Kazu Ishii. The latter wanted to learn marksmanship from Kota. The near-death experience left a trauma on him. Rei raised her hand. Can't we just share rooms in the house? That way, we all can stay safe. Saya shook her head. You don't understand. If we do each task, then they will get used to it and take everything for granted. They will rely on us for all and think it's our duty to help them. That's the reason I won't be cleaning up their ass from now on. If they needed food, they must form groups and ransack the supermarket or whatever it was until society stabilizes. Isn't it? Nei-san, she is right. We can't always be here to wipe their shit, so it's best if we make some rules. I swept my gaze over the rest of the group. This floor will be reserved for our group, mainly Nei-san, Aimi, me, Busujima sisters, Saya, Komuro, Koda, Kazu Ishii, and Rei. Though my words came off as heartless, I don't give a shit about it right now. Who knew if I ended up sleeping with someone today? Getting distracted during my rest was unforgivable. Besides, the ground floor had more than enough space to house 15 high schoolers. Let Nao and her sister stay here, Shizuka asked. She might need some treatment for internal injuries. A sexy Wani-san and her lowly sister. Letting them stay with high schoolers was the same as sending a thick lamb into the cave of hungry wolves. Nao's face seemed more and more familiar. Just who was this Wani-san? The anxiousness in the big, round eyes of the brown-haired lowly made me chuckle. All right. You two can stay here. Thanks, Oni-chan. Cute, ding. Now Sakurada, affection +8. Aika Sakurada, affection +21. Chapter 24, ch. 24, Partners List. Sugoi. Icy water enveloped my lower body. I placed my hands on the sides of the tub and stared at the ceiling before closing my eyes. The meeting with others ended in separating the students from our group. Today sure was messy as hell. Those fuckers. Even now, no guilt came. The guilt for contributing to taking a life. Where was the scene of the protagonist puking their guts out? Why was I this calm after taking a life? Did killing undead all day numbed my senses? Fuck this all. Please don't be sad, maybe your emotional strength is above others. I am not being emo or anything. But I think I never saw them as humans after seeing the way they beat up the woman. I even gave women a head start for survival, where they could awaken their magic faster because of their mana pool nearly as twice as men's. However, some things couldn't be changed no matter what. I sealed my line of thoughts and opened the partners menu. Partners. Cliska Marikawa, your lovable goddess who always watches over you. Favorability points, infinity, eternal wife. Age, 17, always. LVL, infinity. Race, high human. Class, goddess of dreams, a devoted housewife. Attributes. Strength, infinity. Dexterity, infinity. Constitution, infinity. Defense, infinity. Charm, infinity. Magic, infinity. Skills. Hidden. The fuck. Infinity affection points. I feel my love for her was not even half of hers. Before that. Also those infinity points remind me of a certain black-haired lowly dragon. Why are you a high human? I can modify my race at will. So it would be an honor for a wife to choose the same race as her husband. That's what I read in some manga. You read manga. I stalked you for years B, it's nothing. That was some important information she omitted before. I must sharpen my stalking skills before another stalker popped into my life. Back to the partner list. Aimi Akane, reveal backstory, R-rated. Favorability points, 499, mid-tier obsession. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, hunter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Firearms mastery, E-rank increases proficiency with every type of firearm class weapon, allowing the user to handle them with ease. When equipped with a firearm, this skill enhances the vision of the user, lets them predict the trajectory, and improves the intuition to point out weak spots. Dagger mastery, D-rank increases proficiency with every type of dagger class weapon, allowing the user to flawlessly strike the weak points of the enemy. Tracker, B-rank the skill allows the user to mark a target and gives faint hints about their direction within a range of 1 kilometer. A Yandere with high-class stabbing skills, superhuman stats, and a tracker skill. I won't ever be able to get out of her sight. Why wasn't she using a dagger if her dagger mastery ranked so high? Level 8. Does it measures overall strength? Yes. Show me the guide to favorability bar. Okay honey. Favorability points guide. 1 to 19, acquaintance. 20 to 99, friends. 100 to 199, lovers. 200 to 299, committed partner. 300 and beyond, unhealthy obsession/undying affection. I wasn't surprised, was I? Fuck. Why was she so obsessed with me? I took a deep breath, mustered my courage, and tapped the reveal backstory button. Aimi Akane, a girl born in a middle-class family, living a normal life until one day, when her parents' car crashed into a truck and passed away. She got over it and started staying with her relatives. 1 year later, when she entered 3rd year of high school, her relatives kicked her out. Wandering on the streets, her will to live kept slipping. As she was about to run into a car, a young boy stopped her and gave her a check of 1 million yen. The kindness touched her heart and she found a reason to live on. The boy's kind smile became her sole reason to live. Hold up. I met Aimi before she became my bodyguard. What kind of third-rate anime plot is this? Wrecking my genius brain, I remembered meeting a poor girl when I sneaked out of my home. Her ragged clothes made me pity her, so I gave her my pocket money. She was Aimi, I guess. It wasn't for any perverted stuff. Back then, I was only 9 or so. It would be odd to develop lust toward the opposite sex. Continuing the story. The boy's kind smile became her sole reason to live and her obsession. How wonderful it would be to see his smile every day. She dreamed about it and began searching for the boy. Only to get her hopes crushed by his identity. But her obsession took the better of her as she began to arm herself with every skill and gained the approval to become the boy's bodyguard. Now closer, her obsession evolved and her insecurities rose. She started to stalk her master, and then she came across a notebook. What she found in that book surprised her. After a long period of contemplation, she decided to fulfill her master's wish to die. Hoping to accompany him in the afterlife, she stabbed herself in the heart. Finn. Was that my sealed past? Shit, she saw my diary from 6th grade. How embarrassing. After reading the rather expected diary of my Yandere bodyguard, I continued the partners list. Shirori Busujima, insufficient favorability points to unlock the backstory. Favorability points, 56, trusted friend. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, sword maiden. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword Mastery, D rank allows the user to wield every type of sword class weapon with incredible expertise and intuit weak spots in defense of anything. This was something a normal human could never achieve. I was falling behind my waifus. Should I train or create cheats? Let's save karma points for now. The undead looked pretty weak right now. Seiko Busujima, insufficient favorability points to unlock the backstory. Favorability points, 34, minus 50, suppressed feelings. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, sword maiden. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword Mastery, C rank allows the user to wield every type of sword class weapon with incredible expertise, intuit vital spots of anything, and a 15% chance to ignore physical and magic defense and deal direct damage. No. Don't try to suppress those feelings. Accept them. Sigh. I needed to talk to her and clear away her doubts. It was then I noticed 2 scarlet eyes stalking me from the door. Those eyes only belong to one person here. Come here. Now is the time to taste this beauty. Chapter 25, ch. 25, in the bath, r. 18. Aimi slid the door and came inside the bath in nothing but a white towel wrapping her voluptuous body. My brows furrowed as I glared at her. Why are you running in a towel when there are 3 boys around? I let them stay here since I trusted them, and also I would look like a hypocrite if I only let girls stay on this floor. She pulled up the towel and her cleavage disappeared. However, the towel clung to her chest, giving form to 2 dots. Those 3 are helping out others in barricading the house from all sides. So I thought maybe we could bathe together, it will save water. I chuckled lightly at her failed attempt at giving excuses. She just wanted to seduce me here. Hop in. She nodded as her hands let go of the towel. The fine large tits spilled free, with an astounding size and ripe roundness, each one stood firmly, completely ignoring the laws of gravity. A pale pink areola surrounding her jutting nipples. Her flat abdomen held traces of muscles, likely the result of her training, and her amazingly wide hips and extra thick thighs stole my gaze. She stood there with a wide grin. Then, stepping past the towel, she approached with her massive rack jiggling. Asahi-sama, do you like this? What do you think? She brought her leg up to showcase her fleshy mound and the juicy pink lips glittering from her juices, and with a wild grin, she reclined against the small bathtub. I think Asahi-sama likes it, she chirped, and her gaze descended on my erect cock. Her eyes bulged in surprise. Big. Of course, it would get a reaction from a beautiful woman's naked body. With both hands, she tugged her curly bangs behind her ears and smirked. Let me comfort it with my mouth. She waited for me to nod, which I did happily. Her hand sneaked closer, wrapped around the base of my cock. She sucked in a deep breath, stretched closer, and sticking out her tongue, she licked the tip before pressing her lips on my cock. My body jerked momentarily, which she surely noticed and smiled. Then she sloppily put the tip within her mouth, causing her cheeks to bulge as the cock filled the small mouth. She moved her hand gripping the shaft, massaging it with her hands, and bounced her head down. Thick saliva surged around her tongue and drenched my cock, and before long a hot sensation enveloped my entire cock as her mouth reached the base of my cock. She already took the monstrous cock on her first attempt and didn't gag. Though her techniques weren't the best, the passion with fiery tongue wrapping every part of my cock more than made up for it. Slouching against the tub, I gazed at her head bobbing in a tempo that made my spine shiver about from pleasure. Thankfully, the water was shallow, so she wouldn't be choking anytime soon. I pushed my hand on her head and played with curly gray hair. She looked up holding my cock, a hint of pure satisfaction in her scarlet eyes. Good girl. You are doing a great job. She pulled back her mouth with a pop and beamed a wide smile. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection +2. Ding. You have exceeded 500 favorability points. Shut up. Let me enjoy this moment. Hot sighs tickled my cock as she gasped for breath, looking up at me with a passionate gaze and tears brimming in her eyes. Thanks, Asahi-sama. She said with tears sliding down her cheeks. I also love it, it is warm. So warm. I love every part of it. I can't believe I'm finally doing this. I nodded and quietly patted her head. Maybe that was what she needed. Her sole reason to live was me after all. It made me appreciate her even more. She smiled and lunged back into blowjob, making lewd wet sounds with each bob. I groaned while enjoying the scene of her pink lips sliding down my glistening cock deep into her throat and her slick fingers playing with my balls. I lost track of time while being pleasured by her adorable little mouth. She licked every drop of precum leaking from the tip and her delicate hands gently stroking the shaft, all with a completely infatuated expression. I couldn't hold on anymore. Why was she so adorable? I pulled her head, shoving my cock deep as possible. I released everything. She gagged on the thick cum blasting from my dick. I panted while she tried to swallow down my cum, collecting the extra on her palms. Ding. Aimi Akane, affection +3. Asahi-sama. She slurred and swept her tongue over her lips. It's delicious. Sweet girl. That's my adorable girl. How come I never noticed her charm before? I might have fucked her silly back on her earth. And my cock turned hard from her sweet gesture. Wanna do it here? I asked since it might be her first time. I doubt her hymen would be safe after training, but who cared about those? She nodded and rubbed her cheeks on my cock sensitive after coming. Anywhere is fine with Asahi-sama. Well, I paused hearing the door opening before pushing down Aimi's head and turned toward the gate. Geez, I can't believe that little girl is so cute. She is stupid nonetheless. Shirori is right and Saya, do you expect a 6-year-old girl to be a genius? Shirori and Siko entered the bath, followed by Saya. 3 of them only sported a single towel on their mature bodies. Aimi, stay down, I whispered and smiled toward the girls. Hey, I am still here. Saya stared at me for a good while. Ha. She squatted and hugged her chest. Why are you here? Are you stupid? I grinned. Shouldn't I be asking that? You 3, no, for barged in here without checking beforehand. I stared at Shizuka's bosom peeking from the white towel, her creamy thighs struck the perfect balance between thickness and slenderness. Aekuen. She held the towel and trotted toward me. She really wanted to come at me here. Fuck no. I would get caught like this. Not that I feared it or anything, but my good boy image would be ruined. Think Asahi, what can you do to get out of this cliched harem situation? Chapter 26, Ch. 26, Looting Neisan. Shizuka approached, Aimi laid in the small bathtub with her butt raised high. I shook my head. No need to hide it then. Might as well come clean about it. You can do it. Shizuka's mouth opened round and the ahog on her head swayed in confusion. Aekuen always used to bathe with Wani-san before. But now you are bathing with that girl. She covered her face with both hands. Wani-san feels betrayed. What? Saya forgot everything and hurried toward me. Her eyes opened wide at the scene and without bothering to catch the slipping towel, she pointed at me. You are already having a relationship with her. No, it was me who jumped at Asahi-sama. It was my fault. Aimi tried to take the blame and get away from me. As if I'll let her shoulder this alone. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tightly. Ah, her breasts felt so pleasant. Aimi is my woman. I grinned at Saya and pointed at her chest. Besides, are you sure about showing me those juicy knockers? I don't mind it though. She looked at her boobs swaying in the open, and her face turned scarlet. I gave her a thumbs up. No need to feel embarrassed. Be proud of your assets, girl. She quickly picked the towel and covered her front. Her eyes burning with a literal fire glared at me. Fuck her. She harumphed and stomped out of the room. I shivered from the cold sensation on my cock. Aimi was cleaning me now. Good girl. I waited and fortunately, Saya's affection didn't decrease. A sharp girl like her must have already seen through my plan. My dream for a harem. I felt like a douchebag for playing with her heart like this. But I'll make it up to her later. Tsundere was out of the way, so I shifted my attention to Shizuka hugging herself defensively. Aimi. She moved back from my embrace and I stood up with no shame. My erection already died, but it was enough to attract the attention of Busujima sisters. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection +5. Shirori Busujima, affection +9. That was a big leap, don't tell me they are after my body now. Hey Nei-san, I'm taking up your offer of washing each other's body. Her brow shot up and mouth opened wide. Okay, Aekuen. Treat me well. Ding. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +3. Geez, if you are a brocon then say it out loud. Wait, I don't think she understands a thing about love. It would be fun teaching my Wani-san. I made her sit on the wooden seat and snatched the towel away from her. She hid her breast with one hand and covered her crotch with another. I can't wash Nei-san like this, right? I gave my most honest smile. She returned a smile and nodded, glancing at my cock now and then. Aekuen really grew up. Yes, I did, in many ways. Smirking, I moved to her back and dropped a bucket worth of water on her head. She quivered from the cold water. Then with a saintly smile, I groped, cleaned every part of her vibrantly warm and soft body. The inhumane dexterity made my fingers flutter across her body. She tried to back out, but I sweet-talked her back to the dark side while reciting prime numbers in my head. Her sexy body made it hard to control the erection. Suddenly, her body started to twitch. I flicked her nipples and pulled back my hands. NNGHHH, she moaned softly. Aekuen. She hung her head and breathed heavily. Then, a sweet scent wafted from somewhere. Hold on, did she just climax from her breasts? So lewd. I lewd my Nei-san. Nei-san, are you all right? Ding. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +9. She gave a nod despite her body heaving furiously. Siko and Shirori also walked past me and plopped on the seats. They removed the towel, revealing their bare backs. I placed my chin on Shizuka's shoulder, taking in her sweet aroma while admiring the sexy backs of twins. Slightly broader and defined than an average woman, which only served to increase their charm. On Siko's back, I noticed something. Siko-san. Does that hurt? Shizuka asked, pointing at the long diagonal scar on Siko's back, scar from a wound inflicted by a blade. A single line connecting her shoulder to her lower waist. Chapter 27, ch. 27, Brocon. I frowned a bit. It wasn't there in manga or anime. Then, what happened? Siko shook her head without looking our way. It's a wound I got in a fight. Siko briefly replied and began to wash her body. Shirori swiveled her head toward me and showed a helpless smile. I nodded with a wink. I know what to do. Mouthing the words, I gave a good guy smile. She stared at me for a while before she nodded and looked away. Ding. Shirori Busujima, affection +6. I will talk to Siko first thing in the morning. Shizuka Nei-san, let's go. Let's not disturb them anymore. Okay, Aekuen. Carry me to the bedroom. I smirked at her request, which she couldn't see and whispered, why? Nei-san, are you feeling sick? Why yes, my legs feel weak. I shifted and squatted before her. As expected, the aroma of nectar glistening and dripping from her slits became sharper up close. She quickly closed her legs to hide it. Nei-san, what is that? That, you know, that is. She stuttered and failed to answer. Create 5, no, 6 simple night dresses. It will be 30 karma points. Sure. The silk-smooth dresses appeared in my hands. Shizuka stared in wonder where the fuck these things popped out from. Just an ability of mine. She took one and put it on, not before cleaning the traces of her climax. I threw one at Aimi, who caught it with a smile and dressed up. I wore the loose shirt and pajamas designed for male and placed my hands under Shizuka's thighs and back, and held her up in the princess carry. Shush. She nodded with a face radiating pure satisfaction and slight mischief, and hugged my neck. Aekuen is getting naughtier. Did I miss something? Why would she smile like that, as if everything went according to her plan? On the way, Shizuka sneakily sniffed me, which I would have missed if not for my sharp senses. It only meant one thing. She was already a brocon for me. Feeding on my delusions, I arrived at the room where the girls were supposed to sleep. Aimi, I know you must have read the manga. She nodded and I continued, you know what to do then. Then I will do so. The lowly Alice would be saved along with her father if only the luck favored their side. With the way things went today, I hardly believe everything else will be the same. I entered the room and put Shizuka on the bed. She pulled me and made me lie beside her. Wearing a serious expression, she forced me to answer questions after questions. After the half-hour session, her eyes drooped and she fell asleep. My stomach rumbled, begging for food. Damn it, I ate nothing today. I tried to move, but a hand clutched my shirt. Kun. Don't leave. She mumbled in her dreams. Sigh. Her mind was on the verge of breaking already. In the manga, she acted as the adult of the group, which suppressed her fear. But, here I was the leader who made all the decisions, giving her free time to worry about herself and others. Then don't mind me. I grinned and snuggled up to her. My mind was pure as a Buddha. No lust, no desire. I really didn't enjoy these heavenly boobs touching my chest. My hand never tried to grope them. After a goodnight kiss on her lips, forehead, I closed my eyes. Show me the partner stats for Shizuka. Shizuka Marikawa, reveal backstory. Favorability points, 99, familial love. Age. LVL, race, human. Class. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Medical arts, D rank increases users' proficiency in medical knowledge, allowing them to sense the most efficient method in healing the injuries or diseases. Luck, E rank, any disaster can change into a fortune for the user possessing this skill. The effect varies based on rank. Wow. Nei-san sure had some powerful skills even I, the protagonist, envied. And why was there a? With familial love. Was she hesitating between her forbidden feelings and moral values? I would just push her a bit more, just a little. There was that Sundara I worried about, and Busujima sisters too. I needed to seduce them tomorrow. Sigh, being a harem protagonist wasn't all fun for a kind guy like me. Good night. I'll see you in my dreams. Fufu. Thankfully, I felt no hunger when I entered Kliska's realm. So, our usual session started with her going all strong and begging for me to stop after hours. Yep, nothing unusual here. Chapter 28, ch. 28, The Discussion. While Asahi enjoyed the time with Shizuka, one pink-haired girl was peeking her head from the wall. Her eyes fixed on the corridor where Asahi passed by. Why am I hiding from him? Takagi-san, you didn't bathe yet. The voice almost stopped Saya's heart. She turned around and glared at Rei. Stupid Rei, what do you want now? Nothing. Just checking up if the bath is empty for others. A soft smile formed on her face as she continued, also, are you two still fighting? Saya growled. That's none of your business. Unfazed by her rude reply, Rei spoke, don't make the same mistake as me. I wanted him to confess, but you know, ugh. Just don't let him get away because of your pride. Saying so, Rei scooted off to her room, leaving Saya contemplating with a pouty face. I know, damn it. But I can't change myself on a whim, even if I want to. Fuck this, I will go relax in the water. She decided to not think about her feelings for now. However, the image of Asahi and Aimi making out in the bathroom kept plaguing her mind. The more she denied it, the wilder the image became. Perverts. Mumbling, she entered the bath and saw Busujima sisters wearing a nightdress which wasn't here before. With her hair down and no specs, it was hard to tell the twins apart. Siko noticed her confusion, and with a soft smile, she asked, Takagi-san, are you doing okay? The gentle smile on Siko's face took Saya by surprise. I am fine. Don't be hasty in these types of decisions. Okay. Siko, go ahead and start the cooking. I'll join you later. Sure. Shirori watched Siko's back until she exited the bath, while Saya moaned from the icy water. Heaven. Her injury somehow healed before she knew, and the water felt so damn good. Takagi-san, are you going to follow Asahi-kun or not? She turned around to face Shiori's sharp gaze. What? 'Cause I am certainly going to follow him. Saya never thought Shiori-senpai she respected would try to butt heads over Asahi. Shiori's tone made it clear she wanted a fight, but she won't be backing down. And why are you telling me this? I can see you are hesitating over your feelings. Shiori chuckled lightly. He might be a huge pervert who gropes his own sister with no shame, but he is indisputably a guy I can trust wholeheartedly. Tell me, were you confident about leaving the academy without Asahi's help? Saya silently glared, finding words to rebuke. Despite her supernatural powers, she was certain about her death after the fight with the undead. I take it as you agree with my statement. Even we would be hard-pressed to escape the academy grounds. Saya gave a nod in agreement, albeit her reluctance. Then did you notice the way Mikuyuki looked at Asahi? Another nod. Asahi-kun isn't someone who lusts after a girl's beauty. Most men his age might have fallen to her charm, but you know her personality is something a traditional woman like me can never agree with. I know. You know a human's heart can be fragile, especially women. At times of crisis they tend to rely on the strong, be it man, woman, or a weapon. They will cling on anything that brings a sense of security. Yeah, Saya whispered, remembering her mother's state after her father divorced her. Shirori smiled and folded her arms on her chest. And someone strong and good-looking like Asahi-kun is bound to gather a lot of attention from the opposite gender. Many men and women will stick to him just to survive. There might be some who are far better than the two of us. Are you confident you won't regret your decision then? Saya shook her head. Be it her beauty, her wits, or her power, there might be many who surpass her in these. All I mean is please do not make any decision which might hurt you or Asahi-kun. Saya raised her head to meet Shiori's playful gaze. The competitive fire inside her burned brighter than ever. I will follow my guts, Saya whispered. Also, does Siko-senpai too? Siko. She likes him but finds it unable to accept those feelings. She shook her head. I will entrust this decision to Asahi-kun. Siko will listen to him. How can you trust him so much? Saya grumbled. I do what my heart says and that never let me down, except once. Shirori drew in a long breath and gazed at Saya with a serious expression. Every major decision in life comes at a risk and I think I'm prepared to face it. Saya nodded, admiring her inside. I will try again. Now that's the well-known genius of Fujimi Academy. Normally, she would be happy to hear such praise. But this time it only made her blush. She looked away and wore fresh clothes. A pale blue tank barely hiding her navel and black sports shorts. Well, then please call Asahi-kun for dinner or he might get busy with Marikua-sensei. Aren't they siblings? Is that even allowed? Shirori shook her head. It is up to them. We women should support him till the end, no. You sound like you already became his lover. Call it a women's intuition or whatnot, but I am sure that Asahi-kun won't deny me. I'll go call that pervert, she grumbled, and ignoring the giggle coming from behind, she darted toward the door. Now, standing in the room reserved for girls, Saya frowned. They are so close. Asahi and Shizuka looked like a couple snuggling together rather than siblings. Siscon perv. She whispered before noticing the white nightdress lying on the bedside. It completely matched Shizuka. Should I? Her current outfit was rather revealing. She might not have cared before, but now. Tapping Asahi's cheeks, she sighed in relief, and threw off her current outfit and put on the nightdress. It's comfortable. She sat beside Asahi and poked his cheeks. Wow, this perv looks cute. After 10 minutes of teasing Asahi in sleep, her head became fuzzy. She rolled over and laid down beside him. I don't care anymore. She thought as her consciousness slipped by. Chapter 29, ch. 29, a scarring past. What is this softness covering my sides? In confusion, I opened my drowsy eyes and froze. Shizuka and Saya slept on my sides, each hugging my arms. Then who was hugging my waist? Shirori. Why was she here? I bedded them all in my sleep. Never mind, their clothes were intact. Saya also wore the dress I bought for her. As much as I love to appreciate this heaven, my head throbbing with a damn headache. I grabbed the smartphone from the bed and captured this scene. Time to hunt some food. I suppressed a yawn and headed for the kitchen. Someone already started cooking. She wore an apron and black thong. Butt, thighs, and thong. It was Aimi. I stumbled with weak legs and hugged Aimi for support. Aimi, give me some food. No reply, huh? I brought my hands up and squeezed the ample bosom wrapped in a single cloth. MMGH. She moaned and tried to pry off my hands. Naughty girl, you did so much yesterday and now you are shying from this young master. I need to educate you properly. I grabbed her waist and forced her to turn and pressed my lips on her glossy pink lips. I tried to deep kiss her but her clenched teeth stopped my invasion. Ending the kiss, I glared at her. How dare? The next words got stuck in my throat. Purple hair, boobs a bit smaller than Aimi, and a taller build. My eyes opened wide and stared at the face worlds apart from my Aimi. Siko. I mistook Siko for Aimi and forced her into a kiss, even groped her boobs. I'm sorry. That was a shameful mistake. She shook her head. It's fine. You were sleepy after all. Are you not mad? No. Really? Yeah. Then, can I grope more? I asked with a head tilt and used my most innocent voice. Siko blushed and looked away. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection +4. As if I'll let this opportunity slide. Time to land the final blow. Siko, do you have anyone you like? No, she answered without meeting my eyes. Then, let's date. Ha. She looked at me with a slightly open mouth before she took a deep breath and her expression reverted to neutral. What? She was trying to run away. Not gonna happen. I took her hands in mine and deeply stared into her blue eyes. Become my woman. Silence. What are you hesitating for? I like you and you like me. Is that not enough reason to date? She refused to answer. Or am I being delusional here? She hung her head and avoided my gaze. I touched her chin and forced her to look at me. Tell me, is it related to that smile you flash every time you kill an undead? She stared at me for a long moment before releasing a sigh and turning off the stove, cooking the tasty and aromatic soup. Are you sure about this? I am a woman messed up in many ways. A chuckle escaped my lips. Then hit me with your best shot. She took my hand and dragged me toward the balcony. I swiftly grabbed the bread from the kitchen and clipped the packet with my teeth. Finally, this piece of bread tasted like the best delicacy I ever had. Siko giggled while I devoured the bread. It was pretty dark outside since the sun barely rose in the distance. The early morning told why others were absent. Perfect time to seduce, make Siko mine. The streets littered with headless corpses proved the work Amy put in yesterday. I leaned on the balcony while Siko stood beside me, her eyes darting across the streets. You saw the scar on my back? Yeah. She gave a mirthless laugh. It must look hideous. It doesn't lessen your beauty though. She looked at me as though checking if my words were a lie before she gave a nod and continued. Shirori always disliked the training and the discipline Busujima family members had to go through. Unlike me, her talent in the way of the sword is solely because of the effort she put every day and night after that day. For years ago, our father scolded her. Shirori escaped from home at night. After an hour of search in the town, I managed to find her. She was being cornered by a group of hooligans. Seeing them, a feeling overtook my mind. When I came to my mind, I was already beating down the thugs with my wooden sword. Stopping here, her lips formed a vicious smile. With a smile. I was enjoying it. Every hit of my sword made them scream out in pain. I took pleasure in breaking their bones, their legs. It was exhilarating. It was pure ecstasy. I placed my hand on hers and nodded. It was not enough to scare me. The things I did during my time as the heir dwarfed this small incident. Kidnapping, killing, laying down horrible traps, all just to reduce our competition. Though I wasn't the one who did this, the order always came from my lips. Chapter 30, ch. 30, Conquering the Twins. Then what about the scar? I asked. Siko nodded as her smile softened, the typical warm and lovely smile her face lacked from the manga. 1 year after that incident, one day, Shirori and I were returning home after shopping. It was already quite late. It was then we met them, the same hoodlums holding cold weapons. It was a pre-planned attempt for revenge. Their leader wanted to humiliate us both. But, he forgot about my sword skills. Even as an amateur, Shirori easily protected herself while I brought down the numbers to 3. It was then the leader pulled out his trump card, a fully loaded revolver aiming at Shiori's head. He threatened me to drop my sword, which I did, creating an opening for his partner to slash my back with a dagger. I squeezed her trembling hand as she continued, the bastard still shot my leg to cripple me. But the bullet only grazed my leg. Shirori took the opportunity to kick the gun away and disable him with her sword. Because of the blood loss, I couldn't see it. Protect Shirori, only this thought went through my head filled with adrenaline. I picked my sword and hit the head of both scums trying to rush for their boss aid. But it was too much for a weakling like them. The wooden sword caused a concussion. I didn't see anything and proceeded to smack the last one's head until I passed out from all the blood loss. Later, when the police arrived, they found 3 of them dead. It was way worse than I expected. The existence of her sister changed too much. Instead of violence, it was a murder. Poor girl. I draped my hand across her shoulder. Then. The case was shut because of my age and the criminals firing an unlicensed gun. My father also used his connection with the Takagi household. After that day, Shirori trained her sword skills every day. But I know, she still blames herself for this. If only I didn't beat him that hard. What about you? Do you feel guilty about this? She relaxed her head on my shoulder. That day when I heard their death, I felt nothing. It made me realize how much of a monster I am, feeling pleasure from others' misery with no guilt and shame. I shouldn't. I won't say sweet words like I understand you and shit, because I really don't. It would be insulting to you. I clenched her shoulder. Did you see me killing those guys on the streets? Yeah, I did. I also felt nothing. This apocalypse made me realize that I'm not meant to live a boring life. I know, your tone after you killed them was the same. Without any guilt, that's why I thought maybe. Yep, that's why I said, we might make a perfect couple. Ding. Seiko Busujima, affection plus 74. Ding. Seiko Busujima, upgraded to lovers. Finally, one of the two sisters obtained. What about Shirori? Seiko asked. You want me to take both of you? She nodded in response. Did you not think about it before when you flirted with us? She was such a splendid woman. I wanted to take her right now. I'll be honest here. You both sisters are amazing and a gentleman won't let go of any beautiful woman. You think we didn't know that? I could tell from the way you looked at us and Takagi-san. Are you going to get every woman? They really saw through my plan, but it reduced my burden of explaining it to others. At least the ones with a likable personality. You know another woman might have slapped you for this. Telling your harem plan right after confessing your feelings. I grinned as my hand snuck into her apron to directly grope her boobs. You won't. She giggled at my question. Should I? Nah, I don't feel pleasure from pain. Maybe you will awaken it. No chance in hell. She pushed my hand away and smiled. Not that I hate it, but we have a lot to do, right Shirori? I turned around to discover Shirori still in her white nightdress. Noticing me, she tilted her head and a teasing smile appeared on her face. Little sis already got the lead on me. What should I do now? Her presence completely went off my radar. Well, my focus stayed on Seiko all this time. Shirori, did you hear everything? I sure did, and thank you Asahi-kun for accepting this stuck-up sister of mine. Her gaze went from Seiko to me. And me. Ding. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 41. Ding. Shirori Busujima, upgraded to lovers. Shirori drew closer and dove into me. Her lethal weapons crushed on my chest. You are so warm. I stopped groping Seiko's chest and pulled her in my embrace. Finally, I conquered the twins. Seiko, I told you that he would accept us. Seiko giggled. Yeah, that naked apron did the trick. Or they conquered me. Chapter 31, ch. 31, Rings. Shirori, what happened last night? I asked since I slept earlier than I thought. I wanted to know if Aimi saved Alice and others. Shirori looked up with a frown. No, I won't let you touch that girl. Seiko also nodded. Alice-chan is too young. Their answer left me speechless and also conveyed Alice was safe. Killing a loli, even unintentionally, was a crime. Hey, what the hell do you take me for? I am not a pedophile. A pervert. Seiko and Shirori replied in sync. But a charming one. How could I scold them if they act like this? I could ask for other compensation like sneaking up my hands toward their butts and fondle them. The twins moaned but my honest hands coped a long feel of the tight yet squishy butts. Asahi-san, not here. The students might wake at any time. Seiko pleaded with puppy eyes. A gesture I never expected from her. Keep going, I don't mind it. Shirori countered Seiko's request. Okay, I will stop. Go wear something decent. I gave a last squeeze and let them go. Ding. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 1. Seiko Busujima, affection plus 1. Better than nothing. The hunger still haunted me, so I asked the twins for food and finally ate my fill. It was delicious. Seiko responded with a lovely smile. Then we shall take the burden of cooking. Gladly. Letting the twins change, I went toward the bedroom. Tsundere Saya's expressions were precious and I truly wanted to see her face when she woke up. On the way, I encountered a sleepy Now and her sis. Now inclined her head. Mari, Kawakuin. She was an airhead, just like my Nei-san. No wonder, she got captured by the goons. The type to easily tame, trusted. I squatted and patted Aika's head. Hello, Ai-chan. How is your health now? Ding. Now Sakurada, affection plus 4. Aika Sakurada, affection plus 3. Aika squinted her eyes and smiled. Aika is fine, Diso. Now's route started from befriending this lowly. Should I trap this bespectacled one-san within my evil grasp? Absolutely. But it could wait. Ask Shirori of Seiko for breakfast. I pinched Loli's cheeks. Tell me if you need anything. Thanks, Oni-chan. Haha, no worries. Leaving the two siblings, I finally arrived inside the bedroom and quietly sat between Shizuka and Saya. The two women showed no signs of waking up. Harassing them during sleep was out of option. You can go through the pending notifications. Pending. A good wife will clear the path for her husband. I cleared the notifications. Shoot M. Party member, Aimi Akane, killed level 2 cursed undead. You earned 6 XP. Party member, Aimi Akane, killed level 2 cursed undead. You earned 6 XP. Clear all the XP notifications. Hi. You have exceeded 500 favorability points with Aimi Akane. You acquired the Mark of Bond. A tiny light gray orb appeared in my hand. It had a reddish hue in its core. Mark of Bond, Aimi Akane contains the item most desired by Aimi Akane. This small orb contains her deepest desire. How do I use it? Focus. I concentrated on the orb. It glowed until it covered my entire palm. When the light receded, what left was a studded black leather collar. Aimi wanted to wear this. Wow, that's kinky. It's interesting nonetheless. Klisa, are there artifacts similar to spatial rings from Xianxia? I can create anything, you just need the right price. Here. List of spatial equipments. Bronze spatial ring, rank C has storage of 2 meter cube. Price, 250 KP. Silver spatial ring, rank B has storage of 5 meter cube. Price, 550 KP. Gold spatial ring, rank A has storage of 15 meter cube. Price, 1250 KP. Platinum spatial ring, rank S has storage of 50 meter cube. Weight reduction, reduces weight by 90%. Price, 5500 KP. The more expensive ones are rather useless for you. They have a miniature world inside it. Yeah. I checked my KP, karma points, to find a whopping amount of 52,780. How? That glasses teacher you killed. Although his impact on this world would be less than the original world, his religion could have caused many deaths. Thanks for dying, pal. Buy 5 silver rings for girls and 1 platinum one for me. I can put the Humvee inside if I want to. The 5 rings materialized into my hands. I put on the largest one on my left hand ring finger. Holding the collar, I willed on storing the collar, and it vanished. I focused on summoning the collar, and it appeared in my hand. Now the guns would go in there. Siko and Shirori could store their swords. Shizuka had her medical equipment. Saya, maybe her guns. Klisa, tell me the ways to use magic. My love wants to impress ladies with magic. Chapter 32, ch. 32, Grimoires. No. I don't want to waste my magic potential like this. I also need a trump card against other magicians. Protecting my women is absolute. You can wait for it to awaken naturally or buy a grimoire to learn it yourself. Waiting. What kind of grimoires do you have? Like the ones from Black Clover. I also have the ones from mythologies. Take a look at this. List of grimoires. Book of Enoch, rank EX contains boundless wisdom and knowledge on giants, demons, angels, and fallen angels. Spellbook, encompasses the knowledge to cast holy, divine, and darkness magic spells. Summon, summons an angel, fallen angel, demon, or giant. The incantation requires an immense amount of mana. Contract, forms a contract with the summoned entity. Price, 50,000 karma points. Sworn Book of Honorius, rank EX contains Honorius' unparalleled knowledge of all science. Eye of Divine God, gives future visions related to death and fortune. The Eternity, embodies the true secret to achieve immortality. Price, 50,000 karma points. Lesser Key of Solomon, rank SS bestowed onto King Solomon by Archangel Michael, this grimoire possesses powers related to demons. Summon, summons a demon from 72 Pillars of Solomon. The incantation requires an immense amount of mana. Contract, holds the key to form a contract with any of demons. Price, 20,000 KP. Book of Moses, rank A book. I ignored the ones below A rank. These cool grimoires enticed me. But why was the infamous Solomon's grimoire so cheap? I lacked KP to buy one EX rank grimoire. Unlike Solomon's grimoire 72 Demons, Book of Enoch also had no limits on contracts it seems. I could amass an army of mythical beings and conquer everything in my way. It sounded wonderful, but it would affect my growth in many ways. Relying on external devices halts the growth of the soul. Then maybe Solomon is good to keep as a trump card. I scrolled through the list for some cheap grimoire and found a masterpiece. Hymn of Spirits, rank A grimoire attuned to achieve true harmony with nature and spirits. Spellbook, contains various magic spells of 5 natural elements. Wise Sage, increases wisdom and intelligence in accordance with your understanding of this grimoire. Price 6,000 KP. And it was cheap as fuck. Humans can't usually read an original grimoire, as they are written in the language of gods. But my love is already someone who surpassed humanity. Who? Buy me Solomon and this one. I want a demon underling. Because of their moody nature, it is hard to form a pact with demons. However, my Asahi can do it. Yep. A hefty weight dropped on my hands. The badass book with a pitch-black cover and Lesser Key of Solomon written in creepy red letters. The other one had a mild green cover with a tree drawn on it. It stayed true to its name. Saya beside me rolled over and clung to my leg. Mommy. No mommy here. Though I can become your father if you want. She opened her eyes and stared at me. I snuck the grimoires inside the ring and stroked her cheeks. You woke up earlier than I thought. She closed her eyes and her lips curled up. Her brain must be perceiving it as a dream. Very well, let's give her a memorable dream. Pulling her cheeks with one hand, I moved the other one to lightly pinch her nipple. Her eyes suddenly opened. I formed a grin and squeezed her boobs even bigger than Siko's. Stop. Why should I? You came and clung to me at night. What does it mean? Tell me. She averted her gaze at my question. I don't remember it. You must have brought me here. Yes, that's it. Should I call Shirori? She was also her this morning. She pushed my hand and got up. Fine, I'll tell the truth. I came to invite you for dinner last night but you two were sleeping. I somehow passed out here. Her answer sounded believable. She stayed calm at my harassment. Tsundere was no longer Tsundere. She got off the bed. But before she could go, I grabbed her hand. What? Ignoring her cute yelp, I pulled her over and pressed my lips on hers. Before I got deeper, she pushed me away with a flushed face. Why you? It was compensation for making me horny. Also, you look cute in this dress. She stayed frozen for several moments before she turned around and ran for the door. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection +3. Kun, what was that? I turned around to find Shizuka pouting. Was she jealous? Do you like her? I nodded at her sharp question and moved closer to her. But I also like Nei-san. My cheeky answer made her smile widely. I also like Kun, as a family. As a family, huh? That would be changing soon. I bet my genius S on it. Chapter 33, ch. 33, Competitive Saya. Nah, Nei-san. Show me your hand. Tilting her head, she stretched her hand toward me. What now? I grabbed her delicate hand and slipped the silver ring on her ring finger. Her eyes brightened up before gloominess clouded her face. Kun, what is the meaning of this ring? It is a magic treasure. I feigned an ignorant look at her while grinning inside. What did Nei-san think it was? A proposal ring. She shook her head repeatedly. Of course I knew it was something important. I never thought Kun would never try to give it with that intention. I drew closer to her face and held her shoulders to stop her from running. What if that was really my intention? What would Nei-san do? She closed her eyes and suddenly, her body fell forward. I caught her and checked her pulse. It looked fine, so she passed out. That was unexpected. I backed her so much. Shaking my head, I tugged her back into the blanket. I took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes, a casual white shirt, and black trousers. Clothes only added more to my extraordinary charm. I descended the stairs to the ground floor where Aimi, Komuro, Rei, Kota, and Kazu Ishii supervised the students. These four were getting good at managing. It's better this way, right? Siko remarked from my left. Now we can leave without any worry. I won't worry about them though. Siko is wrong though. More than 99% of Asahi-kun's heart is reserved for women. Shirori definitely nailed the mark. I withdrew 2 rings from my ring, turned, and grabbed Shiori's left hand. Asahi-kun. She noticed the ring and her eyes turned round. Seriously? I smiled at her question and pushed the silver ring on her ring finger. She brought the hand near her face and flipping her hand over and over, she examined the ring with a bright smile. Shirori Busujima, affection +17. Siko already extended her hand with a calm smile contrary to her eyes shining in anticipation. Similarly, I slid the ring on her ring finger. Siko Busujima, affection +26. Thanks. Siko exclaimed and drawing closer, she placed a kiss on my lips. That's quite bold of her. I could clearly hear the gasps coming from the students. Siko pulled back and turned her flushed face. Shirori patted my shoulder. As I turned around, her soft lips attacked my lips. Her tongue sneaked out of her mouth and tickled mine. She was quite skillful for a virgin. I didn't back down and assaulted her tongue, causing her to lean on me. Before I got deeper into her tongue, Siko forced me away from Shirori. Yet, the thread of saliva still connected our lips. Sheesh. You too, please try to be mindful of others. Siko scolded us. Shirori ignored her sister's words and dragged me back upstairs. This ring looks cool. But where did you get them? You forgot I can create items. It's not a normal ring. I pointed at the wooden sword hanging on her waist. Try to think about storing it inside the ring. They both stared at me with wide eyes before closing them and trying to follow my words. In a second, the sword faded into specks of brilliant white. Shirori and Siko opened their eyes and searched for the sword, which they found nowhere. Now try to summon the sword. As they did, the swords materialized in siblings' hands. Wow. Amazing. Shirori exclaimed while Siko whispered her surprise. You are giving them now. Does that mean we are departing early? Siko asked. She is sharp as ever. Yes, we are. Don't you feel bored here? Siko's face twisted as the gentle aura around her vanished. I do. It's no fun if I don't smash one or two skulls. That's my sadistic girl. A series of hurried footsteps came from below, followed by Saya. What the hell is going on here? Why are you three kissing? Saya gritted her teeth. Her betrayed expression forced me to step closer and wrap my arms around her lithe body. Bastard, let me go. She squirmed in my embrace. Then a ticklish feeling came from my chest. This girl was biting me. Not that her teeth could do anything to my defense. She would have used magic if she really wanted to break free. So she only wants to talk right now. Listen to me, Saya. No, I'm not listening to anything. You traitor. You took my first kiss and this how you repay me. I am sorry, okay. But a genius like you should have known from the start that I'm a horrible person. That one woman can't satisfy me. She responded with another bite before she looked up, with a fire burning inside her eyes. A woman like me can't satisfy you. Is that what you were trying to say? I was stating the facts. You annoying bastard. I bet she was feeling competitive. It gave me another idea. Why don't we bet if you can do it or not? If you won, I'll never look for another girl, I whispered and let go of her. Saya hung her head while her body clung to me. You agree then? Sliding my hands across her back, I stopped at her thighs, lifted them to lock around my waist, and walked toward the bath since Shizuka slept in the bedroom and the other one was used by now and her sis. Stop right here. Where are you taking me? Someplace I can eat you up. I'm not prepared, she whispered. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. She responded with another bite on my chest. I said nothing and kept walking. Asahi-kun, me too. Shirori tried to follow me but Siko stopped her. No, Shirori. I won't let you intrude on a girl's first time. Asahi-kun, you don't have to worry about us. Thanks, Siko. I'll be sure to repay you later. Of course with my body. I stopped before the bath and smiled at Saya, not daring to open her eyes. I opened the door, entered, and shut it tight. No one should be able to disturb us. Chapter 34, Ch. 34, Tsundera's Love, R. 18. Asahi put me down. Is there some artifact to create a soundproof barrier? Why not? Just 250 karma points. Deal. A cozy bed too. 50 karma points. Buy it. A metal disc appeared in my hands and out of thin air, a king-sized bed materialized right before me, headboard made from the mahogany wood, 2 plump pillows, and crisp, white bed sheets. The bed reminded me of the good old days. Where did this come from? Saya asked, forgetting that the bed would help her ascend to womanhood. I have my own magic, okay. Amazing, can you create anything? Not really. I lowered her on the bed. She rolled over to create some distance. The metal disc was actually a chakram without sharp edges. Pour your mana inside to activate it. Mana. Something foreign yet familiar flowing inside me, that's how it was described in my previous world fiction. With peak concentration, I searched for that feeling, I discovered something squirming around my heart. Is this it? I tried to send it toward the chakram, which lit up with a faint golden light. My love is a genius as always. You have learned to control mana. Reward, +3 stats. Nice. Free things are always welcome. Saya absent-mindedly stroked the mattress. It's so soft. I also touched it and nodded. I can't deny this was the softest material I ever touched. I can't blame my love. This silk is woven by high-level arachnes. Oh, the monster girls. Yes. I got no fetish for them. I understand. I threw the chakram on the bedboard and approached her with a grin. Let's continue where we left off this morning. She backed off, a little too much, and fell off the bed. Kaya. I caught her hand and pulled her before her head hit the ground. She stared back with wide eyes and a flushed face. Girl, you are this scared of me. A deep sigh leaked past my lips as I released her hand. Maybe I should leave since my presence is bothering you. Maybe I rushed this too much. But Tsundere won't respond until I pushed her. Suddenly, a notification rose in my vision. Sai Takagi, affection +3. Don't. I'm sorry. She whispered and hung her head. I was wrong for not answering your confession. Are my ears ringing, or she just admitted she is wrong? I don't know how I feel about you, even though you are an annoying pervert, who wants a bunch of beautiful girls to follow him. She raised her head with a solemn expression. But I know it will be hard to live without you. This Tsundere finally admitted feelings. I blinked my eyes and pinched my cheeks. Okay, this isn't a dream. I couldn't help but ask, who are you? She fiercely glared at me. However, it only looked cute to me. She can't blame me though after all the confession came as a surprise. I wrapped my arms around her waist and kissed her. This time she closed her eyes, locked her arms around my neck, and tried to return the kiss clumsily. I couldn't hold back anymore. Picking her light body, I shifted her to the side and pinned her down. With her head on the pillow, her twin tails sprawled on the bed while her hazy eyes gazed at me. I tossed her glasses to the side and kissed her luscious lips. Her ample breast squeezed under my chest while her hand slipped across my chest and encircled my back. It was the first time she took the initiative. Her tongue slipped out of her mouth and overlapped with mine. The blazing kiss continued until she pushed me and her warm grazed my face as she tried to recover. I quickly threw her nightdress and my clothes in the spatial ring, not waiting a single moment, my lips pressed on her tantalizing neck and trailing down. I didn't forget to mark my territory with a row of hickeys until my face stopped before her gorgeous apes. Idiot, don't look at them like that, she whispered with an embarrassed face and tried to push my face away. However, she couldn't hope to overpower me. Your breasts are beautiful. I grinned and buried my face between them. The soft flesh emitting a pleasant fragrance enveloped my cheeks. Big boobs are the best. NGHHH, stop, it tickles. She said between soft moans. I froze at her unexpected cute reaction and raised my head. She quickly averted her pouty face. Stupid. I chuckled lightly and nibbled her pale pink nipples, eliciting a moan from her. She covered her mouth to suppress them. Not gonna work, babe. While biting, licking, and fondling her breasts, I traced my finger down her bare navel, stopping at the cloth digging deep in her meaty thighs. Saya's sultry eyes revealed a mix of fear and anticipation as she gazed at me. May I? I teased with a grin. Chapter 35, ch. 35, Saya's change, r. 18. May I? I teased with a grin. She just released a hot sigh. Taking her silence as the cue, I snuck my hands inside and fiddled with her twitching clit. Wait, no, dot. I smirked as my hand crept deeper and pressed against her vulva wet with slimy juices. You are already this wet. Don't tell me you enjoy being teased. She bit her lips with teary eyes, trying to not leak a moan that only riled me further. Separating her folds, I plunged one finger into her hole and stimulated the fiery walls. Soon, the wet crevice stretched enough to fit 2 and then 3 fingers. Her insides shivered and coiled around my fingers. Saya let loose a stream of sensual moans. Her fists balled up, crumpling the bedsheets while her chest heaved furiously. HNGH. My fingers fucked her harder and blocked her mouth with my lips, letting her experience what was probably her first orgasm. A short while later she stopped twitching. I took out my wet fingers from her pussy and squeezed her boobs. Sai Takagi, +8 affection. Sai Takagi, upgraded to lovers. She nibbled on my lips, pushed my chest, and sat up. Fuck, that was intense. She looked up, her usual orange eyes shone with a crimson hue. Are we not gonna continue? You are going to lose. However, our heart is big, thus we will let you keep Usujima sisters as mistresses. What the fuck? My mind went blank at her sudden change. Did the first climax awaken something inside her? What are you so lost about? She laid again with crossed legs and spread her lower lips with both hands, revealing the pink flesh inside. Come on, fill me up with that throbbing rod now. Trying my best to ignore the sexy gesture, I asked, who are you? She tilted her head. What do you mean? I am Saya, the girl who loves you. Let me check. Oh no, she has split personality issues. No, that's not right. Fire element changes her personality every time she gets excited. How long will it last? Until she stops channeling mana through her body or she calms down. The fire element melted the tsundere in seconds. So she will become like this every time she is aroused. Yes. Asahi, stop making me wait. I never thought Saya would be the one to ask for it. The change left me speechless until she got back up and pushed her frowny face against me. You are still worried that this rod won't be able to enter me. She grabbed my cock hard from arousal and began to move her hand up and down. How sweet. Then I will do this. Her hands pressed on my chest and pushed me back. I supported myself with both hands. Not a moment later, she took my cock into her unusually warm mouth and her 5 fingers slid up and down, provoking the lust inside me. She pulled back her mouth and grinned at me, her cute pointed tooth peeking out of her lips. I will make Asahi happy with the boobs he loves so much. She cupped a breast in either hand and pressed my cock between them. The boobs wet with my saliva and her sweat squeezed and rocked up and down my shaft. You are a monster. I raised my head and groaned. This girl used the full power of her F-cup boobs. Not that I could hate it when she licked the tip. Under her constant teasing, minutes passed by. Darling, come for me. Okay. I'll give it to you since you asked for it. I stopped enduring and let everything loose. The white cum sprayed on her face and her boobs. I panted while she brazenly wiped off the cum and tasted it. It tastes bittersweet. She licked her lips and jumped on me. Now we are both ready. She straddled my hips and grabbed my cock. With her hands placed on my chest, she lined up the rod with her pussy and lowered herself. I could only watch my cock disappearing inside her heated hole. It met a thin resistance. Saya's face frowned, clearly not expecting the pain. However, she stopped for nothing and dropped down until her ass touched my thighs. Ah. She moaned as her back arched. Her insides wrapped my cock, trying to wring me dry. She recovered and looked at me with tears dripping down her cheeks red like a ripe tomato. Her eyes regained the usual fiery orange color. The Tsundere Saya is back. Chapter 36, ch. 36, Winner. R. 18. Saya returned to normal and her gaze darted everywhere in the room. Asahi. I'm sorry. I'm not ready for this. She covered her face and tried to pull out from the position. I placed my hands on the bed, raised my body, and wrapped my arms around her back. Hey, can you feel me inside you? I whispered near her ears. Are you going to leave me like this? What about our bet? But it's embarrassing. How could I do that? Even Paizuri. So you knew about this. As expected of a genius, you even have knowledge in that area. I never read adult doujin. I swear. I traced my finger down her spine, causing her to shiver. Then girl, how do you know they are called doujins? Because I saw one in my papa's room. She gathered her courage and confessed. Wait, you have a FA, never mind. I stopped since her mother divorced her father, totally not my fault. She looked up with a resolute expression. Asahi, promise me that you won't ever leave me. I chuckled at her reasonable request. You think a guy like me would do that? I guess not, she answered with a smile. My hands descended and grabbed her round ass to easily lift her. Yua. She yelped and hugged my back. What are you doing? Finishing what we started. She sank her teeth in my shoulder. Ugh. Why is this so hard? I paid no heed to her words and started my assault on her pussy while her sensual moans chimed near my ears. Her teeth kept trying to take a bite out of me. It only tickled me a bit, otherwise, it had no effects. Her eyes also switched between orange and crimson, showing her excitement. Saya, bouncing on my lap, suddenly patted my back. I took the sign to thrust deep inside her and released my load. She arched backward as her body spasmed for a good few seconds before she collapsed on me and a stream of juices flowed out of her. Sai Takagi, affection +4. We both breathed heavily until a realization hit me. I just cream-pied her. No. Children are demons and I don't want those little demons to pop out of her. Definitely not. Ufufu, no need to be afraid, my love. That barrier also helps in preventing a girl from getting pregnant. Praise me. Klisa, you are a lifesaver. You are the best. Thanks, my love. Saya pushed me and leaning over me with furious eyes, her lips parted. Asahi, you moron. Why did you do it inside? What if I get pregnant? Who would look after the child in this apocalypse? I pecked her lips. No need to worry about it. I already made preparations for it. How can you be so sure, huh? I pointed at the MVP of the day, the chakram chilling on the side. That's an artifact and this too is an artifact. The silver ring sneaked on her fingers. She tilted her head and realized the ring's presence. She gaped at the ring before her face went red like usual. Why? What do you think? A pee proposal. She blurted out as her face turned redder. She was less embarrassed during sex than receiving a ring. You can take it like that. Sai Takagi, affection +9. Wow, Asahi. Thanks a bunch. Her eyes turned crimson. Demon Saya returned with a feral grin. Asahi will be rewarded for this sweet ring. She twirled her hips and started to rock up and down, her breasts jiggling with every motion. This time we kept going on until both of us collapsed and she celebrated her win triumphantly. Kidding, Saya melted in another 2 rounds. Even that was through sheer will and her newly awakened naughty mode. Because we were already in the bath, I washed her and dressed her in a short-sleeve shirt and shorts. After storing the bed in chakram, I carried Saya out of the bath and let her rest inside the bedroom with Shizuka. It's time to read the grimoire, but before that, I called out to my status. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress, 750/800 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Attributes. Strength, 52, +6. Dexterity, 62, +6. Constitution, 62, +6. Defense, 78, +8. Charm, 148, +8. Magic, 274, +13. Karma, 18530, -34,250. Skills. I leveled up. God, Aimi, how many zombies have you beheaded today? I wanted to save them until they level up more and give me more XP and KP, but Aimi wiped a part of them alone. Author, the plot will go faster from now. Favorite if you liked it, /author. Chapter 37, ch. 37, Now's request. I sat on the bed and flipped open the Grimoire of Solomon. The rows of text here matched no language I ever encountered. My love needs to see it with the glasses you bought back in the school. Shit. I forgot about those glasses. They must be in my pants. Knock, knock. Asahi-kun, can I come in? Sure. Shirori approached me with her usual calm smile. Stopping before me, she took my hand and placed something. I found them while washing clothes. The item I bought for 150 KP. Thanks, Shirori, you are a lifesaver. She accepted my gratitude with a smile and pointed at Saya dozing off on the bed. Saya-chan suffered quite a terrible loss. That's a given. I wouldn't seek a harem if I can't satisfy everyone. A fair point. She sat beside me and stared at the open grimoire. What is this? I replaced her glasses with my artifact. The black sunglasses suited her rather well. Try to read. Why not? She agreed and tried to recite the first line. The Archangel Mika, Ung. She clutched her head with a pained expression. I closed the book and patted her head. I am fine. But what is with this cursed book? Goddess Klisa gave me this grimoire. She nodded and asked an unexpected question. Now that I think about it, we are living here like the apocalypse never happened. While continuing patting her head, I coaxed, this mentality is better suited for survival. Always staying on the edge won't help anyone. Well, I came here for a chaotic vacation. Foo-foo. Shirori closed her eyes and purred like a cat. So cute. Her expression sunk in complete bliss. After having my fill of cuteness, I let her go. Otherwise, it might go on until night. She came to her senses and yawned with teary eyes. That was good. Let's do it again later. Right now I need to help others. She kissed my lips and trotted out of the room. Shirori Busujima, affection +4. You learned a new skill, head patting. Head patting, F rank grants a calming and blissful effect when touching the head of someone. Okay. Too tired to retort, I put on the sunglasses, opened the book, and focused. The unreadable text became clear. The not-so-story of summoning demons fascinated me. I kept reading through the pages until my head started buzzing. Don't try more. Even high humans have a limit to how much they can read God's language. You learned a new skill, God's language. God's language, F rank reduces the strain when reading the language of gods. The effect varies according to rank. You learned a new skill, Gift of Tongues. Gift of Tongues, E rank possessing an unnatural talent in reading, the user can understand any human language. Another 2 op skills. Today sure is a lucky day. After shutting the grimoire, I noticed Saya sitting beside me. What's up? Nothing. I poked her cheeks. How is your body? She sat there, staring intently at the grimoire. I'm fine after certain someone rocked my world for hours. Anyway, what's this? A grimoire. I will tell you later. I need to do some work or people will call me a lazy leader. There is nothing left for you to do there except flirting with girls. I take pride in that job. Grinning, I strut through the door, leaving a speechless Saya and Shizuka feigning sleep. No matter what you try, woman, I will prevail through the incest route. On my way, I met Komuro and Koda, who led me to the room with a safe. Rika stored her weapons here if I am correct. With little to no effort, we pried open the safe and fresh smell of gunpowder greeted us. 3 guns, a sniper rifle, a shotgun, and a semi-automatic assault rifle. Kota grinned like a virgin man who saw a woman dancing naked before him. The military otaku then went on and on about the weapons which I purposefully ignored. I slipped out of there with a random excuse and met a bubbly Alice and her dog accompanied by a middle-aged man, presumably her father. We exchanged some greetings while I patted her head. Yep, I'm not gonna take this girl with me. She is better off here than wandering between cities. As I left her, someone unexpected stopped me. Do you have a problem, now? I asked as she took my hand and pulled me toward the same balcony. Why here of all places? She glanced at me before looking at the corpses lying all across the street. Marikawa-kun, can I request something? I could guess what she wanted. But, I won't be me if I voiced it out. Go ahead. Can you take me and Aiko with you? She sighed. I don't feel comfortable with men after that and this place is full of men. The trash left her traumatized. Does that mean she sees me as anything but a man? Then why me? Because I don't feel that with Mari. She looked up, her tight white shirt tightened further, giving the full shape of her massive boobs. Asahi-kun, I think I can trust you. Oi, your boobs, trust in me is heavy. I might go horny and fuck your brains out someday. Glasses Wani-sans were always on my list. So I couldn't reject her. However, I needed a small reason to take her with me or the passionate Saya would explode. Can you use guns or any other weapon? She shook her head. I can't use any weapon but I can do this. She aimed her finger at me and swish, a cold breeze hit my cheeks. A wind mage. Chapter 38, ch. 38, preparations done. So, this woman, now Sakurada, had awakened wind magic. Can you raise the output? I asked. Of course, I can. Now turned her aim to a zombie corpse on the street and wind whirled around her finger, compressing into a solid bullet. Compressed slug shot. The airhead Wani-san exclaimed the spell name and the bullet streaked through the air, flinging the corpse to the wall, splattering it into meat paste. Damn, that's op. Now wiped the sweat off her cheeks and smiled at me. I can use it 3 times. Nice. You'd be a big help for crushing large guys. Not forgetting, I patted her head, earning 3 more affection points with the busted woman. With that out of the way, I jumped past the fences and started my search for Aimi. The lunch was ready and my Yandere bodyguard wasn't anywhere. The search was easy. I just had to follow the trail of corpses in the street. Sprinting in the streets was refreshing. Another odd minute later, the tracks turned into a narrow dark alley filled with an eerie silence. I quickly rushed inside and discovered Aimi's back, her hands raising the gleaming short sword high and bringing it down, stabbing the undead lying before her. She didn't stop and stabbed again, and again. Now that's creepy. While I was about to sneak out, she turned her head, her red snapped wide and her lips twisted, that paired with her face sprinkled with blood gave an incredible charm. I'm not sane. Come on, let's go home. It's time for lunch. Coming, Asahi-sama. She hung the dagger in her miniskirt and skipped over to me. I became stronger. Good job. While talking about our plans for tomorrow, we returned, grabbed the dinner, and filled ourselves with Seiko's delicious cooking. I wouldn't be surprised if the twins end up obtaining skills related to cooking. After that, I returned to my room and busied myself in reading the second grimoire. Another hour later, the headache struck me again. I rested my throbbing head on Shizuka's heavenly thighs. She moaned about for a second, then calmed down and stroked my head. I closed my eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Waking up to a gray ceiling, I got up and gazed at the lowly goddess sitting in a Seiza position, wearing a white kimono. Welcome home, husband, she greeted me with a smile and went to Jiza, prostrate, before me. She was still learning to become a perfect housewife. How cute. I jumped at the goddess, pinned her down, and ripped her kimono. For the next few hours, all kinds of moans filled the elegant room, making it not so elegant. After waking in the real world, I found Shizuka leaning against the headboard with closed eyes and Saya and Seiko hugging my waist. Everyone around me is relaxed with 0 fucks about the undead. I woke them up and dragged them to the dining room. Rei, Komuro, Kazu Ishii, and Kota also joined. A good opportunity to explain my plans. That's what I did. They seemed reluctant, especially the protagonist Komuro, but otherwise said nothing. There might be some idiots there, but it was at least functional. If it was manga, they might have asked to join, but here they know that the undead evolved, that ammo won't last forever, and the bigger ones can't be beaten unless you explode the shit out of their muscle head. After shifting 2 shotgun and a handful of ammo to the Humvee, I returned to my room and gawked at Shizuka gulping down booze right from the bottle. Kun. She blurted out. Throwing booze to the side, she jumped at me with open arms. Asahi. I firmed my stance and caught her. Her hands drifted all over my body and stopped at my belt. Let Wani-san teach you a thing or two about sex. Frowning, I grabbed her hand before things got out of hand. Nei-san, calm down. No. 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 She glared at me. I won't let those girls get lovey-dovey with my Ae-kun. I raised you all alone and now some random girls come and want to take you away. Never. That confession was a bit surprising. As much as I wanted to progress our relationship now, I refused to fuck her while she was drunk. I am not going anywhere and you should sleep. She ignored me and tried to unbutton my shirt. Releasing a sigh, I dragged her to the bed and after struggling for a minute, I managed to tuck her in the blanket. The others quietly watched from behind. Hop in. One by one they gathered around the bed, murmuring who knows what. I spared them since tomorrow would be a busy day and having any wobble out there won't be a good thing. Well, cuddling with them was comforting in its own way. This time I truly slept instead of spending time with Klisa. Chapter 39, ch. 39, An Unexpected Turn. On the first ray of dawn, I showered, ate breakfast, and donned my new outfit, a light-colored short-sleeved shirt and gray shorts. The sun might roast me if I wear a full defensive dress. We loaded enough food for our lunch and dinner. I will buy some with KP in case of emergencies. Standing in the garage, I glanced over the group, Shirori holding a shotgun with ease. The playful Wani-san learned to use the shotgun at point-blank range. I promised to buy some magic guns when she awakens her element. And then there was Siko, who always pursued the way of the sword, had a pistol tucked inside the belt tied around her black stockings. The twins learned marksmanship from Aimi yesterday when I slept. Saya, who boasted enough firepower to blast a group of the undead. Aimi, well she was Aimi, wearing a baggy jacket and a sinfully short skirt. Now, the future mob killer, wearing a pale yellow dress and Aiko, the lowly mascot of our group sporting a white shirt with black overalls. Her eyes blinked as she looked at me. Oni-chan. A cute child indeed. Lastly, my Nei-san dressed in a tight maroon t-shirt and skinny jeans clinging to her voluptuous figure. Did she wear it to seduce me? Also, it seems she forgot everything about last night or she was acting. Nah, impossible. Airhead Nei-san won't be able to put on such a believable act. Shall we? Yep, no regrets. As Shirori said. The sisters beamed a bright smile. Shirori settled on the back seat while Siko leisurely sat on the roof with Aimi. Is this the birth of a crazy duo? And that's what you love about them. True. Thank you, Oni-chan. For protecting Naone. Saya pinched my waist. Stop getting overdramatic now. I am taking the steering. I won't allow you, children, to drive. Shizuka-san, we can switch for the driving duty. Shizuka nodded at Nao's request and the mature ladies took the front seat. Nei-san, as Saya's home is closest, we will head there first. Thanks. Saya expressed her gratitude with a smile. I kinda knew you'd do that. Aiko tugged my shorts. Oni-chan, play with Aiko. Sure. I picked her up and sat beside Shirori while Saya squeezed into the side. While I patted Aiko's head, the car vroomed and zoomed out of the garage. Behind, Komuro and others waved at us. I also waved in return. Mikuyuki still eyed me with those predatory eyes. I had already warned the group about the half-psycho and the rest was up to them. I'm sure she will do something, that's my gut speaking. Putting that woman aside, I refreshed my memory of this city. Currently, we were near the Tokunosu Castle, a mighty stronghold if I wanted to camp. In the manga, the cops sealed both Tokunosu and Onbetsu bridges leading to Takagi's estate, Saya's house. We'll see if the bridges are still blocked here. The loli on my lap leaned on my chest for my head pats. Using my free hand, I patted Saya's head. She must be worried about her mother. It's gonna be fine. I hope so. She closed her eyes and let a small smile surface on her face. Don't get any weird ideas. That was abrupt. Shirori quietly leaned on my shoulder. While enjoying heaven inside the Humvee, I searched outside for any potential MILFs. Some damn imbeciles tried chasing after our vehicle. But Aimi's pistol equipped with a silencer showed no mercy to anyone. A few rare ones shot magic spells at the undead. Not bad. But no MILFs here. I clicked my tongue while ignoring the chimes of XP gain. I pulled out the grimoire and the glasses and immersed myself in reading. I could only flip through one page before our car screeched. Ae-kun, the Onbetsu bridge is blocked. The undead roamed between the cars jamming the wide bridge. On the other side of the bridge, the cops fired hails of bullets at the undead army. Some lady cops also threw tiny fire and water spells. It reminded me of the flat-chested cop that Kota loved in the manga. Adopting a serious face, I replied, I know, damn. Turn back, we'll try the water route. Okay. Shizuka steered back while Aimi and Siko finished off the horde trying to chase us. The car smoothly slipped into the shallow river and slowly cut through the water. Klisa, I need a physical barrier artifact. Done. I refused to trust that cops would let us go this easily. Hey, you there. Stop the car and turn back, a cop shouted using a microphone. Any personnel is not allowed to cross the bridge. I repeat. Do not cross the bridge or we will resort to using force. As expected, they wanted to prevent us from entering the city. Pushed Saya to the side and squeezed out of the windshield. Ignoring her mumbling, I slapped the chakra on the roof while pouring mana inside it. A golden glow spread out and enveloped the Humvee. I grinned at the dumbfounded officers and raised a middle finger. Oh no. The bastard pulled the trigger. Saya pulled me back. Bang, 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 asterisk bang. The bullets ricocheted off the barrier and sunk into the water. These fuckers are out of their goddamn mind. How long will it last? Probably 15 minutes. Chapter 40, ch. 40, so she appears. A/N the king returns from the hunt cough cough. Time to get serious about this. I will publish regularly from now on. I calmed the girls panicking from the gunfire, ignoring the thundering gunshots. Soon, the Humvee crossed the river, taking less than 3 minutes. The barrier device was left with more than 12 minutes of durability. Don't pay attention to them. Just keep driving to Saya's house. Where was it again? Ah. It's a two-chum at Higashi Hill. Saya yelled out. You heard her. Here we go. Shizuka accelerated the Humvee and thus, we escaped the gunfire. TCH, those guys were lucky that I wasn't Xianxia's protagonist or they'd be out by roots. What the hell were you thinking? Saya whimpered. We could have waited until the police weren't there to cross the bridge. You are wrong this time. Shirori denied Saya's idea. Didn't you see the ability users on the police's side? They will obstruct any potential infection from coming here, which is meaningless as this part of the city is already infested with the undead. The undead roaming the streets were scarce compared to the other side. I haven't seen any JSDF choppers passing by since day one. That was a normal occurrence in the manga. Do the cops not know about this? Saya's eyes widened as horror washed over her face. Or they gave up on the other side. I brushed her hair. Yeah, they probably want to keep this side safe to build a shelter here. Now stared at the rearview mirror, seemingly curious by our relationship. I winked, causing the busted woman to turn her gaze. I once again opened the grimoire and immersed myself while patting Aiko's head who was now clinging to my chest. The lowly soon relaxed and fell asleep. Aiko Sakurada, affection +5. Now Sakurada, affection +3. This is weird. Aiko, don't like me, please. Even my Lolican heart has limits. You learned a new skill, Demon Summoning, Ars Goetia. Demon Summoning, Ars Goetia, F rank. You can summon any demon from the 72 Pillars of Solomon. This skill has a cooldown of 24 hours. Having a higher understanding of the grimoire, Lesser Key of Solomon, will reduce the cooldown. You learned a new skill, Contract. Contract, F rank. You can form a pact with any spiritual being. At the current rank you are limited to 1 contract. Finally. I achieved it after wrecking my dizzy brain for almost an hour. Congratulations, my love. Thanks. I'll try it in Yuriko's house. I need some thighs to recover. Sleep on Shiori's thighs. Not enough time. The undead in the street increased, the more we neared towards Saya's house. The tsundere clutched my hand in her trembling hand. I sighed and pinched her cheeks. Her eyes turned teary. I say you should stop worrying. I lowered my voice. Or I would fuck your brains out in front of your mom. Saya's lips parted but nothing came out. Shutting her lips, she looked outside. I also turned to the front where 5 undead were flailing their hands. Yet none of them moved forward. Nei-san, stop here. Aikuin, all right, she pressed the brakes. The Humvee drifted, crashing into a bunch of undead and sending them flying. Saya, Shirori out. Everyone wait here. Shirori and Saya exited. I carefully picked up Aiko and shifted her against the seat. I also got out and squinted at the 3 layers of sharp wire set in the middle of the road. We avoided the trap wire, but the undead started to surround her. Nothing much against my Yandere bodyguard or the elegant duo of Siko and Shirori. Even with a normal wooden sword, she was unstoppable. I summoned my frost daggers and sprang into the horde. If I'm not wrong, Yuriko would come to help us. The thing was the 1-day difference in the departure from the manga. Despite being lost in thoughts, my hands never stopped swinging the dagger, beheading the heads, dismembering the arms and legs. After 10 minutes, a rotten stench filled the air, coming from the pile of corpses. And I leveled up, reaching LVL 5. Good job everyone. Get back in the car, I will remove the wire. I chuckled at Saya's eyes changing. They got into the car while I vaulted over the wires and observed the area in front. I raised my brow as a truck took a turn to this road, grinding the undead in its way. So she arrived. Chapter 41, CH 41, Her Worries. Yuriko's POV. Yuriko Takagi propped her head on her elbow and absent-mindedly gazed at the houses flashing past the window. Strands of her light purple hair swayed in the breeze. Right now, she was patrolling the area to find more survivors. Her purple eyes held composure. Yet, worry could be seen dwelling deep inside them. The worry for her sole daughter was eating her from inside. Yet, she could do nothing. The police blocked the bridges to the other side. Even her fortune surpassing billions had no use. Her, or rather Takagi House's subordinates were busy creating a shelter for survivors. She pointed her finger at the undead and activated the incomprehensible ability she learned yesterday. A strange sensation surged through her body, moving toward her arm, and concentrated, lighting up her fingertips. It transformed into fist-sized stone spikes. She merely willed and the spikes shot forward, hitting and blowing the heads of 3 undead. This ability was the reason she came for patrols. Of the 139 survivors, only 10 had awakened some kind of supernatural ability. However, her earth element was stronger than the rest. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunshots came from her left. The street closed with a steel wire trap. Did someone get stuck in the trap? If that was the case, she had to save them. She turned toward the driver, who looked at her in return. Miss. Go. Fast. The driver rotated the steering wheel and took a sharp turn. Her heart sped up as the undead kept dying under the truck. What is this feeling? Is something good about to happen? Or is it bad? She took a deep breath and concentrated. Her eyes widened at the man standing alone in the street wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts like he came here on vacation. Problem child. That was her first impression of the handsome man waving his hands with a smile. She ignored him and narrowed her gaze at the Humvee behind him. It seemed to be in working condition. Is he from the military? A soldier? Her impression of him became a bit better. After all, at this time, everyone prized fighting prowess over every other thing, and someone who could shoot and survive would always be welcome in her group. Stop. Understood. Screech. The truck drifted, turning 90 degrees. It came to a stop. Yuriko kicked the door and landed before the men. Her violet dress failed to hide her ravishing cleavage, which she couldn't care less about. She noticed the youth with tan skin examining her body, a thing she was more or less used to. Are you all right? She questioned before berating herself for asking such a silly question. He couldn't be any better. The brown-haired youth's grinning lips parted. Yeah. Wait a minute. Saying that, he turned around. She also followed his gaze and froze. A pink-haired girl approached in a hurry. She knew her well. Saya. She waited no longer and sprinted toward her daughter. Mama. Saya vaulted over the wire easily, baffling her until her daughter crashed into her. She bit her lips, stopping the painful groan, and squeezing her daughter into her embrace. Her throat tightened along with her chest. She barely squeezed out a word. Saya. Saya looked up and smiled despite the tears staining her cheeks. Mama, I'm back. Her lips formed a warm smile as she pulled her daughter in her arms, feeling her body against hers with her eyes shut. At this moment, Yuriko wasn't the genius stockbroker of Wall Street, nor was she the head of Takagi clan. Here and now she was a woman, a mother glad to be reunited with her daughter. When she came to herself, she noticed many girls surrounding the youth, all wearing warm smiles. From the way they all gathered around him, she could tell that their relationship wasn't simple. She squeezed out a grateful smile for them. Thanks for looking after my daughter. Saya must have made it with their help. No worries, the youth grinned and pointed at Saya. I was just fulfilling my duty as her boyfriend. Yuriko's eyes grew colder. For a moment, his face overlapped with her former husband's. She took a deep breath and calmed down. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Saya can look after herself. Please come to Takagi Mansion with us. Sure. Chapter 42, CH 42, Takagi Estate. I removed the trap wire and went back to the Humvee. Saya got on the truck with Yuriko. Siko filled the seat abandoned by Saya. Shizuka started the Humvee and followed the truck. Aimi as usual enjoyed the bumpy ride on the roof. While everyone stayed silent, I recalled Yuriko's cold eyes. Her demeanor changed after I introduced myself as Saya's boyfriend. What kind of crime did her husband commit to earn such hatred from her? I should have gone into more detail when rewriting her past instead of just writing, Yuriko became single after giving birth to Saya. Klisa, show me the affection points for Yuriko. Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother and owner of Takagi Mansion. Favorability points, 19, acquaintance. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, Earth Magician. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Earth magic, D rank. Only those with calm, caring, generosity, and loyal traits can awaken this magic. This skill allows the user to create spells in exchange for mana. The maximum output of magic is limited by rank. Yuriko had awakened the earth element. She was quite the opposite of her daughter. And her affection points were lowest among all the women I met. Well, melting her cold heart would be another quest of mine. Yuriko Takagi, affection +4. Great. Saya must be telling her experience at the high school, which included me saving her life. I sighed. Now was affectionately tending to Aiko sleeping on her lap. Siko's thighs were tempting me. I gave in and rested my head on them, earning a chuckle from her. Tired already, her voice barely hid her amusement. She gently ran her fingers through my hair. There, sleep all you want. We will take care of everything. I feel like a useless husband who relies on his wife for everything. Shirori lifted my legs, placed them on her thighs, and massaged them. How does it feel to be pampered by two Wani-sans? I gave a silent thumbs up and shut my eyes. My head was buzzing after learning the demon summon skill. But the heavenly thighs below my head were healing me. Oh, I still had to use my exclusive class skills, women empowerment and shield mine enemies. All of my women except Saya qualified as the catalyst for the former skill. I will try them next time. Soon, the Humvee slowed down. We arrived at our destination, Takagi Estate. I got up and noticed 3 men and 2 women opening the gate while holding a rifle. The truck entered through the gate and our Humvee followed. The right side of the courtyard had many people lurking around a row of camps. The right one had a closed garage with a bus and 3 cars parked outside. Lastly, in front was a mansion. Yuriko had created quite the shelter here. Though later, its survival will entirely depend on the quality and quantity of the magicians. As we got out of the car, every gaze, men and women trained on us. It didn't take a second for most men to sweep their dirty gaze on my women. I gave them a vicious glare, the overwhelming charm and mana made them shrink in fear. Another perk of having high mana. I nodded at the girls showing a grateful smile and strode toward the truck. Yuriko dismounted the truck and smiled at me. Yuriko Takagi, affection +2. She sauntered toward the house. Her guards, clad in black suits, scooted behind her. Asahi. Saya jumped out of the truck with a wide smile and threw herself at me, catching me off guard. Thanks for everything, she separated with a slight blush on her face. I really mean it. Saya Takagi, affection +28. That's a big leap. No worries. Saya-chan, you are treating him like a stranger, Shirori interrupted us. We can thank him during the night. Siko caught the scruff of Shiori's neck. Please show some manners. Shirori pointed at Siko with wide eyes. So my dear sister doesn't agree with me. Siko gave a calm smile despite her flushed cheeks. I never disagreed. I calmed my pounding heart or I might jump at them right here. Let's go inside first. I turned around to call Shizuka. But the woman in question hung her head with a gloomy expression. It seems the talk between Busujima sisters dealt some serious damage to a brocon like her. I cleared my throat. Nei-san, is something wrong? She looked up with a smile. It's nothing. The heat is really annoying. She patted my back and followed Yuriko into the mansion. I gave a wry smile to the girls and pursued Shizuka. Vote for more. Chapter 43, ch. 43, Feelings of a Brocon Sister. Shizuka entered the mansion and stomped on the ground in frustration. How can he not understand me even with that harem? She grunted, lamenting the fact that she did not notice her feelings earlier. She had raised him all on her own. Now, when many women surrounded him, throwing their affection at him, a desire rose inside her heart. The desire to keep Asahi to herself. Her only family. She never told him that her parents had passed away in an accident, keeping him in the dark before he even learned to speak. She hadn't dated anyone, or, rather she couldn't give time to anyone outside her job and Asahi. However, deep down in heart, she never saw any man as a love interest. Now, she realized the reason. I lust after my brother. I am a bad sister. A flush crept up her cheeks, remembering how she tried to seduce her brother. But he also. Nei-san. She spun around. Asahi approached in hasty steps. Her eyes relaxed at his worried expression. Where are you running off to now? Nei-san is bad, she doesn't want to see you with other girls. Though she didn't say that, her cheeks puffed up on her own. To get some fresh air, she said and stared at him intently, noticing how his eyes glanced down at her breasts. She inhaled and puffed her chest, her expression smug from possessing the largest breasts in the group. Even now was slightly smaller than her. Another lie, Asahi whispered and grasped her hand. Why are you angry at me? Shizuka shook her head. Her anger wasn't directed at him. Instead, she struggled to deal with her feelings. If it kept going like this, she would wake up naked in his bed one day. "Nei-san, are you jealous?" Asahi asked with a frown. "No, I am not." She faked anger and took back her hand. "Stop bothering your Nei-san for everything." She strutted into the unknown corridor and arrived at an open balcony. She sighed and leaned against the handrails. Her cheeks burned with a sense of embarrassment she never felt before. Aekuin is dangerous. He nearly found out. What would happen if he found out? Her heart pounded when she thought about doing eki things with Asahi. No, that won't do. We are brother and sister. She was quite indecisive when it came to love. But how long would she be able to keep her feelings suppressed in this apocalypse? Seeing her brother laughing, teasing women, and sleeping with them while she stayed in the background with a fake smile on her face. That scene twisted her heart, and painfully so. She would rather confess and get rejected than showing that kind of face to Asahi. She placed her hand on her heart and formed a determined expression. Yes, it's the apocalypse. Law and order are absent. No one would judge me. I am free to live with my brother. She clenched her fists, scattering golden sparks that went unseen by her. No one is taking him from me, his Nei-san. Oh my, that's some love you are giving to your brother. Shizuka turned her head to Saya's mother, giggling. Her face turned a deep crimson. She endured the urge to not faint here. Yuriko had a mischievous twinkle in her eyes as she leaned on the balcony and propped her head on an elbow. Marikawa-san, no need to worry, I won't disclose it to anyone. Shizuka sighed and gazed at Busujima siblings bickering with Saya. Don't you think you should do something about your deep feelings? Even the airhead Shizuka could sense the thick sorrow oozing from Yuriko's voice. I will do, aren't you Saya-chan's mother? A mother, that's all I ever want to be. Yuriko trailed her words with a sigh. Saya has already accepted Asahi-kuin's other women. That look in her eyes when she talked about him said the stature of her determination. Shizuka rested her arms on the balcony and nodded. Did Saya lose her virginity? Yuriko asked. I don't know, Shizuka lied. She had seen Saya staggering yesterday. Yuriko turned to her with her piercing eyes. Shizuka steeled her heart and looked into the eyes carrying sadness. Yuriko shook her head and sighed. Tell your brother to treat her like others. Asahi won't ever hurt a woman who is in love with him. Oh. That's what I taught him from his childhood. Yuriko seemed speechless at her answer. What is wrong with me? With what I said before, it sounded like I trained him up for this. I didn't mean it that way. Yuriko patted her shoulder with an understanding look. We all have our tastes. Shizuka turned away with a distant look. Aekuin. Vote. Chapter 44, Ch. 44, Summoning the Demon. I stood speechless when Shizuka vanished into the corridors. Is this a positive sign or a negative sign? Positive, I say. Yuriko Takagi, affection +1. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +65. Shizuka Marikawa relationship changed to unrequited love. I chuckled at the prompt. Yuriko showed a path to Shizuka. Is that what happened? So a confession from Shizuka is pending. Incest is wincest. Now, what to do here? I have no idea what a gentleman like me could do in this cage except search for MILFs. Merrick, Asahi-kun, why are you standing here? I turned around and smiled. Now showed a concerned expression while holding Aiko's hand. Oni-chan is sparkling. Oni-chan is happy. Way to guess my feelings. The conclusion to the incest route filled my heart with joy. It was my long dream for incest, but my sisters before, let's not mention how they treated me out of jealousy. Still, wasn't this Loli's guess too correct? I crouched before her and ruffled her hair. How did you find it? She blinked her round eyes. I don't know. That only meant one thing, Aiko awakened an element and used it unconsciously to sense my feelings. Need to check it later. First I have to find a room for them here. Leave them to me. Saya entered through the door, her chest jutting out more than usual. Sure, give a room to them if you can and arrange one for us. Okay. Saya cheerfully guided them. She changed a lot after meeting Yuriko. So that's the magic of a MILF. I should summon the demon now. I hope it's a fun one. Roaming the corridors, I found an isolated room. Moving the furniture took some effort. Then everything was ready. Kliska, my dear. Done, my love. A black feathered quill appeared in my hands. I imbued some mana inside it, giving a white glow to its black tip. I squatted and traced the pen on the ground to create the summoning circle. Yes, this was an old-school summoning. It helped that no prayer was required, or I would rather die than chant those cringy prayers. The summoning circle was universal, so I couldn't choose which demon to summon. This whole thing reminded me of that paid dragon anime. Maybe I will visit that world someday for a certain maid, for the sake of greater good of mankind. With my broken DEX stats, it took a minute before it was finished. I placed my right hand in the middle of the circle and poured mana inside it. A silvery hue filled the symbols. This, added with the dim room, gave me creepy vibes, as expected of a demon. Even summoning them is scary. Come on. As if answering my complaint, specks of light rose from the ground, and the summoning circle burst into a flash of light. My eyes snapped shut from the suddenness of the situation. And when I opened them, I found myself lost in a pair of crimson eyes gleaming like the highest grade gem. A long silver braid on each side was adorned with a pink scrunchie, leaving the rest of her hair in a ponytail. The most amazing thing was her outfit, a light pink loose shirt and pajamas. This woman felt familiar the more I looked at her. She also seemed confused as her gaze shifted across the room before stopping at me. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Where am I? I shuddered at her icy glare. It also made me realize her identity. She was the very maid from high school DxD I was talking about, standing before me in flesh and blood. What kind of bullshit luck is this? Are you Grafia Lucifu? Before I finished, dozens of silver balls materialized around her. Each one of them was giving me a familiar feeling, death. One of the orbs flew towards me. However, before it hit me, the ball vanished with a puff followed by the others. Why is the demonic power so weak here? She growled and grasped my collar with both hands. Tell me, human, what kind of barrier are you using to limit my powers? I gripped her soft hands and freed myself. Calm your titties and think rationally. Do I look like I have the power to harm you? Grafia took a deep breath and calmness returned to her previously panicking eyes. Grafia Lucifuge, affection +1. First of all, believe it or not, this world is different from yours. Grafia ignored my serious confession and started looking around. From below the bed, window, the ceiling to even my clothes. What are you trying to find? The device you are using to record this, she answered with a stoic face. Is this the same Grafia who fights on par with gods? This isn't a prank, for fuck's sake. I dragged her to the window and opened it. See, this is our human world facing the undead in an apocalypse. Her eyes slightly widened before a pair of bat wings burst out on her back. I will see it with my own eyes, she said and flew out. Don't destroy anything. How envious. I also want to fly. How long will she stay here? An hour if you can't form a contract, and if you can make her agree to a contract, she would be able to answer your summons. Why her? Kliska giggled. My love, you kept thinking about her, a being related to the myths of 72 demons of Solomon when you carved the summoning circle. It prompted your mana to pull her out of her world in your most preferred form. My most preferred form is her being single. That is what transpired here. What an unexpected blunder. So everyone who learns this grimoire can summon from different worlds. That would be awfully overpowered. It is impossible for everyone except me and my beloved. What appeared here is only her spiritual body, or, the soul in simpler terms. Her physical body is still in her world. She is sleeping. My blessing also extends to control over dreams. I see. So I can walk into others' dreams if I get strong enough. I let out a sigh. Did I get the wrong idea, or did Grafia seem to be weaker than I expected? More importantly, the talk about summoning fictional demons related to 72 demons gave me a crazy idea. If it becomes successful, me and Harem's strength would shoot through the roof. It will take a lot of mana if you want to summon her. Plus she is a spiritual being without any physical body. You will need to create a vessel for her, which I can help in exchange for karma points. Even making Enigma and Stigma is cheap. My eyes widened slightly. Can you use your powers? I will create it before her summoning. When she is still in the void. It will only shatter a few realms, nothing major. Only a few realms. I wiped the sweat dripping from my forehead. A devoted goddess is indeed scary. Vote. Chapter 45, ch. 45, Making a Deal with the Devil. The people outside looked toward the sky where Grafia vanished. They turned to the window where she appeared from, basically me. I waved toward them with an amiable smile. Fuck off to your work. Everyone's face twisted in anger. I took out my dagger and activated the glacial blade skill. This was enough to scare them away. I was right about this. The position of a magician was way higher than the normal survivors. This proved why no one objected to Yuriko leading them. Bam. The door flew open and the women, my lovers and future targets, stormed inside the room. Shizuka was the first to jump at me and check my condition. Kun, are you fine? Shizuka asked as tears brimmed in her eyes. I wiped those tears away and smiled. What can happen to me? Kun. She wrapped her arms around my back and hugged me, squeezing her lethal épée on my chest. She tried to get the most out of this situation. Can't say I hate this. While stroking her smooth blonde hair, I nodded at everyone. I am fine. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +2. Siko and Shirori had already drawn out their swords. Did you see the woman with wings? The black bat-like wings. Don't worry, she won't harm us. Grafia wasn't the type to attack others unless provoked. Even if she tried, Klisa would descend and nuke this world. Hee hee. My love is giving me too much credit. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then who is she? Saya asked, looking between Shizuka and me. A succubus Asahi-kun summoned to sate his desires. Shirori snickered. Is that true? Siko blinked, her hollow eyes lacking any light. You are already abandoning us. Scary. Aimi infected Siko-chan. A being I summoned, I said while maintaining my smile. Aimi was standing with her arms crossed on her chest. Her face was expressionless but her eyes danced in joy. Now beside her watched everything with a slight blush on her face. Our intimate relationship embarrassed her. Yuriko paced through the door and narrowed her eyes at me. I responded with a cheeky smile. What was the commotion about? She asked. It. Please pay no heed to me. Grafia appeared out of nowhere. Human, tell me, why have you summoned me? How do I return to my world? I want to form a contract. As for your other question, you will be sent back in less than an hour. Grafia shook her head. I don't do that type of contract. It was easy to understand what kind of contract she was referring to. No one is asking for that type of contract. Just one to aid me in battle is enough. Unless you request it yourself. What do I gain from this? She folded her arms on her chest with a confident smile. We, devils, don't work for free. Girls, can you please leave the room for a minute? Are you sure? Shirori glanced at Grafia. Shirori, let's leave. Siko dragged her out of the room. Saya gave a concerned look before taking Yuriko with her. Nei-san. Take care. Shizuka released me and the soft sensation on my chest disappeared. She glared at Grafia and walked out with Nao and Aiko. Harems are legal in this society. Nah, but the law already collapsed on the day of the outbreak. Though everything will become normal eventually. She nodded her head, showing interest in this world. Now then. Let's talk about your world. Grafia raised her brow a little, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. What about my world? What is happening in your world right now? This information was crucial in forming a contract with her. Underworld is in a three-way war with angels and fallen angels. That's surprising. From what I remember, their world should be around the 12th or 13th century. Wouldn't that mean Grafia has yet to fall for Surzex? I nodded in approval. So the two heavenly dragons were killed. Her eyes grew large. Her shock lasted briefly as her calm expression returned. How do you know that? Believe me, I know much more than that. Like there are 4 Satans and 72 clans in Underworld, the fallen angel side is Governor Azazel. Biblical God is strong enough to rank in the top 10 strongest beings of the world. Stop. It's enough. I believe you know my world. As an otaku and a keyboard warrior on Reddit, I know quite a lot about the high school DxD, so let's make a deal. What deal? In exchange for answering my summon for battle, I will tell you things about the future. I don't believe it, she straight out rejected me. You might have knowledge of the current world. But for the future, sorry, I can't trust you on that. Then how about a bet? A bet? She asked and tilted her head. What kind of? What are fallen angels doing in the war? Fighting. What else would they do? You will see that the fallen angels will be the first to withdraw from the war. Are you sure about that? Fallen angels, though weak, have the support of Azazel, the cunning dog. Yes, I am sure. I will give you a bonus tip. I stepped closer to her and whispered near her ear. Biblical God will die. Ha. Grafia let out a strange cry and pushed me. How is that possible? Who could even kill him? You will see. Klisa, eject her out of this world. Understood. Bye, I will summon you when I am horny. Bah. Her voice became silent and her growling face faded into silver particles. I shook my head and sighed. Conquering Graphia would be hard without having powers higher than her. It's another goal added to the list. My goals aren't related to women, definitely. Vote. Chapter 46, ch. 46, Comforting my Yandere bodyguard. When I exited the room, the girls were already waiting for me there. The worried expressions urged me to take them to bed and comfort them thoroughly. However, that would be an inappropriate decision considering Yuriko staring at me. Still, I comforted the girls with some intimacy. Yuriko released a bitter sigh, turned around, and walked back. Her lonely back fueled my desire to have her. A MILF shan't be left lonely. The words I lived by, my code and morals. Though first I will lewd my dear Nachon standing with a faraway gaze. She already started showing signs of unrequited love. Sundara clung to me as if I would run any moment. I stroked her hair and kissed her head. I understand that you love me and want to protect me, but try to understand that I belong to others too. Please don't mind me. Siko dismissed my worries with a smile. Saya-chan is the second one after all. Shirori winked mischievously. Who is the first then? I asked and saw their gaze moving toward Aimi. Asahi-sama. Aimi tilted her head, looking confused. Something happened. Zombies are destroying the world out there. Here, these girls are deciding on a hierarchy. As expected of my women, they are the very best. Saya left me after another minute, and looked up, unshed tears glistening in her eyes. Don't do something dangerous like that again. That woman was dangerous, Siko added. Frowning, she looked at the wooden sword in her hand. I would need a better weapon if I want to buy time for others. Request noted. I nodded in confirmation. I am not idiotic enough to fight her alone. Walking over to Aimi, I pulled her into my arms and patted her head. Asahi-sama. She looked up and blinked, not expecting the sudden shower of affection. In moments, she melted under my care and the wholesome effect of the patting skill. I skipped her and had sex with Saya. For this, Aimi deserved more affection. After giving more head pats and a kiss on her lips, everyone scattered. Aimi and I shared a room while the rest of the girls chose to stay in 2 different rooms. Saya went to Yuriko's room. Back in my room, I laid my head on Aimi's thighs. Only Shizuka and possibly now could rival the soft and plump thighs below me. I was playing chess against the AI on my smartphone. I might go to DXD someday, so having a bit of chess knowledge would be helpful. I can't wait for tomorrow. Aimi ran her fingers through my hair. Her expression showed such gentleness that you would never expect from a Yandere. Yandere, such dear creatures. I commended Saya for letting me have some alone time with her. I placed the phone aside and sighed. This is what it means to have a happy harem. Sharing your problem and worries with everyone, keeping their affection bar full. This lifestyle obviously suited me. Asahi-sama, when are we leaving this place? Her eyes blazed with unparalleled intensity. I know those eyes, they're the eyes of those who want strength. A Yandere like her would never let her love interest get hurt, and today, the threat of Graphia made her realize that there are things that can't be killed with her knife and gun. I raised my hand and caressed her cheeks. Her gaze softened as she placed her hands over mine. I was scared. I was terrified. That woman was too strong. She could have killed us, easily. She could have killed Asahi-sama. I don't want to lose. Tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her face. I pulled at her cheeks, turning them red. Grabbing her face with both hands, I drew her down and raised my body. We gazed at each other for a moment, then she closed her eyes. I smiled and planted a kiss on her lips. Her ardor was as eager as I expected from her. After a long comforting kiss, I released her and pinched her cheeks. Don't think I would die like this. That woman wasn't here to kill me. But, Asahi-sama, I failed my duty as your bodyguard. My glare silenced her. This woman is so smart yet so dumb. We will go hunting after dinner. You understood, she replied with rosy cheeks. I will go tell others. Please do it later. Your lap is mine until dinner. I see. Very well, my entire body is for Asahi-sama to use. As if I will let my lap pillow go somewhere. I picked up my phone again and searched for some news. The internet was still working since no country dropped a nuke, probably the hope magicians gave them. The top results included some interesting results. Supernatural rises to solve the apocalyptic crisis. The group led by Silver Lady saved over 1,000 civilians with their unparalleled might. I tapped on the second highlight. The site loaded rather slowly. An image was attached to the headline, a silver-haired woman wearing a white mask with 2 holes for her crimson eyes. Wearing what resembled a custom-made white coat with golden accents. The part that stood out was her bosom. Holy Mother, she could rival Nachon with that bust. Standing behind her were 6 more ladies with distinct hair colors. Each one was a young beauty in their own right. I scrolled down and read how they purged undead in Alabama with their unique non-elemental magic. Alabama, huh? So, the magicians already became that strong. Fuck, I should stop slacking now. I sighed and saved the picture in the celebrities folder. Aimee, I love you. She was taken aback by the sudden confession. I grinned and fondled her boobs. Huh. I also love Asahi-sama. You sure do. So until dinner, we kept teasing each other. Though I had to hold back from claiming her, or she would be fighting the undead with weak legs. Still, it didn't stop her from using her mouth to sate my hunger. I did the same, making her come over and over. Needless to say, her affection also jumped up 7 points. Yanderas are best. Vote. Chapter 47, ch. 47, Hunt. Holding hands with Aimee, I headed toward the dining room. It felt so lewd when I looked at her blushing mess of a face. I went overboard with the teasing, didn't I? Together, we entered the dining room kept in surprisingly good shape. Sitting on the head table with her back straight, Yuriko wore a calm expression. She used a fork and knife to slice a part of the meat. Asahi. Saya's excited face made me smile. Come, let's have dinner. Who would believe this girl was acting cold to me just a few days ago? Busujima siblings waved toward me with a bright smile. Nei-san also gave a lovely smile as she pushed back the chair and stood up. Aeko-in, take a seat. She pulled out a chair for me and gestured for me to sit. Thanks. Don't worry, it's my duty as your Nei-san. Pretty sure it was a diligent servant or wife's duty. I was kinda worried when she emphasized the Nei-san part, glaring daggers at Busujima siblings like a tigress. Even they couldn't meet her intense gaze. Nei-san, why don't you take a seat too? At my distracting words, she turned and took a seat beside me. Aimee settled the chair on my left. Those were clearly the signs. Shizuka would become a Yandere if I didn't do anything soon. Regardless of my love for a Yandere lover, letting Shizuka fall in this abyss felt wrong. While the war raged in my head for Shizuka's future, I finished the rather salty dinner. I sneaked a glance at Saya. From her slightly puffed chest and her smug smile, it was easy to guess who made it. She turned to me with a nervous look. Her eyes probed for the answer to her cooking. I could never hurt the feelings of a cute girl like her. Though she may find it sooner or later on her own. It was good. Yeah. Love was truly blind. I explained the situation of hunting to everyone including Yuriko. She put on a thoughtful expression briefly before agreeing. That was why I liked her so much in the manga. She was naturally submissive towards Herman while acting like a cold and aloof beauty for others. Regardless of the other girls aiming an envious gaze her way, Aimee stayed stoic holding my hand. I wanted to take others too, but this time they had to wait. Klisa, show me some artifacts for stealth. Very well. Stealth artifacts. Slice of the Abyss, rank SSS, a magical robe molded in the depths of Abyss, a living hell that constantly swallows aligned with fire including gods. Light Devourer, active can devour the light on the user's will and strengthen the user. A Step in the Abyss, active allows the user to hide in the Abyss realm, a plane different from the physical world. Anti-Divine, passive changes physique into Anti-Divine. Damage against enemies with relation to Divine increases immensely. Fire Immunity, passive any fire-based attack is useless. Price, 450,000 KP. Invisibility Helm of Hades, rank EX, the mythical cap embodying the concept of stealth, created and used by Hades to kidnap his wife Persephone. Any god without omniscience won't be able to detect you. Price, 150000 KP. Skill Orb of Stealth, rank B, a magic core of a shadow demon containing its innate skill, stealth. Price, 999 KP. The first one was so good. That fire-devouring abyss, isn't that from Dark Souls? That helm too, I could grope any woman I want, that's what a pervert would say. I am a pure gentleman. The point was these two are very expensive for a bankrupt guy like me. Klisa, buy 2 of the orb. In a world like this, that could help a lot. Are you sure, my love? Yes. 2 fist-sized orbs appeared in my hands. Crush it in your hands. I gave one to Aimee and explained the effect. Asahi-sama, thank you for giving me more strength. She revealed a wide smile and crushed the orb. Ding. Aimee Akane, affection plus 15. Giving a stealth skill to the Yandere. Did I just give her wings to stalk me more? I shook my head and squeezed my fist, shattering the orb. You have learned a new skill, stealth. Stealth, F rank, you can tune and assimilate your presence into the surroundings. At this rank, beings with sharp perception can sense you. You have unlocked the darkness element. Reward, plus 1 point in all attributes, plus 5 points in magic. That came out of nowhere. So I finally achieved an element. Wait, does that mean I have no element? My love has affinity with every element. But you can only unlock them through practice. Like bathing in lava and meditating under a riverfall to unlock the fire and water element. Something similar, or you can buy more skill orbs. That sounded better. There is an impossible way too. I knew where this was going. Danger of death. All the humans are awakening their element this way. That's impossible for me. I never feared death. I know that very well. That's why I said it is impossible. I nodded my head and concentrated on feeling my mana. It ran through my veins and black strands appeared from my hands. My mana changed into the darkness element. I controlled the mana and wrapped my entire body. Stealth activated. Aimi also activated stealth at the same time. I could still see her, probably because of my high perception. I stood before the guards standing outside. A brunette with a haughty expression and a Hulk-like man with a timid expression. The woman had a sweet booty. I smirked and slapped her ass, wrapped in a leather tight suit, so loudly that the woman jumped from her position. Ignoring me, she turned to glare at the men. The men shrunk. I didn't do it. Bastard, do you see anyone here? She growled and summoned a fireball in each hand. What followed was a one-sided beatdown. That ass was soft. I turned to Aimi and squeezed her butt. Aimi has a firmer and springy butt. Aimi smiled and raised her chin, just a bit. I chuckled and led her by hand. Together, we wandered through the streets, houses, industrial buildings, and factories. We encountered 3 LV-13 undead. They looked hideous as ever. The next strong one was a female dressed in a business suit. Pale white skin, bright red eyes, and sharp fangs. I might have mistaken her for a vampire if not for her feral growls. I charged and swiped my dagger. She abruptly ducked to dodge. I crossed my dagger to block the incoming punch. It still sent me a few steps back. I have to practice a better stance. This time, I concentrated to the best of my ability and rushed, aiming at her throat once again. She tried to dodge again. But I was ready and slammed my knee in her face, throwing her in the air. What the hell? I felt like I hit a stone wall instead of someone's face. Before she landed, I activated the frigid flash skill. My hands flew and slashed over and over. Blood streamed from the wounds as she fell to the ground. Ding. You earned 58.66 XP from killing, level 16 cursed undead. Dagger mastery, ranked up to E. I tried swinging the dagger, and as expected, the swings got smoother. For XP, wouldn't it be 352 XP as it was divided into 6, me, Aimi, Saya, Shirori, Siko, and Shizuka. 320 XP without 10% bonus from Kliska's blessing. Any undead over LVL 10 gave 2x the normal XP. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but it made more sense. Then we went wild and massacred the undead for hours. Vote. Chapter 48, CH 48, A Bloody Night, R 18. In the end, we arrived at the Tokanosa Bridge on foot. Though my legs ache a little from the running, it wasn't unbearable. That day, many officers on duty were attacked by a horde of undead that appeared from nowhere. The officers bravely fought back, but the numbers were too much. The undead devoured them, one savored their leg while the other snatched the arm. Who could be this uncruel to lure those undead to the public protectors? I killed the undead and avenged the officers. Such a pity. As soon as we returned, I jumped into the shower with Aimi. The stench of blood was almost unbearable. Aimi rubbed my back, which made Kliska jealous. She swore to have a bath next time I go there. I also thoroughly washed Aimi, my fingers rubbing every nook and cranny for the upcoming event. The time was 4 a.m., so we might as well have fun until the morning. I changed into new clothes while Aimi wore a white shirt which I presumed used to be mine and white panties. She swept her hair off her face and tied them up in a ponytail, looking adorable as ever. Asahi-sama, how do I look? I snuck my hands around her and pulled her in my embrace. So beautiful that I can't wait to eat you up. Ah, really? I nodded at her question and held her hands like the most precious thing in the world. We fooled around in the corridors and returned to the room. I shut the door and rechecked the lock. Can't have someone spying on us, now can we? Good. I paused, feeling the cold air brushing against my legs. With a sigh, I glanced down at Aimi squatting with her face near my crotch. Asahi-sama, I can't wait. She pulled down my underwear and gaped, her hot breath stroking my member. She looked up and her lips curled up mischievously. Asahi-sama is aroused. I feel happy. I placed my hand on her head and stroked her hair. Which man would not be excited about sex with a girl he likes? I grabbed her hand, reaching out to my cock with my other hand. Bed is there. She nodded and cast a long glance at my cock as if reluctant to part ways. She stood and skipped over to the bed. I kicked away the clothes near my leg and sat down on the bed. Before we started, I activated the barrier device and tossed it on the bedside. Aimee quickly switched her seat and forced her way on my lap, bringing a refreshing scent along with her. My erect cock rubbed against her slightly wet panties. She hugged my neck and gazed at me with longing in her eyes. Asahi-sama. Yes. Aimee perked up and rubbed her nose against mine. Asahi-sama, Asahi-sama, Asahi-sama. She spoke like a music player stuck on repeat. Her smile as she closed her eyes showed her over-the-roof happiness. I slipped my arms around her waist and overlapped her lips with mine. Nothing created a romantic mood better than a gentle kiss. In our case though, it wasn't gentle as Aimee hungrily lashed her tongue in my mouth. Her desires were all too apparent to see. But the more she wanted to devour me, the more I wanted to not give it to her. She pressed her body against mine as if trying to melt into me, her braless boobs crushing on my chest. I snuck my hands inside her dress and felt her toned midriff, a perfect balance between muscles and delicacy. Her eyes stared at me like a predator ready to hunt its prey. My hands crept higher and groped her juicy boobs. They were hefty, true to the words that a woman's bosom carried the hope of mankind. Saya won in the softness department, but Aimee beat her with firmness. However, big or small, a man of culture accepts them all. I caressed her milk jugs and pinched her small nipples hard from arousal. This made her tongue go even wilder while her breathing became heavier. She ended the kiss, a thin strand of saliva bridging our lips, and grated my cock against her wet crotch. Asahi-sama. She whispered with a dreamy expression and rolled out her dress. Her glorious boobs sprang out, juggling lightly. No matter how much I look, their perfection won't change. Fuck me, please. I can't take it anymore. I expected nothing less from a yandere. Only minutes of foreplay and teasing riled her up. My mind was also filled with the desire to fuck her silly. As you wish, Aimee. I clenched her hips, digging my fingers in the mesmerizing flesh, and flipped our positions. I sat between her plump thighs and pulled down her panties. Her juices threw a sweet scent around. She snatched a pillow from the side and rested her head against it. Asahi-sama, please. She cast an adorable puppy-eyed look and spread her legs wide, showcasing her pulpy lips overflowing with juices. My dick throbbed at her sweet gesture, turning the hardest it could possibly get. Fuck, how can I hold back if you do that? Don't cry later. I won't be giving any mercy now. Leaning over her, I held my cock over her pussy and rubbed it for lubrication. There plunged it into my womb. She unwrapped her lower lips with one hand and touched my face with her free hand. Her expression filled with love and gentleness almost melted my heart. I nodded and unhurriedly pushed the tip inside. The wetness clamped around me, stroking my cock gently. I would burst if I wasn't careful. Aimee let out a slow hum and continued gazing into my eyes. She engulfed half of my length before her hole narrowed down. I began to thrust in and out and her insides gradually loosened. Her relaxed state helped a lot. She pulled me towards her. As I did, her bosom squeezed under my chest. Asahi-sama, don't hesitate to ravage this lowly bodyguard who doesn't deserve an ounce of your gentle love. She put her tongue around my ear and nibbled on it. This woman is provoking me. I also bit on her earlobe in retaliation. NN. She moaned right into my ear. I pulled back and thrust again, inciting another moan from her. It only served to fuel me up as my thrusts got faster. Asahi-sama. I raised my body and frowned. 2 trails of sparkling tears flowed from her eyes. Does it hurt? She shook her head with a smile and covered her face with both hands. It's Asahi-sama's love, I can feel it inside my body. It is stirring me up. She slid down the hands, revealing a feral grin and warped expression. It's making me crazy. Chapter 49, ch. 49, Adorable Yandere, R. 18. Aimee's eyes hollowed as a sneer formed on her face. Any other guy in my situation would be creeped out and probably double think about his future with her. But for me, nope. I didn't even skip pounding her. Finally she was willing to open up this side of hers. Stop it, idiot. It won't scare me. I leaned and pecked her forehead. I am gonna accept everything even if you're a bloodthirsty yandere or a stalker. Just don't try to hurt others, okay? She timidly nodded and stuck out her tongue. Oops, Asahi-sama saw right through me. I knew it, Asahi-sama is the best man in 1,000,000,000 worlds. Yes, I am. Feed my ego until it bursts. Asahi-sama has the best penis. The optimal size with throbbing veins. I can hardly think straight. It's melting my insides. Her expression morphed in pure pleasure as she sniffed me loudly. Asahi-sama's manly smell, it makes me wet. That's something only a girl would know. Asahi-sama has a kind heart. For my women. Asahi-sam. That's enough. Looks like I need to get serious to tame you. I slid my hands around her knees and pushed her, stretching her legs. This position is embarrassing. Ignoring her flushed face, I swung my hips, aiming for the rough spots I discovered earlier. My cock invaded her convulsing pussy, spilling her juices everywhere on the bed. This time Aimee's moan became genuinely loud with a mix of hot sighs and ecstatic screams. I poured all of my feelings, going too wild on her first sex. It made her happier, absolutely certain that I sought her. Honestly enough, I couldn't imagine a life without her. I was just too used to her presence tailing me everywhere. Even in my past life, I might have realized it sooner or later and settled down with her. Crap, I can't control now. I sealed her lips and finished with an intense thrust, slapping my balls against her in the process. She clung to me, her body shivering, producing a thick load of warm juices. I uttered a soft groan as my cock throbbed and sent a stream of cum inside her. She raised her waist a little as her body twitched and her vagina sprayed a burst of fluids on my cock. As she calmed down, we kept lying in the same position, gazing into each other's face. A small heart flew up from her head. Ding. Aimee Akane, affection +3. With her, it was easy to score affection after the grand limit of 500. Aimee released a heated sigh and pushed my shoulders to the side. I laid on my back while she turned and straddled my waist. A stream of white liquid flowing from her hole wetted my chest. Asahi-sama, please allow me to pleasure you. Go ahead, Miss Cowgirl. With the massive knocker she had, this name suited her well. The cock that never fell limp was held in her hand as she redirected it to her crack. Ooh. She took a deep breath and lowered her hips. The pink flesh painted in white liquid consumed my cock, enclosing it in her warmth. Her butt touched my body as she took the entire length easier than I thought. I reached out and clenched her butt cheeks, fondling her springy ass. Aimee slowly raised her butt, drawing lines from our lewd fluids at the part where we were connected. She plopped down again, her tightness almost making me come. Aimee leaned forward and touched my chest. So hard. I raised my body a little and she wrapped her arms around my neck, placing her lips on mine. Now in a better position, she swung her lips, moaning in sync. I squeezed her butt and pushed my cock deeply into her. She released me and threw her head back. Ah, that pierced my womb. Her insides cramped, brutally gripping my cock. I took a deep breath and held back the approaching climax. She was too damn tight. Or rather her hole was small even in comparison to Saya. Aimee clung to my body, squishing her pair of breasts against me, and kept moving her hips. For several moments, the slapping sounds of flesh and her moans resounded in the otherwise silent room. I was at my limit already. Asahi-sama, color my womb in your semen. Yes, ma'am. Cream pies felt way better when there was no risk. I pushed down her hips and pushed my waist, meeting womb-san again. Twitching, my cock let out a load even more than the last one. Aimee's vagina contracted and squeezed out my dick as if her dear life depended on it. Aimee arched her back forward silently, overwhelmed by sheer pleasure. I released a sigh as my climax ended. But, her juices kept overflowing with no ends to be seen as if she became a broken dam. A long moment later, she regained her composed smile. Asahi-sama, ee. She finally broke. Still with my dick inside her, she spun around and twirled her hips. Take me from behind. I clenched her butt and got up on my knees. Despite coming earlier, my erection stayed strong as ever. The stat boosts were real after all. I started pounding her in a doggy position while admiring the divine curves and the smooth texture of her butt. If I didn't know better, I might have thought of Aimee as an experienced woman from the way she coordinated with every thrust. Maybe that's another common feature of yanderas. I gotta find more yanderas to confirm. For a whole 10 minutes, I attacked her weak spots, making her legs so weak that I had to support her from behind. Still, she urged me to continue. I could feel my affection points rising for her. She is adorable as heck. Worried for her, I finished early. She also delivered another supply of fresh juices before she fell back on me. Ding. Aimee Akane, affection +2. Sticky with each other's sweat, we talked until her eyes drooped. It was commendable for her to last 3 times on her first time. The bedsheet was left in a fine mess of our fluids. A beautiful sight indeed. Vote. Chapter 50, ch. 50, Magic Swords. Next day. I opened my eyes and froze. This familiar fragrance and 2 pairs of heavenly épée on my sides. Don't tell me. I glanced down at Shizuka's head resting on my chest with a lax expression. Her arm was draped over me, pushing her bare chest against my arm. On my other side was my dear tsundere Saya, drooling on my chest. She wasn't naked, but the black lacy bra worked better than naked. I took deep breaths to calm down the tent rising from the blanket. The bedsheet was the same as last night. This perverted sister of mine slept on our body fluids. The door creaked and Busujima twins entered. Siko wore a calm smile, but how could I not see the mischievousness dwelling in her eyes? Shirori didn't bother hiding her smirk. My, sleeping with your sister, how incestuous. Being locked in a lovely embrace, I couldn't even get up and retaliate. Asahi, do you want to sleep more? Siko's lips twitched, seemingly trying to hide her smile. Can I accompany the survival group? They are going to a supermarket nearby. Klisa. On it. Magic swords. Howling wind, rank C in the hands of a trained swordsman, this metal blade can tear through any mortal metal. Effects, strength plus 15, dexterity plus. Wind blade, active skill when imbued with mana, a slash of this blade compresses air to create wind blades. Price, 499 KP. Flash guillotine, rank C, a sword that executes its targets with the scariest nightmares. Effects, strength plus 10, dexterity plus. Imperial execution, passive skill. If killed by this weapon, the target will be forced to watch their worst nightmares until their soul goes through the process of reincarnation. Reaper's awakening, passive skill. Each death caused by this weapon increases its sharpness. Price, 499 KP. It can't be any more perfect. The painful sword for my sadist waifu and the ranged sword for the playful waifu to defend her sister. With my utmost care, I broke free of the hold and got off the bed. Siko glanced down at my naked body and gulped loudly. She looked straight into my eyes with a solemn expression. She still couldn't hide the blush. On the other hand, Shirori brazenly gazed at my cock and licked her lips. You still owe us a loving night. I know. By the swords. 998 KP deducted for creating 2 C-rank magic swords. KP left. 2 swords appeared in my hands. The first had a black sheath with golden floral design and a black hilt with hollow diamond patterns. Its aura screamed with the word Imperial. The other one was enclosed in a simple leaf green sheath. It lacked the design of the former, but it had a calming aura. Another gift. Wow. I nodded at Shiori's question and handed them the swords. Shirori readily accepted while Siko hesitated a bit before taking it. Maybe I should thank Grafia for this. If it was yesterday, the twins would have denied the swords. This sword will do until I level up my contract skill. I explained the skills of the blades and the way I created them from KP and XP that the goddess gifted me to kill the undead. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection plus 6. Shirori Busujima, affection plus 8. First of all, thanks for trusting us with this information. Holding the sword in one hand, Shirori hugged me. It means a lot. Though it felt nice, stop rubbing my little buddy with your body. This woman clearly knew I won't touch her before her mission on shopping. That's enough seduction. I lifted her chin and stole her lips, shoving my tongue inside to play with hers. Her shock lasted momentarily before she accepted my kiss. Siko separated us and stared at us with her sharp gaze. You too, geez, stop doing it where Shizuka Wani-san can watch. Shirori coughed in embarrassment. Siko shook her head with a sigh. So Asahi-kun is saying that we can level up and become stronger just by killing the undead. Siko formed her signature sadistic smile and continued, that's double profit. Isn't it? I so want to meet this kind goddess. Shirori sighed in defeat. But I can't. I am not ready to meet anyone. This shut-in goddess. Siko attached the sword to her blade. This weapon is very versatile. But we can't use mana yet. Yeah, please teach us. I will do that later. I also want to learn to combat another person. This high-spec body of mine wasn't utilized properly. I needed to train my senses and the way to react to different attack patterns. Fighting the undead was fine, but I would be defeated against a person with greater experience. Siko, Shirori, go kick their ass. We will do so. Just wait here. Shirori hugged me again. Even if you have many women, please don't go rants on us. Her request left me speechless. She kissed my cheeks and rushed out. She knows about rants, the only men I admire from the bottom of my heart. I shook my head. No way a cultured girl like her indulged in those hentai games, right? Must be a big fat coincidence. Aimi was absent as always, culling the poor undead, amassing XP. I turned to the sleeping beauties and sighed. What should I do about the rising libido? Saya's hands roamed around the bed, searching for me. Asahi. She groaned and rubbed her eyes. You are there. Come, give me a morning kiss. Her eyes were crimson, the flirty Saya returned. She closed the distance in a single leap and tackled me, pressing her lips on mine at the same time. Her stats increased a lot. After enjoying the kiss for a moment, I pushed her away and put on my clothes. Let's continue in the shower. In the end, we ended up fucking for an hour in the shower. Saya returned to normal midway. However, instead of shying over it, she responded with the same passion. After our little session, Saya fumbled with her clothes. I took the time to check her status. Sai Takagi, your lover and current heir of the Takagi clan. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 195, lover. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, fire magician. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Fire magic, C rank. Only those with passionate, sensitive, and aggressive traits can awaken this magic. This skill allows the user to create spells in exchange for mana. The maximum output of magic is limited by rank. Firearms mastery, F rank increases proficiency with every type of firearm class weapon, allowing the user to handle them with ease. When equipped with a firearm, this skill enhances the vision of the user. Multi-thread processing, F rank. The user can process multiple thoughts simultaneously. At this rank, the limit is 2 threads. Achieving rank C magic in a few days, she really was a genius. The last skill made me envious. It was the result of her dual personality. Still though, didn't Saya change too much after meeting me? Do you remember what you put in the changes regarding mana? Mana is the energy that creates and destroys, unbound by logic. It can bring miracles. This girl genuinely wished to change herself for you, and the mana did that, making her a bit more honest towards her feelings for you. That's really admirable. Indeed. I am glad that my love has someone like her. I still like you the most. Keep supporting me like this. That's a wife's duty. Ah yes, vote. Chapter 51, ch. 51, Upgrade. After breakfast, I read Solomon Grimoire as my life depended on it. Despite pushing my brain to the limits, I barely reached the mark of 1.5 hours. My hard work earned me a lap pillow from Saya and a massage from Aimi. It would be hard to level up the summoning skill. The conditions to level up the contract skill were unknown. It is about soul level and the contracted spirit's loyalty. The more a spirit harmonizes with you, the more your souls will grow. I still can't guess if she would like me or not. I guess it depends on your attitude. The heavenly thighs recovered my condition to top in an hour. I spent the best of an hour studying the other grimoire. As I was close to clutching my head, a prompt stole my attention. You learned a new skill, Elemental Roulette. Elemental Roulette, F rank. A high-tier skill tune for the beings with an omni-element affinity. At this rank, the user is granted an affinity of life element. You have unlocked the life element. Rewards, +1 point in all attributes, +5 points in constitution attribute. It was worth it. With this, I had a way to stop the life force in my sperm. I got off Saya's lap and sat between the two. Saya, Aimi, thanks for the help. It's not like I enjoy giving you a lap pillow. It was for you, be grateful. She humphed and turned her face. Why was she degrading to a template tsundere? Anything for Asahi-sama. I can use the life element now. Seriously? What can you do with it? Can you create a life form from this? She shook me with starry eyes before she noticed her behavior and hung her head. Sorry, I got super excited hearing about it. Oh, my Saya has an interest in creating a life form. She shook her head and pushed her specs up. We can probably solve the undead case with this. We would get ultra famous for it. I can't say I hate this ambitious side of her. You know your man doesn't like to be in the center of the world. Saya sighed. I should have realized that. But I will make an exception this time. I leaned closer to her and licked her earlobes. If you give me another paizuri. That was just an excuse. I just disliked when my women changed their personalities because of me. She was compromising for a harem to stay with me, can't I suppress my slightly idiotic habits for her? Her gaze softened and a wide smile touched her lips, emphasizing her cute pointed teeth. Thanks a bunch. She saw through my excuse. Can't escape the genius, now can I? Sure thing. I really look forward to your efforts. My meaningful grin might have reminded her of the morning and her face flushed. I hate you, pervert. She ran out of the room. Ding. Sai Takagi, affection +5. Ding. Congratulations on getting 2 committed partners. Reward, partner function upgraded. Sai Takagi, relation changed to unforgettable lover. Wait, what? This came as a surprise. What kind of dating sim gives no reward for conquering girls? That's true. So what are the new functions? You can see the reason for affection increase and a new unique status that shows the current feeling of your true and potential targets. Like this unforgettable lover. I understand. I turned to Aimi and smiled. Can you say, era for me like Wani-sans in anime? Era. Dot. A ticklish feeling ran through my body. Women empowerment activated. Plus 5% stats. Lasts for 5 minutes. Aimee also felt the same as her eyes widened. What is this? I feel stronger. Does this skill work by era of an Wani-san? So that's why Asahi-sama forced Saya away. I nodded at her accurate assumption. Her pride would take a hit if she can't use a skill every other girl in my harem can. Asahi-sama shouldn't worry about her. She is a strong girl who can take care of herself. I know. I am still too soft, I guess. Aimee cupped my face and pulled me in her breasts. Soft, cruel, ruthless, or a murderer rapist, I don't care what Asahi-sama becomes. I swear to be there with you, even in death. Her resolve was beautiful and heavy. I buried my face between the delicious heavens. I looked up and gave my most sincere smile. Aimee, I never said it before. But thanks for always being here with me. Ding. Aimee Akane, relation changed to inseparable Yandere. It's my pleasure, she answered with a giggle. Please, keep repaying me with your body. Damn, I should run before I got enticed in another round of lovemaking. But, her breasts felt so comforting. I used every ounce of my willpower to move away. I need to train with Siko and Shirori. Let me join too. I will teach marksmanship to Shizuka and now Nei-san. Well, don't go easy on them. I won't. We moved to the backyard, where others waited including Yuriko. Nei-san, wearing round specs, buried her face in a book titled, Secrets of Life. Nei-san, rejoice while you can, I would be conquering you today. Chapter 52, ch. 52, Spar and Reward. I stepped toward Siko standing with a dignified posture and a sharp gaze. Asahi-kun, please be prepared for a tough fight. I always was, you sadistic woman. Siko grinned at my grumble. Taking the stance of Kendoka, she drew out her new katana. A real battle is usually the best place to train one's skills. I nodded and pulled out my favorite daggers in a reverse grip. My stance might seem ridiculous to a professional like her, but that was expected for a young master like me. Duel start. I flinched at Shiori's words. Duel, the heck. This psycho would beat me into pulp in the name of a duel. You knew that, don't you? Fufufu, what might you mean, Asahi-kun? I shook my head and charged for the first hit straight on her throat. Siko tilted her head and smacked her elbow against my hand. You are quite heartless aiming for your woman's throat at the first attempt. I retreated and answered, you know my skills, don't you? Oh, the shield one. Siko bowed. I apologize for misunderstanding your intention. Don't sweat over it. Siko smiled and resumed her stance. Then victory would be yours if you destroy that shield. If you do that, I will do anything you want. What are your terms, then? Siko licked her lips with a seductive smile. This condition goes both ways. Ah shit, here we go again. I dashed toward her and swung my dagger. Time slowed down as my perception reached its peak. Siko's lips slowly curled up into a mocking grin as she pushed the sword to the right. I tossed the dagger and holding its handle, I stabbed toward her left rib. Siko's expression turned solemn. Instead of fighting, she jumped back. She lowered the sword. That was an amazing move. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection +4. Shirori Busujima, affection +2. Clap clap clap. The others clapped at my comeback. Even Yuriko smiled warmly. Ding. Yuriko Takagi, affection +7. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +3. Saya Takagi, affection +1. Now Sakurada, affection +5. Aiko Sakurada, affection +6. Aimee Akane, affection +1. Ding. Siko Busujima, relationship changed to an admirable lover. Shirori Busujima, relationship changed to her brightest hope. Yuriko Takagi, relationship changed to respected yet lecherous son-in-law. Shizuka Marikawa, relationship changed to her beloved brother. Aiko Sakurado, relationship changed to her idol. Now Sakurado, relationship changed to a man she admires. Way to go, Asahi-kun. I love you. Ae-kun, that was amazing. Asahi-san, please do that again. Oni-chan. You are Aiko's hero. I glanced at the smile on their face and scratched my cheek. This young master's thick skin melted from their admiration. Again. I agreed with a nod. As if I would let go of a way to grind affection points. I rushed again. This time Siko was serious and fought with her full strength. I still managed to break the emergency shield that popped out near her stomach. After that came the training on my basics, which I lacked the most. An hour later. Ha, ha. I gasped for breath while admiring the face of the woman who pushed me this far. My eyes never stayed on her lacy violet bra. How do my bare thighs feel? Siko asked and ruffled my hair. They may lack the softness of a woman. I denied her useless thought with a shake of my head. Never say that again. They are the gift of heaven. She giggled at my answer. You are truly a pervert. But I am no better when I get wet from inflicting pain on others. We both are abnormal as far as human standards go. Just a simple lap pillow, is this what you wanted? Nothing better to recover. Ding. Women empowerment, ranked up to B. Natural gentleman, ranked up to C. You learned a new skill, healing thighs. Healing thighs, F rank. Receiving a lap pillow from your partner increases the rate of your spiritual and physical recovery by 100%. Wow. Now I can heal from lap pillows. Asahi-kun. I was lost in thoughts for a bit too long. I explained the new skill to her. She burst into laughter. You really are a hentai protagonist, like Shirori said. Why does your sister know about hentai? She has a lot of them in her room. Though I was tempted to, I never watched them. Using naked apron to seduce me, then the reference for rants, Shirori was a woman of culture. She is also very kinky in her preferences. I see. I am gonna get devoured if I head into the battle like this. She leaned down and smirked. I will be there to back Shirori up. I might need to get serious about them. I checked my status. Status. Asahi Morikawa LVL, current level progress, 1300/12800 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Attributes. Strength, 66, plus 14. Dexterity, 76, plus 14. Constitution, 81, plus 19. Defense, 78, plus 8. Charm, 170, plus 22. Magic, 309, plus 35. Karma, 17,469, plus 119. Skills. Every lowly shall fall, F rank. 15% increased favorability with lowless. The Sacred Candy, D rank. This candy gives instant 10% favorability with lowless. Must protect, F rank plus 10% stats when protecting a lowly. Wrath of Law, cursed minus 10% stats when fighting against law enforcement and lawfully aligned beings. Natural Gentleman, C rank plus 15% instant favorability with any woman older than you. Woman Empowerment, B rank, Era, gives a 10% boost in strength. Skill cooldown is 3 minutes, while one woman can only power it every 20 minutes. Healing Thighs, F rank. Receiving a lap pillow from your partner increases the rate of your spiritual and physical recovery by 100%. Dagger Mastery, E rank. Increases proficiency with daggers. Gives insight into weak points. Head Patting, F rank. Grants a calming and blissful effect when touching someone's head. God's Language, F rank. Reduces the strain when reading the language of gods. The effect varies according to rank. Gift of Tongues, E rank. You can understand any human language. I became a lot stronger. Fighting Siko was merely possible because of my high perception. Even then, she was able to dodge on her instincts. The difference in experience was too much. I had a long way to go before I fuck Kliska's real body. I am more than satisfied like this. I know that. But I don't like going back on my words. Asahi-kun, have you recovered yet? Siko patted my cheeks. Can we continue after I bathe? The spar got me sweaty. Let's take one together. Okay, I can wash your back that way. We enjoyed some intimacy in the bath, though only at the level of groping each other. After lunch, I went into the same room with the summoning magic circle and poured my mana, thinking of the slightly perverted spirit. The magic circle lit up with a bronze light, different for the silvery hue of Graphia. 500 KP deducted for creating a physical body for Lemageten. KP left, 16,969. A golden flash blinded me, calming down moments later. A woman with brown skin floated before me. Her silver hair reminiscent of gentle moonlight, wearing a revealing black dress with gold bracelets around her arms. Ale. Why is Laimi here? The crimson tattoo on her forehead glowed for a second. Her golden eyes darted around in panic. Why can't Laimi access the Astrum? It's time to fool this naive spirit. Chapter 53, Ch. 53, Power of Bonds. Astrum was the place Lemageten came from, located in a world parallel from the world. It was called the home of Diva. Born from the concept, beliefs, and folks of humans, Diva held powers similar to gods. After a certain scientist discovered Philosopher's Stone, their world changed, gaining contact with Diva. This girl here, Lemageten, was the chief diva of Solomon's 72 Pillars mythology, supporting Japan. Or that was what I understood after reading the light novel of Majika no Kenshire blah blah blah. Lemijitan looked around, searching for someone with her stigma. Her eyes stopped on me, flashing apparent vigilance. Are you the one who summoned me? I nodded to confirm her assumption. I am Asahi Marikawa and I want to form a contract with Lemijitan. A straightforward approach was what I wanted. Why is Lamy here in a world without Astrum? I approached her and raised my hand. She unconsciously closed her eyes, thinking I would be harming her. I placed my hand on her head and rubbed her soft hair. What? It feels weird. She opened her eyes, closing them seconds later. I feel warm. She was lonely after the protagonist's mother, also her former contractor, left her. Since she lost her powers and got locked in Astrum where she couldn't contact the 72 pillars, her underlings. Can you agree to contract me, please? She slapped away my hand and puffed her cheeks. Lamy is not an easy girl. Also, Lamy's powers are not for everyone to use. I need them to protect my women. I faked a remorseful sigh and clenched my fists. This world is plagued by the undead for many days. I need the power to protect myself and the women I care about. I started explaining the horrors of the undead. My power to summon any demon related to 72 pillars. My perfect acting probably fooled her. She put on a thoughtful expression and crossed her arms on her chest. Lamy wants to ask a question. What is your purpose after saving this world? Did she misinterpret my words as saving the world? I didn't mind doing it as long as I got XP and the women I like. I want to travel to different worlds with my women. Different worlds. She tilted her head. Lamy only knows Earth and Astrum. Can you return to any of them? I asked despite knowing the answer. She shook her head with drooped shoulders. Lamy can't. Even with her childish personality, this girl held grudges. So I couldn't force her into a contract. Then come to different worlds with me. Lamy. Lamy will agree if you swear to be a harem king. I agree. I was already a harem king, to begin with. If having 5 lovers wasn't a harem, then I don't know what else is. Lamy doesn't know how to form contracts without Enigma. Enigma was the symbol that appeared on the summoner's hand on their 14th birthday. If they successfully contracted a diva, they would mature into a stigma. I didn't need them when I had the contract skill. But the girls will need them to form the pact. Klisa. There are no cringy lines involved. Just ask her about the contract and let her agree with it. Better. Just answer this question. Are you willing to enter a contract with me? Lamy agrees to Asahi being her contractor. With her agreement, strands of black flowed from her and wrapped around me. Oh wait, I wasn't a princess knight, so why were these tentacles covering me? They retreated into her body and Lamy's eyes widened. Ding. Contract established with Lemijitan, the lesser key of Solomon. Contract ranks up to E. Special skill, Power of Bonds acquired. Power of Bonds, special. The king's authority of Lemijitan is powered up the level of bonds you have forged. Ring of Solomon, A rank. It keeps track of the positivity levels of the girls contracted with a diva. Telepathy, B rank. You can contact any girl whose positivity level is above 150. Zekarbini, S rank. A special enchanted pendant that helps you in casting any magic spell instantly. Gematria, SSS rank. Sealed due to insufficient power. This was the best way for me and my harem to grow stronger together. Next, I will summon the subordinate diva of Lemijitan and let the girls contract them. With enough practice, they will be able to access the 10 devastating spells of the diva. The power of spells depended on one's synchro rate and affinity with diva. The strongest level 10 spell could obliterate a city with ease. Not much on the bigger scale of powers, but here with the friendly undead, I could grind XP. AoE attacks, that's what I lacked, and this will allow me to use them. Since the spirits would be contracted to me, they would grow stronger with me. Not like the usual diva shown in the story. I rubbed the black ring that appeared on the index finger of my right hand, the Ring of Solomon. Lamy feels the power. Why are their bonds more sturdy than Lamy ever saw? Me and me. Feel the power of a Yandere bodyguard and a shut-in goddess. Lamy let out a sigh tinged with regret. So bad that they aren't contracted with any diva, or Asahi could have cast level 10 magic spells. I could only cast spells according to the positivity levels of girls. I held out my hand with a smile. Thanks for your help. I would be sure to treasure you. She placed a hand on her hips and pointed at me. Oh ho ho, Lamy knows Asahi wants to do naughty things with her. I forgot this extremely beautiful woman was somewhat perverted since she always wanted her contractor to become a great harem king. Chapter 54, Ch. 54, Phoenix. Power of Bonds. Right now this OP skill was useless. I had a list prepared for the diva who would surely have an affinity with the girls. Seiko's diva will be the most suited for my tastes. But first would be Saya's diva, Phoenix. Ding. For your successful contract with Lemigiton, you get an additional summon for today. Oh, nice. A free summon. Leaving Lamy in the room, I went out and dragged Saya here. I explained the situation on the way, or she might end up blasting Lamy with her C-rank fire magic. Oh, this cute girl is in Asahi's harem. Asahi, wait, why is this a sexy girl? Saya huffed and pointed at Lamy. I thought she would be an old hag. She is Lamy. And Lamy, she is Saya, my lover. Lover. I grinned at her. Aren't you? Even Yuriko approved of our relationship. She frowned a little and glared at me, realizing I just called my mother-in-law with her given name. You, whatever, I don't care anymore. Did she just give me the approval to pursue her MILF mother? Did you just agree to it? She nodded reluctantly and sighed. Just treat her better than the bastard father of mine. Moved to tears, I brought her in my arms and kissed her. Such a noble deed was worthy to earn 100 kisses from me. She pushed me with a glare. Stop toying with me. Okay, just wait here. I will summon the best diva for you. Asahi certainly loves his harem. Lamy finally found someone worthy to become harem king. She hung her head depressingly. But no friend is here to see it. Before she got depressed further, I poured my mana into the summoning circle. I didn't feel much when I powered it for Lamy, but it became a little harder to move my mana. I haven't mastered the technique to use the mana yet, another goal to work for. A red hue circulated in the symbols of the circle. This time, it burst into a red flash. I covered my eyes preemptively. Phoenix-chan. Lamy cried and jumped into the light. Yar yar, how can you be our master when you cry like this, murmured the man before me in black pants and a suit vest. A black mask marked with a white wing symbol hid his face. This guy was Phoenix, a demon marquis, the 37th pillar of 72 pillars. He was ranked low but his powers with fire were nothing to scoff at. My eyes met with the red V-line on his mask, his eyes. He gave a polite nod and pushed Lamy away. Saya watched Lamy with an amused smile. This fellow is interesting. She is certainly an interesting character. Master, even they are making fun of you now. Lamy turned around and glared at me. Asahi, are you making fun of me? Lamy, can you explain the contract to Phoenix? Lamy patted her puffed chest with a proud smile. Leave it to me. She started her explanation. Saya nudged me with her elbow. Her excited smile reminded me of flirty Saya. So I will be able to use Phoenix powers. Yes, I will be also able to use them too through the power of love. What nonsense are you spouting? KLYSC. Done. Thanks, you are a good wife. Hee hee dot. Hey. Answer me, what is this power of love? I will explain that after the contract. Phoenix. Though it does feel strange to materialize in the alternate physical world. I will do my best to support my new king and master. As expected, this guy was cool in every way. The symbol of Enigma appeared on Saya's hand. Master, please extend your hand, Phoenix asked. Go ahead. Saya nodded and grasped his hand. Inject your magic power here. Ah. Okay. A second later, the symbol on her hand lit up. Phoenix's body scattered into particles and formed a shadow behind Saya. A majestic bird with fiery wings, spewing streams of orange light. Saya closed her eyes as a bright glow enveloped her body, forming a graceful red dress. Above her bountiful cleavage, a crimson symbol of two fiery wings appeared. Saya's eyes turned crimson. The spark that scatters from the dancing. I shook her shoulders in panic. This girl might nuke this house. Oh oi, calm down. Huh. Asahi. Clarity returned to her eyes. Ah, sorry. I was about to cast Barret. Don't worry. It's something that can't be helped. This dress is somehow embarrassing. Her dress disappeared in an instant. The glow concealed her body. The red sparks gathered from which Phoenix materialized. Since we are directly contracted without the interference of Astrum, you can skip the chant. Though the words will ramp up the spell power. Saya nodded and gave me a bright smile. A heart flew from her and entered my ring. I injected mana into my ring and a graph with numbers popped up. Sai Takagi. My original affection points for her were 204. It is as you have guessed. One positivity level is 2 affection points. The girls with the original protagonist had 200 positivity level, that's Undying Love or Yandere. I shook my head. My body felt kind of empty from the loss of more than half mana. An MP and HP bar would be useful here. Do you want it? I would be lying if I didn't want it. I will upgrade the system when you go to the next world. I love you. With everything said and done, I led Lamy and Saya to the room and explained everything. Yuriko was also there, so I earned 3 affection points from her, probably because of telling her this. The path to conquering Yuriko would be slow and steady. After everyone got busy with their own stuff, I dragged Shizuka toward my room. It's time to confront her. Chapter 55, ch. 55, A Wild Peeper Appears. Shizuka squeezed my hand right before I entered the room. Kun. Do you need me for something? We need to talk. Shizuka formed a soft smile and opened the door. Yes, it's been a while since we talked alone. Your lovers just don't leave you alone. This Brokon sister mine wanted to feign ignorance over our love life. It's not going to happen. She sat on the bed and patted the space behind her. Come, Kun. Tell me how your life is with other girls. I sat facing her and grasped her hands. Nei-san, are you satisfied with our relationship? What about our relationship? Isn't it normal? Oh, normal. What kind of sister breaks into his brother's room and sleeps on the bed where he fucked his woman? That was unintentional. I sleepwalked to your bed and hugged you. I squeezed her delicate hands. Doesn't it show your subconscious desires? You want to stay close to me much more than a normal sister. Or am I wrong here? Shizuka silently stared at me, tears pooling in the corner of her eyes. Kun, I am sorry. She hugged me and buried her face in my chest. You are right. I love Kun, as a man. You have such a useless sister that is lusting for his brother. My chest became wet from her tears. I rested my chin on her shoulder and stroked her hair. You are not the only one. I also love Nei-san. At my confession, a large heart emerged from her. Ding. Shizuka Marikawa, affection plus 13. You do. I raised you from when I was 10, so I knew when my Kun started to act weirdly. She looked up with teary eyes and continued, I always thought Kun had no interest in women when you always turned down the girl's confession in the school. Me, the bona fide stud, had no interest in women. She giggled and rubbed her face on my chest. Then even Rika, the woman lusted after by many men, failed to arouse you. She even tried to stroke your penis when you were asleep. I also tried touching it, but nothing happened. I didn't know it. It was then. I started to see you as a man. She closed her eyes and sniffed with a radiant smile. Your musky scent aroused me so much that I had to accept sex toys from Rika to satisfy myself. You don't have to go that deep. Someone complimented my scent for the second time. High humans are higher on the hierarchy than normal humans. So any human female would be attracted to you instinctually. Wait a minute. Only family. What about my parents? Shizuka hung her head at my outburst. They passed away. I see. That was bad news. I had a good impression of them, especially my big-breasted blonde mother. Now it is what it is. I accepted it naturally since the last time I saw them was during the first or second year of my life here. A 10-year-old girl raising her brother all on her own, an airhead like her must have suffered a lot. Thankfully, my parents were rich businessmen, so she didn't have to go around for money. It must be tough. You endured well until now. I hugged her tightly, almost crushing her. She did the same as if trying to become one with me. Yeah, it was hard, but I don't regret it, not one bit. That's admirable. I leaned slightly to take in her lips. She seemed surprised at first before her eyes brightened up and she grabbed my face. I tried to keep it tame, but this wild one Isan shoved her tongue in my mouth. I didn't let her. She frowned and pinched my waist. However, with my high defense, her fingers barely caused an itch. Her eyes burned with indignance as if saying how bullied she felt. She broke off the kiss and gave a teary-eyed look. Kun, you naughty boy. You always tease Nei-san. I winked at her. You are so cute that I can't help it. She glanced down at her breasts. A grown woman like me is cute. Ding. Shizuka Marikawa, affection plus 2. The 500 students in your fan club will burn any guy who says you are not cute. She folded an arm on her chest and tapped her cheeks. Nei-san has a fan club. Yes, it even had more fans than the Busujima siblings. Is that true? I thought people disliked clumsy good-for-nothing women like me. It's okay, I still love my clumsy Nei-san. Kun. She spread her arms, her breasts pushing out of the purple turtleneck as she did. Give Nei-san a hug. Sure. Even a normal hug turned erotic when Shizuka was involved. About our relationship. You will always be my Nei-san. Huh. The Nei-san who will fulfill the beastly desires of her little brother. A sister and my lover. Shizuka Marikawa, relationship changed to her sweet lover brother. That is, I am prepared for it. She pushed up my t-shirt and caressed my hard abs. Kun. I shook my head. Not today. I have a date. She pouted a little. Busujima twins. It must be at night, though. Yes. Go, leave this Nei-san alone. I couldn't help but chuckle at her cute tricks. She frowned and her cheeks inflated even more, like a balloon ready to burst. That face reminded me of the meme face of Mamako Osuki. Geez, Nei-san. I slid my hands up her breasts and gently squeezed them. Even with the turtleneck and bra, my fingers dug into her soft flesh. Shizuka covered her mouth with the back of her hand and a tiny moan escaped her lips. I already gave my word to Siko and Shirori or I would not waste any more time tasting these juicy melons, I said, fondling her breasts. Nei-san's breasts are getting violated by Kuin's hands. Her eyes had a sultry look, extreme passion dwelling deep within them. I have to calm her arousal first. I flipped her body and slipped my right hand inside her pants. Her dripping wet folds showed her arousal. Ah. Kuin is touching me there. Rustle. A noise came from outside. If it weren't for my senses, I might have missed it. Someone was trying to peek. I sneakily glanced at the door. A pair of purple eyes peeked from the slightest opening in the door. Only one woman in this mansion had those enchanting eyes, MILF Yuriko. Vote. Chapter 56, Ch. 56, Nei-san's request, R. 18. Yuriko peeked at us. Was I gonna stop at this? Hell nah. We weren't going to have sex here either way. I will let Yuriko have a glimpse at her future. You get this wet from a little touch from your brother. Just how perverted can you get? Nei-san is a depraved woman yearning for her younger brother. Teasing her was fun. I rubbed her erect clitoris and fondled her breasts with my other hand. She writhed around, letting out provoking moans. Damn, I should finish this quickly. My fingers dug inside her slippery vagina. The high DEX showed its true power in bed, fingering her became much easier and from her moans, she was having the pleasure of her life. I was still far from the level of God grid. Shizuka's moans filled the room. Taking in her mellow fragrance, I licked her ears, making her tremble harder. The idea of taking her with Siko and Shirori sounded tempting but I wanted Shizuka's first time to be more meaningful since girls, at least someone like Shizuka, would cherish their first time. After several minutes of fingering her wet hole, Shizuka started convulsing. Her legs shook back and forth as she raised her head. Kun. I forgot to put up the barrier. I could imagine the judging stares I would get from now. I pinched her stiff nipple poking her turtleneck and sped up my fingers. Her squishy walls trembled, contracted, and clenched my fingers. Her juices gushed out and bathed my fingers in their sweetness. Shizuka leaned against me, out of breath from the intense orgasm. She raised her hand and weakly touched my face. Kun, how did you become so good? I took out my naughty hands itching for more action and kissed her forehead. I am a natural. I licked the juices on my fingers. Bittersweet. Shizuka released a hot sigh. She turned a little and pushed me on the bed. Instead of mounting me as I thought, she placed her head and cast an affectionate look at me. Kun, can I ask for a favor? I knew what she wanted. Is it related to Rika? She nodded with a bitter smile. Have you tried contacting her cell phone? I tried, but it is always either switched off or not under the network coverage. She went to Tokunoso Island Airport, right? She nodded. That is what she told me. I guess it was time to put the Conquer Yuriko plan on hold. However, I would return later. We will head out tomorrow and steal a boat from somewhere. Thanks, you are. With a grin, I pulled her cheeks. And have a threesome. That woman always used to tease me, now it will be my turn to tease her. Her face turned redder than a tomato. This woman was imagining a threesome. Shizuka always had a thing with Rika since Rika supported her. They might have gone full-blown Yuri if they stayed together in this apocalypse like how she went full Brokon for me. I could imagine Rika seducing Shizuka with the infamous line from the "You asterisk I spaghetti" meme. I am not ready to do it with others. I will respect your choice and fuck her alone then. Her lips parted but she said nothing and shut them tight. I will slowly corrupt my sister into accepting it. Yuriko's gaze on me vanished and the faint footsteps came a second later. Yuriko lurked longer than my initial guess. With this, I had a chance to have a one-on-one talk with her. Since blackmail was out of the question, I will gently persuade her. We rolled around in bed, talking about the things we would do to Rika, and our future. We became a lot closer, almost like lovers. Well, technically we were if you ignore the forbidden part that made it more enticing. I went to Saya's room and while flirting with each other, we talked about the spells she learned. She could use 5 of Phoenix's inherent spells right off the bat, which even amazed Phoenix. However, her mana wasn't enough to use them. Phoenix had the most versatile powers, offensive spells that could burn anything in this world, walls of fire to block attacks, wings made of fire to fly, and healing spells. The best thing about Power of Bonds was that I could kiss Saya to release the final level 10 revive spell to resurrect someone. I asked Lamy to seal this ability for now. As if I could live without kissing her. After I learned the basics of the spell, everyone gathered in the yard once again except Yuriko, who ran away in the name of daily patrol. I dragged an undead body from outside and enveloped it inside the chakram barrier. Any carelessness could end up burning this garden and reduce my MILF points. Barrett. Whoa. Phoenix now whispered. I turned around to find a red bird with a pair of wings spread widely. Fire. With my proclamation, the phoenix wings flapped and shot out feathers toward the undead. Boom. A golden barrier rose up to block them. The barrier lasted for a second before it melted. I lunged for the bucket of water and poured it down on the burning undead. Nice. I finally obtained an AoE spell. Ding. You have learned a new spell, Barrett. Spell function unlocked. Lists all the spells you have learned. Phoenix spell tree added in the spell function. Phoenix level 1 spell, Barrett unlocked. Barrett uses wind element to shoot destructive feathers coated with destructive fire. Effect, each feather ignores 20% defense and causes 300 physical damage and 1500 fire damage. Cost, since you have not unlocked the fire and wind element, this spell consumes 200 MP. Having any one of these elements will reduce the cost by 25%. Ding. Now Sakurada, affection +1. Everyone's affection rose by 1 point or 2. My love, I used 100 KP to add HP and MP function. You can calculate your current HP and MP by multiplying them by 10. Can you add them to my status too? Unfortunately, I can't modify the features unless you are in the void. I am a bad wife. Her sullen voice made me want to go over there and embrace her. My love is so concerned about me. I feel a lot better. Good. Klisa, show me this barrier's information. Disc barrier, rank E, a disc enchanted with the spell, mystical barrier. The barrier is instantly cast before an attack. Charge, 0/. Mystical barrier, a barrier that consumes 250 MP to fully charge. Effect, uses 1 MP to absorb 3 physical damage or 2 mana damage. This barrier could tank the damage enough to kill an average human 7 times. I will try to abuse my high mana until I learn more spells. Saya, try using Barrett. She fidgeted a little before accepting. Her magic dress appeared and the phoenix behind her spread its wings. Barrett. Another barrage of feathers shut down the barrier and turned the poor undead into ashes. Saya marveled at the scene and pumped her fists, a determined light in her crimson eyes. I won't lose again, not ever. Her first loss from the undead still weighed on her mind. I patted her head in order to calm her down. She looked up with burning eyes. Asahi, give me a child. Vote. Chapter 57, ch. 57, Back on Roads. Asahi, give me a child. I froze. The girls gasped. Saya-chan, you can't have a kid at this time, Shizuka asserted. Siko and Shirori nodded to support Shizuka. Aimi, as usual, watched everything like a bystander. Saya frowned and glared in defiance. I want to have a child because of this apocalypse. I am strong enough to protect myself and my child. Cold sweat dripped down my face. This tsundere became too true to her desires. I patted to the best of my ability like my life was on the line here. And it was. Take a deep breath, I coaxed. Just like this. Phoenix, take back the magic dress. The dress disappeared, returning to her blue tank top and denim shorts. Slowly her eyes regained their usual fiery orange color. I am sorry. The first thing she uttered was an apology. I brought her into my arms and continued patting her. Ding. Head patting ranked up to E. It's not your fault. I comforted the sullen tsundere, whose yearning for children went down. A child, huh? Maybe in the future, but not now. Right now I want to be selfish and pursue more MILFs. Phew, I am sorry for acting like that. I shook my head. Asahi. This world is so fun. Lamy ran out of the mansion holding a stack of books. Look, here are the erotic novels I found here. You can use them as a reference. I smirked at Saya, whose face flushed instantly. Miss Takagi loves to read erotica. She silently escaped into the mansion. I chuckled and patted Lamy's head for giving me another thing to tease Saya about. Please go read them in my room. This woman would give everyone a hard time with her perversion. I might as well grind some XP for the rest of the day and secure a speedboat to reach the island airport. Siko and Shirori readily agreed and we headed for the gate. However, a woman strutting around caught my attention. Police uniform, check. Light brown hair, check. Blue eyes, check. A green band on her hand, check. Boobs as flat as a board, check. Yep, she was the cop, Asami, who fell in love with my buddy Kota. She is Asami. We saved her today from a mall, Siko said and sighed. The people there treated her very badly. Asami and Asahi, they rhyme so perfectly. She is also a loyal person. Shiori sighed. Her chest is kinda pitiful though. Asahi wouldn't really like it. Shiori. Yes, ma'am. The tent on her side opened and a man walked out with a sharp presence. Asami began to fumble with the gun in her hands. That looks like her crush. She is acting similar to Saya around Asahi. Shiori grinned and tapped my back. A girl in love. F for Kota. Siko smacked the back of her head. Please mind your manners. Always acting like a refined woman when you are just as perverted as me. Siko's lips twitched but she couldn't retort. I shrugged and summoned the Humvee. I took the driver's seat and the twins took the side seat. Driving this wouldn't be that hard. Off to the long drive we go. Shiori. Siko sighed for the umpteenth time today. Shiori was truly a troublesome fellow to deal with. A good waifu nonetheless. Asking Google Sensei for directions, I drove toward the boat club that rented speedboats and such. The flight spell of Phoenix, blazing wings lasted less than 30 seconds. Thankfully, Shiori wasn't trying anything fun. A hand crawling on my lap proved me wrong. Siko, we used to visit this amusement park with Otosama, Shiori said, gazing at the Ferris wheel in the distance. A slight smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Her hand slipped inside my loose shorts and caressed my cock. Even though she had trained her body to the human limits, her long fingers were delicate and a little warm. To avoid falling into Shiori's trap, I tried to create a telepathic link with Saya. Saya. NN. All I heard was a moan. Was she masturbating to my dirty laundry? Asahi. So it was you. The sudden warmth in my chest scared me. Oh, you sure you aren't jacking off to my underwear? And no. I highly doubt it. Okay, it was just a test to check our bond. From the clarity, I can say you are head over heels for me. As if I would lose myself on a meager thing like love. Sure, bye. Love ya. Have a safe trip. I cut the link with a smile. Shiori clicked her tongue and removed her hand. She got so close to giving me an erection. Asahi-kun, give me a lap pillow, Shiori said and laid her head on my lap without my agreement. She brushed her face against my crotch. So warm. Was she warming up my cock for this? Siko glanced at Shiori and shook her head. She had my pity for enduring such a teasing one-san. Though I doubt their relationship was like this before. Squashing the undead into meat paste, enjoying the chimes of free XP, ignoring Shiori's provocations, I crossed over 70 kilometers and arrived at the only boat club that had high-class speedboats. Bang, bang. Fate had something else in store for me. Chapter 58, Ch. 58, Brutal Demon. Shiori quickly left my lap and narrowed her eyes. Asahi-kun. Are you two asking for my permission? Siko and Shiori denied with a shake of their head. Since you are our men, we will leave the decision to you. You too. I shook my head and got off the Humvee. Let's check it out. Maybe it's a MILF who needs help. Don't go rank. I know, sheesh. You are hellbent on stopping me from going that route. Shiori snickered and pressed her hand on my face. I know what kind of men you are. You sure do. Siko pushed us and pointed at the supermarket a few buildings ahead. Action first. I drew out my daggers and tried coating them with my mana. The usual enchantment activated as soon as the tingly sensation left my hands and wrapped the dagger in a blue gleam. However, this time, an additional white glow accompanied it. Life element, deadly to anything possessing the darkness element including the undead. Siko and Shiori wielded their magic swords and rushed forth. Refusing to be outdone, I also rushed and outpaced them easily. Tracing an arc through the air, the glowing dagger diagonally slashed apart an undead's head. Great! Siko exclaimed and beheaded an undead, her movements filled with grace, and the droplets of blood on her face further enhanced it. It feels good. She went on a beheading spree while her sword acquired a black aura around it. Shiori, however, stayed in the back and sent wind blades with every slash of her sword. The wind blades weren't very offensive since she tried to save up on mana. This was the reason I gave her a magic sword with the wind element, it perfectly suited her carefree personality. Wind was the only element for someone like her. Siko though will awaken the water element. Always calm and reserved but when provoked, she would lash out to end the troubles. It was fun analyzing people like this. Kinda the reason I used this element-based magic system. Although killing them from a distance was fun, the sensation of slicing their skin was addicting as well. Killing our way through the crowd, we entered the supermarket. Roar. The roar stopped us in our tracks. I stopped and listened to the grotesque sounds as if someone's skull cracked into pieces coming from inside. Another mutated undead? No, it wasn't. My Wani-san senses were screaming. I will take a look. Shirori dashed past the door and froze. Shirori. Siko followed her and froze beside her. Gross. What the hell? I also entered the supermarket. Bloody hell. Not a joke. It was truly a bloody hell with mushy matter and blood scattered on the walls. The counters and shelves were flipped over, burying the headless corpses of the undead. In the corner, a lamp flickered ominously, giving glimpses of the back of a blue-haired girl holding up an undead with only its head. The undead was unable to even scream as she used her black metal gauntlet to squeeze its head. She whirled her head toward us, showing violet pupils hidden behind a red demonic mask. That gaze was someone who had no sense of reasoning left, only the desire to kill. She had spiky black armored gauntlets on her arms. Seo Hitsuji, the nurse Wani-san from Triage X, the same author who worked on High School of the Dead. That meant now was also from Triage X. The teacher of the protagonist's class. A younger version of her wearing a maid dress. Seo rushed at us with the intention to kill. Right now, she must be in a heightened state from D99 virus. She had superhuman strength in this state. Someone that could kill me. Fear of death, just what I wanted to awaken my element. Siko, Shirori, let me do it. I squeezed the hilt of daggers and charged. Tilting sideways to dodge her claws, I grasped her wrist clad in armored gauntlet and threw her in reverse. She crashed into the floor, cracking the floor a little. I wasn't holding back at all. Yet, she dug her claws in my arm and bounced back to her feet. Before she threw me to hell, I kicked her leg. She bent forward, giving me the chance to slash apart her mask. The mask fell off and her beautiful face twisted in agony was revealed. She growled like a beast and shoved her fist in my stomach. A fierce impact twisted my guts and all the oxygen packed in my lungs was spat out. Asahi-kun. I rammed my knee into her abdomen, hurling her back a few steps. Ding. You learned a new skill, physical resistance. Physical resistance, F rank reduces the damage inflicted from physical attacks by 5%. Seo's strength was higher than mine by a large margin, enough to learn a new skill. My 100 defense saved me or I would be injured. I'm fine. I placed the daggers in my inventory. It was time to demonstrate the martial arts I learned before. It's gonna be a tough fight. Vote. Chapter 59, ch. 59, Her Sorrow. Seo's POV. Seo instinctively covered her face and glared at the men through the gap of her fingers. The urge to kill him and everyone clouded her heart. Yet, a small fear could also be seen in those eyes. Covering her face with her left hand, she darted toward him and swiped her claws at his face. She intended to rip his face in revenge for her mask. The man, however, sidestepped to dodge her attack. She attacked, again and again, the flurry of her claws leaving an afterimage. The man calmly evaded each attack without retaliating at her wide openings. The more he dodged, the stronger her anger boiled while the slightest fear grew alongside it. She glanced at the mask, she needed it to become stronger and kill everyone. It hid her true feelings, showed people what she truly was at her heart. No one will know her sadness and pain this way. No one will get to know how scared she was when her body moved on its own and twisted the throat of her daddy followed by his co-workers. A monster was she would ever be. Even now, the little girl inside her heart wanted to stop this madness, so that she could no longer hurt more people. But her mind and body wanted to rampage and kill. Seeing the attacks no longer working, she retreated and thought of ways to overpower her new foe. The men picked up the pieces of the mask and joined them, making it like it was before. Want it? The man asked with a smile similar to her daddy as he extended the mask. Come, get it. Seo's hand crawled toward the mask and held it. She tried to put it on, but the men grabbed her hands and jerked her toward him, wrapping his arms around her. She clawed his back, gouging out bits of his flesh. However, his arms around her tightened further as he began to stroke her hair. Her eyes widened when her hands on his back loosened. I can move. Not only that, the warmth on her head simmered down her rage. The realization brought tears to her eyes. Damn, that hurt. Asahi-kun. The two big sisters hastily approached and checked up on the men called Asahi. Does it hurt? The concern in Pretty Wani-san's voice made her guiltier. I am fine, Asahi answered without any hint of hesitation. She wanted to apologize and run away before she went berserk again. She mustered up her strength and pushed the warm hands. But they refused to budge an inch. Please. Someone like her shouldn't feel this warmth. Leave me, she whispered weakly and hung her head. I am a monster. 2 streams of sparkling tears washed away the blood on her face. Asahi just chuckled at her plea. Don't wanna. I will hurt you. She tried to threaten him. Asahi pushed her shoulder and gazed into her eyes. Okay, fine. I have a condition, do you agree? She nodded her head and rubbed her eyes, a bit reluctant to part with his warmth. You will come with us. Huh. She looked up with an incredulous gaze, not believing he just invited her. She hurt him so much, then why would he want someone like her? Is he one of those guys Daddy told me to be wary of? Mister, are you a lolicon? Asahi's lips twitched while the big sister with glasses burst into laughter. Asahi, I say saving her was worth it. The other sister coughed. Sure, Ori. Stop reprimanding me when you are laughing as well. Huh? Stop lying, you perverted woman. Call me big sis, Siko-chan. Over my dead body. Even though they insulted each other, Sayo could see how close they were. Thud thud thud. The ground started to rumble. She lost her footing and fell. Asahi quickly caught her and flashed a helpless smile. A big one is coming. Indeed. As he said, 2 big arms squeezed the gate of the supermarket and a horrible face came into her view. A cold sweat drenched her back when the giant tall creature roared. This monster was something she could crush in her berserk state. It's my turn. However, contrary to fearing it, the pretty big sister smiled like someone put her favorite toy before her. She pulled out the sword from her waist and charged. Sayo's enhanced vision only perceived a flash, then a red liquid sprayed from the monster's neck. She gulped audibly. If this One-san fought her in her berserk state, the chances of her survival would be 0. Level up. Asahi cheered and hugged Sayo. Are you coming with us, or I should kidnap you? Why? Her voice turned hoarse as she lashed out. Maybe it would make them distant. Why are you bothering with someone like me? Asahi ruffled her hair and laughed. It would be a waste to let a cute girl like you die here. What? Cute? Me. She glanced at her father, whose expression was twisted as if he saw the worst nightmare of his life, her. Asahi had called such a girl cute, she couldn't believe it. Asahi pressed something on her gauntlets, loosening them. The gauntlets her father had forced on her easily slid off. He took her hands and his goofy expression turned into a serious one. You are plenty cute. Here, today, I will adopt you as my little sister. She couldn't form any words to speak. The pretty One-san gave a gentle smile and pulled her into a hug. Asahi and I promise to cure this disease, so you can normally. At least normal for this apocalypse. She couldn't stop the tears overflowing from her eyes and buried her face deeper. She lacked the courage to answer, so she kept crying until her eyes grew heavy. The hunger and overexertion made her exhausted and the warm embrace of One-san felt comfortable enough. Chapter 60, ch. 60, Monster. Ding. Sayo Hitsuji, affection plus 24. Ding. Sayo Hitsuji, relationship changed to her kind brother. Ding. You have tamed a berserk monster. The difficulty to unlock the unique Monster Tamer class is reduced. Nice. Gotta tame them all. Wait, why was Sayo a monster? You can check her stats. Later, what's the criteria to unlock my next class? Every 25 levels, you will gain a new class or your current class will evolve. Great. Kind of unbelievable, but Sayo already accepted the proposal to be my adopted sister, at least in her heart. The dead bodies lying behind her were the ones who opened fire. My luck stat was high to meet her, right when she killed her father. Well, as long as I saved her from killing herself. Asahi, what will we do with her? Siko asked as she continued patting Sayo's back. She sympathized with Sayo as they both had a habit of self-loathing. We will help her, that's all there is to it. A delighted smile surfaced on her face and a medium-sized heart flew from her. Ding. Siko Busujima, affection plus 12. Plus 12 points, huh? Thank you, she said with a relieved smile. No worries, my dear, I replied and patted the adorable maid's head. Asahi-kun, can you create clothes for her? Let's do it later. She might need a nice bath to get rid of the blood. The One-san version of her was sexy. But she was cute too in the maid outfit. Not that I will put my hands on a girl this young. Maybe when she grows up. I didn't accept her, so she could become my cute, perfect maid, definitely. The tingling on my back got comparatively lax. I directed my life attribute mana toward those wounds. A cool feeling spread through it and eased the pain. A handy technique to heal myself in a pinch. We walked out of the supermarket and entered the boat club. We started a crusade on the undead crawling in every corner of this building. It pained me to cut an undead MILF's head when they looked no different from human. The gate opened up to a warehouse packed with many boats. Small, big, compact, luxurious, I stored them all. We strode outside to see some guys touching our Humvee with their filthy hands. "Leave them to me," Shirori declared, whipping out her sword. They looked like hooligans from the streets, probably reminding her of the past. Seeing Shirori, they started to whistle and cheered, while pointing their gun in the air. Shirori only slashed her blade 3 times to disarm the bunch. Sigh, these idiots. Where are all the nice guys in the world? Leaving them moaning outside, we took the Humvee and rode back home. The light was already out by the time we reached Takagi Estate. I opened the door and glanced at Sayo sleeping in Siko's embrace. However, her eyes shut too tightly, showing she had already woken up. She must be embarrassed. Siko turned to me and winked. She also knew it. Someone with a sharp perception like her wouldn't miss Sayo's rookie act. After taking the Humvee back into the ring, I waved at the guy who got his ass kicked for my mistake. He waved back enthusiastically. "You returned pretty late, was everything good?" The woman beside him slapped his back. "Mariko-sama, forgive this idiot for getting chummy for you. He didn't mean any ill." Although she badmouthed him, her intention was clearly to defend him. So, after beating the hell out of him, she fell for him. "It's fine. Just take care of him," I said with a wink. Her face flushed as she nodded repeatedly. Chuckling at her cute reaction, I went inside, leaving the couple to their own devices. Shirori nudged me. "What was that about? Care to share with Wani-san?" "Nothing." "Then why do you have, it's good to be young, expression on your face?" I wiped off whatever expression I had and coiled my arm around her waist. "It seems a good night session is required to show your position." She took my hand and guided it to her breasts. "Sure, I will leave my door open tonight. This girl." Back in the room with everyone, even Yuriko, I told Sayo's story. Their suspicious expression vanished, replaced by a sympathetic gaze. Most of the women here had kind hearts, so they could easily empathize with Sayo. The girl in question still faked sleeping. I created maid clothes for her, which got a judging look from everyone. Pointing at her blue maid clothes, I clarified the misunderstanding. She likes maid clothes. Is my reputation so low that they think I will lay my hands on a loli? They are doing it so you don't touch any illegal loli in the future. I see. My Klisa is legal, right? She whistled at my question. Answer me. I am 17. We are both 17. Omo. Siko and Shirori took Sayo to clean her. I got to my room and fell face first on the bed. Klisa, show me Sayo's stats. Sayo Hitsuji, insufficient affection points to unlock the backstory. Favorability points, 53, her kind brother. Age. LVL, race, human-monster hybrid. Class, berserker. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Monster mutation, special. The D99 virus in the user's body evolved and mutated due to the presence of mana. The user has gained skills according to their emotional state. Mystical growth, E-rank. The user can absorb the mana in the surroundings to grow stronger. The limit and cooldown vary with the rank of the skill. Gluttonous fury, F-rank. Emotions can trigger a berserk state, which multiplies the base stats by 2x. Every kill in this state temporarily increases attack power by 2%. Instincts, F-rank. A skill achieved from monster blood. Every rank up increases the effectiveness of the user's perception stat. Wild martial arts, F-rank. The user's attacks are savage and unpredictable like a wild beast. Burning wrath, F-rank. Temporarily sacrifices 10% of user's HP to gain a 20% increase in base stats with a cooldown of 1 minute. I expected her to be powerful, but this is broken. I call for GM. Chapter 61, CH. 61, Intruders. Now another question popped into my head. Why is Triage X here in High School of the Dead? I didn't choose a crossover. Most fictional worlds don't exist. What do you mean they don't exist? Let me rephrase it. They exist in the dreams and imaginations of humans. For example, if the majority of the people think that Issei is impotent, then the world I create would have Issei with that disease. Likewise, if the majority thinks that Goku is unkillable, then Goku would be immortal. Her explanation was reasonable. Yet, it left one big hole. Won't that change the plot like a lot? That is the price I have to pay for creating a fictional world. Thankfully, you can alter it with karma. I see. I will be careful in the future. I have one more question. How powerful would this world become? I don't know. A rank if I had to estimate. I didn't ask before in excitement. Do those ranks show the destructive power of the strongest individual? Yes. Look at the list. E rank, average human, your average human. D rank, peak human, the limit a human can achieve, capable of destroying a wall or two. C rank, superhuman, the strongest being can destroy a town in one attack. B rank, supernatural, introduces non-human beings. The strongest being can destroy a city in one attack. A rank, hacks, strongest being can destroy a country in one attack. S rank, early divinity, introduction of God concept. The strongest being can destroy a continent in one attack. SS rank, mid divinity, strongest being can destroy a planet in one attack. SSS rank, high divinity, strongest being can destroy a star in one attack. EX rank, uncategorized, the strongest beings are omnipotent. EX rank is forbidden from my list. I might get blown in one sneeze of EX rank, guys. This world was D rank before because of Seiko and Yuriko's ex-husband. Will people capable of destroying a country appear in this world? It was valid considering the grand scheme. Silver Lady would be the strongest outside of our team. I decided. I will go to Alabama after retrieving the Tandwani-san. The grind will start somewhere. Might as well start from there. I might get the chance to stalk another strong beauty. Knock, knock. I opened the door for today's dessert. Dressed in a black tank top and blue shorts, Seiko stood there with her signature calm smile and flushed cheeks. Her hair looked wet, meaning she just came out of the bath. We came, Seiko winced as two hands came from behind and started fondling her breasts. Asahi-kun, Busujima room service has arrived. Shiori's grinning face popped up from Seiko's shoulder. Today's dessert is Seiko's D-cup melons. A weak moan left Seiko as she tried to break free from Shiori's perverted hands. Shiori, cut it out. Fine. Seiko sneaked a glance at me and hung her head. I couldn't help but pat her head. What about Seo? Shizuka Wani-san is taking care of her, Shiori answered. Shizuka was really good at comforting others. My love is good at comforting her. True. Shiori pushed me slightly and walked past me. Her ass, covered in a black mini-skirt, swayed beautifully, further enhanced by her black stockings. This woman did it on purpose. Seiko took this chance to escape the head patting and sneak past me. I locked the door and checked any corner of the room for any hidden camera. I trusted the girls, but there was a limit to it. Shiori rubbed her face on the bedsheet with a melting expression. Seiko absent-mindedly rubbed the bedsheet. The softness of the Arachne silk worked wonders on every girl. I sat beside Seiko and placed my hand on Shiori's head. Before I could pat her, she grabbed my hand and licked her lips. Itadakamasu. She stuck out her tongue and licked my finger. She put one finger in her mouth and rolled her hot, wet tongue around it. Her beautiful and upturned eyes overflowed with charm and lewdness. She gave me one last nibble before taking out my finger, which was drenched in her saliva. She glared at Seiko. What are you waiting for? I was waiting for you. Seiko's answer sounded like a question. This bona fide sadist is shying, how cute. Shiori let out a hot sigh on my finger and pushed herself up. Asahi-kun, I need your help. Seiko squinted her eyes as her lips curled. Asahi-kun, give me a hand in messing her up. They put me on the spot. I sat there like a beta MC, unable to choose between having a harem or living a hermit life. Seiko had a calm and composed disposition. Still deep inside, she hid an extremely sadist side. Shiori, on the other hand, had an easygoing and casual vibe about her. A complete contrast to Seiko. As they were twins, wouldn't it mean she also had a hidden side? Masochist. Doesn't hurt to try once. They glared at each other as if declaring war on each other. I exchanged a glance with Seiko. She lightly nodded and grabbed Shiori. I helped on the other side and together, we pinned her down. She certainly was right. Dominating a sadist had a strange charm. I traced my finger on her face. We will do that someday after we open the door of masochism for you. Masochism. I see, you are free to try it if you want. She cast a pleading gaze at us. After all, I have prepared to sacrifice myself for Seiko for a long time. Shiori, you. Why are you so good to me? Leaving Shiori's shoulder, Seiko looked at Shiori, mist gathering in her eyes, she got a bit emotional. Well, Shiori sounded sincere enough to touch my heart. Idiot sister. Shiori sniffed and wiped Seiko's tears. You suffered so much for a small mistake I made and still didn't hate me. I can't not love a sister like you. Am I the third wheel in this relationship? Absolutely not. I brought them closer again, made them open up to each other, which they never did after that incident. Seiko, that's enough melodrama for the day. Don't forget we came here for him. Seiko nodded firmly and the two turned to me, their eyes glowing ominously in the dim light of the room. I gulped my saliva. Can I survive the attack from two psychos? Vote. Chapter 62, Ch. 62, Wild One-Sans, R. 18. Two sexy One-Sans eyed me, lust flickering in their eyes. My heart pounded as they crawled toward me on all fours. We were here to convey our gratitude to him. Shirori, do you think he would cherish us after claiming our virginity? Siko's eyes widened. Didn't you say he would always keep twins like us? Shirori released a sigh as she patted Siko's shoulder. Asahi-kun likes a Yandere more than a pair of broken twins. Yandere, huh? Siko whispered and leaned further, pressing her body against mine. I can murder anyone. 4. Asahi, am I not a Yandere? She blinked as her hollow eyes kept staring at me. Shirori snickered and grabbed my other arm. I was already on the edge of the bed. I sighed and stroked their hair. Siko wrapped her arms around my chest while Shirori clung to my waist. You don't have to do it. I am not going to leave you two alone. They were doing it to show one thing, they would become a Yandere and stab me if I left them. I already experienced it once for the stupidest reason, I don't want to feel it again. The twin scars were deeper than I had guessed. They entrusted their entire weight to me and quietly enjoyed the patting. This skill proved to be more useful than I imagined. How did a steamy sex scene turn into a patting session? Siko's hands around me loosened. She raised her head and pressed her lips on mine. Eagerly sucking on my lips, she coiled her arms around my neck. I adjusted my position to comfortably lean against the headboard. Shirori didn't sit still and unhooked the buttons of my shirt. Her lean slender fingers drifted across my chest down to my shorts, ripping it into pieces. Her hot breath tickled my cock. Wow, it's much bigger when erect. Of course, it would be. Siko ran out of breath and finished the pure kiss. Asahi-kun. She whispered with sultry eyes. Seek, I shivered as a hot tongue swirled around my glands. The anticipation had made me really sensitive. Ufufu, it's oddly delicious, Shirori said and stuffed it inside her mouth. A warm sensation enveloped the tip extending down to the upper half of the shaft. She groaned and let it out. First attempt to conquer the golden pillar failed. A second attempt is in process, mumbling some Chuyuni lines, she opened her mouth, swallowing down my cock again. She used her hand to fondle my balls while her other hand grabbed the shaft and stroked the throbbing veins. Before I got lost in the wonderful blowjob unexpected from a virgin, Siko turned my head toward her. While standing on her knees, she gazed down with a slight blush on her face. Asahi-kun, look at me too. Am I inferior to her? Hell no. Then show it. Of course, I will. Letting Shirori slurp my cock, I slipped my hand inside Siko's shorts to knead her butt. The texture was as tight as I expected with an extra bouncy feeling. Nah. Siko breathed out a charming moan. I couldn't wait anymore and plunged into her neck, kissing her creamy white skin. The scent of soap was still there along with her natural mesmerizing scent. Using my free hand, I touched her tank top and stored it into the inventory. Leaving her ass for later, I moved my attention to the beautiful twin mountains before me. Two small nipples of healthy pink color on top of the boobs jutting out in a perfect teardrop shape. She shivered a little, bringing her boobs even closer. That tickles. I opened my mouth and swirled my tongue around her areola. MHM. Siko moaned and pulled my face into her bosom. I also groaned as a hot sensation enveloped my entire cock. Shiori's lips almost touched my crotch as she looked up, a hint of joy flickering in her blue eyes. While some pre-cum leaked out, I patted Shiori's head as she continued moving her mouth. As expected of a woman of culture, she had the theoretical knowledge for this stuff. I lightly bit on Siko's boobs while sneaking my hand inside her shorts. NGHNN. Siko released a sharp breath as I pinched and rubbed her clit, it twitched and pulsated as if revealing its happiness. Creeping my hand down her drenched pussy, I inserted 2 fingers inside. Her wet walls spread wide, welcoming my fingers happily. Siko threw her head back and quivered in excitement. My godlike dexterity conquered her in a heartbeat. A tingling sensation arose in my cock, it became hot, ready to explode inside Shiori's mouth. Shiori's mouth became sped up, taking in its entirety deep inside her throat. Shiori. Siko paused and gave a firm nod. Taking in her consent, I pushed up my waist and released a torrent of cum. Shiori's cheeks puffed out as an unbelievable amount of cum flowed down her throat. Still, she gulped audibly, swallowing my cum with her best effort. Shiori pulled back, leaving my glowing cock. I blinked my eyes, then the glow wasn't there. Though it still glistened from all the drool spread over it. Hallucination. Vote for more. Chapter 63, Ch. 63, Wild One-Sans, Part 2, R. 18. Shirori crawled closer and showed her open mouth without any drop of white liquid. Great. She nodded proudly and sat on my lap. It tastes great. I don't mind gobbling it every day. Then I will give it to you every day from now on. Shirori nodded and revealed a wide smirk as if happy with my suggestion. I rested my face between Siko's breasts and waited for waves of pleasure to settle down. Shirori can go first, Siko spoke in a trembling voice as my fingers twisted, messing up her insides. Only the sounds of rustling resounded in the room. I glanced at Shirori standing on her knee, her hands placed on her bare waist. Compared to Siko, her body was more on the soft side. Not that Siko was any less charming with her toned body. Both sisters had many distinct points I liked. Shirori leaned and gripped my cock, setting it below her pussy, drooling thin threads of juice. I got worried about doing it like this. Good grief. Stop worrying about me. Shirori smiled and lowered her waist. I have a lot more pain tolerance. Without so much of a wince, she swallowed half of my cock inside her pussy. I unconsciously sped up, fingering Siko, who closed her legs instinctively and squirmed. I took her restless hands and coiled them around my neck. I order you to stay still. Siko bit her lips and meekly nodded. I smiled and attacked her G-spots. Ah. Aya. Ah. A mix of panting and screaming left her mouth. Her pussy convulsed as more juices built up. Ha. Siko is already getting dominated, Shirori muttered as her butt drew closer. It feels weird to have your hot thing inside. My cock squeezed inside her slippery tight hole. Shirori drew a long sigh and plopped down, resting her juicy thighs on me. It's in. Shirori tilted her head and asked. Honestly, I thought it would be more painful. But I only feel some discomfort and it's making me warm. I couldn't afford to pay attention to her as Siko was letting out lovely moans while leaning on me. I bent my fingers and vigorously assaulted the same spot. Siko's body started twitching as her moans came to a halt. She arched her back. Ooh. Oh. And let out a husky moan. Her pussy squirted bursts of juice. While Siko climaxed, Shirori raised her butt and pressed down again, her walls clamped and loosened around me as if possessing a mind of their own. Shirori inched closer with a mischievous smile and forced her arms around my neck. Kiss me. Wait, Sto, Siko, no, you too. Fufufu. Siko stuck her face against mine, stopping me from turning. No matter how much I rejected it, Shirori succeeded in planting a kiss on my lips. At least it wasn't a deep one, or I would be forced to taste my sperm. I grabbed her butt in retaliation and lifted my waist, plunging my cock into her depths. Wah. Darling, so rough. Shirori cried near my ears. I cared not and slapped down her pussy against my crotch. She moaned again in a weak voice. Yet, her pussy got tighter, producing thick juices. I repeated it again, producing wet sloppy sounds. Sometimes pinching her butt, sometimes twisting her nipples with care, I riled her up. My guess turned out to be true. Shiori's tongue lolled out of her tongue as she ravenously swung her waist. Shirori. Siko whispered, nuzzling her cheeks against mine, watching my cock going in and out of her sister's pussy. Does it feel that good? Shiori's lewd expression was at the peak of womanly pleasure. Though I also think she was over-exaggerating a bit with the moans. I sneakily activated the metal disc and threw it aside. No babies please. Siko and I continued watching Shirori. Nothing was more satisfying than watching an anime beauty riding your cock with the vigor of a wild beast. The sight made me unable to hold back and I poured out everything inside her. Nfuu. Shirori let out a strange moan as her womb accepted it all. Beads of sweat fell down from her forehead as she gasped for breath with an open mouth. That took everything out of me. Shirori mumbled and collapsed on me, lying comfortably on my chest. Please take care of me today and for the many days to come. It sounded like she married me. Well, who could deny such a beautiful woman? Sure. Shirori nodded, satisfied with my answer, and rolled to the side. I shivered as the cold air hit my blazing cock. It's Siko's turn. Me. See certainly. Asahi, go get her. Shirori screamed. Push her down and ravage her. Someone sure was in high spirits after getting a cream pie. I released Siko's hands and gave her a serious look. Ready. She nodded shyly. Why yeah. Geez, I thought Siko would be S in bed, but she is acting like a soft M. But, our Busujima code says we should act submissive to our men. Shiori's hand stretched past me and pulled Siko's legs until she was lying beside me. There. Thanks, Shirori, I said and turned to the side, leaning over a blushing Siko. Shirori patted my back and yawned. I have an urge to sleep, but I want to witness Siko's first time. Getting back to my knees, I hooked my thumbs around Siko's shorts and dragged them down. Her sweet spot was already smothered in her nectar, giving glimpses of virgin pink flesh beyond her entrance. Her clit quivered as if aroused by my gaze. With no need for further foreplay, I grabbed her waist and pulled her toward me. Her legs stretched in an M around me as I lined up my cock with her pussy. My cock, covered in fluids, slid into her hole. Siko hummed as my member split up her walls and touched the core of her vagina. I grinned, raising her left leg to rest on my shoulder and leaned forward. She twisted her waist and laid on her sides. She snatched the pillow from Shirori and hugged it in her bosom, her face redder than a tomato peeking at me. You know it was deadly when Nwani-san acted cute out of shyness. LOL. Giving a blank stare at sleepy Shirori, I continued pounding Siko's meaty hole while remembering the spots that made her wince. Her moans suppressed with the pillow made her more adorable than she could ever imagine. It only took minutes before her body spasmed and shot a burst of fluid toward my cock. Damn, can I shoot this pillow? Thinking some nonsense, I thrust my hips and penetrated the pussy that no one else aside from me had reached, unloading everything my balls had to offer. Siko regained herself in a few moments and gave a deep sigh. It was better than I imagined. I pulled back my cock which glowed again. God damn, was my cock going to ascend or something? Kliska. Ding. A notification arrived at the most unexpected time. Vote for more. Chapter 64, CH 64, Freedom. Ding. Congratulations on betting 100 mortal women and 1 goddess. Reward, unique class Aeromancer can be unlocked at level 25. 100 women, that was possible. Aeromancer. The lewd class made to pleasure women. Asahi-kun. I snapped out of my thoughts and smiled at Siko looking at me with a worried expression. It's nothing. More importantly, can you continue? Maybe a round or 2. Great. How about I take you from behind? Get it doggy style. Siko glanced at Shirori smirking. I think not. Please. I asked innocently. Only once. A small heart appeared above her. She nodded and turned around, getting on all fours. If you say so. I took a moment to admire her curves just at the right proportions. A divine ass indeed. A small touch was enough to make her shiver and wave her butt. Without further ado, I lined up my cock and pushed my waist. MHM. Hey, show off your butt more, Shirori murmured and winked at me. I wanted vanilla for my first time, so no quirky sex today. Siko obediently raised her butt, wiggling a little. I couldn't help but pinch her butt. Siko meshed her legs closer, tightening up the squishy walls. My thrusts sped up on their own, hitting the spots only possible in the doggy style. How do I look? A question at this time. My gaze fell on her back covered in a layer of sweat, noticing 2 long scars. She was still self-conscious about them. Siko, don't be like that, Shirori chided with a pained expression. Sure. Shirori pulled Siko in a kiss. Threads of saliva dripped as their tongues entwined. That somehow looked so hot. Is this the charm of a lesbian? I traced down a finger on Siko's scar, causing her to shiver. Siko, can you stop thinking like that? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Asahi-kun. No problem, I replied and clenched Siko's waist. Another minute later, tides of never-ending fluids rushed out, signifying her climax. At the same time, my wall of endurance also broke. I pulled in her buttocks closer and my thick sperm gushed out, filling up her hole. Overflowing with my cum, Siko went limp, holding on to Shiori's kiss for support. I doubt she could even stand up straight now. Shirori released the kiss and patted Siko's cheeks. Let me take over now. Leaving Siko to rest, Shirori crawled closer, her eyes fixed on my cock. It's all ready. It will take a lot more than 3 rounds to satisfy this fellow. That seems true. Shirori licked her lips. It's the minimum requirement to make a harem after all. I nodded. Why start a harem if you can't keep women happy and satisfied? Shirori eagerly slid into my embrace and stayed still. Embracing Asahi-kun like this isn't bad. I hugged her warm body closer. Yeah. I doubt you would want to do this all night. Shirori giggled and leaned onto me, her hard nipples poking at my chest. She pushed my shoulder to force me to lay on my back. Oh boy, another cowgirl. This night was doomed to be lively. Grafia opened her eyes and yawned. When will he summon me? She whispered and rubbed her eyes. It had been almost 3 years since he summoned her. Fallen angels had long withdrawn from the war, according to Asahi's predictions. She was sleeping in her casual clothes, waiting for Asahi's summon. Yet, the men seemingly forgot her very existence. Did he die there? That would be impossible. With the amount of magic power he had, any undead wouldn't pose any threat. She had never seen this much magic power in any human. Even a middle-class devil would be overwhelmed. She shook her head and left the bed. Outside the room, a maid was standing in a frilly dress. She couldn't help but stare at those excessive frills. They were cute, extremely so. Mistress. It's nothing. As the heir of the Lucifuge household, she couldn't wear such clothes. Lord Lucifer would kick her out if he saw the future lord of his right-hand clan wearing a maid outfit. Such was the mindset of one possessing pride to the level of being blinded. She squashed those rebellious thoughts, but deep down she knew it would be their loss even if devils somehow managed to win the great war against angels. Half of the 72 pillars were already wiped out. Who would be left to rule heaven and earth if they survived the onslaught of biblical God? That's why she wanted to know her clan's future from the lecherous human. Being the right hand of conceited Lucifer had its own consequences. Good morning, Grafia Wanisama. The voice of her little brother, Euclid Lucifuge, forced her out of her thoughts. She turned to notice an infatuated expression on his face. However, he managed to hide it away a second later. This troubled her in a lot of ways. While most devils didn't care about incest relationships, her clan would be looked down upon if someone caught a whiff of this. That would result in getting banished from the Lucifer Six. She also didn't like her brother that way and never will in the future. Do you need anything? Euclid scratched his cheeks. Can I go to the front line with Wanisama? Frontline was the battlefield where the three factions and now only the faction of angels and devils clashed. A place where death was common. And her brother who barely qualified as a mid-class devil wanted to go there. Why would you want to go there? Grafia asked, concerned for Euclid's future. I want to protect Wanisama. Grafia couldn't help but feel annoyed. If it came from someone stronger than her, she would be happy. But coming from Euclid, it sounded foolish, extremely so. Not today, she said and headed toward her father, Lord Lucifuge's chambers. The two discussed the course of the next few days, which she would be spending on the front line. Again. She closed the door behind and released a sigh. It had become a habit after she returned from his world. Although it looked like it was on the verge of destruction from the undead, she felt a sense of freedom there. She could stretch her wings and fly without any care. No one could pose any threat to her. There, she was free from all shackles. Grafia, get a hold of yourself. She decided to head to the front line, trying to suppress these thoughts by killing some white-feathered birds. Vote for more. Chapter 65, ch. 65, A Reliable Son-in-Law. The following day I reluctantly rolled out of bed, only after Siko and Shirori woke up. It was time to head out in search of my tanned Wani-san. Before that, I had to sow some seeds for the future, talk to Yuriko. After a delicious breakfast, I knocked on Yuriko's door. The door opened and her visage, as cool as ever, appeared, dressed in a gray dress. Though her cheeks reddened a little, possibly embarrassed for peeping on me and Shizuka. Let's spare the MILF for her last crime. Every MILF deserves forgiveness. Asahi, what brings you here? She asked politely. I want to talk. She frowned. Well, my relationship with her was stuck at, respected yet lecherous son-in-law. Just a few words. Fine. She removed her hand blocking the door and beckoned me. Not to be perverted or anything, this room had a nice fragrance. I sat on the bed and crossed my legs. Yuriko's brow twitched at my thick skin. Dear son-in-law, is this how you act before your elders? It was my turn to be speechless. She tried to use the elder card on me. Looks like I needed to teach her that I am a man, not a kid. I don't see any elders here, only a beautiful woman with voyeuristic fetish. Her eyes momentarily widened before she narrowed them down. What are you trying to say? Acting innocent, are we? I rebuked and walked toward her. Did you not peek at my love session with Nei-san? She firmly shook her head, denying my claims. I didn't miss the slight blush on her face. I did not peek at anyone. Standing before her, I met her annoyed gaze with a grin. You could have joined us, you know. What? I shrugged. Are you not pent up after your divorce? Her expression darkened. Just the mention of it filled her eyes with hatred. Never bring it up again. Her voice tinged with loathing was enough to raise every strand of hair on my body. She got true hatred for her ex-husband. It raised my curiosity further. Just what did he do to trigger a calm woman like Yuriko? I raised my hand and plopped it on her head. She didn't respond as I stroked her hair. Her expression gradually loosened as the head-patting skill took effect. I am sorry for bringing it up. She stared at me, dazed and confused. Only after a minute later, she pushed my hand and shook her head. You don't have to worry about it. I ought to take care of my mother-in-law. Ding. Yuriko Takagi, affection +2. She cracked a smile as if amused by my reply. What a fine son-in-law you are. I accepted her praise with a broad smile. Is that all you wanted to say? She crossed her arms on her chest, pushing up her chest. You see, I am busy taking care of the innocent survivors here. I whipped out my phone and gave a brief call on her number. I am going on a trip. Don't hesitate to call me if you ever need help. She nodded her head. I took her hand and pushed a simple silver ring on her ring finger. What is this? Instead of being repulsed by the ring, she seemed genuinely confused. Just use some mana on it. It can transmit your thoughts directly to me through the ring on my left hand. The price tag of 999 KP made my heart bleed. Ding. Yuriko Takagi, affection +1. How thoughtful, she said with a teasing smile. If I ever find that you did not use it even in a crisis. I put on my most serious expression. I will spank you naked in front of your daughter. I understand. She nodded her head over and over. Ding, asterisk. Yuriko Takagi, affection +4. It was my turn to be speechless. Did my strong tone rouse her natural meekness? She paused and her face turned beet red. Why, you can stay here. I am going on another patrol. She scooted toward the door as if embarrassed. A cool MILF running away with a blushing face. Is this what people call gapmo? Ding, asterisk. Yuriko Takagi, relationship changed to her lecherous yet reliable son-in-law. She found me reliable, which was a big boost. Congratulations. You finally decided to show up. I am sorry, something came up. Fine. Don't go without telling me next time. Was my love worried? Can't you sense it? I can. Chatting with a high-spirited Klisa, I arrived outside Neisan's room. I wasn't here to admire her vulnerable face. I pushed the door. Asahi. Saya's voice came from behind. I turned around with a smile. I stored some food Siko-san and Shiori-san found in the supermarkets, some toys for Sayo, some. You don't have to tell everything. I trust your judgment. Heh. She smirked. This much is nothing for a genius like me. Is that your way of showing I can rely on you? Grinning, she folded her arms around her chest and lifted her chin. Of course. This haughty Oja-sama. Okay, now go and spend time with your mother. I wanted Mama to come with us but she wants to stay here and help the survivors, she grumbled. It's your fault for not seducing her earlier. I sighed. I am sorry for being useless. My depressed tone made her wave her hands around in panic. And no, I didn't mean you are useless or anything. It's the fault of my dad. Yes, he was the one who hurt Mama deeply. Way to shift the blame. I will go find Mama, she said before her expression turned serious. Do not touch Sayo-chan. Vote for more. Okay, I will release an extra chapter if you guys vote this story to top 30 and another one for top 20. So don't save those stones. Chapter 66, CH 66, new name, new start. 160 plus stones in a day. I didn't expect that much. You guys are awesome. Keep the votes coming, I will publish the bonus chapter /S on the weekend. Sayo was wrapped in Shizuka's embrace. The two made an oddly alluring sight. I pinched Neisan's cheeks. Shizuka sleepily opened her eyes. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Aekuen. She said and closed her eyes, pulling the blanket over her face. Don't wanna. I had a hunch she would become spoiled when I accepted her but this was on an entirely different level. Come on, I don't want to lewd you in front of a little girl. A kiss then. I hardly caught her faint whisper. I didn't hear a thing. Speak loudly, would you? Her face peeked out from the blanket as she spoke. Neisan wants a kiss. Oh, a kiss. I leaned forward while she raised herself to accept the brief touching of our lips. Shizuka groaned with longing in her eyes as if wanting more of my affection. That had to wait. Right now, we can't afford to let Sayo have any lewd thoughts. She must stay pure. A pure loli brings luck. Shizuka turned her attention to Sayo who was pinching her shirt in her sleep. She had a nightmare last night. I ruffled the little girl's hair and a small smile spread on her lips. She will be fine. She was stronger than this. The monster blood inside her would make her more ferocious in the future. Perhaps I should choose the monster tamer class when it appears. I hope so. Shizuka whispered with a worried face. A girl like her shouldn't have gone through that. Wani-san. Sayo whispered as she rubbed her eyes. Asahi Onii-san. An arrow pierced right through my heart. No, wait, she is illegal. Before I knew it, my hands were patting her head. Sayo leaned toward me with a soft smile. Shizuka sighed looking at us. After some more head pats, I dragged the two into the bath. No reason to be alone when I can take one together with my sexy Oni-san. We washed Sayo together, helping her up in her maid clothes. Oni-san, what is that? I almost choked on whatever saliva was there in my mouth. Sayo was pointing at my crotch with eyes brimming with innocence. It's nothing. The underwear failed to hide the slight bulge. A towel would have been better to cover it up. She silently nodded while Shizuka giggled. X. Standing outside the mansion, I watched Saya and Yuriko hugging each other in silence. Inviting Yuriko now would do more harm than good. She had alone overseen this Takagi clan for years. Now she watched over this survivor shelter gradually building up to a decent base. She might think we doubted her ability and strength. For the same reason, Saya had held from inviting her and left the sacred duty of seducing her mother to me. Saya. Mama, I will return soon, Saya sobbed and left Yuriko's embrace. Please stay safe. You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself, Yuriko said with a smile and turned toward me. Dear son-in-law, you are responsible for Saya's protection. Yes, ma'am. Good. I took a quick step forward and pulled Yuriko into a tight hug. Taking a moment to stroke her sweet ass, I released her. She glared at me before glancing at Saya, who averted her gaze. She stared wide-eyed as if astounded by her daughter's change. Asahi. Shouting, Lamy scampered out of the mansion. Her hair messed up as if she woke up just now. How can you forget about Lamy? Where the hell were you even? I scolded the forgetful diva. I haven't seen you for a day. I lost track of time while playing, Lamy said, bringing a chuckle out of everyone here. Oh, there is a new girl here. She threw herself at Sayo, suffocating the poor girl in her melons. Asahi, you showed me that you are fit to be a harem king. Shut the hell up for a second. Yuriko looked at me with those loathing eyes as if saying, you are a lullicon after all. Now silently pushed Aiko behind her, hiding the cute loli from me. You can't blame Asahi-kun for who he is. Shirori added the final touch of betrayal, x. After coaxing Yuriko about my preference of MILFs, which made her cheeks red, we departed. I also gave my blessing to the new couple stuck on guarding the mansion. We borrowed another car to contain everyone. Our group had grown bigger than last time with the addition of Sayo and Lamy. This diva could become a spiritual entity to hide inside me, but refused to do so. Yuriko watched us as our Humvee exited the mansion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Maybe I should have kidnapped her. I will return here once after retrieving Rika from the airport. The supermarket food will go bad quickly, so will most of the non-preserved food. This base will face serious food problems in a month or so. The food prices were pretty tame with KP. Then I also had to summon another diva. Which should I pick first? Saya and I could handle the healing with our fire. However, we need to be careful about using fire in closed spaces, otherwise, we will burn everything. Asmodeus, the diva I wanted for Siko, had no useful spells to kill the undead, only spells to inflict pain on others, a great diva for fighting anything not undead. Baal, the great king of flies and possessing the power to summon storms at his call, my pick for Shirori. For now and Shizuka, I have to consult Lamy. Diva related to wind element were not many and Shizuka's element still remained unknown. Aimi will get the most peculiar diva among the 72 pillars. Asahi Oni-san. Sayo's cute voice pulled me back to reality. Looking up at me from my right, the cute maid squirmed in her seat. What happened? Can Oni-san give me a new name? Perhaps she wanted to put her past behind with Sayo and live a new life. It was a commendable effort on her part since she can't return to her past life. If that was her intention, I would be happy to oblige. I racked my brain for some suitable Japanese names for her. Something that described her in one word. Swift and ferocious, like a bunny. Under Sayo's anticipated gaze, I opened my mouth. Rini, does this name sound good to you? Chapter 67, ch. 67, a lie. And we are still 24th. That's incredible. Sayo POV. Rini, does this sound good to you? Hearing the question, Sayo looked up to her Asahi Oni-san, lost at words. Her memory had always been sharp at remembering things, so she understood what it meant. Little bunny in Japanese. How can a fierce girl like her be anything closer to a cute rabbit? She couldn't comprehend. Even though she had decided to accept herself for who she was, the image of killing her father was burned into her memories. She won't be able to forget it ever. She hung her head and whispered Rini over and over. It means sweet little bunny, Asahi said as his hands patted her head. One of the things that brought peace to her. A sweet little bunny. She repeated and glanced at Asahi. I accept it. Thank you. She didn't want to hurt him by rejecting the name. She had already injured him a great deal before. A bright smile floated on Asahi's face. Seeing him happy, she also couldn't stop herself from smiling. You won't ask why you are a sweet little bunny. Sayo, now Rini, nodded her head at the question, curious for his answer. The way you moved around when we fought reminded me of a bunny. Rini's mouth went round, remembering the fluffy rabbit doll she left at the supermarket. Oni-san. Asahi flinched at her whisper, leaving her confused. Does he not like it when I call him Oni-san? But he told me to be his little sister. Utter confusion clouded her mind, which was cleared when Siko Oni-san rubbed her back. He enjoys it so much that it shortens his lifespan every time you address him as Oni-san, Siko Oni-san said with a calm smile. Really? Yeah. She saw her new Oni-san nodding with a soft smile. That made her giddy for some reason. She shook her head and put on a wide smile. Monster or not, I want to support Oni-san. She will crush any undead trying to bring harm to anyone here. That would be the best use of her powers. She shifted her attention back to her Oni-san and tilted her head. Her Oni-san was gaping. Why is Oni-san like that? She asked and gave him a look over. He looked weirdly cute. He is strange. XXX. Asahi POV. Rini's smile left me gaping. The smile of a hungry beast, truly fitting for someone with monster blood. Kun, we are about to reach the place. Roger. Who is gonna drive the boat anyway? Saya asked from my left. I can't even drive a car. Just some headpats cleared away her depression. Aimi, of course. Aimi-san is very skillful in these tasks, Siko added. Asahi-kun, how did you two meet? Aimi-san denies our question. Of course, she did. I had told her to hide anything about it. Siko and Shirori will believe in my past life, but I feared Nei-san would be confused. To put it in other words, I wasn't ready to reveal it yet. Aimi, well, she started to stalk me, a few months ago. I lied that Aimi was an orphan when I met her years ago. Finding her starving in an alley, I gave her my pocket money. It was enough to make her obsessed with me. Fueled by her new passion, she started picking pockets of random people. One day, a woman caught her. The woman was an assassin active overseas. Finding Aimi talented, she took her in and trained her. After years of spilling blood, she returned to confess to me. That day coincided with the day this world went to hell. This cliché plot, paired with top-level ability to bullshit, made Saya's eyes wet. Despite the unshed tears in her eyes, Shizuka managed to keep her composure to drive. Thankfully, Aiko and now weren't here to share the pain. The busted teacher had taken on the duty of driving another car. In her place, Lainey fiddled with a handheld. This weeb diva was as lively as ever. About a minute later, our car screeched and stopped, splattering a good amount of undead. We got out of the car and simultaneously looked at the serene ocean, unknown to the slaughter occurring everywhere, be it undead or human. An island in the distance appearing nothing more than a dot from our location. Saya threw fireballs while Shirori sent wind blades, burning and bisecting the approaching undead. Ready to meet some shitty politicians. Saya made a sour face at my question. Fucking politics. Her voice tinged with hatred made me realize something else. Her father used to be the leader of some ultranationalist organization and don of this region, that also meant he dealt with local politicians. Just what did he do to Yuriko? The curiosity was eating me up from inside. Getting it out of Saya was easy as pie, but I preferred hearing it from Yuriko's mouth after I conquered her. I groaned and summoned the boat directly to the water surface. Lifting 3 tons will be hard even for me. However, 1 ton was within my limits. We settled on the boat. Shizuka pinched my shirt, a hint of worry apparent in her eyes. I draped my hand over her shoulder and pulled her closer. Rika, damn, just stay alive. Nei-san and I would be devastated if you died. Chapter 68, CH 68, Titan Type. Location, Tokanosu Offshore Island Airport. Time, 1000 hours. The sun rose to its peak, its heat smoking the hideous flesh of the undead slithering on the wide streets surrounded by the tall buildings. Some had become debris, nothing but a mere shadow of their past. A tan-skinned woman standing on one of those buildings watched everything with her playful red eyes hiding behind military-grade sunglasses, contrary to the drops of sweat sliding down her face. Thud, thack, bam. The door behind her was reaching its limit. The noisy grunts of the undead irritated her ears. Rika, retreat. Quick. A sharp scream came from her earpiece. The order brought a devilish smile to her face as she turned around, giving a last look at the rotten bastards. Her reunion with her friend got delayed all because of them. Goodbye, zombie fuckers. She grabbed the cable tied to the railing and leaped over the balcony. Her eyes brightened up and a cry escaped her lips. Woohoo. Within seconds, she neared the ground. She pulled the hook from her waist and latched it onto the cable. It slowly tightened on the thick cable, killing off her momentum. She landed on the ground and swiped the cable with her knife. She darted for the truck while covering her ears. Boom. A massive explosion engulfed the building behind her. Great. That's what you deserve. This only finished a small part of the 30,000 former human now abominations crawling on this island. Ah. Rika, don't come here. A series of groans echoed in her earpiece. Hey, Taijima, answer. Run. Beep. The comm line glitched out. The fuck happened? Should she heed his warning and stay away? As if. Her walk broke into a sprint. She whipped out 5 water bottles from her backpack and tossed them in the air. PSSHHH. A silenced bullet pierced the bottle, scattering the water everywhere. Rika's eyes sharpened, concentrating her willpower. Before falling to the ground, the water floated and condensed into a spear. She applied pressure on all sides, compressing it until it became denser than any metal on the entire earth and its tip sharpened. A grin appeared on her face. The power to move anything using willpower was truly the gift of God. Crore. A terrifying roar resounded behind the truck. Rika slowed down and pulled out an MP5K submachine gun from her backpack. Step by step, she sneaked closer and noticed the lack of abominations in this area. I should have dragged one of those bitches with me. She wasn't the only one who awakened powers. The airport base had tons of them. They all lacked the courage to free the clogged-up airfield and boat docks. Roar. She spun around and pulled the trigger. The gun spewed out bullets, drilling through the rotten thing's body. Grah. She kicked it in its chest and spat. To think she almost used her trump card on this weak ass. Thud, thud. A series of loud footsteps poured cold water on her thoughts. Shit, the Titan type is here. The most troublesome type. Bullets, grenades, and even rocket launchers were ineffective on them. Only those with power could kill them. She spun around and hurled the spear with all her power. It pierced through the giant creature's head. Just to be sure about its death, she emptied an entire magazine on it. Normal bullets were futile. Rika, however, could coat the bullets with her telekinetic ability. It didn't increase the speed or anything. Yet, any coated bullet easily pierced the Titan type's defense. It perhaps had something to do with these things possessing the same type of energy as the ability users. Crazy girl, you did it. Rika walked over in the direction of the voice and found Taijima leaning against the wall. His legs were squashed as if a truck had run over him. Still, the man busily lit up the cigarette held between his lips. Hey. I am, cough, still alive. Tears almost welled up inside Rika's eyes. Although she had no romantic feelings for him, they had spent years together in service. Hey, you still didn't reply to my advances. Wait, you were serious about asking me out? Rika asked. I thought you were joking. Taijima's eyes bulged in shock. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. What the fuck, woman? How could I joke for years? Rika stuck out her tongue. Sorry. Taijima sighed and wiped the blood from his mouth. Do you have someone you like? Rika's mind sunk into thoughts. She liked Asahi and Shizuka equally. If she had to choose between Asahi's innocence and Shizuka's clumsiness, she won't be able to answer. Both were dear to her. Her only relief outside of this job. Having someone to share your troubles wouldn't be bad. An intense cough terminated her line of thoughts. I do, Rika answered honestly, he is the lil brother of my friend. Taijima chuckled at her answer. Even now you show no mercy. I knew a woman like you would devour little kids. Remembering Asahi's innocent expression, Rika unconsciously licked her lips. I promised Shizuka to take care of him. Is that so? Taijima muttered and coughed again. Take this gun with you. Rika's expression turned grim. She threw away her sunglasses and gave a last salute to her partner. Taijima smiled and hung his head. Rika picked up the SMG and sprinted toward the base. Moments later, a deafening boom occurred behind her. The explosion might have taken hundreds of abominations along with it. Chapter 69, CH 69, A Suicidal Plan. Oh no guys, we are almost on the boundary on top 30. Send help. Ahem stones, I mean. Rika reached the base and asked the captain for entry. They had to be sneaky or even a thick metal door would be destroyed by some blows from the Titan type. Soon, the metal door slid open. Be quick, the soldier urged. Rika hurried inside and arrived at the meeting room. The room was quiet with many soldiers and privileged VIPs sitting on the couches. Several guns rested on the table in the center and the corner of the room. Are we heading out? Her captain, a stone-faced man, rose from his seat. Welcome back, Rika. Is the mission complete? Rika did a quick salute. It is. Great, he said and looked behind Rika. But where is Officer Taijima? The captain sighed. I understand, no need to explain. Only some of the soldiers stood up and gave a salute in respect to Taijima. Others didn't even bat an eye at his loss. We don't have time for this, said a brunette wearing a high-class dress. She glanced at Rika. The base at the elementary school needs our help. Are we clearing the area now? Rika asked as a smile formed on her lips. We are going to head out tomorrow, Captain said and turned to Rika. However, you and the irregular squad are going to protect the Prime Minister and Cabinet during the international conference in Tokyo Prefecture. What? Her eyes widened. I am not going to Tokunosa Prefecture. Your strength will be a valuable asset. Rika regained her composure and saluted. I understand. Good, now rest. Tomorrow will be hectic. She saluted in response. X. Time, 1120 hours. Standing before the window of her room, Rika lit up a cigarette. The 15th floor was reserved for honorable soldiers while any survivor inhabited the floors below this one. She gazed out of the window. A nice view of the devastated island. Titan type devoured the smaller ones. After eating some of them, its body went through growth. She had the urge to pick up her sniper and blast its head off. Shizuka and Asahi's face popped in her head. She clenched her fist and punched the window. Fuck. If she went with Captain, there would be zero chance of returning to Tokunosa Prefecture. With her top-notch strength, she would always remain assigned to protect the VIPs. A clumsy woman like Shizuka would be taken advantage of in times like these. Asahi being half-dork didn't help much. Though she liked the boy for his sweet innocence. Now, no other man could catch her interest. She slapped her face. Now wasn't the time to think about it. I just hoped the two stayed holed up in my apartment, or traded my guns to survive under someone else. But what if they didn't? What if? The worst-case scenario. Just what could she do here? Abandon her orders and run? That would be the same as betraying the country. She threw the half-burnt cigarette and crushed it. I don't give a damn. She will pay up the consequences later. Right now, making sure of the siblings' safety took priority. Choppers, planes, and boats. 3 ways out of here. She knew nothing about choppers and planes. But riding a boat wasn't difficult. Reaching the docks is going to be difficult. A plan was what she needed to break through the hordes surrounding the docks area. The creatures had taken over the airfield and docks as if these things knew the escape route of humans. She took out a briefcase hidden beneath her bed. A few of her treasured guns were packed in it. She had to choose her weapons carefully. Some water containers too. She could use the spears while she reloaded the guns. God, how much she wished to pick up a minigun like a certain cyborg and grill everyone in her way. However, it was impossible even with her magic. The recoil would hurt her body. It's so impractical to carry a minigun. Still, nothing stopped a woman from dreaming while she cleaned up her beloved HNK PSG-1, a customized marksman rifle. A suppressor was necessary for any weapon, or the horde would become never-ending. She went out and borrowed some water bottles in the name of research. The captain agreed with a smile. There was no shortage of water on this island, but taking it without permission would be suspicious. On her way back, she sensed a gaze piercing her back. She glanced at the brunette smiling widely with her arms crossed on her chest. Rika felt a chill down her spine. Still, she smiled at the brunette before walking towards her room. I need to be wary of her. People like her were the most troublesome bunch. What was her name again? Natsumi Aizawa, if I remember correctly. Don't bother searching cause she is an OC. Chapter 70, ch. 70, a woman with her pets. Repeat broadcast. Oh no guys, we are almost on the boundary on top 30. Send help. Ahem stones, I mean. Time, 1230 hours. Rika walked out of her room, fully equipped with her gear. Giving a patrol slip to the captain, she rushed out to the streets. The benefit of being on an abandoned island, there was no shortage of vehicles. She put a silenced bullet in every zombie's head and hot-wired a Humvee. Easy peasy. This model with extra sturdy armor could survive a hit or two from her most troublesome enemy here. She hopped into the car and drove towards the dock more than 30 kilometers away. She would be exhausted if she went there on foot. Half an hour later, deep water could be seen in the distance along with many boats parked on the side. What separated her were tall fences nearly 5 m. She looked around and found the entry gate locked. Why put this fence on a boat dock? They were so unreasonable, locking some boats like it was some treasure. I can use my power to climb the fences. She would be fucked if a Titan type smashed the fences. She glanced at the horde chasing after her and shook her head. They were too slow, but a minute of delay would get her overwhelmed. She simulated the plan in her mind as she parked the car and jumped on its roof. Grayer. A big guy crawled out of a garage in the distance. She took the marksman rifle from her back. Aim and fire. The well-timed shot blasted the Titan type's head before it even stood up. She kept the rifle afloat with telekinesis and pulled out a 9mm silenced pistol and SMG, shooting any approaching zombie. Clear. She fastened the weapons on her back and threw her backpack in the air, letting it float with her telekinesis powers. It's gonna be hard. If only I was a lowly. Making a smile, she jumped on the bag. She almost dropped back to the ground, but she focused all of her willpower, maintaining the altitude. Her head buzzed, but she raised the bag higher and higher. She wiped the thin trail of blood leaking from her nose and crossed the fence. She landed and drank some water from a bottle, pouring the rest on her face. Fresh. A loud growl interrupted her. She quickly turned around and gawked. Natsumi, or whatever her name, stood there, smirking, surrounded by two wolves with silver fur. Her eyes blurred as she gazed into their eyes. She looked away and pinched her face. Era, you are still awake. Natsumi whispered, shock apparent on her face. I expected nothing less from the country's top sniper. Her tone tinged with hatred baffled Rika. She had never interacted with this woman, then why the hatred? Ah, don't worry. I don't only hate you, Natsumi said, and her expression twisted, the captain, the soldiers, the guys, my neighbor, I hate everyone. Every single one of them. Rika was already preparing her trump card, sneaking out the SMG from her backpack. It didn't take a genius to guess this woman's intentions. Just when I was about to escape, fuck. What do you want from me? Rika asked, trying to buy time. Natsumi grinned as she patted the wolf's head. What I want is your ether orb. The unfamiliar term made Rika tilt her head. Ether orb. So you also don't know. It's natural, I guess. Natsumi nodded her head to herself and took out something from her pocket. It's this. Rika examined the tiny dull green pearl in Natsumi's hand. It emanated the same energy she felt in her body. What is that? You see, these zombies are getting stronger by eating each other, then I thought maybe I could do the same. So I killed a weak magician woman and chop chop chop, I cut her body into pieces. Natsumi's smile twisted as she continued, I was wrong. I took out her heart to eat, but I found this orb embedded into her heart. I call this ether orb. I ate it and surprisingly, my ether quantity went up. Rika's lips parted in disgust. If Natsumi referred to the strange energy as ether, then increasing its limit sounded wonderful, but it also meant killing others. She wants my ether orb, she wants to kill me. Natsumi burst into laughter. I will massacre everyone and eat their ether orb. I will be the strongest. Rika took the opportunity and grabbed the SMG. Die. She pulled the trigger, spraying the entire bullet on Natsumi and her dogs. Letting out miserable howls, the wolves collapsed. However, Natsumi seemed unharmed. Rika's eyes widened. She looked closer to find a gleam covering Natsumi's body. You bitch killed my precious puppies, Natsumi scowled, I would have died if not for my passive shield. Rika paid her no heed and pulled out her sniper. Without even looking into the scope, she fired. However, the bullet ricocheted off Natsumi's forehead. Ouch, Natsumi yelped, looking unharmed. That one tickled a little. How in the world are you alive? Rika muttered as she fired another bullet. Die already. I won't die unless my ether runs out. Natsumi smirked. And my ether capacity is enough to outmatch the bullets in your magazine. So be obedient and let me kill you. Rika glanced at the knife hooked to her belt. I admit I can't fight you when you are close, but, Natsumi said, and two water orbs appeared in her hands. Heal. Rise. The wolves rose, sprang to their feet and growled at Rika. Water is my element and your death. The crazy woman conjured dozens of spears made out of ice and threw them. Rika rolled to the side. As she stood back up, a sharp pain ran through her legs. She pulled out the knife and stabbed the wolf's head, biting her thigh. Only Aachan can touch them, you know. However, a blue shield blocked her knife. Rika glanced at Natsumi, who floated a wide smirk on her face. Rika kicked the wolf in its stomach with her free leg, but the bastard only sank its fangs deeper into her thighs. No, you won't harm him anymore. She tried shooting Natsumi, but nothing harmed her. The rifle fell from her trembling hands. Her body became numb as the blood poured out, dyeing the wolf's silver fur red. Fuck, I am going to die. As her consciousness crept closer to passing out, a faint roar came from the ocean side. A boat is coming here. She bit her tongue. Help. For the first time in her life, she had begged for someone's help. Got it. Someone shouted. The voice felt familiar. She slightly turned her head and froze. A red beam approached like a bullet. I am dead. Chapter 71, Ch. 71, Shizuka's Element. And we are still in top 30. Thanks guys. I didn't think we will get there easily. And here is the bonus chapter. Even in the face of death, Rika remained strong and refused to close her eyes. Thus, she saw the ray changing its course and hitting the wolf. The wolf only whimpered once before it slumped down with half of its head blown off. Such firepower. She shoved the wolf away, keeping an eye on the boat, which seemed rather fast compared to most of the boars. Two figures stood on the front, one of them waving both their hands as if excited. Fuck, bitch, who are they? Natsumi yelled and stomped on the ground like a little girl. Why are they so powerful? Hell, if I know, Rika thought and rubbed the water from her eyes. As the boat came closer, she could see the blonde woman, finding her familiar. Rikaweya. Shizuka's voice. Her eyes opened wide, taking in Asahi's figure standing beside Shizuka. She sighed and her lips lifted up. Finding them again lifted off the heavy feeling on her chest. She staggered ahead, all the while ignoring Natsumi. The one who used the magic seemed to be Asahi since Shizuka was too harmless to kill someone. His brows drew in an angry frown left her surprised. She never saw him this serious as he always had a listless expression. But the expression suited him fine. Asahi was angry for her sake, the fact made this even more adorable. He grew up. She heard another growl from behind but did nothing. Asahi smirked and pointed his finger like a gun and massive fiery wings sprouted behind him, firing a barrage of beams again. The wolf whimpered as the fire engulfed it. Fur, flesh, blood, the fire eradicated everything without a single speck of ash. Strong. She unconsciously licked her lips. The current Asahi, she just couldn't look away. Before the boat stopped near the shore, Asahi picked up Shizuka and jumped. Shizuka wriggled out of his hold and dashed for her. Rika. You are hurt so badly. Where is my kit? Shizuka frantically waved her hands, throwing golden sparks everywhere. She noticed it and her mouth went round. This is healing magic. Looking at Asahi's surprised expression, Shizuka had awakened it now. Healing magic for the nurse Shizuka, it seemed oddly suitable. Nei-san, touch Rika's thighs with your hands. Shizuka obediently placed her hands on her bleeding thigh, bringing a cool feeling to those wounds. The pain receded quickly. Though she felt a little tired, the joy of meeting the siblings made her full of spirit. Done. This magic is so good. Thanks, Shizuka. Shizuka got up and heaved a sigh of relief. Anything as long as you are fine. Rika couldn't help but pull her into a hug. Wah, Shizuka yelped but accepted it otherwise. Reach on. Resting her head on Shizuka's shoulder, Rika rubbed her back and looked at Asahi sporting an unusual smile. It was warm and affectionate, yet some lust seemed to be hidden in that smile. She also smiled, only to freeze when a woman climbed up the port and stood beside Asahi. One after another women kept coming out of the boat. A pair of twins with exotic swords. A busted woman wearing glasses holding a little girl with an innocent smile. A cool woman with gray hair whose calm smile sent chills up her spine. A pink-haired girl with twin tails and glasses. Each one of them was beautiful. From the way they stood beside Asahi, invading his private space, these girls liked him. Asahi. My console is splashed with water. A brown-skinned woman climbed up, waving a console around. She was dressed in a loose gray top. She was another beauty with a tattoo on her forehead. However, something about her felt off. Wait, there are more. Rika exclaimed mentally when a cute blue-haired jumped from the boat, then she turned to Natsumi and growled like an angry dog. The air around the little girl froze her nerves. She is also dangerous. Asahi came forward, forced Shizuka away from her, and brought her into his embrace. His strong arms almost squeezed her body. Her eyes went wide at his aggressive move. It's good you are fine, he said and caressed her back just like she did to Shizuka. It felt odd to be comforted by someone younger like Asahi. She reeled in and encircled her arms around his back. So wide and hard. She didn't think Asahi would be this robust. She remembered him lifting weights every day, which she and Shizuka mostly ignored. Chan, just what did you go through after the outbreak? She will solve this later. Right now, she will indulge in the scent that never fails to arouse her. The pink-haired glared her way, jealousy and envy obvious on her cute face. Others didn't have much of a reaction. So they are united or just good at hiding their feelings. Whatever it was, she praised the young lad for making them fall for him. She grinned. I am also joining the fun. Rika. Can you all stop ignoring me? Instead of paying attention, Rika just stayed there in Asahi's embrace. It feels good to rely on Chan. Chapter 72, Ch. 72, An Annoying Situation. Last week was the first time I reached top 30. So the deal is same this week. Top 30 for 1 chapter, top 20 for 2 chapters, and top 10 for 3 chapters. Geez, this woman too was sniffing me secretly. Knowing her, she will do it openly. Rika Minami, +9 affection. Rika Minami, relationship changed to waiting for proposal. Even Rika wasn't shameless enough to join me after seeing a bunch of girls around me. Well, she wouldn't think twice if I asked her. I let out a sigh. She would have died if we didn't arrive on time. Even her body would be eaten by these pups, making my revival spell useless. Just thinking about it froze my heart. This woman wasn't getting away. What do you want to do with her? I asked. I don't care, Rika said, showing no intention of leaving my embrace. As much as I appreciated her kindness, we needed to do something about this MILF. I put on the glasses that always came in handy at reading the grimoires. Natsumi Aizawa LV, designated title, endgame antagonist. Race, human. Class, summoner. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Summoning, creation version, E-rank. The user can summon any fictional creature but their level cannot exceed the user's level. The number of active summons at this rank is 2. Physical reinforcement, C-rank. The user can reinforce a specific part of their body with the help of mana. At this rank, 1 MP can be used to gain 3 def points. Water magic, F-rank. Only those with calm, peaceful, uncompromising, and honorable traits can awaken this magic. This skill allows the user to create spells in exchange for mana. The maximum output of magic is limited by the rank. 74 magic. Endgame antagonist. Was she supposed to become one? Her skills are troublesome to deal with, and her level is 19. I can imagine her riding an evil dragon in the future, fighting the hero wielding a holy sword. Just wow. Order and chaos are the natural laws the world works on. An antagonist threatens the world, growing strong enough to threaten the order. Then a protagonist emerges, having even more absurd growth than the antagonist. They fight and often kill each other in the process. And this cycle continues. This is the easiest strategy to maintain a balance between good and evil. Reasonable. Now, about the protagonist, the very first image that came to my mind was the Silver Lady. She had enough power to be called a protagonist. Why does she have water magic? An antagonist can't be an honorable person. There is a problem here. This woman obtained this magic by some other means. What exactly are these designated titles? Designated titles are roles a world decides for an individual. Protagonist, antagonist, protector, savior, guardian, sidekick, demon lord, king, evil overlord, it can be anything. Whatever. She is gonna die either way. Rika, why did she attack you? Rika looked up with a grimace. She wanted to kill me and consume my ether orb. Ether orb? What's that? You also don't know. She pursed her lips. Fine, listen. She started explaining. My brows furrowed the more I heard. No magician died by my hands, so finding this ether orb was impossible. She must be talking about mana core, which is the organ responsible for sending mana throughout the body. It's not safe to eat them since every person has a unique mana wavelength. No matter if she was the endgame antagonist or not, I guarantee this woman wouldn't survive a single Barret. Rika finally stopped hugging me and dragged Shizuka to the side, starting a talk. Rini, cool down. Hi, Oni-san. I pulled out my dagger. Let's see if the XP is worth killing a woman. She also faced me, a dark aura rising from her body. Intending to finish it quickly, I kicked the ground and slashed my dagger at her throat. Clang. An ice wall blocked my advance. I activated Frigid Flash, dicing the wall into pieces. A fist wrapped in bluish light headed for my face. I struck her hand away with the flat side of my dagger. I call for thee, my beautiful wolves. Come and devour my enemies. Goosebumps ran over my body. These chants, just how Chuyuni could this woman get? The same wolves emerged out of thin air. I cast Barret and killed the wolves. You earned 54.2 XP from killing level 19 Northern Wolf. You earned 54.2 XP from killing level 19 Northern Wolf. Wait, they also gave XP. I didn't notice it before. I also activated the XP distribution for Rika. Great. Is that all? Come on, summon more of them. Finish her already. Saya yelled, her hands pointing at Natsumi trembled. I smiled at her. Growl. Saya's stomach growled. She blushed, even the tip of her ear went blood red. She was hungry. Shirori giggled, causing Saya to growl at her. Natsumi chanted again, summoning 2 wolves. Was that just me or did she shed some tears just now? Well, who cares? I killed the wolves again and checked my XP bar. XP, 15900/25600. And I was only level 9. Distributing XP had some disadvantages. What if I let Natsumi live and level up? She will become strong enough to summon hundreds of wolves, all capable of giving thousands of XP. The undead's number will dwindle down someday, but she will be able to summon as long as she has mana. A walking XP farm. But she almost killed Rika. God, I was conflicted between the past and future. It's up to my love to decide. None of the girls would do anything if I decided to kill Natsumi cause she deserved it. But doing it in front of Aiko, the innocent loli, was unforgivable. Before I could decide, the sound of several vehicles rang in the distance. Fuck, Rika's comrades arrived. I guess some of you must be upset for her survival. But she will pay in the future when she appears again. Chapter 73, ch. 73, The Challenge. Holy sh*t, the comments on yesterday chapter killed my mood to write anything, just wow. Phew. I sighed in contentment. That hit the spot, Shirori said. I think so too, Siko whispered, rubbing my back with a washing towel. Shirori tried to use her breasts but I denied it, the toughest decision of my life if I say so. Patience or I might start an orgy here. It wasn't usually bad but Aiko and Rini, getting their hair rubbed by now and Shizuka side by side. That put an end to my plans. Now being here naked surprised me too. Her affection points are 73 now, really high when I barely interacted with her. Her juicy boobs with wide brownish areola bounced as she scrubbed Aiko's hair. A sight to behold. As if sensing my gaze, she looked up with a smile and nodded her head. Her smile contained a hint of shyness, something I had never seen before. Aiko also beamed with her little face hidden in foam. Rini, well, she was mostly flat but still cute. Her future is very promising. Saya sat in the corner with her back against me. The tsundere poured a bucket of water on herself and shivered. It's heaven, isn't it? Shirori asked as she lifted my cock as if treating some delicate thing. It's time to clean this boy. Shirori, Siko tried scolding Shirori from behind. Don't Shirori me. Look at how wet you are before scolding me. That's water. Shirori snorted. Let me confirm if that's water or not. Before Shirori could answer, the door slid open and Rika entered with a towel wrapped around her tanned body. Chan, they agreed, Rika said with a bright smile. Now, I can leave. The deal was about an exchange. The captain of hers wanted to arrest Natsumi, but I refused. Things got a little heated, causing Rika to step up before I smashed his damn head off. After thinking over it, I proposed Rika's freedom in exchange for handing over Natsumi. I wanted Rika to leave without regrets. Sure, I could just kidnap her and these officers won't be able to do a thing. But, that would have a negative effect on Rika. She had served this country for years and parting on bad terms would be terrible for her heart. As for Natsumi, we all know handing an antagonist to the law will never end well. She will escape one way or another and bring havoc. She couldn't do much either way with her current powers. How strong could she get? It made me curious. I wouldn't have let her off if it weren't for her capability to become a walking XP farm. It wasn't my overconfidence or arrogance speaking. She has potential but it is still dwarfed by girls contracted with diva, whose powers were like gods, and me, a literal high human. So I will let her get strong until I find someone who could use the same magic as her or better I will learn it with another grimoire. Klisa, what's the price? 50,000 KP. That's a lot. I only had 23,190 KP after killing all the undead here. Yep, our group alone cleared this island in less than 6 hours. I also became LVL 12. Creation version is one of the rarest versions of summoning since it relies on the imagination and gives them life, the creation element. It's also a rare magic that lets you create life from mana. Reasonable. Klisa is getting better at explaining things. I work hard in my free time. I know. With the presence of the girls, this normal bath had become heaven, and only I could enjoy it. Pokey pokey. Lay me poking my cock as if it was some toy. The protection of the towel saved me. Droplets of water dripped down her lovely brown skin, making her appear even more charming. Still though, why do I always forget about this diva? X. We left the bath, which was the biggest one on this floor, and gathered in Rika's room. Rini and Aiko went to sleep early. The toll of a bloody day showed its effects. Lainey took the role of an older sister to accompany them. Gathered around a low table, we started by making sure Rika caught up with us, which naturally meant how the girls joined our group and Shizuka's feelings. Shizuka accepted Asahi as her man. Rika whispered in disbelief. I should have seen it coming. I had to convince her, I said and grinned at my Nei-san. She covered her face with both hands. Mao, stop teasing me, you too. Ain't she adorable? Rika grinned and chugged down the beer from a can. Sweet. That's Neisan for you. Wanna taste it? Rika waved the can, her provocative gaze fixed on Busujima siblings. Or you two are a bunch of sissies. Shirori and Siko exchanged a glance, talking through their eyes. Shirori nodded and turned to Rika with a sweet smile. Well, well, well. How about a match to see who can drink more tonight? Shirori challenged with a grin. We sisters should be more than enough to outlast a hag past her prime, no. Shirori pressed Rika's wrong button with the age talk, officially triggering Shizuka and Rika who are in their late 20s. Shirori, you are wrong on so many levels that I can't retort. You made a mistake challenging us. Siko acted a little smug. She was also swept into Shiori's mischief. You guys. This was supposed to be a serious discussion about our future, Saya said as she shut down the laptop. Shizuka grabbed the can, gulping it down easily. Oh no, Shizuka has zero tolerance for alcohol. Rika turned to me. She is gonna cause a ruckus soon. Shizuka wiped her face with her sleeve and revealed a smirk at Saya. I expected more from you. You wanted to become a mother with this attitude. Saya flinched at Shizuka's harsh words then faced me with teary eyes. See, you relied on him the moment someone stepped on your ass. Shizuka dealt the final blow and tears burst out of Saya's eyes. Saya tried to approach me but Shizuka grabbed the scruff of her neck. You ain't getting a child until you are mature enough. Not mature enough. Saya whispered and scarlet flickered in her teary eyes. She turned around, her boobs crashing into Shizuka's. I am not mature enough. The two busted beauties challenged each other. Yep, look at you crying. Saya snorted. Says the perverted sister with saggy meat bags. What did you say? Shizuka cracked her knuckles with a grin. Wanna fight, huh? Where did my angelic sister go? I slipped between the two and squeezed their boobs. Girls, please calm your titties, or I will. Note to future self, never let drunk Shizuka and excited or furious Saya in one place. Siko, Shirori, and Rika didn't even glance at the drama between the two, emptying cans after cans of beer. None of them will back down and it will be a mess later. The girls will suck me dry today. I sat beside Rika and took 3 cans. Handing one to Aimi and now, I drank down the last one. If you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 74, CH 74, Now's Dream. Vote for the bonus chapters. The next day. Now opened her eyes. Her vision swirled and a drowsiness engulfed her. A second later, a strong scent entered her nostrils. Wah. She jolted awake and sat up. Feeling a little cold, she looked down and found her bare chest hanging out in the open. She creakily turned her head, finding Asahi buried between the girls with a soft smile on his face. God, I did it now. Bathing together in a group was one thing, but sleeping naked with him, it was too much for her innocence. Curiously tilting her head, now examined her vagina. She felt nothing like pain or pleasure. Asahi-kun didn't do it. She snatched her t-shirt lying sandwiched between Shizuka's thighs and put it on. She proceeded to examine every girl in the room. They looked clean and the room had no distinct odor. Nobody had sex. She patted her chest, relieved that Northwest orgy had taken place. But why were they naked? Thinking of the word naked, her imagination ran wild. She couldn't help but glance at Asahi's lower body. Big. She somehow found his thing fiercely cute. Something she thought she would never do after the incident where she almost lost her life. Hating every man during this apocalypse just because a bunch of lawless people tried to harm her, it would have affected Aiko's survival one way or another if not for Asahi's help. She had nothing but gratitude for Asahi for this. The handsome youth was rather perverted, undeniably so. Yet, something about him attracted people. Something that made her free of her worries. Even the cold lady Yuriko laughed once in a while, all because of his antiques. A simple way of putting it would be a perverted yet kind youth with irrefutable charms. His presence gave a strange sense of security to people around him. She nodded at her wise assumption and wore her panties. Did he grope me last night? She imagined the scene and blushed. She didn't mind joining his harem if he asked sincerely. As a matter of fact, she even dreamed of it once. However, a reserved woman like her would need a strong push. A serious confession that melts her heart or outright strips her naked to show his desire. What am I even thinking? I am not that loose, am I? She shook her head and clenched her fists, bursting a wind bubble. She had grown far stronger than before. Her mana reserve stayed almost the same but her efficiency in using the wind magic went up a lot. Now she can cast 5 wind bullets in succession instead of 3 with double the power. Knocking back a group of the undead was a piece of cake. Seeing the captain acting politely towards Rika, made her realize one thing. Society will soon change, centering around magicians like herself. Someone outstanding like Asahi and Saya might even become pillars of Japan. Though considering Asahi's quirky personality, the chances were slim. At least she and Aiko would be able to travel the world alongside him, even if it's for killing the undead. I am just leeching off of them, aren't I? She smiled bitterly at the thought. The others had their unique way of supporting the group, whereas she felt like her presence didn't contribute enough to this group. Fighting prowess? Asahi alone could wipe out every undead with his unique creation ability. He could make mana bombs or even a nuke powered by mana. There are so many ways to use his unique power. She let out a sigh and created a sphere from the wind, making it dance with her fingers. It was her daily training to control the winds. She might as well hone her skills in fighting instead of being brain, since Saya was more than enough for the role. Seeing the wind dancing to her tune, a strange thought popped in her head. Will there be a day I can cause a storm with a wave of my hand? That would be friggin' cool. She gave a glance at Asahi and smiled. She might definitely succeed if she stayed around him. She can't escape anyway. Asahi's eyes when he looked at her in the bath carried a familiar look, Aimi's gaze when she observed Asahi. Speaking of Aimi, now stood from her spot and walked to the door. Aimi-san. The door opened and Aimi entered. Neo-chan. Now hadn't gotten used to the way this stoic woman addressed her. Were you guarding the door? Yes, that's my duty as Asahi-sama's bodyguard and lover. Her devotion, courage, and single-minded approach of treating others made now envious. Her innate clumsiness had shamed her on many occasions, like slipping on dry ground, buttons of her shirt popping out of nowhere, forgetting her own address. The list went on and on. Aimi-san now whispered and took a deep breath. Can you teach me some martial arts? Aimi had taught so much to other girls, so she might also learn a thing or two. Aimi frowned and gazed down at Nao's chest. Nao tilted her head. Was there a relationship between her boobs and martial arts? Can you fight with them? Nao formed a bitter smile at Aimi's question. Honestly, her back sometimes ached because of her bountiful chest. Half of her falls resulted from unbalance due to her I-cup breasts bordering the territories of becoming a J-cup. Nao shared a sense of camaraderie with Shizuka since they shared the same problems. However, unlike her, Shizuka was a true J-cup. Aimi sighed and nodded her head. I will teach what I can. I will try my best. Now wanted to apply for a teacher's job. Now she has become a cool woman student. This situation felt ironic. X. Now caressed Aiko's cheek, sleeping with an adorable smile on her face. This little cousin of hers had been with her for 4 years now. Recently, Aiko started to see all kinds of colors around people. Asahi for one had blue and red colors around him. Shizuka had a mix of gold, green, and red. They might be related to their emotions. She hadn't told it to anyone yet, but intended to ask Asahi today. Now glanced at Rini hugging Aiko with a peaceful smile. While Leimi was sprawled near the edge of the bed. They are so cute. Neo-chan. Coming. Now kissed the children's forehead in turn and met with Aimi out of the room. Since the captain temporarily gave this entire floor to the group, Aimi took Nao to another room. Nao followed Aimi's instructions, doing exercises to improve her balance and coordination before moving on to the ones increasing her core strength. I will become a flexible fighter. Someone who can play both the front line and support. She never felt so much motivation to do something, and she poured all of it into her training. Chapter 75, CH 75, Another Summoning. Vote for bonus chapters. I woke up to find myself buried by the girls. Might this be heaven? Jokes aside, did I bed someone in my drunk state? Sitting on the ground, I checked my penis, which had no signs of fluid on it. Safe. I didn't attack Shizuka or Rika in my sleep. That's a relief. I wouldn't want their first time with me like that, especially Shizuka since she is a virgin. As for Rika, well, who cared about virginity? I liked her all the same. Now wasn't here. My memories after Rika brought in some strong liquor were hazy. But I recall Nao kissing me. Another woman whose character went 180 when drunk. How did I even resist the urge to push her down? She wasn't in the room. Probably embarrassed to recall the details of last night. Gotta wake up these sleepyheads. It took a few minutes of nudging to wake them up. Saya almost fell asleep again in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. Ae-kun. Shizuka, now back to her airhead mode, yawned and stretched. My eyes went to her bountiful bosom bouncing in its full glory. Good morning. Morning. She looked down with droopy eyes. Why am I naked? Ae-kun did naughty things to Ne-san. I wanted to, you know. Shaking my head, I got up and stretched. Shizuka stared at my cock, her cheeks going redder by each second. I also got turned on a little by the naked girls around me. Men were prone to erections in the morning. With dreamy eyes, Shizuka poked at my glands. It's hard. Was she expecting something else? Wait, this was her first time seeing me aroused. What a solid meat stick. Rika grabbed my cock with a smirk and groped my balls with her other hand. Man, they're loaded. No wonder these women are all over you. Hold up, they are together with me because of mutual feelings, not just my sexual prowess. Ha, says the sour loser, Shirori sneered. You didn't even last an hour. Shirori, stop insulting Rika-san, Siko tried stopping Shirori. She is older than us. Oi, don't betray me now. We are in this together. Rika's lips twitched, but she didn't retort to the twins. She challenged them and lost face and square. I accept my loss. Everyone in the room went blank-faced at Rika, who apologized sincerely while stroking my cock. Rika pressed a finger on her lips, imitating Shizuka. Oh my, it seems my apology lacks something. I removed her hand from my cock. Everything, I guess. AA-chan doesn't like my technique. No. I love it, but I have too many things to do. I might start an orgy if you provoke me here, which I want to avoid first thing in the morning. Summoning the diva for Aimi took priority. I smirked and picked up Saya feigning sleep. Time for a shower, princess. You just can't live without me, can you? That might be true. A quickie with Saya keeps my libido calm for a while. X. I found now doing push-ups under the instructions of Aimi. Giving a smile to Aimi, I closed the door. The beautiful Yandere tried to get along with other girls, something I admired. Siko had fried eggs with some ramen and soup. Wussing over food wasn't my hobby, so I stuffed my stomach full. Rini quietly ate her food in small bites, looking as adorable as ever. I wiped the sauce on her lips with a cloth. Rini, what are your abilities? Rini put down the fork and assumed a serious expression. I can use my fists to pulverize. An honest-to-God answer, nothing unexpected from a 13-year-old. But this way she will not be able to utilize the full potential of her mystical growth skill. You can be much stronger than that, I said and patted her head. I will teach you later. Having an omnipotent goddess with me was a true blessing. Hee. Rini looked at her hands. Oni-san's enemies. I will kill them. Who? The little maid wanted to take the Yandere route. Oni-san is moved. I can't and won't stop you if you want to do that, but always remember to prioritize your safety, I said and ruffled her hair. That's the only thing I want. Understood. She nodded firmly. UNN. I will cut down anyone trying to harm Rini-chan, Siko declared calmly. If and only if they survived your sword, my trusty sniper will blow up their faces, Rika said and nodded to herself. Or I will throw a stone at the speed of sound. Not impossible if she used every bit of her willpower to boost the stone. I also had to do some training after the summoning ritual. The grinding will have to wait until the undead become stronger. They gave pitiful XP. 2 levels for nearly 9,000 undead. It was mostly due to the distribution between 6 people. However, I refused to turn it off. My stats were already stronger than the girls and I don't want to leave them too far behind. Siko and Shirori devoted most of their free time in polishing their swordsmanship. Saya tried her best to create some spells and learn Phoenix's inherent ones. Now refined her control over the wind element and now aims to learn some martial arts. Shizuka, well, I will spoil her if she wants, but she for one will heal everyone with her smile and holy element. Rika was already a top-tier sniper with telekinesis to aid in close quarters. Aimi outmatched everyone in tracking and hunting. Yuriko was an outstanding leader, never backing down even in the face of a zombie horde to cover for Saya, an event I remember from the anime. I connected all of these outstanding girls together. If there is a small gap between us, the girls will be motivated to chase after me. However, even they will lose motivation if the rift looks insurmountable. X. I entered the room where now trained. Now, drenched from top to bottom, scattered droplets of sweat on the ground with each push-up performed with shaky arms. The deep ravine of her breasts couldn't be any more seductive. I licked my lips at the erotic sight. Now met my gaze and her cheeks flushed red. Even so, she continued pushing her body, seemingly hell-bent on increasing her strength. That's enough for now. Go eat breakfast. Now sprawled on the ground, breathing erratically. Did Aiko wake up yet? I shook my head. Aiko wasn't there when I ate, so she was probably sleeping. Aimi, we are summoning your diva today. Aimi smiled brightly, probably delighted to increase her strength. Asahi-kun. Now called as she turned over, pressing her boobs on the ground. Can we talk later? Sure, come to me after I am free with Aimi's diva. Everyone in the group knew of diva's existence. Leaving now to rest a little, we took another room and drew the summoning circle. After that, I completed the familiar process of pouring mana into it. A black glow filled the room and with that a figure materialized. Chapter 76, Ch. 76, Form a Contract or Die. We are officially out of top 30. Looks like no bonus chapter this week. Aimi found 2 golden orbs staring right at her. As the light settled down, it revealed itself as a cat with jet black fur and 2 green horns on its head. Why hast thou summoned me? The cat, Beleth, questioned in an indifferent voice. Beletha's gaze stopped on Asahi-sama. I see. Thou art the chosen Basilius. That's all Beleth said and laid on the floor, closing his eyes. Aimi pulled out her beloved dagger. This cat might be a diva, but he had no right to disrespect Asahi-sama like this. Her bloodlust ran rampant. However, Asahi-sama grabbed her hand before she ended Beletha's life for good. Asahi-sama took the dagger and stored it in his ring. Ow, I wanted to use the dagger touched by Asahi-sama, Aimi lamented. Beleth shot up from the ground. Thou wanted to kill me. Killing you is letting you off easily. She suppressed her bloodlust, but some of it leaked out, raising the furs of the impudent cat. Thou, what sin have I done to earn your ire? Now they were talking. Aimi stepped forward, hiding her devilish grin from Asahi-sama. Form a contract with me. Or die. Her red eyes let loose a menacing glow, freezing the cat on his spot. Thou think of thyself worthy to become my contractor. Beleth started talking to her with telepathy. It was better this way. She could threaten without looking like a brute in front of Asahi-sama. Beleth. Asahi-sama told me you are a supporter of love. Indeed. That is I, Beleth, a demon king from 72 pillars, and a supporter of noble valor and earnest love. My love for Asahi-sama won't lose to anyone. Thou want my power. Aimi's furrowed her brow. What else would I want? Doth thou have the resolve? I am resolved to kill death if it threatens to take Asahi-sama from me. Beleth flinched at her bold declaration, more so when it came right from her heart. I want strength to protect Asahi-sama from any danger. She recalled the feeling when the devil woman ordered everyone around and clenched her fists. She didn't want to experience it again. She wanted to gain strength and subdue the devil for Asahi-sama. Such deep resolve to protect your beloved is more than worthy. Beletha's tone revealed a hint of satisfaction. Aimi puffed her chest a little. Even Klisa-sama, Asahi-sama's most beloved goddess, couldn't outdo her love. But I want to test you. Test. Beleth nodded and jumped, sitting on her shoulder. It's more of a compatibility test. Let me witness more of thy love. This diva was indeed peculiar, as Asahi-sama said. Given enough time, she would tame it with her charming kitchen knife. Fine, just don't interrupt me when I make love with Asahi-sama. I do not have a fetish for voyeurism. It's good then. Aimi turned around and flashed a dazzling smile she had learned after comparing the smiles of the woman he loved. The result was instant, dazing Asahi. I did it. Asahi nodded with a smile. Great. Is he ready for a contract? Not yet, she said and shook her head. But soon. That's good. 3 days is the limit, she set a deadline for taming the demonic cat, or Asahi-sama will be disappointed in her. No more. She even opened her heart to the other girls and got closer to them. Sealed every thought of monopolizing Asahi-sama and kept most of her creepy thoughts to herself. I know them. Cliché-sama said. Cliska-sama, please don't tell them. You respect your part of the deal and I will keep mine. Aimi nodded. The secret of Cliska-sama only she knew, the omnipotent goddess wasn't as simple as she showed. She could make Asahi-sama stronger but decided not to do so to bring out his maximum potential. Her feelings for Asahi-sama were genuine, the only reason Aimi trusted her and accepted the deal to reincarnate alongside Asahi-sama. I can hear your thoughts. I never intended to hide anything from Cliska-sama. True. I want my love to not face any limits in his path. I am helping him in his goal to embrace my true body. I know that and I'm supporting him to the best of my ability. She grinded down hordes of undead every day for his sake. Even cutting her sleep period to 2 or 3 hours. She would have long collapsed if it weren't for her high stats. Aimi. Asahi-sama's manly voice brought her back to reality. She grabbed Beletha's tail and tossed him out of the room before locking the door. Asahi-sama, please, she said and unzipped her jacket. 1 round. Asahi-sama showed a troubled smile and nodded. Sure. Seducing him was so easy. The room had a sturdy bed which she used to its utmost potential, stretching the session to 1.5 hours. She could still go on and the same was true for Asahi-sama. But having this much monopoly was enough, or she might start harboring more desires for him and become a bad yandere. This was her way of repenting for the sin she committed. Asahi-sama was kind enough to forgive her, but she couldn't forgive herself even though her mistake had changed their lives for the better. She cherished the last kiss he gave her before he left the room. Lying on the bed, she traced her finger on the warm bedsheet with a longing look in her eyes. Saya's training can wait. Nodding at Asahi-sama's scent lingering on the bed, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 77, Ch. 77, Aiko's ability. We are still number 31. Come on guys, I know you can do it. I have also decided the next world which is irregular at Magic High School. Let me warn you that there will be no Netori. I like the characters too much to ruin their relationship. You are free to suggest single waifus and the things you want to see. Hopefully, I will remain motivated until I write it. I finished my training with Siko and got another lap pillow from her. Healing from her thighs is the only way to go. Asahi-kun, do you have something else to do? Siko asked and put off the novel she read. This girl liked novels with horror elements. She went off for a quick shower. I headed for Nao's room, the temporary one we decided on. The busted teacher wanted to talk about something. Well, let's hope she won't start a rant about being the single woman among the harem. I knocked on her door and waited, only to hear weird sounds coming from the inside. Did she fall? The door creaked open, revealing Nao in a disheveled state. I glanced past her to find dozens of books scattered on the floor. Are you okay? She fixed her glasses and waved her hand. I am fine. I think. Don't answer my question with another question. Let's fix this first. I sighed and walked past her. Arranging the books back on the shelf took some time. Nao's hand brushed me as she tried to put the book on a higher layer of the shelf. Now Sakurada, affection +2. Give me. I grabbed the book and put it in her stead. Her cheeks turned red from the brief physical contact. Thanks, Asahi-kun. Now Sakurada, affection +1. Geez, this woman was handing out free affection points. Don't mention it. Back to the topic, did we have something important to talk about? Yes, please take a seat. We sat on the bed side by side. She took a deep breath as if mustering up the courage to confess something. Her affection points were 77 now. She is like a close friend who might or might not end up with the main protagonist. Well, I will confess once she reaches 99. Till then I will just tease her a little. With closed eyes, Nao patted her chest. Come on, don't do that when you are wearing a tight shirt. Rather, 2 dots were visible on her chest. Where is your bra? Or did the store run out of J-cup ones? Your lewdness is stirring my gentleman heart, you know. That's enough monologue for now. I coughed and formed a serious expression. Now. She nodded and opened her mouth. I think Aiko awakened an ability to feel people's aura. Aura. Wait, I did think about it before. Then I forgot about it. Klisa, show me Aiko's stats. Done, my love. Aiko Sakurada, reveal the backstory. Favorability points, 59, her idol. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, Little Soul Witch. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Aura Vision, F rank the user can see the aura of others. Soul Empathy, F rank the user can feel the emotions of people they care about. A little witch, a lowly witch. She can see the aura of others and even empathize with them. No wonder she sensed my feelings back when I celebrated the arrival of the incest era. Goddess just told me about her skill. It is true that she can see the aura around people. She can also feel the emotions of people close to her. Nao nodded absent-mindedly. Empathize, that's why she was hiding from Asahi-kun. Hiding from me. Hold on, did she also feel my love and lust for the girls? This must be the reason she was avoiding playing with me. A skill like this could traumatize Aiko if she ended up using it with Rini, whose emotions are too violent. We need to teach her how to use this. Nao turned her body to face me and placed her hands on mine, a relieved smile on her face. Thanks, Asahi-kun. Aiko might have developed a trauma with men if she stayed with me and I wouldn't have gotten over it without your help. Now Sakurada, affection +6. I squeezed her hands with a cheeky smile. Come on, you might have gotten over it without me anyway. I barely did anything to help her. She got over it herself. Airheads can easily get over the trauma. She rested her arms on the bed and leaned forward. It's not possible. It is. She leaned in even more, exhibiting her cleavage. It's not. It is. She closed the distance even more and her lips almost touched mine, her lovely fragrance tickling my heart. It's not, I denied again. She tilted her head a bit and pressed her lips against mine. This kiss came out of nowhere. She didn't go far and took back her lips. Now Sakurada, affection +6. Who told you to be so cute? I couldn't stop myself. I'm sorry, she said with a blush, rubbing the back of her hand on her lips. But I still want to say, it is. Okay, fine. I accept your gratitude. Please don't try, I have to pay with my body, bullshit. I felt uncomfortable doing it with airhead girls, which seemed like me manipulating to have my way with them. Klisa was an exception since she could literally read my mind. I will never. Knock, knock. Wani-chan. Aiko interrupted our fluffy moment. Now glanced at the door and pecked my lips once more. I like you more now, she said and walked toward the door, her hips swaying provocatively. While I was befuddled by the kiss, the airhead Wani-san got one up on me. Now Sakurada, affection +4. Now Sakurada, relationship changed to caring boyfriend. Caring boyfriend. What just happened? When did she learn to seduce me like this? Maybe Aimi taught her. Ah, whatever. I was going to accept her in my harem anyway. Aiko entered the room and smiled at me. Oni isa. She froze for a moment before retreating, hiding behind now. She peeked her head out and hid again. This raised my curiosity. Just what did she feel to become like this? I rose from the couch. We will talk later. Now gave a wry smile. Please forgive Aiko. Nah, it's fine. I will try again when I am free. I pinched Nao's cheeks, causing her to smile bashfully. We will head out to Yuriko's base after lunch, so be prepared. One last stock up for Yuriko's base and then we will fly to Alabama. Nao nodded as I pulled back my hand. Her eyes carried a bit of reluctance. Instead of answering, she took out her phone and typed something. Rest assured, Asahi-kun. I just set a reminder. She showed her phone with a proud smile. Airhead. I guess. Chapter 78, CH 78, back to Tokunosa City. Welp, we didn't reach the goal of top 30 last week, so I didn't post. That aside, vote for bonus chapters. The rest of the afternoon passed away with lunch and a good read from the summoning grimoire. Belef is bound to be tamed by Aimi. A Yandere never gives up. Next diva will be Ball for Shirori, the woman currently reading a horror book while leaning on my side. Anything other than fantasy and action doesn't sit well with me. Ae-kun, Shizuka purred and buried her face in my abdomen. The spoiled Neisan seemed delighted at monopolizing my lap. Shirori sneaked a glance at Shizuka and clicked her tongue. She fought hard in a rock-paper-scissor match. But Shizuka's E-rank luck came on top in 9 out of 9 matches. She defied logic with both her luck and boobs that never sagged. Anime logic. The door was kicked open, revealing Saya with a frown, the one she used to show me before, the "you are so annoying" frown. Rika, on the other hand, giggled and took off her military jacket. You two sure took your time in the meeting. Saya's expression softened as she stomped her way to me and slumped near my legs. God, they are so annoying, Saya said. I wanted to burn down the room. I spoiled her with some head pats, which she readily accepted. That's our SAT squad, a pain in the ass for both enemies and friends, Rika added and lifted Shizuka's legs, putting them on her lap. You are as lazy as ever. Fufufu. Shizuka giggled. I don't want to do anything now. Let's rest for some more minutes, I said. Saya turned to me and nodded. I really need to cool my brain. I took out an ice cream bar from the ring and shoved it in her face. Her expression instantly melted. Delish. What is this cute creature? Asahi. Lamy peeked from the door before skipping over to me. Oh great harem king, bestow some grace on Lamy. Enlighten this lost lamb. Nope. She was asking for some arrow material after finishing every arrow hentai, novel, and game available locally. Creating new ones required KP and she already finished stuff worth more than 500 KP. Not anymore. Saving is always better. Pretty please. She went on her knees and hugged my legs. Come on, Asahi, Lamy can repay the debt with my body. The tanned lamb was asking to be butchered, so tempting. No. She pouted and pulled up her t-shirt. Her breasts sprang free and she rubbed them on my legs. Lamy will even do some stuff these girls refuse to do. Arg, stop bothering Asahi, Saya growled at Lamy. I will give some later. Lamy tilted her head. Lamy already went through Saya's stuff, she smirked and poked Saya's cheeks. Spoiled princess getting dominated, the domineering. Saya covered Lamy's mouth. Stop blabbering lies. Those are my mother's, not mine. Not mine. MMNNNGH. Saya stopped Lamy from saying anything and turned to me, her eyes tearing up at her fetishes being revealed. Still, though, the mother and daughter shared the same submissive trait. Saya-chan's interest allies with Seiko's. That's why you two get along so well, Shirori teased. Here I thought Saya-chan didn't like me. Saya's eyes started flickering. I quickly patted her head, which brought her back. Fiery Saya will make matters worse by spouting more of her fetishes. Guys, are we ready? Now entered the room with a smile. Her dress changed to a loose green top and a long skirt. She gave off an elegant lady vibe with those intellectual glasses. Aimi also entered with Seiko followed by two Lolas. Let's go. X. Rika bade farewell to the soldiers left in the building after the transfer. The higher-ups seemed to be having some international conferences in Tokyo. Well, let them. I don't want to get involved in politics more than necessary. It was tiresome. People scooted about the entire building. This island could very well be a paradise for non-fighters since they could live without any fear of the undead. The only drawback here would be the food supply. We got into our boat and Aimi drove us back to Tokanosa City Harbor. A group of MILFs welcomed me with wide-open arms, though they were undead. Some of them definitely didn't look like an undead with their face regaining normal features. A new species of undead was in the making. Saya blasted them with a barrage of Barret. We discovered two types until now, the Titan type, dubbed by the SAT squad. They grew in size after eating other undead and magicians. The other one is this humane type. This one had more potential than the brute musclehead ones. Perhaps they will regain their memories too. Who knows? Fat or hard, kicking their ass was all that mattered. It still pained me a little to see the MILFs getting burned. May you rest in peace. The Humvee roared in the street full of undead. We cleared this area before going. So where did they come from? Tokyo's population is over 10 million. I let out a sigh. Are you bored? I haven't visited you for 3 days. I am, but I had to do some errands in my personal realm. Getting connected to my real body cuts my connection to Asahi. Real body. How do you really look? I hope she doesn't turn out to be an eldritch monster with tentacles. That's a secret, but I am more beautiful than my current form. I gulped my saliva. Her beauty already transcended the mortal concept of cuteness. Ding, motivation plus 100. Haha, will you come tonight? I will. NN, I am already wet in anticipation. Yuriko Takagi, affection plus 3. Was the MILF masturbating to me? Or plainly missing me? In 1 hour, I got almost 7 points with Yuriko for doing absolutely nothing. I had a bad feeling about this. As we neared the Takagi mansion. Bang, bang. The sounds of gunshots greeted us. Shizuka kicked up the gear and took a sharp turn. A thick crowd of undead filled the area, hundreds of mangled corpses blanketing the road. An undead swarm. Good lord, Yuriko really needs some spanks on her ass for not telling me. Son-in-law. I need help. Yuriko's exhausted whisper reached me through telepathy. Chapter 79, ch. 79, Yuriko's Hesitation, Part 1. Vote for bonus chapters. 3 hours earlier. Yuriko sat in her office, discussing future raids with her subordinates. Most of the supermarkets were either looted or exhausted, so they had to find other ways to procure food until her son-in-law returned. A sense of guilt stirred in her heart for wasting his points, or whatnot. However, recalling how he embarrassed her on so many occasions, he got his just dessert. How did I let my guard down? Yuriko sighed, making the people around the table fidget a little. She rubbed her forehead, annoyed by the weird changes happening because of a brat's pranks. Just as she concluded the meeting, the door flipped open and a guard in a black suit came running. Miss Takagi, we have an urgent situation. The Prime Minister launched a list of evac centers. Tokanosa City survivors are requested to gather at the Shintoko 3rd Elementary School. Shintoko 3rd Elementary School. Yuriko repeated, finding this name familiar. Ma'am, that's where Miss Takashi works as a teacher. Takashi Yuki, the mother of Takashi Komuro, an old friend of Yuriko. How did I forget her? Yuriko moved her gaze to the redhead, Chika Main, who nodded and pushed up her glasses. She had volunteered to become Yuriko's new secretary after seeing her hard work. With terrifying efficiency, she memorized most things she needed. Maybe she has awakened magic related to memory. Yuriko couldn't be sure after seeing the miracles her perverted son-in-law performed. Announce it to every survivor in the base. They are free to seek refuge at the evac site, Yuriko said. How will the survivors get there? The undead, like the young master calls them, are getting stronger, Chika asked. I am sure JSDF will start cleaning up the streets sometime soon. I will tell it to everyone in the base, Chika said and strode out of the room. Yuriko waved her hand. You all are dismissed. The guards bowed and scooted out of the room. Magicians, Yuriko whispered and created spikes with her earth magic. How did we get this power? Is some god messing with us by playing chess with the undead and humans? She defused the magic and leaned her head on the chair. She raised her right hand and gazed at the silver ring on her index finger. How plain. Should I tell him about the good news? The question was, will he take it as good news? A man like him will hardly care about politics and such, which Saya emphasized time and time again during her talk. It was also one of the things she admired about him. Honestly, her daughter was too smitten with him. She had a hunch Saya would rebel if Asahi asked so. She put away the thought of interrupting Saya's group. What if they were in a fight? A small mistake might prove to be fatal. She let out a sigh and pushed her chair. Ma'am, can I enter? She plopped back again. Sure. Chika entered with a smoking cup of coffee. She placed it before Yuriko and stood on the side. So what was the reaction? Mostly positive. People regained their hope from the government's swift comeback. Chika's thin brows were knitted together. Yuriko took a sip of the coffee and chuckled. Let me guess, there must be some people demanding some weapon, food, or just straight up asking for my men to escort them. On the other side of the glasses, Chika's eyes widened a little. Yes, I don't understand it. Ma'am helped them in their worst situation, keeping them alive. Yuriko gave a bitter smile. 'Cause that's how humans are. The emotions you harbor for others aren't always reciprocated as you want. Chika nodded and took a seat. Ma'am, can I ask a question? Your brewing skills are good, Yuriko said. Go ahead. Are those words meant for your ex-husband? Chika turned her face away from Yuriko's sharp gaze. Clack. Yuriko put down the cup and sighed. Yes, it is. Ma'am, can I ask another question? Chika asked as her eyes darted between the window behind Yuriko and her face. Fine. Why have you kept your last name as Takagi even after the divorce? None of her relatives ever asked this question. They got all too busy celebrating her victory over Saya's custody. I bought Takagi estate and the name for 600 million yen. Wow. After some ups and downs on Wall Street, she had made a name for herself, becoming a well-known stockbroker. Yuriko sipped on the lukewarm coffee, shaking away the bitter memories of the past. No worth remembering them now. Boom. An explosion thundered outside. The room trembled, the ceilings creaked, a web spreading across the windows. Shit. It's gonna get messy. A loud explosion like this could attract every undead lurking in the Tokanosa city. I will check up on it. Chika ran out of the room. Yuriko slammed the cup and took out the pistol and assault rifle from her drawer. She put the pistol in her belt and grabbed the assault rifle before running out of the room. Which idiot caused this damn explosion? Yuriko grumbled inwardly and sprinted toward the mansion's gate. God just loved to brew troubles in her life. Chapter 80, ch. 80, Yuriko's Hesitation, Part 2. A pack of undead crawled toward the gate standing over 5 m in height. The giant version of the undead stomped the crawlers in a bloody pulp and battered the steel gate with one hand, enduring the hail of bullets with its free hand. A scene straight out of zombie movies greeted Yuriko as soon as she came out of the mansion. All the work in expanding the walls wasn't a total waste after all. Stop wasting bullets on the giant ones. She yelled out orders and created a sharp spike, throwing it at the giant's head. The spike impaled the giant's head. It collapsed, crushing some unfortunate undead beneath it. Magicians, keep an eye out for the bigger ones. Stop them from destroying our only defense. A woman hurled a fire spear, another girl threw a barrage of ice bullets, lastly, a man slashed his hand, sending waves of compressed wind. The spells passed through the gaps in the steel gate and cleared the area around the wall for a second, then more undead started attacking the gate in frenzy. Yuriko frowned as she thrust her hand, shooting numerous little spikes. This is kind of easy. Ma'am, don't relax yet. That's a flag. Chika yelled and aimed a pistol at the undead. With shaking hands, she pulled the trigger. Missed. A young woman like Chika should have been a university student before this mess. Now the circumstances forced her to pick up a gun and fight for survival. Yuriko shook her head. It is the reality now and nothing I do can change it. Instead, she focused on protecting the base. The thought of asking Asahi's help popped up in her head, but she shook it away. We will hold on until we can. She never took his threat seriously. He was just a kid, all right. Thinking of random stuff, she kept casting spells. Precisely 30 minutes later, her mana ran out and she switched to bullets. The mana recovery was, well, rather slow. It will probably take another hour for a complete recovery. The ammunition will run out in another half an hour. Thank God we refilled our ammunition from the nearby police headquarters. Under the relentless attack of the undead, the steel gate started creaking. Stop them. They will get completely isolated if the gate breaks. The guards dropped the guns and stabbed the undead with swords. The unbearable stench coming from the piles and piles of undead caused Yuriko to scrunch her nose. The guards were wearing masks to deal with this. The normal survivors ran back and entered the mansion. Yuriko sighed and let them. They will share the same fate if this defensive line collapses. Several minutes later. Men, get the gift we prepared for them, Yuriko ordered. Understood. You guys retreat from the gate. It was no use now. The bent gate will collapse any second now. The guards bought out a crate of standard M67 military-grade frag grenades. Yuriko grabbed one and examined it. As she examined the ball-like shape, a bunch of lewd thoughts bloomed in her head. What is wrong with me? She took off the safety pin and pulled the ring before tossing it. Though she never trained, her physical strength experienced marginal growth. Boom. The grenade exploded, throwing chunks of flesh everywhere. Nice. Guys, join me. Boom, boom, boom. They tackled the stress by tossing grenades. One guy even used a baseball glove to throw the grenade. Soon, even the grenades ran out, so they switched back to spells. Yet, the undead showed no signs of ending. Maybe she made a mistake by using the loud grenades. Now the undead filling a part of Japan might be on their asses. Droplets of sweat trickled down her forehead. Between the magicians panting for breath, her guards yelling for ammo, and the horrifying groans of the undead, Yuriko found her knee weakening. The effects of mana overuse started to kick in. She took a deep breath and touched the silver ring. It was perfectly within her limits to ask for help. However, she didn't want to rely on a man again. Her ex-husband carved deep scars in her heart and only a man could heal them with his care. No matter how much she hated it, her sexual interest still lied in men. Like this, she will get used to relying on Asahi in the future. Coupled with his irresistible aura and the forbidden aspect of this relationship, she might lose herself. That's how most of the love stories started. However, if the current situation continued, she might not meet Saya again. Her body would not be intact enough to be revived by Asahi, she subconsciously relied on him again. She clenched her fists. Screw it. I will leave it to him. Don't disappoint me, kid. She collected her spirit with a slap on her cheeks. She suppressed her useless pride and poured her mana into the ring. Son-in-law, help me. However, Asahi didn't reply. Yuriko continued throwing spells, buying time until Asahi answered. However, instead of a voice, a faint sound came from the distance. Her sharp senses clearly picked it up. A vehicle. Dear mother-in-law, be prepared for some claps on your butt cheeks. That was Asahi's voice. His perverted remark made her imagine the scene and a surge of heat rushed to her cheeks. How rude, she replied. That was our deal, you know. I always honor my words. You are not fit to be honorable. I can be everything for your booty. She almost forgot to control the recoil of the gun, almost shooting her own man. This idiot. He didn't even bother hiding his interest in her. Still, she didn't feel repulsed by her blatant attempt to flirt. He was still not an adult, that must be the reason. Just hold on. The crowd of fuckers is so dense here. Be careful. I will. Thanks. Saya will be shattered if some danger befalls on you. Asahi may have interpreted it as she would be hurt if he got injured, so she cleared up his misunderstanding. This mother and daughter sure love to play tsundere. Fine, act all you want. I will make you fall for me one day. There is no son or dear here. She screamed back with telepathy, flustered by his brazen attitude. I love. She took off the ring and took deep breaths to calm her rising anger. This kid knew how to rile her up. Chapter 81, ch. 81, A Big Leap. Vote for the bonus chapter. We got out of Humvee, leaving the weeb diva and Aiko inside. Okay girls, let's finish things up. Saya cracked her knuckle. I am gonna have an intimate talk with Mama. She was pissed at Yuriko, probably because she did not call us for help. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same. Saya summoned her magic dress and nodded her head. We better be strict. Fufu, darling is gonna get touchy with Yuriko-san, Shirori said and unsheathed her katana. This katana is made of Asahi-sama's love dot. Aimi glared at Shirori and licked the tip of her dagger. Shiori-san, can you say it again? Shirori wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sorry. Lord Asahi, we shall overcome them. Siko took it to the next level. Chan sounds cutest, Rika said and aimed her marksman rifle. She pressed the trigger, firing a silenced bullet. That single bullet created a curved opening in the horde. She used telekinesis to alter the trajectory. As expected of a cool one-san, I am in awe. She turned to me with a grin. How did I do? Nice shot. Humph, Saya harumphed and raised her hand. Firewall. A magic circle emerged shown under the undead's feet, giving rise to a pillar of fire. That was the level 2 spell of Phoenix. What should I use here? Oh well, let's stick to Siko's training. No need to act pretentious. Aekoin, what about me? I can't fight. Nei-chan, stay in the priest role and heal whoever gets injured. She pumped her fist with a serious expression. Of course. Leave the healing to me. Now formed a serious expression and shot compressed wind bullets to knock away the undead. She took a glance at me and straightened her back. Great job, I praised. She nodded shyly. I will protect Shizuka and vehicles. Thanks. She turned to me. You, please take care. Another one down. Shirori yelled despite fighting more than 30 meters away from us. Klisa. Notifications muted. Hearing the dings between battles distracted me. I held a frost dragged in my right hand and prepared to rush, but a tug at my shirt stopped me. Oni-san, can I fight too? Rini asked with pleading eyes. Patting her head, I smiled. Sure. Let's do it together. Rini rushed back to the car and returned wearing her signature gauntlets. I will protect Oni-san's back. Thanks. With that, we rushed into the fray. I shot a Barret spell with my left hand, disintegrating at least 10 undead. I could literally shoot it forever without running out of mana, but using the dagger to behead them was more satisfying. Maybe Siko passed her sadistic trait to me. The power of perception slowed time, allowing me to slash the undead's throat one by one. Rini punched away any undead approaching from behind, throwing the undead around like a rag doll. Each kill made her attacks more ferocious. About 5 minutes later, Rini started roaring and savagely blasting skulls with her gauntlets. I cleared the area around me with the frigid flash skill. Aimi arrived to cover us. I quickly placed my hand on Rini's head. She didn't resist as I patted her head. A few head pats melted away the ferociousness inside her violet eyes. She covered her face and started sobbing. Oni-san, I am sorry. Oh shit. Her self-loathing is rising again. I removed the hands from her face and pointed at Siko, who danced across the streets with her blade, beheading, bisecting, or just plainly dismembering the undead. Her tongue peeking out of her lips drawing a wide smirk. She was the epitome of crazy beauty. Siko cleared her side of the undead and sheathed her katana. I am wet. She mouthed those words and wrapped her hands around her waist. Look at her. You are still 100 times better than her. Rini nodded her head and gave a relieved smile. Siko Oni-san is a pervert. Clang. The katana slipped from Siko's hand. Her wide eyes fixed on Rini, shocked by Rini's words. All it took was one fight for her cool Oni-san image to crumble in Rini's eyes. I quietly slipped away from the two and got back to the undead. The damned creatures kept pouring from all sides. So much for not wanting to farm for a few days. This side of Tokunosa City would almost be free from the undead plague today. I bought top-notch masks for everyone or we might have puked. 2 hours, that's what it took to wipe out the undead. The AoE spells of Now, Saya, and Rika's cheat class telekinesis skewering undead with water spears, the top-class spells were useful in massacring the undead in the packed street. I was sure our kills exceeded 20,000. Everyone slumped against the Humvee, panting hard. They sure abused their small mana reserves. After all, not every undead was weak, their average level was around 12 to 13. Magnificent, thy love is truly magnificent. I am in awe, Beleth kept singing praises for Aimi, who glanced at me and puffed her chest. Her face covered in blood looked gorgeous. I sat beside her with a smile. Everyone, thanks for your hard work. They just nodded, far too tired to even speak. Klisa, can you make mana potions? That's easy. I recommend E-rank ones for everyone. Anything stronger is too much for their current reserves. Do it. I sent them to your ring. 2,000 KP deducted for creating 20 E-rank mana potions. KP left, 94,235. What the fuck? You guys killed 25,349 undead. That's a lot. The karma for saving a city was heavy. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress, 136, 208, 19, 200 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Unselectable classes, monster tamer, aeromancer. Attributes. Strength, 89, plus 23. Dexterity, 98, plus 22. Constitution, 104, plus 23. Defense, 113, plus 35. Charm, 205, plus 22. Magic, 358, plus 49. Karma, 94,235, plus 96,235. 4 levels. Amazing. The XP needed to level up was absurd. I am sorry, my love. But your race requires more XP than a normal human. You should have told me sooner, never mind. I am sorry, Klisa said in a sullen tone. Like I said, I don't mind. Asahi, let's go, Saya said and removed her mask, only to put it back on again. I want to drown in hot water right now. I took out a mana potion for everyone. Drink it first. Shirori grabbed one and gulped it down. It's sweet. While the girls got busy drinking, I entered the second car. Oni-chan, you look happy. I am. Everything got wrapped up nicely. Aiko giggled. Aiko prayed for everyone. Nice work. I patted her head and brought a white cloth from the ring. Can you wear it? She stared at me for a moment before nodding. Aiko understands. I wrapped the cloth around her eyes. She had seen brutality, but the scene outside might give nightmares to a 7-year-old girl like her. I lead Aiko outside. Laimi woke up and came out, rubbing her eyes. She looked at Aiko and grinned. Hee, Asahi is so caring, Laimi spoke and hugged me from the side. Laimi is happy to lend you her strength. I smiled at her sincerity and stroked her hair. I will buy you new games. The credit for today's victory went to none other than this weeb diva. Without her spells, we would be exhausted and forced to retreat. Yay. She stood on her toes and pressed her lips on my cheeks. I stored the vehicles in the ring since they could not drive through this street. Once the girls rested enough, we strode toward the Takagi estate. Chapter 82, CH 82, Growth. Vote for the bonus chapter. I walked past the gate. People worked together to push out the corpses outside the gate. Hell, a blonde gal sprayed water with her hands to clean up the blood. I gave her a thumbs up and met Yuriko's gaze, who was leaning against a chair near the mansion's gate. She pushed her body to stand but fell back again. Mama, don't push yourself, Saya yelled, sprinting for Yuriko. I also followed her and stopped before Yuriko, crossing my arms on my chest. Saya did the same and gave a harsh glare to Yuriko. Saya, what's with that look? Yuriko asked, sighing a moment later. Mama is sorry, okay. Why are you so stubborn? Saya sat on Yuriko's lap and buried her face in Yuriko's bosom. You remind me of my former self. Yuriko stroked Saya's back with a rueful smile. I am pathetic, aren't I? My daughter has grown stronger but I am still so weak. I don't even have the courage to ask for help. The MILF was falling into depression. No, that's not true. Saya said and tightened her hug. Mama just needs more time. You are stronger than most of the people in Japan. It's just that the enemies this time were too many. Yuriko swept her gaze over the girls heading inside the mansion. But you all still beat them easily. We have an X-class diva on our side. Laimi was physically weak, even Saya could overpower her. I pulled Saya away from Yuriko. That's enough bonding for now. Let's take a bath or this blood will never go away. Okay. Saya gave a last look at Yuriko and went inside. What are you waiting for? Yuriko said and waved her hands. Go away. Let me rest. I grabbed her hand, jerking her to her feet. She glared and I smirked, moving her arm around my neck. I slid my hand under her knees and my right hand under her back, lifting her in a princess carry. She struggled to escape. Be obedient or I'ma spank you here, I whispered in her ear. Before all of your subordinates and you aren't in any condition to resist. Her eyes wavered at my threat. She stared for a second, sighed, and accepted her defeat. Get back to your work. She took out her anger on the subordinates shocked out of their wits. Chika, you are in charge until I return. Why yes, ma'am, stuttered a redhead wearing glasses. She adjusted her glasses. Please take your time. I will take care of this mess. Her green eyes flickered with a strange light when she looked at us. Even so, she was quite the youthful beauty with long legs and modest boobs. Let's see, a B-cup, it is. Easy to scout with the tight suit she wore. Stop ogling my secretary and get going, Yuriko interjected. I turned my attention back to the lovely MILF. You are acting really cute. Yuriko Takagi, affection +2. She calmly closed her eyes but the slight blush on her face gave away her embarrassment. I focused my senses to the limit, listening to her heartbeat. Dear mother-in-law, why is your heart pounding so hard? I teased with a grin. Don't tell me you are embarrassed by this. I am tired after defending this place for 4 whole hours, she snapped. I see. I see. Let's not make her angrier now. I started walking toward the mansion in an easy gait. Her brows twitched, seeing my speed just a little faster than a snail. As soon as we entered the mansion, she pinched my cheeks, causing a minor itch. You really have thick skin. Thick skin is the basic requirement to pursue the mother of my future wife. She let out a sigh. Why are you so obsessed with having me? The women in your harem are beautiful like a blooming lily while I am already starting to wither, a woman in her late 30s. She basically insulted the majority of the MILFs in the world. I took the stairs leading to the upper floor. I am gonna say some fancy words because a woman like you who has seen the world will laugh them off. Even so, you are attractive and I love your gentle demeanor. Any man who says otherwise isn't a man. Yuriko Takagi, affection +1. Is that so? She muttered under her breath. My room is on the left. I shrugged and turned right. We are going to the bath. Try to bond with other women, will ya? Why should I? I leaned in, she turned her head, thinking I would kiss her. Instead, I nibbled on her ear. Because you are my woman. Yuriko Takagi, affection +2. She used her right hand to push me. How bold of you to decide that on your own. I grinned. Just stating the obvious. She gave a complicated smile in response. I arrived at the bath in a minute and gently kicked the door. Inside the bath, I let down the squirming Yuriko. Slow down a bit. Her legs shook, still, she pushed me toward the gate. Let me bond with the woman you talked about. She closed the door in my face. Oh well, not that I was dying to bathe with them. I headed for the smaller bath. Before that. Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother and owner of Takagi Mansion. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 70, reliable son-in-law. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, Earth Magician. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Earth Magic, C rank. Firearm Mastery, E rank. Klisa already showed it. She is level 9 already, which she achieved entirely on her own. As expected of a MILF I desire. 70 affection points are a lot. I can see her backstory now, but I want to hear it in her own words now. Show me Nao's stats. Nao Sakurada, Aiko's sister. A teacher in training. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 92, caring boyfriend. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, wind magician. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Wind magic, C rank. The wind element awakens in the people yearning for freedom, to enjoy life to its fullest. However, the wind is also clear, for people possessing an honest trait. They don't try to hide their real nature. Firearm mastery, F rank. Language mastery, F rank. The user has learned various languages. She is 25. This timeline truly diverged from the manga. Her stats are high and she also achieved them on her own. Her hard work was apparent. Language mastery should be the inferior version of my gift of tongues. Show me Siko and Shiori stats. Siko Busujima, younger daughter of the Busujima clan. A genius swordsman and a student at Fujimi Academy. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 189, an admirable lover. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, sword maiden. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword mastery, C rank. Firearm mastery, F rank. Cooking, F rank. The user possesses a natural instinct to sense which ingredient brings out the best flavor. Level 13, great. Her charm went up by 1. Cooking, skill 2. Siko is most suited to be a housewife. Of course, Klisa is still the best. Hee hee. After consoling the depressed Klisa, I continued through the list. Shiori Busujima, oldest daughter of the Busujima clan. A genius swordsman and a student at Fujimi Academy. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 192, hope of her life. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, sword maiden. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword mastery, C rank. Firearm mastery, F rank. Cooking, F rank. Shiori already achieved C rank, sword mastery. Then again, she trained every day for this, so it's natural. Now I'm E. Let's see the growth of my beloved Yandere. Aimi Akane, Asahi-sama's mistress. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 531, high-tier obsession. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, hunter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Firearm mastery, D rank. Dagger mastery, C rank. Stealth, E rank. Natural mentor, F rank. Art, combat, skills, the user is proficient at teaching everything. Aimi had the most exceptional growth. Even her, stealth, ranked up, unlike mine. I barely used it, but Aimi always lurked behind me or the girls to protect them. Teaching others about combat and firearms gave her, natural mentor, skill. Now, my naughty Shizuka. Shizuka Marikawa, Asahi's older sister. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 168, her sweet lover brother. Age. LVL, race, human. Class, Kliska's acolyte. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Medical arts, D rank. Luck, E rank. Holy element, E rank. Only those with innate kindness can awaken this element. They never mean true harm to even their foes. It can be used to heal or harm foes with chaos elements. Kliska's divine protection, special. The user is immune to any attacks directed at the soul. It had been like a few years since I was left this speechless. Chapter 83, ch. 83, Saya's concerns. Vote for bonus chapters. Kliska, my dear babe, could you please explain it? B. Blame your sister. She was praying to me in her dreams, thanking me for fixing your soul, body, and cock. She was so sincere that I ended up giving her my divine protection. In turn, she became your acolyte. This is nothing major in weak worlds but extremely useful in high-level worlds. Her soul will never be destroyed by anyone weaker than me. And you are the strongest. Foo-foo, indeed. I, Kliska Marikawa, am the strongest housewife to ever exist. Stop being cringy. Mao. My cringy goddess aside, Shizuka had become stronger thanks to my consideration. She could use the holy element to kill the undead, but her spell range is basically non-existent. She would be devoured before casting her spell at close range. This is just our starting point. With 90,000 KP, I shall conquer the world. Seriously, I can buy so many skill orbs and artifacts. Journey of a Siscon Conqueror, devouring MILFs, One Sands, and legal Lolis in his path. Can I mute you? No. I shook my head and took off my clothes. It took half an hour to clean off the blood on my face. I bet my blood-soaked face would have aroused Aimi. X. Welcome to the second meeting of our little family. The first thing Shirori said when Yuriko left the dining room. She stood from the seat opposite to me and gave a wide smile. Today, we will discuss our plans. Shirori, get to the point, Siko said while picking up the dishes. Her white frilly apron showed glimpses of her cleavage. And yes, this lewd One-san was only wearing thin panties underneath that apron. One glance at Shiori's grin told the identity of the culprit. By the way, the Loli and Diva squad were already asleep. About that, Saya said. I think we should invite Takashi's group here. More fighters mean better chances of survival for Mama. Yuriko isn't leaving with us? I asked. Saya shook her head. She rejected me again, saying she wanted to look after this base. Instead, she wanted us to stay here. Asahi-kun, conquer the MILF already, Shirori sighed. She isn't a young woman who will easily fall for any man protecting her, Siko said and carried the dishes to the kitchen. Siko, that was aimed at me, wasn't it? Saya exploded. Siko giggled without answering. She wasn't wrong though. Saya fell for me rather easily. You should sneak into her at midnight, Rika advised with a grin and slapped my back. Show her who is the man. Do you like that too? I asked. Her grin became wider. The only man to dominate will be my husband. Rika, stop corrupting Ae-kun. Shizuka pouted. Who is corrupting who actually? Rika whispered and pushed the chair. Just brief me in the morning. I am tired as hell. And she went out. Ae-kun, I also need some sleep. So She fidgeted on her seat. Let's, tomorrow if you want it. She also escaped. Not today, huh? I shall lewd her tomorrow. No sex for me today then. Siko returned and sat beside Shirori, who clapped and sat down. So, Asahi-kun, a trip outside Japan is confirmed. I nodded. She cheered. Saya frowned. How long are we staying before then? Until I conquer your mother. I sighed. I doubt she will come even after that unless we force her. Saya rubbed her forehead. Damn it. I placed my hand on her head and gently stroked her fluffy hair. I will leave artifacts for her if you are worried about her safety. Thanks, really. Our time wasn't wasted on undead after all. Yeah, Asahi-kun is closer to his goal of betting your mother, Shirori said. Gosh, you don't have to remind me every time, Saya grumbled. It feels so weird. In history, there have been cases of one man taking his mother-in-law as a mistress despite his strong relationship with his wife, Siko added with a smile. That guy was a true man of culture. Our society would have frowned upon this relationship, now said. She had been strangely silent until now. Saya held her head between her hands. Mama knows I agreed to this, but she is keeping her silence. But she sometimes gives me weird glances. I don't know how to feel about this. Mother and daughter were quick to go into depression. Before the depression took her away from me, I got off my seat and picked her up. I can't do it today. My body is fucking tired. Let's sleep then. Who is joining us? Everyone raised their hand except for now. Come on, aren't we together now? What is there to be shy about? Ding. Now Sakurada, added to the partners list. Now Sakurada, relationship changed to caring boyfriend. She gave a bashful nod, refusing to meet my gaze. I carried Saya to the door, only for it to open itself. Aimi stood on the other side, wearing dark sunglasses. Beleth wore the same, a smug smile apparent on his face. Asahi-sama, can I join too? Sure, the extra-large bed has plenty of space left. Yeah. X. I woke up when something crept on my chest like an insect. Goosebumps covered my body. I snapped open my eyes. Shoo, don't make a noise. Saya used the line a robber would say to their victim and forced me on my side. Her crimson eyes glowed in the dim lighting. Flirty Saya returns. Asahi, I am horny, she whispered and kissed me, her tongue lapping with mine. Her hand crept into my shorts and stroked my cock, making it erect. She released the kiss and crawled on top of me, straddling my waist. She took off her top at once and guided my hands to her breasts. Play with them, please. I pinched her nipples, bringing out a moan from her. I checked up on the other girls to find them asleep. Tonight is our night. She shoved her panties aside and droplets of her juices flowed down. Without any waste of time, she set up my cock and sank down her hips. Hot. Hot. We both whispered in sync. My, does my hole please you? She asked coquettishly and leaned, pressing her body against me. Tell me. She licked my ears and I did the same. I love you, Asahi. I know that. She stopped moving her hips and looked at me with a serious expression. Promise me you will never hurt me or Mama. I promise to cherish you both. Sai Takagi, affection +3. Good, she whispered and kissed me while resuming her movements. The kiss suppressed her moans to an extent, so the four girls beside me didn't wake up. Or maybe they are faking sleep. I couldn't care less and played with her magnificent globes swaying before my face. After several minutes of humping on top of me, Saya climaxed. I also spurted my seed inside her. For a dozen moments, we remained in the same position, enjoying each other's warmth. Then Saya took the blanket and covered us. Dear, let's make this night more memorable for our future selves. If you say so. She won't be able to walk in the day, I will make sure of it. I low-key dropped a reference to my future story in this chap. Chapter 84, CH 84, Harem Manager. Vote or we lose number 30 rank. Upon waking, I felt something soft crushing on my chest and my cock twitching with wetness surrounding it. Through half-opened eyes, I peered at Saya drooling on my chest. So I fell asleep with my cock inside her. Saya moved a little and her walls writhed around, giving a new life to my cock. I raised her hips just a little and my cock slid out. Safe. I closed my eyes to sneak a nap, only to feel a warmth touching my cock. I glanced at my empty side where Aimi was sleeping and shook my head. I shifted Saya to the side and turned my attention to Aimi sucking my cock, her red eyes gazing up at me. She rolled her tongue around the glands and increased the suction. Groaning a little, I rose from the bed and stroked her hair. The corner of her eyes crinkled as she moved her mouth down my shaft, savoring the taste. Under her constant teasing, I came in a few minutes. She swallowed everything in several gulps. Would you look at that? Turning to the voice, I found Shirori leaning on the bed yawning. You two started in the morning without us. Talk about being ignored. She woke up when I was lost in the blowjob. Now beside her also woke up and stretched. I snatched a blanket and covered my crotch. Feel free to sleep as much as you like. I need to do a few things today. Like securing this base defense. After a few greetings, I walked out of the bedroom and prepared myself. X. An hour later, I stood near the entry gate of Takagi estate, looking over the people piling up the corpses in the vehicles. I could do it with my rings, but these people needed some work, or they might go insane. PTSD is a bitch, alright. Klisa, buy it now. Understood, my love. What appeared in my hand looked like a brick of white color. This brick weighed more than 10 pounds. Omega brick, rank D, a brick of Dlaran metal with the ability to empower the nearby structures with mana, strengthening them in the process. Self-activates after sensing any type of attack. Price 149 KP. The almighty brick. I used my dagger's handle to pop out a brick and place the Omega brick there. Klisa, the second item. Got it, my love. And a large blue orb smaller than a basketball appeared in my hand alongside 2 small talismans. Compact mana battery, rank D, an orb filled with the mana of 3 average adults. Can act as a portable container of mana. Self-sustenance, passive skill absorbs surrounding mana to charge itself. The charge rate depends on the mana density in the atmosphere. Price 149 KP. Mana link, rank E, a talisman that can create a spiritual pathway between 2 places or beings. Efficiency depends on the range. Price 49 KP. The mana link to create a connection between the battery and the Omega brick, which in turn will power the wall structure. Klisa and I came up with this plan yesterday. Little expensive, but nothing much for the current me. I pasted the sticker-like talisman on the battery and brick. To test it, I punched the wall. Before my fist touched anything, a white glow surrounded the wall. Great. The boundaries took 6 setups. As for the gate, I bought an entirely new one made with Magisteel for 75 KP and fitted it with the Trinity. If I were to use this combo with my mana, anything other than nukes might be useless. I took out a chair stolen from Yuriko's office and plopped on it, crossing my legs. I was a young master here, quite the irony for a former young master. This place gave some nice views of curvy asses. Yuriko said the explosion was near. Klisa, what are the chances of someone exploding a bomb near this base without knowing about it? It's hard to not notice when these people are going everywhere in the surrounding area. So the attacker was aiming to wipe out this base. I let out a sigh. Fighting for resources was another trope in post-apocalyptic worlds. Did you enjoy it last night? Fufufu, how can I not? Your moans pierce through the heavens, you know. Mao. I chuckled and took out the glasses to check the stats for these people. The results were surprising. The average level was 5 with the couple I met before reaching level 7. Of course, the men was level 6 only. Sadly, none of the magicians died, so I can't experiment with the true nature of Ether Orb. It might be extremely useful for Rini with her gluttony. Oni-san, what are you doing? I took off my glass and turned to Rini, who had arrived beside me without a sound. Wearing a traditional maid outfit with a dark blue dress instead of black, which went well with her blue hair. Yo. Rika raised her hand, her purple ponytail bouncing along with her boobs spilling out of her bikini top, her abs on full display. She is loaded all right. She tugged at the choker around her neck, a mischievous light flickering in her red eyes. Young master, you are staring too hard. Says the woman who used to openly flirt with me. Ehe, you changed a lot. I can't even recognize you since your gaze is sharp and commanding like an elite. Those things are etched in my bones. Well, things happen, you know. Take a seat first. I took out another chair for Rika and pulled Rimi on my lap. Let me spoil you. Hey, Rika, do you hate my change? Of course not. She shook her head. You were someone I wanted to protect, but it is the complete opposite now. I can't say I hate it when you have become someone I can rely on. I smiled and leaned my head on the chair, feeling the sunlight on my face. Though I never expected Aachan to make a harem. Every man fantasizes about having a harem once in their life. Try not to get controlled by your lower body, or should I take up that role? She asked with a grin. Harem manager. Go ahead. I don't mind. Rika Minami, affection +2. She gaped. Are you sure? I might dissolve your harem behind your back. I can be seriously jealous sometimes. There was a time I need a guy in his balls for trying to hit on a girl I used to like. The Rika Minami I love won't do that. Rika Minami, affection +5. Rika Minami, add it to the partners list. Rika Minami, relationship change to her life partner. I love Aachan too. Oh, great. What's with that plain response? It was my first confession to a man, Rika muttered. I chuckled and slid my arm on her shoulder. What do you want me to do? Kiss you in front of Rini? She shook her head. True, we don't want to taint her purity. Rini quietly gazed at people passing through the gate, but her ears were red from our adult talk. Kid, what are you imaging now? I slid my fingers in her silky hair. They were short, unlike Seo from the anime. Rini is an entirely different person from that Seo. And nothing. Ah, let me tell you, I also love Shizuka. We never did it, 'cause she was hesitating because of you, Rika confessed. She was really Yuri for Shizuka. Well, I don't care about sexual preference as long as you are faithful to me. You cheeky brat, asking for my devotion when you are sleeping with other girls, she said and licked her lips. I kinda like that possessive side of yours. I won't sleep with any of your women without you, that sounds reasonable. She was trying to be considerate, so I won't suspect her. I don't dislike it, after all a harem should be harmonious if I want it to last long. It would be awkward as hell if the girls sharing the same men didn't see eye to eye with each other. Yep. As for your manager's post, I don't have any interest. She grabbed a cigarette pack from the chair's pocket and pulled one out with her lips. I just want to celebrate my retirement, what's the commotion about? I followed her finger and found some old friends near the gate. Interesting. Chapter 85, ch. 85, Takashi's story. Vote for bonus chapter. A group of students walked under the leadership of Komuro Takashi, who carried a silver bat on his back. Honestly, their weary faces and black circles under their eyes showed their suffering. Their numbers could be counted on one hand. Did the rest die? Rika merely glanced at their guns before she took the dark sunglasses hanging from her bikini and wore them. She shifted the chair backward and with her hands behind her head, she bathed in the sun with an "I don't give a fuck about them" attitude. I broke into a grin. She was truly acting like a retired soldier. I put on my glasses and examined Takashi and Company. Komuro Takashi LV, designated title, former protagonist. Race, human. Class, brawler. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Metal reinforcement. E-rank. The user can strengthen a metal with mana. Increase the durability and density of the metal. Metal element. Metal is one of the strongest elements in Mortal Worlds. Rei Miyamoto LV, designated title, supporter. Race, human. Class, spearman. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Physical enhancement. D-rank. The user can temporarily enhance their physical body with the help of mana. At this rank, 1 MP can be used to gain 1 STR point and 1 AGI point. Definitely a supporter. This skill is broken if there are no limits. The maximum limit depends on how much mana you can absorb in your body without exploding. That's annoying. My love doesn't need it. You will soon gain a superior skill on your own. Which one? That's a secret, foo-foo. Shit. Visit me more, and I might tell you. You just want my body, you horny goddess. Foo-foo-foo. Komuro's group passed the guard's check for any bites and entered. He noticed me and approached. Long time, no see, Komuro greeted me, scratching his face. With a loli on my lap and tan beauty smoking in my arms, I might be looking like those second-class villains in the anime. Still, nothing could beat the envious gazes coming from the other boys. Sacred candy, I whispered, and a candy in a red wrapper materialized in my hand. I unwrapped it and brought it near Rini's face. Here. Rini stuffed it in her mouth. Rini Hitsuji, affection plus 24. Wow. It was too effective. I picked up Rini and placed her on my chair, then shook hands with Komuro. Aniki. The duo of Kazu Ishii and Kota crawled out of the group. They had no wounds anywhere. As expected of the former protagonist and his group, they even survived in the upgraded world with their plot armor. After exchanging some words with the excited duo, I crossed my arms on my chest. Yeah, it's been a while and you don't look so good. What happened after we separated? Komuro showed a bitter smile and retold his story. After we parted ways, their group inhabited Rika's house for 4 days, and then the high stress started to turn many students crazy. Cracks started forming between the group, and before long they split up into 2 sides, Komuro and Mikuyuki. Half of the students joined Yuki while the rest stayed because of Kota's badass knowledge of firearms. The 2 groups stuck together until 2 days ago. Yuki's group disappeared after a horde attacked the house. They managed to survive with Komuro's magic but lost 5 students. For 2 days, they had been staying at a nearby supermarket. Though yesterday, the horde scared the shit out of them. Only when Saya called them did they let their guard down. The disappearance of Yuki's group irked me. Could they be behind the explosions? But that raised questions about how they obtained the explosives. It couldn't be Natsumi since Rika called the SAT yesterday to confirm her whereabouts. The endgame antagonist has been under 24 by 7 hours surveillance. I hope she escapes soon and becomes stronger, she is my precious XP farm. Why did you not call me or Saya? I could have helped. I thought you were also stuck somewhere, Komuro replied, glancing at Rika and Rini. This woman is Rika Minami, the owner of the shotgun in your hands. Komuro flinched, gripping the shotgun in his hands. The rest of the students blatantly hid the guns behind their backs. Man, what are you scared of? Do you think she cares about it? He shook his head. Thanks for letting us stay in your apartment. Rika simply nodded at his gratitude and crossed her legs. The boys gulped. Of course, they would when this woman only wore a tiny bikini, revealing her well-shaped tanned legs. You all must be hungry, no? Yeah, we are, Ray replied and hugged Komuro's arm. Who is this cute maid? Rini stoically introduced herself. Komuro held Ray back from approaching Rini. Oni-san, Aiko-chan is calling me, Rini said and dashed inside the mansion, horrifying everyone with her speed. She is fast. A lot faster than me, Ray whispered. Chika stopped talking to the survivor and approached. Yes, young master. Guide them to Saya. She will entertain them with her cooking experimentation. Perhaps she will improve. Got it. Chika turned to the dumbfounded students. Please follow me. I explained the situation to Saya with telepathy. The only one I could contact without using any artifact. Lainey-chan can also use telepathy with you. She won't use it though. Diva with an arrow addiction. How good will she be in bed? Then there is Asmodeus, diva of lust. As much as I hate to admit it, she will probably defeat me in sex. I will need Aromancer to have a sliver of hope to defeat her. She won't desire a serious relationship but some hot sex was always welcome. Summoning ball comes first. Shirori will be training now. I want to give them a telepathy skill but it will be rendered useless after I summon their respective diva. A dot appeared in the sky. I focused and the image became a lot clearer. This is an aircraft. Where are they going in this apocalypse? I opened the news section on my phone. Einherjar boards a flight to Japan. After helping the United States in creating the largest shelter, Valhalla. Chief Valkyrie, formerly known as Silver Lady, and her squad titled Einherjar are now ready to grace Japan with their presence. Einherjar. Valkyrie. This woman has serious Chinibu syndrome, doesn't she? Chapter 86, CH 86, a surprise. Vote for bonus chapter. By the way, I posted last week's bonus chapter on Sunday. My usual schedule is 6ch/week. Shing. Shirori sheathed the katana and took several deep breaths. The scent of nature in the yard filled her lungs. A fish leapt from the nearby pond, bringing a delicate smile to her face. You are improving at a decent pace, Siko said and slid her katana into the black sheath. I am still far from your level, Shirori replied. But I can catch up in a few weeks. Siko grinned in response. You do know I am also improving every day. This younger sister of hers held tremendous skills in combat. Shirori clicked her tongue. I am gonna show you who the big sister is, just you wait. Boasting was the right of an older sister and even God shall not deny it. Siko wiped her face with a towel. You are free to try. Why are you trying so hard? Shirori asked. She was trying to catch up but what about Siko? Nothing in particular. Shirori narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Siko turned her face a little and tucked a lock of hair behind her ears. She only did it when she lied. Liar. I said I am not lying. Do you want me to reveal that secret of yours? That my always calm and honorable sister likes to roll. Fine, fine. I want to get the Samurai Warrior class. Samurai Warrior class. I had these visions in my sleep, where a samurai warrior cleaved through thousands of men in one strike. Then a silver-haired goddess appeared and told me about the requirements to unlock the new class. Shirori pinched Siko's cheeks before she got more lost in her dreams. Siko slapped her hand away. I am not lying, trust me. What are the requirements then? That's a secret. There should be no secrets between sisters, didn't you say that before? Ugh. She said I need to swear a formal oath to Asahi-kun. Shirori rubbed her chin. Siko could be right about the dream since Asahi saw something similar. Samurai class sounded way more badass than Sword Maiden. Though the latter had a kinky vibe to it. Doesn't it seem similar to marriage oaths? That's the reason I haven't told him yet. Tell him when you are ready. Shirori patted her shoulder. It might be something important. Siko silently nodded. Looking over Siko's shoulder, Shirori discovered Saya sprinting out of the mansion. Saya-chan. Why the rush? The students of Fujimi Academy are here. Siko, I need your help. During the school days, Saya never asked for anything. She just rolled over everyone with her harsh, straight-to-the-point words. However, she went from an abusive tsundere to a cute tsundere. That was a miracle. Can I come too? Shirori asked and approached Saya. Asahi wants you in the summoning room. Ah, today is my day. I almost forgot. Heh, I will still be the strongest one, Saya smirked. Cute. Shirori couldn't stop herself from pulling Saya's cheeks. You are useless at close range. I will slice you into pieces before you cast any spell. Saya back-slapped her hand and turned away with a pout. I just received these powers. Okay, stop being depressed. Siko, go help her. I will spend some lovey-dovey time with him alone. Ignoring their blank stares, Shirori strutted into the mansion and stopped before the summoning room. Can I come in? She didn't want to intrude upon Asahi making love to someone. Yeah. Getting the green light, she marched into the room. Lamy was also there, gazing down at Asahi squatting on the floor with his right hand on the summoning circle. Wait a moment, Asahi said. She nodded and gazed at his back before shifting to Lamy fiddling with her fingers behind her back. Lamy had removed her black halo and noblish dress, looking like a normal girl except for her pointed elf-like ears. Everyone was wary of her at first. After all, her ethereal beauty showed she wasn't a normal person. But Lamy's childishness won everyone's heart. Shirori tapped her feet, waiting, holding her anticipation. A silver flash ended her wait. She instinctively shut her eyes. Coming back to herself, she noticed a giant with white hair, ashen eyes, and tall enough that his head touched the roof. Baal, the Lord of Flies, a legendary figure in Ars Goetia. He was more badass than the fiery bird. He started talking with Lamy. His stoic expression and dignified voice reminded her of her father. Please, be safe. She prayed in her heart. Shirori, are you all right? Nothing. Shirori jumped at him. Wrapping her arms around him, she rubbed her face on his sturdy chest. His hand fell on her head, stroking her hair. Hey, tell me if it's something I can help with. She couldn't ask for his help or her father would punch her and say, that's your faith in your father. She had to believe that he was all right, dicing the undead with his darling sword. She looked up with a smile. It's nothing and thanks for caring about me, no, caring about us. Smiling, Asahi moved the bangs and pressed his lips on her forehead. Her heart fluttered in her chest. His care tugged at her heartstrings without him knowing. It was rare for him to let go of his perversion and be a caring person. She pressed a hand on her cheeks, trying her best to hide her blush. You are acting weird, Asahi remarked. Let's start the contract, she said and withdrew from his embrace. Asahi gave a nod and a tingling rose in her right hand. She lifted her hand to discover a light mark. It was Enigma. Baal, are you okay with the contract? Asahi asked. Baal nodded. Serving Lemegeton and King is the duty of every pillar. I don't see any problem with sharing my powers with a talented swordsman. After a small ceremony, the contract was successful. Shirori felt something rising in her body. She closed her eyes and sensed it. The memories of spells. Saya told her about it once. But something else was there, very familiar as if she experienced it every day. She unconsciously raised her hand and concentrated it on her hand. A gale shot out, creating a tear on the wall. Wow. I can do it on my own now. Until now she had to rely on her magic sword to make wind blades. But she awakened the legendary wind element now. Congratulations, Asahi said and patted her head, sharing his tender warmth. The addicting head pats had thoroughly conquered her heart and soul. Shirori pumped her fist behind her back. The birth of Storm Queen is nigh. Chapter 87, ch. 87, The Secret is Out. So some of you were calling the last chapter and asking me to switch worlds. My answer is nope. Not gonna happen soon whether you like it or not. My reasoning. The characters aren't even fleshed out and you want me to introduce new ones. Seriously. It's not even 100 chapters, a fraction of the most popular epic. Just shelf this book or leave it for a binge, IDC. The stress of the new job is already too much, then some guy comments as if he owns me. That demanding tone pissed me off, really. Don't start that I can't take criticism. I am writing for fun, not for getting more stress. Then there was this other guy asking for more MILFs. The harem is already done for HOTD with one member left. As for Graphia, she will appear later. Hope that answered your question. Shirori Busujima, affection +4. Shirori contracted Baal. I wonder when Aimi will contract Beleth. Shirori hugged my neck and stood on her toes, gazing into my eyes. Asahi-kun. Her sultry eyes made me chuckle. I cupped her cheeks and gave a long kiss on her lips, ignoring Lamy and Bale's presence. As we separated, Shirori giggled and pinched my nose. She's become a whole lot more affectionate now. Though I am happy that Asahi's bonds are strong, can you guys stop ignoring Lamy? Shirori took a step back and bowed toward Ball. I am grateful for your consideration. Bale's indifferent expression cracked and his lips curled up. No need to think further. My powers are yours to wield now. Shirori nodded. Ball vanished into particles and entered her body. I need to hone the skills. Asahi-kun, I will be training in my room, tell me if you need me, she said with telepathy. All right. She left the room. Lamy poked at my ribs. Asahi, can you kiss Lamy? I turned to the girl who acted so childish despite having the body of a woman in her early 20s. Honestly, it only added to her charm. Lamy wants to strengthen the bond between us, so you can use more of Lamy's authority. I grinned. I don't think I will need the other authorities anytime soon. Out of 4 powers, Zekarbini, the pendant to cast instant spells was necessary since Diva directly created a connection with us without the interference of Astrum. Telepathy was awesomely useful. Ring of Solomon served no purpose with my dating sim features of Heavenly Path. Gematria was the endgame thing. Besides, who will power the dress of a guy like me? Lamy pouted. You haven't said anything about the lies you told. I blinked innocently. I never said any lies. You were already powerful before meeting me and had the power to create even enigmas on your own. I patted her head to calm her down, which she did in a few moments. I said I wanted to protect my woman, it wasn't a lie. Ugh, you tricked Lamy into the contract. You don't even care about anything other than making me the harem king. Creating a worthy harem king is Lamy's purpose. Sorry, okay. I won't lie to you again. She extended her pinky finger. Promise. I laughed at the silly gesture and twined our pinkies. Promise. Then Lamy has one question. Go ahead. She pushed my hand, patting her head, and formed a serious expression. You are not from this world, right? I held myself from flinching and smiled. What might you be referring to? Your power to create anything has a vastly different nature compared to the magic powers Lamy has seen in this world. And your body, you have a distinct scent compared to every man here. It's like you are a diva or something higher. Oh crap, she saw right through me. No need to hide anymore. I let out a sigh. Yes, you are right. I am not a person of this world. I hid it. She pressed a finger on my lips with a gentle smile. Lamy understands. She only wanted to test you. Lamy already knew that you are not from this world when she first appeared. Asahi's magic power exceeds the strongest female Lamy encountered. So please don't make a face like that, Lamy will feel hurt. So she already knew my secret. Here, Lamy will console her master with a hug. She enveloped me in a tight hug, her boobs pressing on my chest. She only reached my shoulder after perking up on her toes. So I am your master now. Lamy likes Asahi. Lemegeton, affection plus 100. Lemegeton, relationship change to her master. Lemegeton, added to partners list. What? Her affection points never popped up before, which I didn't notice. She opened her heart, so the heavenly path could detect her emotions. Your soul isn't strong enough to forcefully open a diva's heart to gauge their feelings. That strangely makes sense. Why didn't you remind me before? I wasn't relying on this system to conquer women. My past experience was enough. I am already helping you by giving you this system. You will be surrounded by a lot of women if I help you more. Was she, feeling jealous? No matter how perfect I am, I still have the heart of a woman, at least I think. Klisa, I love you. Omo. Asahi, don't lie to Lamy ever. Lamy hates when people get into a relationship with lies. She raised her head, her serious expression devoid of any goofiness still looking adorable. Relationships built on falsity are the worst in Lamy's opinion. Even if they bring happiness and joy, Lamy dislikes it. I leaned over and blocked her mouth with a kiss. I am sorry, but I am not ready to tell them yet. I promise to confess everything when I am prepared to leave this world. Whether the girls will accompany me to the other worlds or stay here, it will depend on their answer. I feel like an idiot for thinking this whole harem thingy will be easy. It could be if I just manipulated them till the end, but the mere thought disgusted me. Another kiss from Lamy brought me back to reality. Her sultry eyes blazed with passion, igniting the same fervor in my body. She made my mind numb, reminding me of the first kiss I shared with a cold beauty in high school. Her tongue slipped into my mouth and coiled around mine. Fiery, passionate, demanding, her kiss deepened and I couldn't resist it. What is this? My hands crept on her body, touching her soft skin on their own. I wasn't in control anymore, as if she brought out my true desires. But the sensation of her slippery skin changed to a springy bounciness. Her boobs. I squeezed them. NN. She bit my lips. Fondling her boobs with one hand, my free hand crawled into her shorts. No panties, eh. I caressed her unprotected vulva a little wet from the arousal. She ended the kiss and licked her lips, her droopy golden eyes boosting her charm to another level. Master, please do lewd things to Lamy. I see. Tap 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 footsteps rang outside the room and a knock on the door followed soon. Aekuin, lunch is ready. Awa. Lamy fell backward in panic. I caught her hand and turned to the door. Coming in a minute. Shizuka, don't come inside. Despite my complaints, the door slowly opened. Chapter 88, Ch. 88, Shizuka's Courage. Coming in a minute. Shizuka sensed an urgency in Asahi's voice and tilted her head. What could be happening inside the room? She became curious and pushed the door. Her eyes immediately widened before heat rushed to her face. Asahi held Lamy's hand whose body was arched backward. Her shorts half dangling showed her wet crotch. These two were making out. I am sorry, Shizuka apologized and slammed the door shut. Nei-san, wait. She couldn't help but pout. She had been waiting for ages but the girls who came after her got in bed with Asahi. With the way they were entangled, it wouldn't take a genius to guess they were going to have sex. Perv. She headed off to the dining room where her former students regrouped. I will sneak into his bed tonight. She thought and took a seat. Nei-san, is something wrong? Saya asked. No. But you are grinning. She glanced at the students looking her way. She couldn't notice it before, but perhaps because of the level-ups, her perception increased. She could sense the desire swirling in their eyes, which made her mood sourer. Aekuin, come protect Nei-san. Yuriko entered the room and all the students' gaze moved to her. Yuriko sat beside Shizuka and flashed a cold smile. Can you all stop ogling someone else's woman? Komuro dropped the chopsticks. Marikawa-sensei found a partner. The others' reactions varied from surprise, shock, disbelief to off-putting hatred and anger. Shizuka narrowed her eyes at their immature reactions. This world is darker than my imaginations. Yuriko nodded and turned to Shizuka with a smirk. A very special partner. Shizuka nodded. She was prepared for people's insults but any scorn to Asahi dealt double damage to her. Her brother wouldn't have confessed if she didn't start harboring feelings for him, or so she thought. This made her hesitate to tell about their relationship to anyone outside her family. Shizuka, tell Asahi that my friend will be coming tomorrow or the day after. Her Aekuin senses tingled at the mention of this friend of Yuriko. Another woman. I will tell him later. Why are you not eating? I am not hungry. Her mind ran in overdrive to scheme. Asahi will come to apologize later, which she will accept in exchange for some compensation. She stood and walked toward her room. Aekuin is in for a treat. X. Shizuka ran away, most probably sulking somewhere. Lamy fixed her shorts and hung her head. Lamy is sorry for making Nei-san angry. I patted her head to cheer her. I am equally responsible. NN. Klisa. Got it. An eroge popped in my hand. The expressionless black-haired protagonist reminded me of Tatsuya from Mahoka Kuku no Retusei. It reminded me of Maya Yatsuba, the tragic woman. That world isn't bad for a vacation. Should I go there next? Master. Go and play this. I will join you later. Her eyes brightened immediately. Promise me. I promise. Don't lie this time. Bye. Klisa, what was that? Why did I get so aroused? Your souls are bound to each with the contract skill. When you touch each other, the pleasure becomes spiritual instead of physical. It's the effect of skill from Aromancer even though the class is sealed. Is it something that makes us true to our desires? Omo. X. Shizuka was absent from the dining room. Saya said Shizuka was grinning like a fool before she ran away to her room. What was going through her mind? I took her share of lunch to her room to find her leaning against the headboard with closed eyes. She fell asleep. I licked my lips. Should I attack her? I called Shirori, who popped up a minute later and took the dish back to the kitchen, not before giving a kiss and a dirty look. Taking a seat, I started reading the Hymn of Spirits grimoire. Sometime later, my eyes started to grow heavy. I stored the book and laid my head on Shizuka's thighs for a nap. Klisa greeted me wearing a dark kimono with a colorful flower pattern. She turned around and smiled. Welcome home, dear. Klisa. Anyone could guess what happened next. X. Shizuka woke up to find Asahi sleeping with his head on her thighs. His peaceful expression and the smile tugging at his mouth made her giggle. She ran her fingers through his soft dark hair and pulled his cheeks. He is so adorable when he sleeps. However, he was a monster when he slept with others. A calm girl like Siko had blushed when Shizuka brought up the topic of their first night. Shirori just replied with, "Wait for your turn." She pulled up his shirt and felt his bare muscles. When did he change so much? It felt like yesterday they went to the same school, sharing lunch, and some normal sibling time in the infirmary. So much changed, some for the better, the rest for the kinda worse. One thing elated her heart, she could be with Asahi like a normal girl even though she was his blood-related sister. What is that? She noticed the bulge in his pants and averted her gaze. It can't be. She sneaked a glance and it was still there. Her brother was hard in his dreams. Boys of his age tend to have those kinds of dreams. Her curiosity surged and she couldn't stop her hand creeping inside his shorts. Big. Even that word couldn't describe its length. Her dainty fingers slowly caressed the shaft, and as if responding to her touch, it grew. She dragged down his shorts, freeing the monster from its cage. Her eyes grew wide. It was bigger than the last time Rika was stroking it. Her dainty fingers slid up and down his shaft, stimulating the veins to twitch and pulsate. Shizuka's face flushed and her breathing became restless. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 89, ch. 89-90, Neisan's first time, r. 18. Vutuuut. As my consciousness returned, I felt numbness in my crotch. I quickly opened my eyes to find Shizuka gazing down at me. From the corner of my eyes, I saw her hand stroking my cock. Asahi. I grasped her escaping hand. Keep going. She meekly nodded and continued her hand job. As time passed, her stiff movements only increased my libido. Neisan, can you use your mouth? I know it's too much for a virgin but she gotta start somewhere. She had to take responsibility for provoking me. Mouth. I will try it. I raised my head and she crawled toward my crotch, her ass swaying right in my face. Whether this was intentional or not, but she assumed the 69 position. Not letting the opportunity slide, I unhooked her belt and pulled down her loose jeans. She cooperated nicely, allowing me to undress her. Mature black. I like it. Thanks. Aekuen. Shizuka grabbed my dick while I trailed a finger on her creamy thighs and poked the wet spot on her silky panties. NGH, she moaned lightly. I moved her panties and tickled the tiny patch of blonde hair above her pussy. Shizuka moaned a little and pressed her lips on my glands while stroking the shaft. I separated her outer walls using my thumbs. Her tantalizing pink insides came into view with her juice-drawing threads everywhere. Aekuen. Shizuka purred, her lovely voice trembling just like her cute clit. Without further ado, I drove my tongue inside, licking the nectar less sweet than Klisa but still the sweetest I ever tasted in any woman. She was a goddess all right. While I messed up her hole, Shizuka launched a full assault on my cock, trying to swallow it down despite her throat refusing to. I chuckled and continued my work. Several minutes passed by, my cock enveloped in her saliva grew blazing hot in her mouth. Shizuka's entire body trembled and her juices became thicker. She just experienced a mild orgasm. I suppressed a groan and let loose my load in her mouth. Phew. I sighed and licked her juices clean. She moved away from me and turned around. Aekuen, she whined with teary eyes. My cum leaked from the corner of her lips. Neisan choked on your stuff. I chuckled and pressed her shoulder, pinning her down on the bed. But you still swallowed it. Blushing, she placed a finger on her cheeks. It tasted like pineapple. Want to taste? She pursed her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Hell no. Ufufu. Shirori was right about it. Damn that woman. How dare she disclose my weakness to everyone? I will punish her later but right now I had to devour this sweet, perverted sister of mine. I touched her turtleneck to send it into the ring. She was left in a black bra snugly wrapping her boobs. Short of air, she looked at me with an adorable look in her eyes and arched her back to unhook her bra. I kissed her cheeks, neck, shoulder, and dragged her bra with my teeth. Moving down to her revealed breasts, I gave a light kiss on the fairly large areola. MMGHH, Aekuen, that tickled. Is that so? You are sensitive here. It's pretty rare for big breasts to be this sensitive. Anime logic at its peak, I guess. She twisted her body as I ravaged her melons with my tongue and groped them with my free hand. The size and sensitivity easily beat any woman I ever came across. Aekuen. That felt good. Little hearts drifted around her but the mute notifications didn't disturb me. She was fully aroused by now. Can she climax with her boobs only? I tried my best to nibble on her sensitive parts while running my life mana imbued finger across the silky smooth skin of her boobs. She suddenly pushed my face in her breasts with both hands and locked her legs around my waist. Her skin experienced light tremors, she climaxed, a big one at that. Before I suffocated in the soft heaven, her limbs loosened sluggishly. She just laid there blowing hot sighs on my hair. Aekuin, you naughty boy. I raised my gaze and grinned. Ready for the final level. She released another hot sigh. Your thing will ravage me even if I refuse. She was correct since my arousal was over the limit now. Hee hee, you got no choice. Your little brother will claim your virginity. I got up on my knees and slid down her sexy panties. Shizuka opened her legs and untangled her lower lips with her index and middle finger, allowing me to easily slide the tip inside. She winced painfully. I leaned over her and pecked her lips. Tell me when you can't bear it. She revealed a gentle smile and hugged my neck. Nei-san is a lot stronger than this. Continue. I nodded and entered deeper as slow as possible, stopping when her face cringed. She was tight and slippery inside. Her walls gripped my cock as I met some resistance, which might be her hymen. This was one of the reasons I liked the missionary position for a woman's first time. I could stop when she felt too much pain. I eased a little before slipping further inside, bypassing the seal in the process. Shizuka bit her lips as tears pooled in her eyes. I kissed her again in an attempt to comfort her pain, to which she closed her eyes and wrapped her legs around my waist. As I ended the kiss, she embraced me with every bit of her strength, squeezing her melons against my chest. What? She blew a hot sigh on my ear, making me shiver. Aekuin, she teased. I could imagine her foolish grin at the moment. At least she wasn't in pain anymore. You lewd woman. I am gonna mess you up now. She licked my earlobe in response. Kakik, Aekuin is more experienced than Nei-san. But, Nei-san will show why they say a woman in her 30s is the thirstiest one. She twisted her body and her walls suddenly clenched my cock, stopping any sort of movement. See. Rika taught me some tricks yesterday. Tainting Shizuka's innocence, Rika will pay for it later. I am gonna move, okay. Aekuin, don't hesitate to mess up your Nei-san's body. I ramped up my movements. Perhaps thanks to her high stats compared to normal people, Shizuka let out moans devoid of any pain, only pure pleasure. Being pinned under me, she could only cling to me and moan my name as I slowly but surely learned her weak points. She occasionally moved her hips to increase the tightness of her pussy. I wanted to see her lewd, messed up face but she resisted by hugging me harder, rubbing her sweaty body against me. Not now, please, Nei-san is embarrassed. She begged. Sex is not embarrassing, huh? Woman. I can never understand them even after fucking 102 of them. Fine. I gave up. You can only be selfish this time. Nei-san will try. I took my grudges on her pussy, rapidly attacking her sweet spot. Soon, the heat built up enough to make me groan while Shizuka's moan became hoarse with her inside twitching, waiting to suck me dry. Aekuin, come inside. It's my, safe day. She whispered in my ears. I fulfilled her desire and unleashed my lust inside her womb, a giant load of hot cum. Aekuin's love is filling me up, she said and her hands lost strength. I took this chance to break free and witness her current expression. Her tongue stuck out, gasping for air. Tears smeared her red face and her hazel eyes. Drunken pleasure was the very definition of a higo. The corners of my lips lifted up in a devilish grin. Did your brother's cock send you to utopia? Shock crossed her face briefly before she covered her face. Why, you broke your promise. Supporting myself with one hand, I used the other to peel off her hands to reveal her face. That expression, any man will be happy to see on his woman's face after they had sex. It's basically screaming, I am satisfied. So don't hide such a lovely expression, which boosts my pride. She uttered some strange sounds and nodded her head. You bully. Why are you hard again? Don't men go limp after doing it once or twice? Not me, I can shoot all day if it's with Nei-san. She showed a smile looking pleased. Flattery won't get you anywhere since I am already yours. Okay. I understand. Can you keep going? I can, no, I must satisfy the thing twitching inside me. Nei-san's pride as a woman is on the line. Idiot, don't think you are the only one. I can grab any of the girls to do it. But I am also your woman. It doesn't mean I will back down. She pushed me off and sat up with a sigh. Let Nei-san do the moving for once. I glanced at my cock glowing a little stronger than last time. The strange thing was it only glowed when I took a girl's first time. Not when I had sex with them for the second time. I laid on my back and Shizuka mounted me. Her entire body shone with sweat, emphasizing her sinful figure. She placed her butt over my cock and lowered it, taking in the tip and gradually whole thing inside her tight hole. Oh. She gasped, her voice stuck in her throat. She bent toward me, shoving her boobs in my face. I bit on them while pinching the nipples between my fingers. Moans of pleasure left her mouth as she twisted her hips, moving back and forth. Her intense thirst was contrary to the fact she was just a virgin minutes ago with an intact hymen. The sex drive of the woman in her 30s is strong. I kept toying with her divine boobs while she rode on and on until we came together. The immoral feeling of coming inside my blood-related sister made this thing even more satisfying. She laid on my chest, breathless with my cock inside her. She hit her limit, I guess. Nay-san, you did we. Creak. Dear son-in-law, I have. I turned my attention to the door, where Yuriko stood with an enthusiastic smile. However, soon that was replaced with a slack-jawed expression when she looked at our state. Any mother-in-law will be shocked to see her son-in-law balls deep inside his sister. Chapter 90, ch. 91, Love Hotel. Yuriko gaped at the scene. She knew these shameless siblings would cross the line, but she never imagined they would do it during the day without bothering to lock the door. Shizuka squirmed out of his embrace and his penis covered in cum slid out. She sat beside Asahi with white fluids gushing out of her pussy. Yuriko gulped at the size. Even her ex-husband was an inch or half shorter and he was huge in comparison to the average. Suppressing the tingling in her crotch, she averted her gaze before Asahi noticed her gaze on his penis. What should I do now? Escape this awkward atmosphere or be shameless and do what she came here to do? Choosing the latter, she assumed a calm expression. Pardon me for intruding. Shizuka, did you tell him? Ah. What are you talking about? Ah, your friend. I forget. Yuriko sighed. Expecting too much from an airhead was a mistake. Lecherous son-in-law, a childhood friend of mine is coming tomorrow and she specifically wants to meet you. Asahi smirked and folded his arms behind his head. Who is she, by the way? Another beauty. This lecher. She ignored his latter question. You will know soon. Even he will have a hard time with this peculiar friend, who might break a bone or two of his if he tries to flirt with her. Please continue. Yuriko chuckled and shut the door. Asahi POV. Something wasn't right. Yuriko's mischievous smile when she left bugged me. Where did this childhood friend pop up from? I was so gonna break his teeth if this friend turned out to be a man. I placed my hand on Shizuka's cheek. Nei-san, rest. I have some things to do. She showed a reluctant expression. Okay. I sighed and pulled her to lay beside me. Let's take a nap. She nodded and pressed her soft body against me, resting her head on my chest. I took out a blanket to cover ourselves and closed my eyes. X. I headed straight to Yuriko after I woke up and pestered her for this so-called friend. But she refused even after I harassed her a few times. I shrugged and took Shirori out to check our new spells on the battlefield. We only had to cross several kilometers to find the undead. I cast the level 1 spell Lightning Line, summoning a golden bow in my right hand while lightning sparks burst in my left hand. Badass. I pulled the bowstring with my left hand, turning the sparks into an arrow made of pure lightning. You look like Zeus, Shirori remarked. I released the arrow, creating a giant opening in the ranks of the undead. The sparks only diminished a little. I pulled it once again. The number of arrows depended on the lightning available in the bow. Don't compare me to that rapist bastard. Almost every god and goddess from Greek mythology was the scum of another level. I am sorry. It's fine. She also summoned her bow and shot down the undead. We wasted the undead until 4 p.m. while saving some survivors on our way. Level 17 only required 200,000 XP now. I went ahead and drove the poor guys to the elementary school where the government wanted the survivors to evacuate. I was curious to see the location with my own eyes. Expectations and reality always differed. The same held true here. The whole thing was a mess with the military choppers parked in the open field. Unlike the limited numbers of choppers, there were 1,000 survivors. The resources like fuel and gas were limited, which made their transportation limited. I dropped off the survivors and drove back. Shirori glanced out on the roads, lost in thoughts. Shirori, do you want to save them? She looked puzzled before smiling in amusement. Nope, I am happy with this little family I have. Which small family has 12 members, huh? Aimi, Shizuka, Saya, Shirori, Siko, Nao, Aiko, Leimi, Rika, Yuriko, except Aiko and Rini, the rest were my future wives. My harem has grown quite a bit in a matter of weeks. As Klisa said, I need to control myself or I will end up surrounded by girls I won't be able to keep happy. That's one of the worst aspects of the harem. Unless I plan on cloning myself, I had to refrain from adding members without mutual feelings. That reminded me of Graphia. What was the maid doing in her world? Klisa burst into laughter. I was waiting for you to ask it. She is pissed that you haven't summoned her for 5 years. 5 years or 5 days. Wait, is that the time difference between our worlds? Yeah, my love. Nope, I ain't gonna summon her until I am stronger than her. She will step on me the moment she sees me. It is great that the Devil Civil War, where she fell for Surzex, is more than 200 years away, so I have about 150 days at the minimum. Our family is unique, isn't it? Shiori asked. It sure is. To be honest, I didn't feel anything when I saw their despair. She placed her hand over mine. It seems my feelings are influenced by Siko. She will be happy to hear it. True. She glanced outside the car. Isn't that a love hotel? A luxurious building with a red board hung above it. Yep. Park at the side, please. I always wanted to visit one. Girl, there will only be undead there to book a room. Let's check it out once, please. Fine. I parked the car and we entered the location. Undead roamed the corridors, which we cleaned with no effort. The first room we stumbled upon was in top-notch condition. Then, Shiori did what everyone expected, took off her clothes and pushed me on the bed less comfortable than mine. She fulfilled her dream of trying various positions that would bring a deep blush on most women's faces. We got so wrapped up in enjoying each other that Saya had to call me by telepathy. The Tsundere barraged us with a shit ton of questions when we returned. I avenged myself and Shiori by pumping Saya full of semen in the shower. My libido increased with my stats and perhaps the influence of Aeromancer class. After dinner, I helped Rini in sensing mana in the atmosphere and absorbing it. After 2 hours, she succeeded and a faint red aura surrounded her. She already initiated the mystical growth skill. I moved my attention to Aiko, who watched us intently from the bed. I hath sinned by tainting a pure lowly. Heaving a sigh, I sat beside her. Have you ever tried meditation? She shook her head. Of course, she hadn't. It would be weird for a 7-year-old to meditate. What color am I now? She looked up and her eyes lost focus for a second. Blue and pink. Blue should be peaceful or calm and pink should be affection. That's what I always felt, not the sexual one, mind you. Like every emotion, affection has different types, and for Aiko, it should be similar to familial love. Direct your focus on anything other than your abilities. Try to free your mind. She closed her eyes, only to open them a minute later. Oni-chan, I can't. I put her on my lap and patted her head. You will get there soon. I stopped sensing a presence behind me, but the assailant didn't stop and hugged me. Sneak hug. Now. Hug me tighter. Okay. Her soft boobs pressing on my back felt so good. XXX. Chapter 91, ch. 92, she is the protagonist. The next day, we delivered the survivors who wanted to go to the evacuation site, which also included all the students. Kazu Ishii and Kota seemed reluctant, but Komuro explained from his side. He must have been worried about his mother. Hope she is fine. Every MILF must be treasured. After I returned, Yuriko and Saya stopped me near the gate. Hearing some noise, I turned around to find several cars entering the estate. This friend of Yuriko loved to show off their wealth. Dear son-in-law, put off that jealous expression. Yuriko grinned. I pulled her closer and pointed at my cheeks. The price is a kiss. She looked between the cars and me before she gave a quick peck on my cheeks. Good. I pointed at my lips. Last one. No way. TCH, Saya, why are you letting him ogle me? Are you okay with it? Saya slid closer and hid beside me. Look, someone came out of the car. Releasing Yuriko, I shifted my gaze to the car and froze. Amidst the dozen beauties, a woman stood out with her long flowing silver hair. She wore a white trench coat with golden and crimson accents. Her crimson eyes peeked out of her white mask. Yes, she was the infamous Silver Lady. I took out the glasses to appraise her status. Yoko Sajiri LV, designated title, protagonist. Race, human. Class, magic swordsman. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword Mastery, C rank allows the user to wield every type of sword class weapon with incredible expertise, intuit vital spots of anything, and a 15% chance to ignore physical and magic defense and deal direct damage. Spatial Sense, E rank increases the user's awareness of their surroundings. Magically Enhanced Physiology, D rank the user has gone through several enhancements, each resonating with the presence of mana. Her body is enhanced to the limits of humans. Void Magic, Gravity version, E rank only those who have tasted death can awaken this element. The user can control gravity, a natural phenomenon. The effect and range vary on the rank. Magic Blast, C-rank. The user can convert their mana into explosive orbs. The efficiency and power vary on the rank. Yoko Sagiri was the mysterious sister of Yuko Sagiri in the manga, only showing up once in the time I read. She went through artificial enhancements. Before that, she was also the Silver Lady, also known as Chief Valkyrie. And she was also the protagonist made to fight Natsumi at some point. She was stronger than Natsumi with her broken gravity magic, spatial sense to improve her swordsmanship, and fucking mana blast. A certain explosion lowly will be delighted to see this skill. Why was this woman with a bombshell body a Chuyuni? Yuriko pinched my waist. Stop ogling her. Yuriko is more beautiful, though. Yuriko Takagi, affection +2. She turned her gaze at my sincere praise. If you say so. Did she just blush? Cute. Yuriko, Yoko called out in a soothing voice, snapping Yuriko out of her reverie. Yuriko ran toward Yoko and the two busted women hugged, a sight for sore eyes. The beauties ranging from Lolas to One-Sans with colorful hair, the self-proclaimed Valkyrie surrounded Yoko and Yuriko. Someone hugged me from behind and nuzzled their soft cheeks against me. So many pray for Asahi-kun. Shirori, you know I haven't touched any women in the entire survivor base. Isn't that because none of them meet your standards? Where is Aimi? I skillfully diverted the topic. Aimi-san is doing something on her laptop in her room. Siko is working on lunch. Neo-san is sleeping in her room. Aiko-chan and Rini-chan are playing games with Leimi-chan. Shizuka Ne-chan is watching television with Rika-san. Shiori-chan is spreading her love while Saya-chan is watching her enviously. She recited everyone's whereabouts in one breath. Amazing. Thanks for your praise. I am not envious or anything, Saya whispered. You are spreading lies instead of love. I wrapped my arms around the lovable Tsundera's waist and pulled her in my embrace. I shared most showers with you. That was because you wanted to have Q quickie. I wanted. Who was the one who rubbed her boobs? It's enough. I wanted it first, okay. See, being honest isn't that hard. Your thing is harder. I know I am the best. Yuriko grasped Yoko's hand and led her toward us. Shirori stopped fooling around and stood beside me. Yoko's gaze darted toward Shirori and Saya before stopping on me with a hint of caution. Is this son-in-law who saved your life? She smiled at Shirori. You are also a swordsman. Yoko was eyeing the katana hanging on Shiori's waist. Yes, though inferior to my sister, I am a Busujima swordsman, Shirori answered. Why don't we have a fun match? Oh, Busujima. Yoko seemed interested. Perhaps later, right now, I am exhausted after entertaining the old fools. Old fools. Must be the politicians. Deal. Shirori was hellbent on improving. I stepped closer and grasped Yoko's free hand, kissing the back of her hand. Name is Asahi Marikawa. I acted like a jackass to gauge everyone's reaction. And as I expected, the self-proclaimed Valkyries exploded into whispers, their eyes glaring daggers at me. Yep, these Valkyries worshipped Yoko One-sama. In other words, they were members of Yoko's fan club. I never expected Yuriko to take a playboy man as her son-in-law. The world has truly changed, she said. Yuriko smiled bitterly. Gonna spank her for real this time. I released Yoko's hand, only to get grabbed by her. Her expression was hidden but her crimson eyes had an amused glint. She squeezed with enough strength to crush any average guy's hand. However, I showed a relaxed smile. You are really strong, even more than me, she remarked in an eerily calm voice, nodded to herself, and let go of my hand. I silently grasped Shiori's hand reaching for her katana. I understood her character. She was furious at Yoko for trying to harm me. However, this might escalate into a political struggle if Shiori attacks anyone or worse considering the self-proclaimed Valkyrie's fanaticism. It will affect Yuriko's relationship with Yoko. I didn't want to see her cry since I swore to cherish them. Brute force isn't the answer to everything. Faking my best smile, I asked, are you single? Everyone reacted differently to my question. Yuriko showed a dark expression, Saya pinched my waist, Shirori chuckled, and the Valkyries froze. Yoko's crimson eyes flickered with a strange light and she let out an amused chuckle. Asahi, was it? I like your attitude. Yoko Sagiri, affection +28. Yoko Sagiri, relationship changed to an amusing man. Chapter 92, ch. 93, Yoko's past. Before we proceed, here is a reference for Yoko's looks in the paragraph comments section. XXX. Things cooled down after Yoko's joke. She laughed at me for being too serious. Seriously, this woman was too different from her serious sister Yuko Sagiri. Perhaps her element influenced her personality. After Yoko forbade the self-proclaimed Valkyries from entering the mansion, Yuriko led everyone into the living room where Shizuka and Rika hung out. "Shizuka Marikawa, you are here too," Yoko said as soon as she found Shizuka. Shizuka turned to us and tilted her head. "Who?" Yoko threw away her mask, revealing her beautiful face. "Your second mother." "Yoko." Shizuka literally jumped from the couch into Yoko's embrace. Now, this situation became even weirder. Yuriko and Shizuka both know Yoko, but Rika had no clue about her. "You know Shizuka?" Yuriko asked the question in my mind. "We used to study in the same high school." That explained it. Still, why were Shizuka, Yuko, and Yoko in the same high school? Did people believe all women with massive boobs should share the same high school? The two stopped hugging and Shizuka pointed at me. "Yoko, that's the brother I used to talk about." "What?" "That's Asahi." "NN." Yoko immediately bowed her head. "I am sorry for my misconduct. You should have told me you were a brother." "Sure. I should walk up to every woman and say, 'I am Shizuka Marikawa's brother come lover.'" "No worries." I dismissed her with a smile. "Aekuen." She gave me a pleading look, hoping for me to forgive her seriously. Yoko gave a bitter smile to Shizuka. It was my fault. I didn't hate Yoko. Just something about her ticked me off. Whatever it was, I knew I would find it sooner or later. "My love, she is allied to law, thus her presence is weakening you." "Oh shit. No wonder this beauty triggered me for no reason." I nodded and sat beside Rika, using her boobs as a cushion. Eating French fries from Rika's hand, I watched the penguins flipping around on the television screen. A DreamWorks movie in an anime world, today was a day for unexpected things. Shizuka leaned on me while Shirori sat beside Rika. Yoko placed her katana on the table and took off her coat, taking a seat beside Saya and Yuriko in just a loose shirt. I could see her nipples. "Why don't you girls wear a bra? A healthy man here can see them, you know." "Yoko, why are you acting like a hero all of a sudden?" Yuriko asked. "It's a long story." Yoko sighed. "We have time to hear it out," Shizuka chimed in. "Madam, here is the tea." Chika, the redhead with glasses, entered with 3 guards holding trays. The reunion in the apocalypse was rather chill with snacks passing around. Yoko started her story, which lasted longer than anyone thought. She had basically created an organization similar to Triage X in the United States to remove the tumor of society. On her first day of the outbreak, she was on a mission in Alabama, where she had to fight endlessly to protect a group of youngsters. The fear made them awaken their magic element. The whole reason she flattened the undead in Alabama was to create a safe environment for the group. However, they refused to stay there and followed her everywhere. Her organization had loose ties with the CIA, so the chief had called her for help. She couldn't refuse and got wrapped in trouble everywhere, nothing less expected from a protagonist. A few days earlier, the president, Ronald John Trump, shamelessly promoted her as the hero of the state. Yoko had no say in this. She could only sigh as officials ordered her around to clear the undead. The last thing she did was clear a part of the capital and buy time for magicians with the earth element to reinforce the shelter, now known as Valhalla. Before more trouble trapped her, she gave a slip to the politicians and returned to Japan to meet Yuriko, who graduated with her from the same college in the US. This also implied Yoko was in her 30s at the minimum, but damn, she only looked to be in her late 20s. During the entire conversation, she never mentioned a boyfriend or lover. I licked my lips, another single MILF appeared. Rika pinched my cheeks. "Chan, you naughty boy. You haven't tasted me yet, you are gunning for another woman." She dealt some critical damage to my playboy self. "No need to feel guilty. I know what kind of man you are now." Her kindness landed the final blow. I sighed and closed my eyes. Shirori ruffled my hair. "Don't be discouraged. We like you even though you are a hopeless playboy." Yoko chuckled. "Yuriko, your son-in-law is quite loved here." I grinned at her. "You are also loved a lot by your Valkyries." She shook her head with a wry smile. "Someone like me is incapable of loving another woman who couldn't see her own worth. She can be an easy target if you melt her heart," Shirori whispered. "Go get her, Chan. You girls are too supportive. I gotta repay you with my body." That reminded me of an important thing. I hadn't given a ring to Rika, and now I should also give a new one to the others, something more beautiful to show my love. Yash, time to wipe out the undead in Japan for KP. "Yeah, Yuriko, I will only stay for today. I have to free the rest of the cities from the undead," Yoko said with a gentle smile. "I feel it is my responsibility as one of the strongest magicians in Japan." And she was also a responsible woman. Wait. No, I can't let her do that. She will take my XP. Yoko knelt before me like a samurai and took my hand. Asahi Dano, can you lend your strength in this mission? Her crimson pupils took my breath away. She had the most beautiful eyes I ever saw, even more brilliant than Aimi. I gave a firm nod to her resolve. Absolutely. As if I would let a chance like this go to waste. Yoko Sajiri, affection +12. Yoko Sajiri, relationship changed to an honorable comrade. Chapter 93, ch. 94, Midnight Oath. With the day nearing its end, I called the girls to my room. Yoko and Yuriko also arrived with them. Thankfully, the lowly duo wasn't here. I called Aimi and slid her gift on her finger. Her ring was split in two colors, half jet black and half pure white with a lovely red gem on top of it. It showed her dark Yandere nature and her new self, which I absolutely loved. The gem was just there to show my fondness for her eyes and her intense love for me. The Yandere kissed me before everyone, which she never did before anyone. Hell, she never touched me when any girl was around, only when I started did she get proactive. Aimi Akane, affection +3. Aimi kissed my lips lovingly. Thanks for this, Asahi-sama. I nodded and called Saya, who looked up at me while fidgeting with her hair. I pulled her hand and put on the ring with a phoenix design and a crimson gem for her fiery temperament. Thanks for this. The tsundere went off script for once. Heh. Saya glared at everyone, forcing them to turn their heads. She sneakily kissed my cheeks and dashed outside. Sai Takagi, affection +4. A silver ring with a draconic wing-like design to show Siko's berserk disposition in battle. An emerald blue gem on top for her calm blue eyes. Siko silently pecked my lips and got back to sit on the couch. Siko Busujima, affection +5. Shirori got the same, but instead of dragon style, I went for a tail-like design for her foxy nature. As I expected, she gave a deep kiss to reward my effort. Shirori Busujima, affection +6. Shizuka got a pure gold frame for her pure demeanor paired with a scarlet gem for her passionate change in her drunken state. Shizuka Marikawa, affection +9. Her eyes went everywhere beside me, then she stood on her toes to peck my forehead. Thanks, Ae-kun. Now received a delicately designed bronze ring with a jade stone, something to show off her wind element. Now Sakurada, affection +10. I accepted. She gave a meek reply and fled the room, her speed definitely enhanced by her wind magic. Next up was Laimi. Even though she didn't look the type to enjoy things like this, she beamed a wide smile when I gave her the new black ring with a bronze gem, going as far as to kiss me before everyone. Laimi appreciates your gift, master. Lemijitan, affection +7. The last one was Rika, who stretched her hand with a smirk. Let's see what Ae-chan got for me. I took out her ring, a white ring with a violet gem. The contrast was meant to convey her delicate yet fierce demeanor. Violet was always a symbol of passion and gentle as it is a mixture of red and blue hues. In Japan, it also represented nobility or noble nature, which Rika showed time and time again during her service as a soldier. She gave a grateful smile. As a Japanese, she certainly understood the meaning. Rika Minami, affection +9. I chose each ring meticulously to show the girl's look or personality. I shifted my attention to uninvited guests. Yoko nudged Yuriko. Quite the harem he has. Yuriko, who seemed to be lost somewhere, coughed and averted her gaze from me. Yeah. He is troublesome to deal with sometimes. Yuriko was having some delusions. We should expect polygamy to be popular in the coming years to recover the lost population, Yoko whispered. I can see that happening. Why don't we all sleep here today? Shirori said with an innocent smile. What was she planning now? Doesn't sound bad, Rika added with a wink. Shirori sent the bed into her ring while Siko and Laimi ran out. They came back and took out a pile of futons and pillows from their ring. Before long the girls converted my room into a place for a group sleepover. Even Yoko and Yuriko got swept into the excitement and ended up sleeping here. Around midnight, someone nudged me. The sharp perception had turned me into a light sleeper. Asahi-kun, are you awake? This voice belonged to Siko. I opened my eyes. I am. She pecked my cheeks and snuggled with me. Can you hear me out, please? Of course. Promise me you won't make fun of me. Did she want to confess some embarrassing things or make an obscene request? Well, whatever it was, I was happy to comply. I will. Then listen. I, Siko Busujima, swear an oath to forever remain loyal to my lord Asahi Marikawa. Be it your sword to cut down your enemies, become your shield to protect you, or a virtuous companion, I swear to fulfill every duty with my utmost devotion. Whoa, she went the samurai waifu route on me. The passion in her voice filled me with pride. Any men will feel the same in my position. I held her hand while snuck the other one below her to pull her closer. I agree. Seiko Busujima, affection +5. Seiko Busujima, relationship changed to her precious lord. Kinky. We both just laid there, relishing each other's warmth. Suddenly, a cool feeling enveloped me. MNN. Seiko's abrupt moan surprised me. I opened my eyes to discover a faint blue glow wrapping Seiko, which died down seconds later. She awakened her element. She must be feeling quite emotional with the oath. Water, an honorable girl like her deserves nothing less. I finally awakened it. Her low voice barely held her excitement. Good girl. It's thanks to Asahi-kun. You should be rewarded for it. What is the reward? My undying love. And she crawled on top of me. Seiko's soft moans as she rode me definitely roused Yoko from her slumber since her perception stat was no joke. Like always, I couldn't care less. After making her come again and again, I managed to get the truth out of her. This was all Kliska's plan to direct Seiko in receiving a new class called Samurai Warrior. Seiko didn't succeed as the class also required B rank, sword mastery, too, as alongside the formal oath to me. Klisa was getting naughtier. Perhaps the lonely days in her domain started showing effect. X. The next day started with a hectic spar with my new samurai waifu. Seiko's katana edged closer to my neck. I smirked and blocked it with my dagger held in a reverse grip. Sparks flew as the metal clashed. Being forged from the same material, there was no clear winner. Seiko pulled back and slashed diagonally. I crossed the dagger to block it, not forgetting to lick my lips at her figure drenched in sweat. The spar had just started, but we had done some hardcore exercises to warm up. Babe, you look sexy. Seiko raised her left brow at my compliment. Your movements are incredibly refined compared to our first spar. I am still slow. I smiled and forced down the right dagger. The sudden shift in the blade threw her off balance for a moment, enough time for me to put my left dagger on her throat. Seiko flashed a gentle smile. Your stats are out of my league now and your attacks are tricky. True. I had gotten fairly decent at controlling the flow of the duel to my pace. Seiko could defeat anyone above her own, but my stats were way over the top. Her DEX was 41 while mine was just 1 point shy of 100. Dagger Mastery ranked up to D. Great. Chapter 94, CH 95, What If? After a brief breakfast, Seiko headed to the summoning room where a diva, Asmodeus, will soon arrive. This diva had the best inherent spells which thrived on the pain of her enemies. Oh, how she missed the twisted despairing expression of the bastard who attempted to have his way with her and Shirori. Even though she swore to be a proper samurai, her inner self still craved carving pain in the bones of Asahi's enemies. A violet light flashed in the room, signifying Asmodeus's arrival. Seiko opened her eyes and gaped at the beauty. 2 black curved horns on her head, long bright red hair covering the right side of her beautiful face, leaving her left violet eyes exposed. What's more strange was her outfit, a black suit with a grayish cape and 2 horned skulls resting on either shoulder, glowed ominously. Her smirk though reminded Seiko of the smile she always tried to hide from others. This woman was a genuine sadist. Asmodeus blinked her eyes curiously. My, how odd. I cannot feel the presence of Astrum here. Deus-chan. Lamy jumped at Asmodeus and rubbed her face in the bust which perhaps surpassed Shizuka's. This diva had the biggest bust Seiko had ever seen, even though her waist seemed as slender as Shizuka. Lemegeton, what is happening here? Asmodeus asked. That is. Lemegeton started explaining. She is a sadist all right, Asahi beside her whispered. Do you hate sadists? Seiko asked. Asahi grinned in response. I wouldn't have you as my lover if I hated one, okay. Seiko nodded twice while suppressing the wide smile creeping on her face. He wasn't lying. She could tell an act if she saw one. This apocalypse brought hell to the world, but she only had gratitude to the people who made it possible. She always thought about how their lives would turn out if they met before this apocalypse. Would they have shared the same lunch on the roof where she always ate, far away from the admiring gazes of girls and boys? Would Saya interfere with her lies that no one believed, or would the Brokon sister barge in shamelessly to look after her brother? She, Shirori, Shizuka, and Asahi going on a date at the movies and shop on their free days, the scene brought a soft smile on her face. Would I have shared him with anyone other than Shirori if not for the apocalypse? In the end, it was all just a matter of an if. Normal lives won't return anymore unless they kill the billions of undead in the world. She clenched the katana's hilt and squeezed Asahi's hand with her right hand. With him beside her, things will always turn out for the better. Why are you happy all of a sudden? She winked at him. That's a woman's secret. Asahi shrugged his shoulder, causing her to giggle. He had cured all the loneliness she felt before without much effort. Asahi's POV. Asmodeus eyed me with eyes brimming with interest while I eyed her bust barely contained in her black suit. So you are the king Lemegeton talked of? She asked with a smile. I nodded. Yep, the one and only. Asmodeus hummed and moved her gaze to Siko. She lost focus for a brief moment. A girl who genuinely craves the painful destruction of the king's enemies, while reserving her deepest affection for the king alone, an interesting contractor. She was right, though. Siko's affection points just surpassed 250, only second to Saya's 272. The Yandere and the cheat goddess didn't count. I am not a cheater. Girl, you might be the best contractor I could ask for, Asmodeus said. Should you form a contract with me, Asmodeus, diva of lust, be prepared for the consequences. What, consequences? Siko asked. Asmodeus flashed a smirk. Any overuse of my power will heighten your lust. Astrum reduced this effect to an extent. However, your powers will come directly from me, giving you an after effect where you will be like a wild mud in heat craving for sexual pleasure. Siko turned to me with a flushed expression. I am ready for that. Asahi-kun will help me, right? Of course, I will. Who would deny such a tempting offer? Then let's get this over with, shall we? A familiar enigma appeared and the two proceeded to make the contract. The number of spells in my arsenal increased yet again. X. We had a short lunch with everyone, then an organized meeting took place where we discussed how to divide the team. Japan was too big for one team. Saya, the woman I always relied on, came out with a well-thought-out list, which went like this. Saya, Siko, and now we're in the first team to clear the north. 2 magicians and 1 swordsman to guard them. Aimi, Shirori, Yuriko, and Rika made up the second team in charge of the south. Aimi and Shirori kicked asses in both close and mid-range combat. I, Shizuka, and Rini were in the third team responsible for the west. Shizuka's smile withered as she looked at the list. She probably imagined doing naughty things together. However, Rini had to be with me, or she would go on a rampage. The last team consisted of Yoko and her Valkyries. Honestly, the bunch were perfect for tackling the undead in sheer numbers. Leimi decided to stay here and guard the base. Although useless in combat, she could call me with telepathy. I already strengthened the defense to easily hold on for 5 or 6 hours under the undead assault. A backup plan was still needed to fend off if some human group tried to attack. Never trust humans when they are at their lowest point, that's what my old man used to say. No matter how wrong he was, his out-of-place quotes made me who I am today. Shall I return home and face-slap my brothers and sisters like those Xianxia protags? It could be fun. I chuckled, receiving curious glances from the women. Oh yeah, everyone needed better equipment than the current ones. I had abundant KP and more will come rolling after we kill the undead. It was time to gear up. So let's be generous to my dear wives. Chapter 95, ch. 96, Geared Up, Charge. I fell asleep before posting. Okay, so first we need a better gun and a defensive item for Rika. A sturdy sniper rifle that didn't require her to reload her ammo during a fight. An energy sniper rifle. I scrolled through the list Klisa showed me. Recharger rifle with microfusion breeder. Only durable for 370 shots, it costed 99.99 KP. Nope. Railgun. 194 kilograms. Too heavy for a delicate woman like Rika. Crabber .50 cal sniper rifle, this thing required ammo. Fuck, I just went with a cheap durable gun. Kill converter, rank B, a magic gun crafted in dwarven lands. Boy is it solid and reliable like the first-class prostitute, words of the creator. Bullet creation, active skill uses 2 MP to fill the chamber with 8 bullets. Has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Kill shot, passive skill, every 3 kills increases the bullet's damage by 1% and returns 2 bullets to the magazine at the cost 0.5 MP. Can be stacked up to 10 times. Price, 49.99 KP. This dwarf creator was an outright creep or a man of culture. But the idea behind this gun was fun. Rika will never run out of ammo as long as she has mana. This was where the mana potions will come into play. After buying it, I grabbed it from my ring. With a mixture of retro colors and wooden texture, this thing looked like a steampunk sniper rifle. Here, your new gun. No need to carry any ammo. Rika examined the gun with raised brows. I love the design, it's super cool. Glad you like it. She smiled and kissed my cheeks. Chan, you are so sweet. I sat back and browsed the armor list and found one that perfectly suited my taste. Eternal Comfort, rank B, fitted with numerous skills, this outfit is designed to protect the wearer from any harm possible. Guardian Garment, passive skill reduces any inflicted damage by 10% and makes the user immune to any curse and mental attack below C rank. Comfort Zone, passive skill consumes 10 MP to keep the user's body temperature to their unconscious desires. One charge lasts for a day. Additional MP can be used to keep it clean. Price, 44.99 KP. This thing was a must-have for anyone. 10% damage reduction aside, it could negate mental status. An absolute beast, if by chance someone managed to create spells that attack the consciousness. I didn't need this passive skill since my high human race made me immune to most mental attacks, or so Klisa had said. The same was true for anyone contracted with Diva since they protected their consciousness. But the comfort of getting the best temperature. Yep, everyone was getting it. I bought one for everyone. Yoko curiously eyed the rifle held in Rika's hands. I sighed and bought one for her as well. She might become my woman, you know. Well, only if I managed to melt her frozen heart. Klisa took the freedom to design each piece for everyone's taste. Everyone got their desired style. I got a black sweatshirt. Show some accessories to boost a magician's power. A list popped up. Dragon God Orb, too expensive. Divine Wand, too expensive. Hey, I don't have 100,000 to buy this. My love, fufufu. She changed the list and an affordable list came up. I chose the one with the best feature to price ratio. Immortal Eye, rank C, a bracelet carved with the bones of a troll and the single eye of a cyclops. Crystallized Mana, passive skill, every spell cast has a 50% chance to be 20% stronger. Recovery Boost, passive skill increases MP and HP recovery by 50%. Price, 24.99 KP. It was a great product for now and Yuriko, and it actually looked nothing like its name. I explained its features, which caused the girls to gawk. Is that an antique? Yuriko's eyes gleamed. Can I touch it? I took her right hand and clasped the ancient bracelet around her wrist. It's yours now. Wow. She whispered and scrutinized the bracelet, then showed a reluctant expression. It must be expensive, right? Still costs less than your life. Yuriko nodded with a sigh. Thanks. I owe you another one, you will drown me in your favors one day. Hey, anything for my cute mother-in-law. I bought the same thing for Saya, now, and Rika. XXX. Soon, we set out with our respective teams. The base already had enough vehicles and Yoko brought more with her. The sun glared down at the Humvee, but my black sweatshirt made everything cool as a cucumber. Sitting beside Shizuka, who hummed a sweet song behind the steering wheel, I and Rini dueled in the console. Of course, I, the great weeb, won 5 out of 6 games. But the cute loli cheered about one win rather than being sad about the 5 losses. We switched to the classic fighting games where I won easily. Still, I rewarded her with some head pats. An hour later, Rini crawled on my lap and closed her eyes. Oni-san, Rini is sleepy. After some head pats, she fell asleep. I took out a silenced pistol and wrapped it under my stealth skill. Would it completely suppress the sound? Even a gun with a suppressor made a noise when fired. The undead I shot had its head exploded without any noise. Stealth also affected the sound. Nice. Stealth ranked up to D. We are about to enter Tokyo. Okay. Tokyo, huh? The most populous city in entire Japan. It also made sense for more undead to be here. Though my aim was not as good as Aimi or any other girl for that matter, missing any shot in this range was hard. Aekuen, this is horrible. I turned my attention to the front. The bridge ended at a giant fence, behind which many survivors, including some soldiers, fought off the undead numbering in thousands. Yes, thousands, since the fence stretched endlessly, perhaps encompassing the entire Tokyo. How did they build this? It was my first time watching the soldiers dealing with the undead, and I had to say their firepower kicked ass. The grenades were tossed everywhere, the snipers tried to pick off the large ones but failed to bring them down with 3 or 4 bullets. The cunning ones used the smaller undead to block the hail of bullets. One even tossed an undead at the chopper where magicians cast spells. It was a fuckfest. Oh well, time to harvest XP. Chapter 96, CH 97, Spree. The explosions awoke Rini. Nei-san. I shouted. Got it. Shizuka frantically turned the steering wheel and pressed the brakes. The car stopped and I stepped out. Some undead left the fences to attack us. The largest one exceeded 2.8 m. Measuring body proportions with my eyes was a great skill. I checked the undead and tapped my forehead. Level 28. Holy shit. Unlike our last battle where the undead approached from the streets, we were in an open ground. Boy, I could run wild now with my spell spam. Let's show them the true power of a high human. Firewall. An instant cast of the second level spell of Phoenix created a firewall from nothing. Firewall. Another layer. I grinned and continued adding layer after layer of walls. Each spell took less than a second, so I spammed it to my heart's content. In several minutes, scarlet flames consumed the entire area outside the fence, burning every last one of the undead. Yet, I felt my mana was more than enough to cast 100 more of this spell. Congratulations on killing 1 million undead. Reward, unique class, Undead Hunter, can be unlocked at level 25. A new class appeared. 1 million. The combined kills of you and the girls. I see. Undead Hunter has skills focused on killing the undead and a passive skill to increase XP from the undead. It requires the life element which my love already has. Great. Show me my status. Status. Asahi Morikawa LVL, current level progress, 523, 552/16, 38, 400 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Unselectable classes, monster tamer, aeromancer, undead hunter. Attributes. Strength, 93, +4. Dexterity, 102, +4. Constitution, 109, +5. Defense, 118, +5. Charm, 210, +5. Magic, 365, +7. Karma, 104,980, +73,235. I leveled up. Kun, that was cool. Shizuka patted my back with a proud smile. Nei-san is proud of you. Rini gazed at the undead burning, gradually disintegrating into ashes. Oni-san is more destructive than me. Her odd compliment was accompanied by a pure and honest smile. I coughed. You are flattering me. Groaning undead stalked our backs from the bridge. Oni-san, I will take care of them, Rini said and dashed off. A cute lowly pulverizing skulls with her metal gauntlets, a surreal and beautiful sight. Nei-san is useless in battles. It was my turn to pat her back. She had tried to learn martial arts and swordsmanship but failed miserably. Even Darkness, the masochist knight, had more chances of hitting a target than my Nei-san. I am here to fight for you. Just hide behind me when the time comes. I said with a bright smile. Kun. She covered her face. That makes me feel more useless. Rip. We had no time to dally here since the military vehicles were coming to welcome us. One brunette caught my eye. She sat on the roof of a military jeep with a beret on her head. A black eye patch covered her right eye, her face carrying a wide grin. Contrary to her carefree appearance, she exuded an intimidating aura. Interesting. Shizuka clasped my hands and leaned on my arm. The cluster of military vehicles seemed to intimidate her. Come on, don't be afraid of these bunches. I am always here to watch your back if they try anything. She faced me and nodded with a solemn expression. I am afraid of their weaponry. What if they targeted us with nuclear warheads? Nukes, huh? I doubt they will resort to nukes so easily. She wasn't wrong though. You never know what fate has in store for you. I never thought about being here after death, but here I was, battling the undead with my beloved girls, who used to exist in fiction only. Thanks, Klisa. She made it possible. Ufufu, no need to thank me. I also discovered a new purpose in my life. Which is becoming the greatest wife. I shook my head at her expected answer. How could I survive a nuke which dealt damage over time and spread gamma radiation? Surviving the radiation with high human physiology wasn't impossible, but the blast might obliterate my skin and bones. Ah, whatever, I will just buy a passive shield for me and the girls. The KP will reign when Rika and Saya's group start their assault. The jeep stopped before us and the woman jumped off. Let me thank you on behalf of the whole camp. She took off her beret and bowed her head. I raised a brow at their unexpected humility considering her wild outer appearance. She lifted her head and stretched her hand. Nagisa Yamato of JSDF. Her introduction was rather casual, but who cared about formalities in the current situation? Her hands were quite soft for the 3 stripes and 2-star badges on her shoulder. Asahi Morikawa, an average high school student. Finally, I used one of the most cliché lines. Haha. Shizuka quickly covered her mouth and coughed, trying to hide her laughter. Some men in the back also coughed with a red face. High school student, my ass. Yamato whispered and squeezed my hand. You don't have to taunt our incompetence. I blinked my eyes. I am not lying. You. She shook her head. Do you want to enter Tokyo or pass through to the northern cities? I am here to bring salvation, I said with a wink. She narrowed her eyes and squirmed her hand out of my grasp. Of course, you are. We welcome you 3 to Tokyo. Disregarding my goodwill, how rude. I smiled. Sure. This was our first step in the bigger stage of the world, where more beauties and lots of trouble awaited me. Chapter 97, Ch. 98, Her Clumsy Debut. Click-clacks resounded in a squared room surrounded by white wooden compartments, the result of a silver-haired girl's graceful fingers dancing across the flat keyboard. Various books with questionable covers were scattered on the floor with a kotatsu table in the center, above which a laptop rested, opposite to the girl wearing round glasses with a black frame and a loose black kimono. Tired of switching between the 900+ tabs on her browser, she yawned and stretched her limbs. Coffee. Her simple call summoned a white mug to the table. She poked at the chibi image of a tanned youth in the mug's center. Ufufu. She took a sip and pressed the enter key. The laptop screen switched to a room where a brown-haired youth slept with a blonde woman and a blue-haired girl by his side. The scene roused a gentle smile on her face. My love looks so cute while sleeping. This girl was none other than Klisa, Asahi's beloved goddess, who currently worked overtime on creating templates for the new system. She wanted it to be elegant as well as informative. The reason for her tiredness was simple. She had created her body and a new vassal soul with one goal, preventing her powers from corroding Asahi's mind. Her original soul had no chance to connect with Asahi's soul or he would literally blow up. Currently, she was a high human surviving on a few cups of coffee and a large amount of Asahi's love. Her last sleep was for 9 hours straight. Calling it sleep was wrong since she had literally passed out on top of her laptop. Right now, she can't afford to sleep. She had to look after Asahi's women who were hundreds of kilometers away from him. She glanced at the clock in the laptop's dock and sighed. May 14, 2013. 14 days had passed since Asahi's arrival in Tokyo and nearly a month passed after Asahi's journey in the world of the undead with a twist of magic. His harem grew to 9 excluding herself, Yuriko, Yoko, Grafia, and Rini. As expected of her men, his skills in attracting women were the best. No, it was also the perk of being a high human, which she gave him. Hee, I am so wise. Smiling smugly, she switched over the screen to observe the other girls. She started from Saya, who was hugging her pillow while mumbling, Asahi. The room around Saya was messy with clothes everywhere. Throwing these kinds of tantrums had become normal after her separation with Asahi. Should I comfort her in her dream? Klisa weighed the pros and cons of the reveal. She could do it without divulging her identity, but now was the time to step out of her shell, or she would never gather the courage. She slapped her cheeks, turning them red. You are the omnipotent goddess of the omniverse. Show them your strength. Klisa closed her eyes and guided her consciousness into Saya's dream. Soon, she arrived outside a house that looked exactly like Takagi Mansion albeit devoid of any presence. Klisa walked inside and followed the noise to the living room where an unexpected spectacle greeted her. Saya, on all fours, played with her boobs while getting pounded by Asahi, who pulled the chain tied to a thick collar around her neck. Asahi, fuck me harder. Of course, my dear babe. Klisa moved her gaze to Asahi and frowned. His figure and speech were too clear for a mere dream. He suddenly turned to her and stopped moving his waist. Klisa. Wait, this dream is real. Snapping out of her frozen state, Klisa nodded in understanding. Asahi appearing in this dream meant only one thing, he had subconsciously used his dream walker ability. My love, how did you activate your ability? She could read his memory for efficiency but it felt wrong. Wait, let me finish this first, Asahi said and sped up his movements. Saya didn't notice Klisa as she seemed lost in pleasure. Asahi's deep thrust made her moan wilder and swung her hips ravenously like an animal in heat. One couldn't match her to the woman who always went sun on Asahi. So she likes getting dominated that much. Nothing less from Yuriko's daughter. After Asahi came twice in her, Saya regained some sense and paid attention to Klisa. Who are you? Her droopy eyes shot open. What are you doing here? Asahi slid out his cock and let Saya lie on the couch, giving her time to breathe. It's your dream, and I am an intruder. Dream. Saya looked around the room. This is my home. But I slept at the survivor base, what do you mean by a dream? As in my subconsciousness. Yes, this is the place where your deepest desires and fears manifest, Klisa replied. But since you have regained consciousness like my love, you can do anything here. My love. Are you referring to my Asahi? Saya seemingly ignored the most important part of her explanation. Asahi jerked Saya by the collar and hugged her. Yes, she is my first wife. The goddess who always helped me in creating things and gave me powers, this is her, Klisa, the goddess of dreams. Saya's gaze on Klisa softened a tad. Explain later. Seeing Asahi nod, she left his embrace and stood before Klisa. So I can create anything here? Klisa nodded silently. This was a bit awkward but she managed to clear her role in Saya's eyes. Then I want my mother to be here. As she wished, Yuriko appeared on the couch. Her eyes filled with confusion fell on Asahi's cock. You were true about this. Still, can I really create anything? Saya asked. Klisa nodded with a smile. Aim to fulfill your wildest imagination. Saya flushed at the words. And no, I wasn't thinking about that. Klisa slipped her arm around Saya's shoulder. No need to hide it. We both are women and know our desires. Saya first removed the collar from her neck. It almost suffocated me. You were the ones who wanted it in the first place, Klisa giggled, earning a glare from Saya. Want to see a show? Saya tilted her head. What show? Son-in-law conquering his mother-in-law. Saya's eyes lit up. So she is my real mama. Yeah, I pulled her from her dream. Count me in. Saya cheered. Klisa wiped the sweat from her forehead. This girl has a strange fetish, mine is not any less. She shrugged and willed the two of them to turn invisible. She also explained her plan to Asahi, who winked to show his agreement. A great drama was about to unfold. Chapter 98, ch. 99, Frustrations, r. 18. Son-in-law. Yuriko rubbed her eyes, but the guy remained there, his chiseled body showing off its full majesty. Wait, why is he here? Didn't I go to sleep at an apartment? Here? She checked the room and frowned. This room couldn't be any more familiar. Did he kidnap me to force himself on me? She shook her head and checked her clothes. She will not believe this even if he raped someone in front of her. The blame will fall on the woman since consensual non-consent was a thing. Is he real? She poked his abs and found them pleasant to touch. Why was her lazy son-in-law blessed with a god-tier body? Asahi stayed silent, giving her time to rethink. It could be a dream, a lucid one where everything felt real. Her gaze went down to his crotch and a grin appeared on her face. What the hell, son-in-law? You are showing that thing in my dreams now. Always talking about my ass and my body, why did you not call me once, huh? I know Shizuka is sexy and young, but I am not far off. Asahi remained silent. Her rant seemed like waves crashing into a giant boulder at the seaside. All it could do was nothing. It actually felt nice to yell at someone. She would have treated her subordinates rougher if it felt this good. She nodded and decided to take everything off her chest. These 14 days of suffering had cracked her heart little by little. You left me there with other women. What do you expect me to do? Just forget your flirting and focus on killing, killing, and killing. Why did I go there in the first place? Just so I could clear a favor by helping you, while also helping Yoko, but I regret it. I really do. She clenched her fist and punched his chest. The world is fucked. I saw people killing each other for a piece of bread, women's screams echoing in the alleys. I am sick. I am tired. I am sorry. Asahi cut her off with an apology and wrapped her body in his embrace. I got too wrapped up in everything that I neglected you. His soft voice sounded near her ears, soothing her anger just a little. It must be a dream warping to fulfill her desires, she thought and continued her rant. You always do this, always comes late to save me, always treating me like your woman even though I fucking denied it, even though I should be hating you, why do I feel warm and content here? Just, what is wrong with me? She shook in his embrace. Her mind was close to breaking at this point, the toll of taking so many lives, even if they were undead, was too much. The blood and violence wore down even the strongest of the heroes, much less a single woman like her, who found herself in a place where she couldn't rely on Asahi or Saya. She pushed him away and examined his golden eyes filled with softness. Fuck this. She had enough. If this was a dream, then so be it. At least he was here to relieve her loneliness, not trying to be unreasonable like her ex. I have had enough of this cat and mouse game. Yuriko pushed him on the couch and rolled her thumb around his glands. I will show you how a real woman pleasures her men. From the throbbing veins to his orbs full of vitality, she teased him with a grin. Asahi breathed roughly with his teeth clenched, his golden eyes peering down at him through half-opened eyelids. Despite the gentle look on his face, his countenance let out a strong and vigorous aura, making her crotch tingle in strange anticipation. She blew a sigh on his tip, making him shiver with pleasure. Yuriko giggled and licked his glands, moving her tongue down his shaft. Asahi leaned on the couch, her touch causing him to wince. It tastes different from him. A big hand fell on her head. Yuriko, keep going. She squinted her eyes at the familiar, mysterious warmth enveloping her head. Last time, his pats had sent her into a daze for a long moment. This guy. It seemed his skills aimed to keep a woman happy. Was he a natural gigolo? Yuriko chuckled again, but her smile cramped. The cock in her hands grew larger even though it was already big before. It towered over her face, oozing an intimidating aura. She gulped. Once more. Why was it larger than the time he fucked his sister? Did she arouse him that much? Her lips curled up. The effort that went into diet and daily exercises suddenly seemed like it was worth it. She propped a hand on the couch and bobbed her head down his shaft, tormenting his balls with her free hand. Would he react the same in reality? Or perhaps this is real. A lucid dream won't give such warmth. It's real. She looked up to him and found him nod. She popped out his cock and brushed back the hair blocking her vision. If this was real, then she seduced her son-in-law. Strangely, no pangs of guilt hit her. Asahi's eyes turned serious. Yuriko, are you sure about our relationship? Was she sure? She didn't know. Deep down, she knew no man could be a sick fuck like her ex, especially her loving son-in-law, who would put his life on the line for his women. Saya. The main reason she had avoided this relationship until now. Despite getting the green signal from Saya, she didn't want to further complicate the harem mess. However, for once, just for once, she wanted to experience sincere love. Her conflict halted when Asahi forcibly pulled her up and her head crashed into his chest. She plopped on his lap. He stroked her hair, slowly and gently. Yuriko, I want you, he declared. No, she acknowledged in a hoarse voice and cleared her throat. Be mine, he whispered in a possessive voice. Forever. His daring words hung in the air. Yuriko unconsciously gulped at his strong tone. She loved it when he went all flirty to serious in a moment. Yuriko's lips parted. Why yes, I am yours from now on, just don't give me away. Huh. Asahi raised his voice. Why would I give you away? Yuriko dipped her head into his chest and closed her eyes. Care to hear my sad story? Of course, anytime. A smile made its way onto her face. He was painfully erect down there. Yet, he wasn't making an attempt to ravage her. Her heart palpitated at the small gesture. Controlling her emotions that ran wild like a teenage girl, she opened her mouth. So. And started reciting the reason for her divorce. Chapter 99, ch. 100, the finale of Dream Realm, R18. After listening to her story, I couldn't help but curse the bastard for his stupidity. He had tried to force Yuriko to sleep with another man to gain some political favor. What the fuck? Forcing a wonderful woman like Yuriko into bed with another man, how could he be so blind? Most people wished for their women to never cheat, but this sick man wanted to willingly get cuckolded. There was a tag for people like this. Neterace, the people who loved getting cucked. The holy website had exclusive tags for them, but my list had them blacklisted. Of course, Yuriko didn't comply with him. Instead, she slapped his face and ran away from home. The next day, he went to her apartment to ask for forgiveness, but Yuriko had already called Yoko for help, who sent her sister, Yuko Sajiri, to protect Yuriko. Yuko kicked his ass in a duel, then Yuriko slapped the divorce papers on his face. No wonder Saya hated the politicians with a passion. I lifted her chin to face me. I promised Saya to treat you fairly. She closed her eyes and nodded her head. I leaned in to steal her lips and slid my hand to her ass, kneading the soft flesh worthy of a top-tier MILF. She didn't notice that her purple dress had vanished some time ago, probably Klisa or Saya's prank. Her soft, mature body was pressing against me, making my cock harder. But I want to tease her. Instead of fucking like mindless beasts, I wanted it to be meaningful. I will need to wait for a day if we leave this dream, and the chances of someone interrupting us at the moment will be high. She stuck out her tongue, hoping for a French kiss. I, however, dodged her attempt. This was my payback for making me wait for so long. She raised her right brow, her eyes showing her indignance. She needed to experience what I felt for a long time. Yuriko Takagi, affection +1. But this only turned her on. She raised her hips from my lap and blindly handled my cock toward her crack. She succeeded in getting it inside, and she pushed down her hips. Her walls wriggled around, her tightness enveloping my cock in pleasant warmth. She pushed me further and intensified the kiss. I raised my hand and slapped her ass. Her insides twisted my cock. This woman felt good from the pain. Yuriko ended the kiss with teary eyes. MHN, what was this for? I delivered another slap to her bouncy bottom. Your punishment for not accepting me earlier. She pouted. I am not some loose woman who will run into any man's embrace. That makes you more likable. Oh really? I answered with a nod. Now start moving your ass. Yes, honey. It was the first time a woman addressed me with honey. Coming from a MILF, it sounded rather nice. I wonder what Saya thought seeing her mother riding my cock like a woman who hadn't tasted sex for years. I had unconsciously walked into her dream after I fucked Klisa. This ability might have manifested from my desire to see Saya. Among all the girls, I missed Saya the most since her mind was the most fragile. Though she tried to be cheerful when we talked a lot with telepathy, I could feel her sadness. When I came here, Saya was checking herself in a mirror with a thick collar around her neck. I couldn't hold back and threw her on the couch, taking her from behind. Then Klisa walked in on us. "Honey, are you close?" Yuriko asked. I noticed her pussy walls quivering, telling me her orgasm was near. "Not even close," I said, grabbing her ass and standing back on my legs. She clung to my neck with a confused look on her face. "Honey, I want to fuck you like a bitch," I whispered and let her down on the sofa. She promptly turned around and raised her ass, stretching her lower lips for me. One thing about a MILF was great that they willingly went along with anything since vanilla didn't tempt them much. I hadn't paid attention until now, but the skin around her arms and neck had been considerably tanned compared to the healthy white color of her back. She suffered in the heat, huh? Her back also picked up some muscles because of the level-ups. I had added her as my partner to mutually share our XP. "You look damn sexy with these 10 marks." She jerked her head at me and smiled. "If you think so." I also smiled and plunged my cock inside her inviting hole, connecting our bodies again while the two women watched from somewhere, probably jacking off to the scene. They will get a load of love for giving me this opportunity to sort things out with Yuriko. Yuriko squirmed, shaking her butt to match my rhythm. I stooped down and fiddled with her splendid pair of breasts. She turned her head around and pressed her lips on mine, starting a passionate kiss. Sweat trickled down as our bodies entwined, losing our minds in the heat of passion. Yuriko had already climaxed once. I also felt the heat coming. Not wasting a moment, I thrust deeper and knocked my seed inside. Her insides lewdly constricted to milk me and the squishy walls launched into a series of quivering, oozing out more love juices. "Ha, ha, huff." Yuriko gasped. I groped her boobs to support her body going limp in my arms. "I never felt this exhausted after one session, you freak." I burst into laughter and slid out of her. My cum mixed with her juices dripped down her shaking thighs, creating quite the scene for a healthy gentleman like me. "Want more?" I asked. She sprawled on the sofa and spread her legs with a relieved smile. "Yes, dear." She asked for it. I slipped myself in, commencing another round of looting my dear MILF. Yuriko Takagi, affection +4. Yuriko Takagi, relationship change to her dear husband. Nice. Chapter 100, CH 101, S-Class Magician. Yuriko opened her eyes and pushed her body to lean against the headboard. She slept in the same room last time. She threw the blanket and touched her crotch wet with her juices. Was it just a wet dree? BZZZT, BZZZT. Her smartphone vibrated. She flipped it and looked at the caller number. Asahi. She hurriedly answered and pressed the phone against her ear. "Yuriko, congratulations on the 3 cream pies in our dream," Asahi teased from the other side. Everything was real. Her talk with Asahi, becoming his woman, and sleeping with him, everything was as real as it could get. A relieved sigh escaped her. She had no idea what to do if it turned out to be a dream. She had come to adore this playboy son-in-law and parting now would be akin to tearing a part of her soul. "Everything okay?" Asahi asked again, a hint of concern evident in his voice. "Yeah, honey. Everything is fine," she replied, trying not to blush. Asahi chuckled. "Glad you didn't deny it. I would have to spank your bottom if you rejected me again. You can do it if you want." She whispered and coughed. "We are a couple now, so I naturally won't deny it. Tell others to head back home. I miss them so much. Finally, I can meet Saya, thanks, honey, you are the best. I know and love you." "Love you too," she looked around even though the room was empty and pressed her lips near the mic. "Cho. You are so cute," Asahi nearly screamed. Yuriko quickly ended the call and let out a long sigh. Talking to Asahi made her feel young and delicate, even though she was nearing her 40s. "I am happy to live beside you, as long as you don't betray me or my daughter, honey. XXX. I put down the phone with a chuckle. Seriously, everything about this woman was charming. We had spent an hour talking while cuddling on the couch tainted with our fluids. She had told everything happening around her group currently staying at a small shelter in the Osaka prefecture. They had refrained from carrying any dead weight but couldn't bear to abandon any children. The situation over there was worse since the government invested most of the resources to build the largest shelter in Tokyo. No use thinking about it now. Saya and Klisa didn't appear even after the looting session ended. I connected with Saya through the telepathy and told them to return. "I can meet Mama now," was her reply. I shook my head and paid attention to the window. My love, get stronger, ranked up to D. All XP the user gains increases by 20%. The user can also travel into the dreams of the partners. The upgrade made grinding easier and gave me another OP ability. This also gave me the opportunity to satisfy my women in their dreams. We could have all sorts of kinky plays without doing any harm to the physical body. And most of all, Klisa could manifest and meet with the woman. She had gotten along with Saya. It was only a matter of time before she charmed everyone with her love. My love thinks too highly of me. You're the best wife a man could ask for. I got out of bed, waking Shizuka from sleep. Rini clung to my right, sleeping with an adorable smile. I didn't try anything lewd with her, okay. Ae-kun. Nei-san, we are returning today. Finally. I missed our sweet time together. She glanced at Rini and flashed a wry smile. I tucked Rini in the bed and picked up Shizuka. Let's spend some time in the shower. She entangled her arms around my neck. Sure. I made full use of the home given by the government in exchange for my services. What did this mean? They wanted me to stay here as long as possible. Hell, they even sent some beauties to seduce me. But I remained firm on my stand to never accept a woman without feelings, though Nei-san and Klisa had to work extra hard to cope with my lust. X. After the shower, we stood on the balcony, observing the crowd in the distance. This mansion was quite far from the commoners and the home of the only S-class magician in the country. Yeah. That's me. They introduced ranking based on a magician's power and mine blew the common sense away, so they added the S-class. Even Yoko had been classified as A-class. The city was peaceful. Choppers flew every hour to patrol the perimeter. The metal and earth magicians worked overtime to strengthen the fences and walls. The food was abundant after they secured many farms. Society regained to some form of normalcy. Well, if you ignore the preferable treatment every magician gets according to their rank. The loud roar of a jeep broke my contemplation. Ae-kun, she is here again. Not again. The major named Yamato Nagisa, the black-haired woman who led me into the city, also one of the strongest magicians with the wind element designated to get pregnant with my baby. Yeah, this was the official's cheap scheme to repopulate the city back with strong children. Yo. Yamato raised her hand from below. I am here. Again. Oni-san, should I open the door? Rini asked with her hands clasped on her lap, acting like a real maid. Yeah, we need to have a last talk. Rini nodded and went downstairs. During the last 2 weeks, she never neglected using the mystical growth skill, and the results shocked us. Her height had grown noticeably, she also put on some weight. Her features also matured, along with her breasts nearing B-cup. Her body wasn't normal anymore. If it went like this, she would look like Sayo from the anime in 2 or 3 years. Cough. I wasn't grooming her. Ae-kun, wear something decent, said the woman wearing a white sleeveless top that exposed her white belly and sky blue panties. I shrugged and wore a casual black shirt pairing them with gray shorts. In the living room, I sat opposite to Yamato and parked my legs on the table. We are leaving today. Her single eye opened wide in surprise. Does this place lack something? Is there something you don't like? I shook my head. The officials perhaps ordered her to look after me and keep my needs attended. I need to go back to my other women. She let out a dry chuckle. Won't you impregnate someone before going? I am ready if you want to choose me. I narrowed my eyes at her offer. Her affection points were pitiful 52, these points weren't everything but she clearly treated me as a friend, not as a man. I would have pursued her if not for her baby fetish and loyalty to the country. Spare me the trouble of a child right now. I would be a bad or outright terrible dad. Maybe next time, I could only say this to maintain our friendship. Having connections in the military was never bad. She scratched her head and released a long sigh. I am sorry for being pushy but you know the orders. I stood and extended my hand with a grin. I will conquer you next time, you hear? You will be begging to follow me. She shook my hand, the corner of her lips rising slowly. Getting cocky here, are we? We will see. Rini, standing beside me, tilted her head. Oni-san, are you going to impregnate the Oni-sans? Shizuka giggled and hugged Rini from behind, resting her boobs on Rini's head. Shizuka turned to me with a close-eyed smile, this looked scary for some reason. Someday maybe. That's my Ae-kun. Even Shizuka wanted a child, of course, she will, considering her love for children, she will surely want a little one of her own. UNN, will Oni-san marry me as well? Rini's innocent question froze the air in the room. Lilikan. Yamato muttered. Shizuka just smiled, refusing to clear the misunderstanding. Fuck it. Chapter 101, Ch. 102, The Reunion. Leaving the military Oni-san, we headed back to the Tokunosa city in the Humvee. Shizuka drove like usual while Rini used her mystical growth skill. With nothing to do, I brought up my status. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress, 18, 849, 939/66, 355, 200 XP. Age. Race, high human. Class, lowly lover, mature lover. Unselectable classes, monster tamer, aeromancer, undead hunter. Attributes. Strength, 115, plus 22. Dexterity, 125, plus 23. Constitution, 145, plus 36. Defense, 155, plus 38. Charm, 245, plus 36. Magic, 419, plus 54. Karma, 839,406, plus 734,426. Skills. Kliska's Blessing, Special. My Love, Get Stronger, D rank. Destruction. X. Every lowly shall fall, F rank. The Sacred Candy, D rank. Must Protect, F rank. Wrath of Law, Cursed. Natural Gentleman, C rank. Woman Empowerment, B rank. Healing Thighs, E rank. Dagger Mastery, C rank. Head Patting, D rank. God's Language, F rank. Gift of Tongues, E rank. Demon Summoning, Ars Goetia, D rank. Contract, E rank. Elemental Roulette, E rank. Stealth, D rank. Power of Bonds, Special. Ring of Solomon, A rank. Telepathy, B rank. Zekarbini, S rank. Gematria, SSS rank. Elements unlocked. Life element. Darkness element. Fire element. I wasn't just playing around all this while. We had traveled to nearby towns and grinded XP and skills until we got sick of the blood. The nauseating smell of rotten flesh stalked us everywhere. Any normal person would have given up halfway. These diva-related elements unlocked easily, allowing me to cast simple spells without Diva's ability. They still lacked the destructive power of Diva's inherent spell. Another thing was related to level up. The XP requirement also got a reduction. It went down to 1.5x XP of the last level from the usual 2.0x. I closed my eyes and pulled Rini on my lap. This pure lowly healed my heart so easily. Oni-san. Rini asked, confused. Let's play some games. I will win. Little rabbit, we will see about that. X. 4 hours later, a familiar scene of Tokunosa City appeared. The base was only a few minutes away from here. As our Humvee neared the base's door, the guards opened the door for us. The first thing I noticed were some new faces. Well, life wasn't static here either. Chica greeted us with a smile and roared at the guards to fuck off. It was a fairly heroic action from a young woman. Chica, follow me. I gave a simple order and strode toward the meeting room. Yes, young master, Chica replied. It wasn't because I craved some hot moments with this hot secretary. In the absence of Yuriko, the position of leader will fall on my weak shoulders. Lost in thoughts, I entered my home and a bullet crashed into my chest. Master. Laimi, my beloved diva, mustered her strength to hug me, and rubbed her face in my chest. Laimi missed you. You should have told Laimi if you were coming. I lifted her with her butt and gave a swift peck on her lips. I wanted to surprise you. Another lie, she pouted and clung to my neck. But Laimi forgives you for returning safely. I smiled and hugged her tighter, sniffing her arousing fragrance. She could have become a diva of lust with her beauty. Laimi doesn't want to have sex just for the sake of it. Sex should be done with the person you cherish and love. Wise words, I replied and groped her but just a little. Laimi-chan is right. Shizuka approved with a smile. Fufufu. Oni-san, I will meet Aiko-chan, Rini said and slipped away. Holding Laimi like this, I entered the room and sat on Yuriko's chair. Spoil Laimi. I nodded and spoiled her with lots of head pats while she giggled and hugged me tighter. Chica reported the things that happened in our absence. Everything was normal except for a few survivors missing during the patrol. They had no reason to escape since they were free. Someone abducted them. Aimi, where are you? I need your help. Asahi-sama. Were my ears ringing or did it just sound like Aimi? Bam. The door was opened by Aimi, who leaned on the door and breathed as though she had returned from a 30-mile sprint. Her eyes stopped on me and turned teary. Asahi-sama. Laimi kissed my cheeks and left my lap. The Yandere couldn't wait anymore and jumped at me, pushing the chair into the wall. Asahi-sama. I missed you. She mumbled and clung to me so tightly as if trying to bury herself in me, that sounded wrong. I stroked her hair, letting her feel the calmness of my D-rank, head pat, skill. She looked up and overlapped her lips with mine. Her little tongue snuck and passionately danced around my own. Oh my. Aimi-chan is very aggressive today, Shizuka remarked. Don't you think, Laimi-chan? Yes, this is the burning passion forged in a river of blood. Laimi whispered. Aimi really had thrown caution to the wind and showed her aggressive side before other girls. She ended the kiss, a silver thread still connected our faces. I am sorry for showing such behavior. I shouldn't do this before Wani-san, after all, I am just a mistress. She tried to stand up. I stopped her just in time and brought her back to my embrace. Mistress. Ah, I remember seeing it in her status. So she thought her position was lower than other girls. Let me feel your body for longer. Asahi-sama, it's all right. It makes me happy to hear it, but you should meet them too. I glanced over to Yuriko leaning against the door with a warm smile, Rika shaking her head saying she was okay, and Shirori showing her signature teasing smile. Ugh. Aimi was a saint, wasn't she? I loosened my hold, letting her slip away from me. With a sigh, I stood and beckoned the three girls over to me. Surprisingly, the first one to approach and hug me was my naughty mother-in-law, going as far as to kiss my lips despite Chika's presence. Where did she go? Yuriko dismissed her. Ah, whatever. Shirori and Rika didn't seem surprised, Yuriko must have told them. Nei-san, however, just shook her head. I will explain when Saya's group comes back. Shizuka nodded. I don't mind. Yuriko walked toward the windows and pulled the curtain. Shirori and Rika shared a glance, then their figures blurred. Hold on. Kook, I couldn't help but groan at the out-of-nowhere impact. My shock didn't end there as Shirori imprisoned me with an extra-tight hug while Rika yanked down my poor shorts. Shizuka, close the door. We are not letting him leave easily, Rika yelled. What do you want to do with Ae-kun? Shizuka raised her voice in astonishment. The same thing you siblings did while we had to make do with our dirty hands, Rika roared, causing Shizuka to blush. Shizuka nodded with a sigh and shuffled toward the door. Wait, Laimi said and followed Shizuka to the door. She turned to me with a smirk. Laimi wants her first time alone. So hang in there. She gave a thumbs up and stepped out of the room, letting Shizuka close the door. Now, Ae-chan, you have to repay 3 women with your body. Siko, Saya, and now we'll join later, Shirori said and licked my cheeks. Forget now. She is too shy to do this, Rika said and coiled her fingers around my cock, gradually arousing me. The Wani-sans and MILF combo was going to attack my innocence. Stop acting like you are getting raped. Klisa retorted. Just do the next one in dreams so I can join the fun. Okay, my dear. Chapter 102, ch. 103-106, Crushing Feelings. Rika eyed the cock in front of her face and swept her tongue over her lips. Without further ado, she took the head in her mouth. Meanwhile, Shirori took off Asahi's sweatshirt and threw it toward Shizuka. Nei-chan, please, Shirori requested. Okay, Shizuka said and stored the magic clothes in her ring. Why am I even here? Shizuka merely glanced at her friend devouring Asahi's cock and let out an exaggerated sigh. Her heart pounded like crazy. She denied the devilish whispers to join in and just stood there. Running away would harm her image as an Wani-san of the group. Would girls come to her for advice if they were to know that she couldn't handle a common occurrence among a harem? Oblivious to Shizuka's feelings, the trio continued. Shirori smirked and touched his body. Her hands encircled around his neck and she stole his lips. Her passionate kiss blazed a fire inside Asahi's heart, consequently enhancing his length in Rika's mouth. MGH. Ae-chan, damn you. I almost choked, Rika muttered and swallowed down his cock. Hitting the back of her mouth, it traveled down her throat. Refusing to stay passive, Asahi tossed Shiori's top in his ring and pulled off her bra with a tuck. Asahi pinched and tugged at her lovable nipples with his right hand, while his left hand grabbed Rika's hair and pulled her head for a rough deep throat. Rika blinked her eyes in surprise, though she expected him to be a bit wild. This was even better because she liked it rough and wild. She embraced his waist and allowed him to fuck the deepest parts of her throat. Aimi just stayed behind him, her heart torn between maintaining her low status or joining the wives for her happiness. Aimi, come here, Asahi ordered sternly. A single order sent shivers down her spine. Before her legs went limp, she clung to Asahi's back. The scent she longed for filled her nostrils. Asahi-sama. Just wait for a little. Thank you, she expressed her gratitude in simple words. She could wait for thousands of years, much less a mere hour Asahi needed to tire the women. Asahi shook his head. Her inferiority complex grew. He didn't worry though, all it took was a good old fuck to bring her back. He squinted at Shizuka, who kept a straight face but couldn't hide her flushed cheeks while rubbing her thighs together. Noticing his gaze, she stopped and coughed. Yuriko saw this and walked toward Shizuka. She took Shizuka's hand and led her toward Asahi. Yuriko-san. Shizuka asked in confusion. Yuriko turned around and touched Shizuka's cheeks. The childish little sister of her man was a tough woman for bringing him up alone. She knew the pain of filling the space of both mother and father. You should loosen a bit. This is bound to happen in the future as we share the same man. Her voice was filled with motherly love. Shizuka touched Yuriko's hand and nodded. Yuriko's smile touched a part of her heart, bringing out the memories of her long-dead parents. It's okay to be embarrassed, but don't let it get in the way of your happiness, Yuriko said. What should I do? Shizuka asked and snuck a glance at Asahi. Yuriko giggled. Let's firm our hearts and wait for our turns. Yuriko thought something and grinned. Or should we warm up? Warm up, Shizuka froze as Yuriko's face came closer and their lips met. Asahi let out a sigh at the scene. He felt a little envious of both women kissing each other, however, it was fine as long as they got along. He winced at the heat surging through his cock. I am. Shirori cut off his words with a kiss. He couldn't hold back any longer and thrust his cock further, sending out waves of cum down Rika's throat. Rika rolled her eyes. The insane amount of thick fluid clogged her throat and filled her mouth. She pulled back and collected the overflowing fluids on her palm. The bittersweet flavor was her favorite since childhood. Now, ready for some deep love, Asahi said as the rush of ecstasy in his core cooled down. He would have preferred some alone time with Rika. But the woman in question was fine with it. Rika gazed up with eyes carrying a melting warmth, creating a stark contrasting image with a streak of white liquid leaking from her lips. I am fine, Aa-chan. You would be too tired if you comfort our loneliness one by one. Asahi yanked Rika to her feet and kissed her. She deserved one for being a good woman. Aa-chan. Rika's eyes glistened. Rick. She pushed Asahi against the table and tried to pin him down. Asahi retaliated and reversed the position, pushing her down on the table Yuriko used for her meetings. Yuriko also dragged Shizuka to the table and banished her and Shizuka's clothes into the ring. Asahi also stored Rika's jacket. Braless. They sometimes annoy me, Rika replied. Asahi shrugged and flipped her on her stomach. Rika raised her butt while touching and scraping her boobs against the wooden table. Aa-chan, just do it. I can't take it anymore. The tingling in her crotch had become unbearable. She had been on sex toys ever since she made a promise with Shizuka. Yet, the thought of having sex with Asahi aroused deep feelings inside her, something she hadn't felt with any other man. Asahi poked at her swollen pussy stretching her black tights, and ripped the part covering her garden. He plunged his finger inside the black thongs, her burning insides wrapped his finger, draping it in her warm juices. It was more than enough for his monster. He flapped his cock and placed it before her pussy. Once ready, he pushed his waist. Rika welcomed him in her warm, sloppy wet pussy. Huff. Rika sighed. Asahi's cock grated her weak spots in his first try. Like he was made to satisfy her whole. Asahi's fingers crawled on her tight butt cheeks and landed on her taut abs. You got a little soft. Asahi asked. The last time her abs were more noticeable. Do you like it? You are charming the way you are. No need to go to extra lengths to achieve this. His words were true. Rika had stopped her training and packed her diet with nutrition to regain some softness. She couldn't stop her envy when Shizuka flaunted her ridiculously soft body. Aa-chan, just let me do it, for myself. Asahi kneaded her butt, sinking his fingers in the bouncy, firm flesh. As you wish. He said and started moving, thrusting in and out of her. Yuriko grabbed his hand and guided him to her crotch. He understood her in a jiffy and touched Yuriko and Shizuka's wet pussies rubbing each other. Fingering them with one hand, he used the other one to keep Shirori busy. Aimi, come here, he called out to the only single woman standing behind him. Yes, Asahi-sama. Let's give Rika her best climax ever. Ah, understood. She snuck under the table and stared at Asahi's cock expanding Rika's pussy and making lewd sloppy sounds with each thrust. She whipped out her tongue and licked the quivering clit. Ah. Rika immediately released a throaty moan and threw her head back. A wave of pleasure washed over her, weakening her limbs. She climaxed. Asahi thought and slowed down a little. Aimi, on the other hand, curiously licked Rika's nectar. Not bad. She lightly pinched Rika's clit vibrating, provoking another moan from the tanned beauty. This gave her an idea to satisfy the three unattended women. Asahi-sama, can I play with Nei-san, Yuriko-san, and Shiori-chan? Aimi asked through telepathy she gained after contracting Beleth. She needed his magic spells to farm XP for Asahi. Go ahead. I don't mind. Asahi's answer made her smirk. She stretched her arms to tease Shirori first. Some intense fingering. Aiming. Shirori bit her lips. Aimi poked, pinched, and twisted her clit while Asahi's fingers ravaged her insides. Her control slipped and a burst of pleasure rushed out. Her vagina contracted in pleasure and squirted juices everywhere. Reduced to a panting mess, Shirori leaned against the table. Huh. Aimi, Asahi, you are bullying me, no more. I want the real thing now. Aimi shifted her attention to the two buxom women enjoying Asahi's care. Thus, another assault began on the mature, ripe bodies. Since her tongue was free, she licked Asahi's shaft in sync with his movement, sometimes changing her attention to his orbs swaying before her. Asahi shuddered. Aimi's slimy tongue caressed him, stimulating his climax. He grasped Rika's wrists and pulled her. Her back arched and her hole tightened. Teasing her breasts in between, he pounded her senseless. Only a minute later, he reached his limits and pumped her insides full of his semen, enticing a strong climax from Rika. Chan. She called his name and her eyes rolled backward. She sprawled on the table with a flushed face. Her body drained from all strength as though she repeated the military drill more than twice. Just what is your cock made of? Rika whispered. Meanwhile, Aimi eyed Asahi's cock slowly coming out of Rika's cave. As the tip left the pink flesh, a white glow wrapped the cock. Wow. Her eyes glittered. Asahi was truly a godlike man. Rika turned to lie on her back. I am drained. Wait, I will clean you all after this. Rika smiled in appreciation. If you are up for it. She wouldn't be able to stand straight, much less walk, or take a shower. If it was possible, she didn't want to reek of sweat. Letting Rika nap on the table, Asahi slapped both Yuriko and Shiori's ass. The MILF blushed while Shirori looked at him with droopy eyes. Yuriko, Shizuka, Aimi, can you wait a little longer? Shizuka and Yuriko replied with a nod. Of course, Asahi-sama, Aimi agreed from under the table. Thanks, I love you all, Asahi said and stood before Shirori, who hopped onto him. Clinging to his neck, she locked her legs around his waist. Fuck me like this, Shirori proposed and pecked his lips. Though she loved sex, some kisses were enough to brighten her mood. Gladly, Asahi said and shoved his raw cock inside. Damn, Shirori gasped. Asahi assaulted her weak spots from the get-go, causing Shirori to moan in his ears. This prompted him to speed up and make her moan even sweeter. The cycle continued until his rod sprayed her full. Shirori sluggishly loosened her legs and fell into his embrace. Asa, husband, I am done for today. The word husband flowed naturally from her mouth. Asahi froze, not from shock or surprise, but from her sheer cuteness. It sounded truly incredible. He raised Shiori's chin. Can you say that again? Shirori gave a tired smile. Husband. Her adorable voice earned 99 plus points from him. He kissed her, again and again, as though she bound him in a charm spell. After getting his fill of her cuteness, he let her rest on the table. Rika-san, he is too much. Isn't he? Shirori muttered. Guarding Rika's back for 2 weeks awakened a new sense of respect in her heart. Not that she hated Rika before, it was just competition for the position of teasing Wani-san of the group. Rika smiled wryly. Yes, he is. Come, let's cuddle and watch him destroy a widow's pussy. He finally got the MILF pussy. Shirori nodded and draped her over Rika. I am happy for him. You sisters are incredibly kind to him, Rika whispered and shook her head. Satisfied with their interactions, Asahi turned to the pair of MILF and Wani-san sopping wet in anticipation. He plopped on the table and brought Yuriko to his lap. Yuriko cooperated by lifting her butt and letting him plunge his cock inside her. Yuriko felt it again, the cock stretching the very place Saya came from, explored again by the men who changed the lives of her and her daughter. The sinful pleasure overwhelmed her core. Asahi stroked her hair and kissed her lips, displaying his love and lust simultaneously. Her writhing walls squeezed his cock, making him groan in pleasure. Shizuka didn't sit still and directed Asahi's hand to her boobs. He smiled and rubbed her areola, her so-called erogenous zone. Aekuin, Shizuka moaned with teary eyes. Honey, Yuriko purred and buried her face in his chest. With a small push, she forced Asahi to lay on his back. Let me do the work. Just enjoy my old body. Fine. She giggled and lowered her hips. His cock scratched her weak spots. Overwhelmed, she squirmed in ecstasy. Shizuka, on the other hand, crawled on the table and swung her bare breasts before Asahi's face. And no man could resist the temptation of breasts, much less the ones crowned as the incarnation of softness by Shirori. Asahi sucked on her nipples, rolling his tongue around her weak spots. His right hand scratched the patch of blonde hair growing on Shizuka's pussy. Kun, that place is dirty. Shizuka blushed. During the last few days, she couldn't find the time to remove them. No, Nei-san can never be dirty. You are wrong. Nope. Stop it, you too, Yuriko said and swung her hips with more force. Just sit on his face already. Shizuka glanced at the unshakable expression of Yuriko and gulped. Is that okay, Kun? Shizuka asked. Yep. He could never deny her sweet juice. Shizuka straddled Asahi's chest facing Yuriko and dragged her butt in Asahi's face. He dutifully spread her lips and licked the juices inside, making his lecherous sister moan. He didn't forget to tease her sensitive clit. His improved dexterity opened new ways to use his fingers, go fast or stick to slow and steady thrusts. As his climax drew closer, Shizuka had already come under his relentless teasing and Yuriko experienced a small orgasm. Just when the pleasure died down for Yuriko, another burst of cum filled her womb. Her back drew an arch while her eyes rolled backward. Her mind became a blank slate, losing any sense of clarity, and a blazing warmth enveloped her entire being. Her love juices built up and rushed out endlessly, wetting Asahi's crotch. For a long moment, she just sat there, trembling in the aftermath of the strongest orgasm of her life. Then, she collapsed on top of Asahi, covering his chest in her long hair. Knock. Knock. Asahi-kun, are you there? Siko. Asahi muttered under his breath. Shizuka moved from his face and let out a heavy sigh, regaining some clear-headedness. Kun, Nei-san is going now. She didn't want to impose any more since she monopolized him for 2 weeks and the others didn't meet him for the same time. Seeing Shiori's passion, she realized the weight of their feelings. Letting him pamper them would be a lot better. I understand, Asahi said with a nod while caressing Yuriko's hair. And I love you. Shizuka dressed up and opened the door. Saya stormed inside the room and gaped at the scene. Mama. Yuriko raised her head and brushed aside strands of hair which were blocking her vision. Saya, look at your daddy, he is so ferocious. Taking mother by force, even though I denied it. Saya crossed her arms on her chest, unfazed by her teasing. Asahi also forced you to ride him, yeah. Yes, he hypnotized me. Your daddy is a savage mind controller. Yuriko maintained a smiling face as she forced herself off the table. The warmth in her core remained there, slowly disappearing as his seed seeped out of her. What if I get pregnant? Yuriko thought and lied beside Rika. She preferred a boy to continue Asahi's legacy. Was she capable of giving birth now? Her mind wandered in the deep abyss of the thing called the future. My son-in-law would cure me if it were the case, she thought and closed her eyes. Asahi jumped off the table and spread his arms. Saya's head turned left, right, and then left again, avoiding him to her best. Please? Asahi asked. She got the request and jumped into his embrace. Only because you asked for it. Yeah. Saya paid no heed to his naked state. She had gained some immunity after sleeping with him a dozen times. The door opened again and this time, Siko walked inside. Now followed soon before stopping and covering her gaping mouth with both hands. Heavens, you girls already did it. Her eyes went to Yuriko who slept with a blissful expression. Even Yuriko-san. Asahi gave a nod to Siko who stood calmly, though her eyes contained a look of longing, going well with her current look. A white kimono with purple obi carrying no dirt, not even a single speck of blood. Suppressing his happiness inside, he gave a smile. We are together now, Asahi replied with a smile and looked down at Saya wrapping a cloth around his waist. Don't scare Neo-san with your thing. He spread his arms and enveloped her in a hug. You are so cute. She quietly slipped her arms around him. I missed you. She squeezed out a voice weaker than a dying man. I missed you too. He stroked her hair and rubbed her back. You are my wife after all. She pushed him away with a red face. Who is your wife, stupid? We are just LL lovers and all. You won't marry me? Asahi whispered in her ear. Or should I have to drag you out on our wedding day? I never denied it, she acknowledged, before realizing one crucial factor. Wait, the world is doomed. How can we have a marriage in the first place? Simple, we can go to a different world. If Lamy and Graphia can jump worlds to come here, why can't we go there? Ah, makes sense. It's plausible unless the route is one way. Klisa can create another route for me. Saya admitted with a nod. The goddess showed great prowess by bending Saya's dreams to her own whims, though she lacked in 2 departments, height and brain. Let me take care of Mama, she said and escaped his embrace. Siko noticed Saya's glance and nodded in appreciation. Despite being rough around the edges, Saya always thought the best for her group. Come, Asahi invited. Siko threw everything to the back of her head and skidded toward Asahi, who accepted her with open arms. She pressed her face against his chest and listened to his powerful heartbeat. Asahi-kun. Asahi pressed his lips on her hair then hugged her as tight as he could. I got a bit greedy. He regretted going separate ways now. Never to separate again, another lesson learned for the future. It kindled our feelings, now brighter than the sun. The brief separation had made her realize her feelings for Asahi surpassed the majority of the couples. She would have scoffed at this a month ago, but now embracing him like this felt so natural. Now, come here, Asahi called out to now creeping closer to the door. Why yes, now blurted and approached. Siko moved away, letting now see his bare chest. Her heart raced at the thought of hugging him like this. The fact he had just slept with 3 women made it more appealing. Now flushed at the perverted thought. Asahi naturally saw through her and chuckled. Now, come on. He wanted now to take this step and be more proactive in their relationship. His mischievous tone didn't escape now, who fiddled with her dress in embarrassment. Come on, it's just a hug. She mustered her courage and extended her arms to hug him. Asahi, however, kissed her the moment she let her guard down. His tongue sneaked inside to tease her. Now's mind buzzed and her heart shook. The thought of this happening every day weakened her legs, causing her to lean in his arms. This jerk, first he left us out, now this. Despite the wonderful kiss, her petty jealousy ran wild and she bit his tongue. Take that. Asahi took back his head with a smile. Masochist, now whispered and tightened her arms around his chest. I was scared, you know. Even though I was with a magician that could destroy a city. Asahi quietly listened to her confession, his guilt rising slowly. I am sorry, okay. Now nodded. Just don't do this again. She was in the wrong for accepting Saya's plan but didn't want to admit it. She just wanted to rest, far away from the darkness in the world. I am a coward. Her eyes grew heavier in his warmth and her consciousness fleeted away. Asahi smiled wryly. This whole ordeal taught him one thing, XP wasn't everything. Mental health was also important since not everyone could stay indifferent to the dark side of society unlike him who grew up on that side. There you have it, the longest lemon I ever wrote. Had to rewrite it in third person since the first person felt bland. Chapter 103, ch. 107, Saya's Revenge. I faced Siko, who licked her lips. The side effect of Asmodeus's power? Saya kept sighing while sneaking glances at me. Shirori and Rika giggled in the background. Shizuka was nowhere in sight. Yuriko slept with her hand on her stomach. The girls weren't at their best. Ready for a shower? I asked since a long bath should relieve their stress. A massage skill will do wonders here. Maybe I should try it since my DEX was really high. I gave an apologetic smile to Aimi, who shook her head and told me not to worry. I riled her up and left her hanging. For that, I will spoil her more later. Once inside the bathroom, I took a cloth and rubbed Rika's face, who was sitting on a wooden seat. She leaned closer with a smile, letting me clean her neck. The cloth touched her boobs. She giggled and squirmed in her seat. Chan, you are tickling me. Hold on, girl. I am not being perverted. You are just too sensitive after sex. I know. I know. But my head feels fuzzy. She whispered and hung her head. She fell asleep. I shook my head and laid her on the ground. It was my responsibility to clean her. It felt nice to touch a sleeping woman's body. Not in a sexual way I meant. She entrusted me with her adorable sleeping face without any guard. From head to toe, I caressed her swiftly and gently. Finished. I placed Rika in a bathtub. Phew. Honey, hold on for a second, Yuriko said and an outrageous softness squeezed on my back. She pulled me back and forced me down to the seat. Her mounds covered in foam rubbed my back. It was the S-class boob wash. How does it feel? Yuriko asked. Heavenly. Kun. Shizuka sat before me and smothered her breasts in a liquid. I will wash the front. I nodded and straightened my back. She approached and her boobs pressed against my chest with a boing sound. Her erect nipples tickled my chest. Up. Down. Up. Her rhythm created soapy bubbles from the liquid. Let's make it a sandwich. Yuriko clung to my back, caressing my back with her boobs. A MILF and one-isan sandwich. I took a deep breath to stop the blood from rushing down to my crotch and just enjoyed the double boob wash. Their enthusiasm slowed down quickly as they were already exhausted from the earlier session. I pushed Shizuka away and pecked her forehead. I am already clean. Shizuka plopped on the cold ground and crossed her legs. I'll go shower then. She was really courageous today. Honey, it's because of me, Yuriko whispered and rested her chin on my shoulder. Isn't it? Yes, dear mother-in-law. Fufufu. Mama. Saya stood near us and fidgeted with a curl of her hair. Among all the girls, only she was wearing a white towel around her body. Yuriko wrapped her arms around her neck more intimately. Heh, Saya, don't tell me you plan on bathing with that on. Mama. Mama what? Didn't you allow him to pursue me? Now you will have to share him with your mom. Yuriko activated her teasing mode. I didn't know she had it in her. From a cold woman to an affectionate lady, she changed a lot in one day. Love really changed people, huh? My love also changed. Did I really? Ask that yourself. There's no time for that. I knew you would say that. Let me borrow Asahi for some time, Saya said, her voice barely reaching us. Huh? Did you say something? Yuriko ignored Saya's deepening frown. Maybe I will hear it if you come out of that towel. Saya shifted her eyes to me and squinted. Fine. She loosened her grip on her towel. I want Asahi to wash me as well. She started strong but stuttered midway. Yuriko pressed her lips on my cheeks. You must be brimming with pride to have the famous Okeodon in your harem. Can't deny that. It's enough fun for today. I will rest in my room. Wake me up for dinner. She gripped my chin and turned my face. Her lips overlapped with mine for several seconds. Not worried about the base? I asked. She shook her head with a gentle smile. Honey and Saya can handle it. My shoulders are a bit too old for this heavy responsibility, don't you think? Believe in me. I will make sure you always stay in your prime. I had plenty of KP, so buying an Amrita potion worth 300,000 KP wasn't impossible. I will make them immortal just like me. That's really sweet, but use those points to increase your strength, not on me. I quirked a brow at her selfishness. Well, nothing less expected from a motherly MILF. She didn't wait for my response and walked into the shower with Shizuka. I will force Amrita down her throat if she denies too much. But I had time since she would grow older in a day. She still looked to be in her prime. I beckoned Saya, who glanced here and there before she turned around and sat down. Her soft hips landed on me. Start, she urged. She didn't turn, but the tip of her ears turned beet red, showing how embarrassed she was at this moment. I glanced at Siko sitting right beside me, washing Shiori's hair. Pass the shampoo please. Here. Saya, be prepared for the thick fluid landing on your hair. It's just shampoo, idiot. Heh, I didn't say it was something else. I forced her to face me. You lewd woman, what were you thinking? Nothing. I touched her smooth skin, down to her waist. Her breathing rose, so did her excitement as she wriggled her butt, stimulating my cock with her slightly wet pussy. Was it a conscious reaction or her instincts acting out? I teased her too much. Oh well, time to test her limits. I switched to rubbing her hair in a gentle, caring manner. The disparity between teasing and caring left her speechless. Siko nudged me with a smirk. Stop teasing her like that. Just embrace her. I wrapped my hands around Saya's waist and nestled closer to her face. Her scent mixed with citrusy shampoo smelled rather pleasant. Say, Saya, do you want me to embrace you? Crack, a loud sound echoed in the bath. Saya rose up in a swift motion and turned around. I looked up into her crimson eyes. Amusement hid inside them, along with a hint of excitement. Flirty Saya returned. I pushed her too hard. Saya tackled me to the ground and swiftly took my cock inside her. Every woman watched Saya swing her hips, tongue-tied by her brazenness. Saya's glare swept over everyone in a swoop. I am his first woman if you all don't remember. So I can make love to him whenever I want. Do I have no say in this? I asked, amused where her courage suddenly came from. Darling, it's for your own good. I must satisfy this twitching cute penis. Even her revenge felt really nice. Check out my new original story. Second Life of Incubus Dragon. Link, https://www.scribbleHub.com/series/1792663/second-life-of-and-incubus-dragon. Chapter 104, ch. 108, Now's Feelings, r. 18. I am currently getting used to writing on my phone since my PC died tt. There are only several chapters left before the world of Irregular at Magic High School. Also vote. Aha. Now moaned and squirmed her naked body under me. Asahi-kun, right there. It's so good. As lewd as this scene sounded, I was only sitting on her back to massage her. The bath session concluded after Saya finished riding me. I decided to spend the afternoon spoiling Now, who seemed quite discontented from the morning. I have to say the muscles on her back looked damn sexy. She didn't quit exercising out there. Rika wanted to be soft but this one wanted to sport some muscles. Women, one could never understand them. Stop your moans. It's distracting me. I can't help it. Your fingers are sending currents everywhere in my body. Some gentle rubs on her shoulders drained all the tension from her body. Her face seemingly melted into the pillow. Just lie there and enjoy it, okay? All right. I rubbed her stiff lats. She trembled and bit her lips. You weren't having proper rest out there. She silently shook her head. Anything to help her relax. There is a potion. I will make it for you. Life Source Potion, Rank D. The potion crafted and perfected with elven magic. It can heal damage to the body but cannot regrow limbs. Just what I needed. I inspected the greenish glowing liquid in a vial. Life element made this potion. I could somehow feel it. Can I craft potions like this? Anything is possible for my love. I poured down the entire vial on Nao's back. She shivered. Cool. Is it good? It's soothing. All right. I massaged her back, slowly following a rhythm from the video playing on the phone at the bedside. I was doing a darn good job. Only several minutes were needed to rub from her shoulders to her lower back. Nao sat back up when I shifted from her back. Hiding her breasts with one hand, she bowed her head. Asahi-kun, I am sorry. Huh. I blamed you for the wrong things. The truth was I am a coward. I couldn't bear to see people like that. You know. Please. Let me finish, she cut me off with a severe expression. I nodded and listened to her self-criticism. Saya and Siko, years younger than me, easily coped with the situation. But I couldn't. She sniffed, but a few tears escaped her eyes and fell on her clenched fist. I am weak. So please. I couldn't tolerate it any longer and hugged her, stroking her head resting against my chest. Sho, don't finish that sentence. She was likely to say abandon me or something. Asahi-kun. She hugged me back. I might cause a lot of problems in the future. I don't care. Really. Yep, just stay with me as my woman. Even without her, I would get into trouble unwillingly or willingly. Are you sure? I am not intelligent. I make a lot of idiotic mistakes. I am not strong like Siko or Aimi-san. I am not even beautiful like Shizuka-chan. I have no redeeming qualities whatsoever, except my figure maybe. But Shizuka-chan has a better one, she groaned, seemingly disappointed at herself. I am a below-average woman stuck between exceptional beauties. She was just whining now. I couldn't help but chuckle out loud. This airhead was clueless about her own charms. She pushed me away and squinted her eyes in displeasure. What? Why are you laughing? I brushed her face. Now, you are being too hard on yourself. You saw how hard Saya finds it to express her true feelings. Siko is strong but there are times when she tends to belittle herself over small things. Unless it's something really serious, Shizuka loves to be lazy. I get it. I get it. You won't get it unless I show my love. I grabbed her shoulders and kissed her. She slumped against me, giving me the time to easily push her down. She was about to get devour. Wani-san. Aiko's voice reached us, followed by a knock on the door. I need help. I glanced at the door with a frown. Shit. The loli intruded at the worst time possible. Now covered her face and giggled. Aiko-chan won't allow me to truly become yours. I sighed and pecked her lips. She hugged my neck with a wide smile. I will turn her away. No, help her. All right, dear. Hee hee. At least I treated her melancholy. X. As I exited the room, Siko dragged me to the backyard. Asahi, I can now cast level 5 spells of Asmodeus. Great. She nodded her head. You know the... I grinned and aimed my hand at her. A fissure formed underneath my feet, from which hundreds of tentacles squirmed out and bound Siko's hands above her head and stretched her legs apart, all according to my will. This was the level 1 spell of Asmodeus, Desire Tentacle. Siko struggled, but the hold only grew tighter. Hey Asahi. Despite that, the desire in her eyes only increased. I touched her cheeks and pressed my lips on her. MGH. Siko suddenly spasmed and shook her legs. She climaxed. Just how sensitive has she become? I ended the kiss and stared at her breathing roughly. You sadomasochist woman. She immediately gained her calm. What did you call me? I replied by sliding off my shorts. Wide-eyed, she stared at my cock and gulped audibly. Am I going to get embraced in this position? You don't like it? I asked with a grin. She sighed and shook her head. Anything for Asahi. I forced down her pants and rubbed her crotch already dripping with her juice. Don't act as if you don't enjoy it. I never said I didn't enjoy it. In fact, this is making me hornier. Using the tentacles to spread her legs, I slid my cock inside her and began a session to calm the masochist samurai in heat. And yeah, she achieved samurai class. Though the name turned to Samurai Maiden, which left Siko speechless when I told her. My king takes pleasure in quite indecent acts, Asmodeus's voice echoed in my head. Tentacles are a man's romance. Indeed. Asmodeus agreed with me. Asahi, Lord, I feel so good. I clenched her butt. I will make you feel even better. X. Siko's heat only calmed down after 2 hours of intense looting. The increased level showed its effect. Yoko still hadn't returned from her mission. She will take a day or two, according to Yuriko. I spent the rest of the day in my room, cuddling with girls, watching movies, and anime. Strangely, most of the anime here were centered around the eki genre. I should have expected that in an eki anime world. Saya had already sent the lowly duo away with Lamy to stop them from watching this. How thoughtful. The time just healed my soul. We ate dinner like that until bedtime arrived. The girls all threw an expectant look at me. Rika revealed a devilish grin and cracked her knuckles. I wouldn't mind staying here tonight. I shook my head. I will spend the night with Aimi, alone. Yeah, she didn't get her turn, Siko nodded. Give her lots of love. Of course. Shizuka drew closer and pressed her soft lips on my cheeks. Nodding to herself, she left the room in short steps. Rika wrapped her arms around my neck and smiled softly. Can you change the bed to my room, please? Your bed is so freaking soft. Will do. She gave a kiss on my lips and scooted out of the room. See ya in the morning. Good night. Shirori and Siko also headed out after a simple kiss. Now tried to sneakily escape behind them, but I pulled her and planted a deep kiss on her lips. Good night. Have more dreams about me, okay? She meekly nodded and trotted away. Only the mother and daughter pair were left in the room. Yuriko hugged my side, stood on her toes, and marked my cheeks with her lipstick. Today might not be thrilling, but it was a heartwarming day. Thanks for making it possible, honey. No problem. Saya, you don't want a kiss? I drew Saya into my embrace and forced a kiss on her lips. Her eyes shut as she tried to lick my tongue, slowly and gently. She pushed me and pouted. You. What? She harumphed and ran out of the room. Yuriko giggled. She becomes so cute around you. She got it from you. She pressed a hand on her cheeks. This flattery will win nothing from me. I watched her elegant stride to the door, her swaying but almost enticing me to detain her here. Not now. I had to comfort my poor Yandere bodyguard, or should I call her my only mistress? Hee. She is one naughty kid. What did she do? Go to her room and find it yourself. Chapter 105, ch. 109, The Future. I squeezed the small opening in Aimi's room. Asahi-sama sent, on. I blinked my eyes at the scene of Aimi curled up on the bed in just pink panties and a bra. She sniffed one of my shirts and pleasured herself using her hands. My premonition turned out to be true. She rolled on the bed and continued. Lost in pleasure, she didn't notice me standing there. You gotta be more cautious, you know. Anyone can assassinate you like this. Iya. Asahi-sama. Aimi jolted up from the bed. She slowly pulled out her hand with a flushed face. You scared me. Grinning, I sat beside her. You are enjoying yourself alone. She sneaked my shirt in her ring and crossed her legs. I thought Asahi-sama would stay with other girls, so I what? Teary-eyed, she looked up at me. I couldn't stop myself. Placing my hand on her head, I stroked her head. She snuggled up to my side and squinted her eyes, purring like an obedient kitten. Silly girl, try to be more aggressive. You are supposed to be a Yandere, no. She shook her head. I don't want to be a violent Yandere. I flicked her forehead. Yandere comes in many flavors: stabby, obsessed, delusional, stalker, dependent, and my favorite harmless and devoted type. I omitted the overly violent types. They didn't suit my taste. She tilted her head. Harmless and devoted type. The type of Yandere who wouldn't go stabby if her crush starts dating someone else and always stays devoted to help him. I am already harmless and devoted though. Yep. That's why I have a gift for you. Gift? Close your eyes. She shut her eyes but tried to take a peek. No cheating. Hee. I stopped patting her and summoned her gift, the leather collar I got from attaining 500 affection points for her. I untied the straps and hooked the collar around her neck with some room to breathe. She opened her eyes and gasped, her eyes locked on the gift. A collar. Asahi-sama wants me to become his bitch. She glanced up with upturned eyes. I am prepared to become one. Aimi Akane, affection plus 23. She was going into the territory of misunderstanding type. Oh well. Yep, you are my bitch. She nodded shyly and got on all fours, removing her panties at the same time. Woof woof. This deviant took it too far. I wasn't unfamiliar with roleplay sex. X. After 2.5 hours of satisfying Aimi, I laid beside her, stroking her hair. Soon, the slumber took me to my dear Klisa, who currently wore a simple half-sleeved shirt with my chibi avatar chasing her chibi avatar, paired with a grey miniskirt. I didn't attack her straight and slipped into the tokatsu. Klisa drew closer and cuddled with me. My love. Are you here to discuss the next world? I gave a wry smile and stroked her hair. You know everything about me, don't you? It is my duty, and something I like doing. I love you for that. I know. Like she said, we had to take a break from killing the undead. So why not just leave this world for a while? I could spend a year in the high school DxD world and only a day will be passed here. However, we aren't powerful enough to survive there. People there can bust planets while I could destroy a city if I pushed myself. I rivaled ultimate class in a sense. The ones who were fodder during the late arcs. A world where I could kill without any major problems. Klisa, show me the worlds like that from my memories. Yes, my love. She waved her hand and a blue window appeared before me. List of worlds. Akane Ga Kill, A rank. Fairy Tail, S rank. Re, 0, A rank. Strike the Blood, S rank. Attack on Titan, B rank. Konosuba, B rank. Fate Series, SSS rank. Monogatari Series, S rank. Toru Series, EX rank. High School of DxD, SSS rank. Irregular at Magic High School, SS rank. Danmachi, S rank. There are many more but my love will not like them much. Nice. It's my pleasure. I nodded and shifted my attention to the table. Akane Ga Kill, the tragic anime. It wasn't bad as the wars were common there. However, the majority of the soldiers are around level 1 to 5. I could boost them but it will impact the very core of world's history. Changing the timeline will be too much effort and burn thousands of KP. There is another option of superpowers appearing in the world but it will not be the Akane Ga Kill series I loved. Sorry, Esteth, not yet. Klisa snapped her fingers to gray out the option. Fairy Tail is tempting with very beautiful girls but I will pass. The power of friendship is stronger than gods there. Another snap and Fairy Tail grayed out. Re, 0, the tale of one guy getting wrecked over and over. Subaruman got my respect. I wouldn't be able to stay sane and keep running into the jaws of death like him. I will pass on it for now. The presence of cults are too deep in that world with a certain witch causing wars for the greater good, even though she is a fucking brat. Snap. Strike the Blood, another pass. I haven't read the full story, only 1 or 2 arcs at most. The world is full of immortal beings and whatnot. Snap. Attack on Titan. Nope. The Titans look too ugly for my taste. Not the stuff I want to show to the girls. Snap. Konosuba. I don't know what to say about this. The girls there are definitely beautiful but with a few loose screws except Wiz, the Lich. Pass for now. Snap. Fate, huh. The heaven of waifus. There are chances of Alea branding me as an external threat and sending her pups after me. No matter how strong I am now, the counter-guardian or servants are war machines. Snap. Monogatari, the world with oddities. That world is too unpredictable for the current me. Snap. Toru series. Railgun and accelerator. There were also magic gods there with nigh omniscience. I doubt none of them would notice me, an otherworlder, roaming the world. I can wear the overpowered robe from Dark Souls and dodge their senses but the girls, not the best place to relax and level up. Snap. DxD, nope. I will go there to meet Graphia alone sometime later. Maybe after this. Snap. Irregular at Magic High School was SS rank only because of Tatsuya. The rest weren't close to him in causing destruction in one attack. This might be a good way to experience high school again. Saving Maya was a must. Okay, irregular. I still need to tell the girls about my real identity. Klisa rubbed my back, consoling me. They will understand. I know. While stroking her hair, I pondered over the last option. Danmachi, it could work. The adventurers were weak except level 5 and above. I could deal with them with the new spells of Beleth, which boosted my physical strength and speed. In terms of raw stats, I would still be the weaker one. Klisa, how will the adventurers fit into my level system? Give me a sec to create a list, she whispered and closed her eyes. There you go. Adventurer level. Levels of Heavenly Path. Level. Level 2. Level. Level 6. Level. Level 11. Level. Level 18. Level. Level 25. Level. Level 40. Level. Level 61. Level. Level 91. Level. Level 121. Level. Level 170. Minor God. Level 251. Major God. Level 351. You pulled out the entire power level chart for Danmachi. A housewife shouldn't do things half-heartedly. Anything and everything should be done with full consideration. You sure are fired up. Hee hee. There was no mention of any level 8, 9, or 10 in the lane. The only level 7s being Otter and an adventurer outside Orario. Fighting a level 7 head should be feasible. Minor and major should be the levels of gods in heaven. Minor gods and major gods can't use their powers in the mortal world, is that correct? Yes, my love. But they can still deliver a last-ditch effort attack with Arcanum before their vessel is destroyed. It could have been problematic without my shield mine women skill, so does a level 8 or above exist in Danmachi? Klisa shook her head. There isn't. The strongest of adventurers died before achieving that level. According to the author, Bel Cranel will be the first to cross the line and fight the one-eyed black dragon to a draw alone. Ace will help him later and kill the dragon. You sure know a lot. She thumped her chest with a smug smile. I try different things in my free time. Then, it's decided. I choose both Danmachi and Irregular for my next world. The different time ratio will play a huge role in my plans. Girls could pick between a modern fantasy with sci-fi elements, or a medieval world with various races and rich culture. Klisa stood up and slung off her top. You have to repay me with your body, remember? Gladly. Chapter 106, ch. 110, Resolve. I am sick. Fever and cold. I should have set this chapter on auto-scheduler. Saya's POV. Morning of the next day. Yoko returned victorious with her famed Valkyries. Saya crossed her arms as she looked at the women flocking over the cool woman. A bunch of Chuyuni wannabes, Asahi really named them right. She gasped at the sudden warmth in her chest. This feeling was Asahi's connection with telepathy. Don't surprise me like that. Saya, come to the living room. He didn't crack a joke like always. Instead, his voice carried certain heavy feeling. Saya slipped into the corridor to find the other girls heading in the same direction. They all stopped outside the living room. Saya, Siko called out. Did you also? Saya answered with a nod. Shiori grinned. I am sure he will make lewd requests. The bath incident flashed in Saya's head and her face flushed. The sound of light footsteps stopped her mind from delving deeper. Saya Wani-san. Rini. Shiori's shoulder drooped down in dejection. It's safe to say the requests won't be lewd now. Maybe group head pats. Ignoring the hyped Shiori, Saya entered the living room to answer Asahi's call and almost froze. Asahi sat there, his golden eyes showing a deep, resolute look. She never expected this expression from the easygoing him, unless something drastic happened. She glanced behind to find the girls standing in surprise. Asahi gestured to the couches around the table. Take a seat. Have something to say. I will watch outside, Aimi said and closed the door. It must be about Klisa. Saya's expression turned glum. Asahi didn't ask Aimi, so she already knew about this. Couldn't he trust me with this? She took a deep breath and settled on the couch, intending to see this through. Siko, Yuriko, and Shiori followed, sitting on her sides. The trio of Nao, Rika, and Shizuka sat together while Leimi and Rini shared another side couch. Leimi's brows were knitted together, a distant expression from her usual self. Saya narrowed her eyes. This diva knew something, or she would be rolling all over Asahi, not following him like this. An oppressive silence filled the room. Asahi chuckled and leaned on the sofa with his arms spread and legs crossed, giving off a tyrannical aura. He looked like the Yakuza leader Saya met before. Shizuka finally couldn't see him like this and opened her mouth. Kun, what do you want to say? Girls, do you love me enough to follow me in a pit of fire? Why is he asking that? Weren't we going to talk about Klisa and traveling to other worlds? Shizuka tilted her head. Why would Kun go into a pit of fire? Shizuka, I want an answer. Yes or no? Shizuka's mouth went round. This was the first time he addressed her by name. Does he want to test our loyalty? I do, Siko declared loudly and threw her katana on the table. I swore to follow you everywhere. If it's a pit of fire. Siko summoned orbs of water around her. I will pour tons of water in it to protect Asahi. Her dignified posture enchanted everyone around her. She looked so cool. Dang, why did I hesitate? Saya berated herself for chickening out and tried to take the second turn. But someone beat her to it. Oni-san, I will, Rini said and jumped at Asahi, who caught her midair and let her sit on his lap. I only have Asahi Oni-san. Asahi's lips formed a gentle smile as he patted her head. Good girl. You don't need to ask me, right? Shirori remained mischievous as ever. I will stalk you and my idiotic sister everywhere, even to hell. No, don't curse him to die like this. Saya retorted mentally. Aekuen is my only family and my lover. Wani-san is the only normal girl here. Wait, loving your brother is not normal. Ae-chan, don't you dare run away after fucking me like that. She's a fierce lioness. I will chase Asahi-kun because why you are my fiancé. When did that happen? Dear, I know the fire can warm up your bed but Saya and I will do a better job, so don't abandon us, okay? Mama, don't fire up my fantasies. Lamy-chan, why are you silent? You are the only one left. Saya shook her head and stared into Asahi's eyes. Her courage melted down from the fire burning in his eyes. I will also follow you into the fire and quench it with my own fire. Asahi chuckled. That's so like you, Saya. I wanted to say that I am not from this world. He dropped another mega bomb with no prior warning. Huh. Saya squinted her eyes. What does that mean? Asahi pointed at his head. I have memories of two people, the first are of this world and the second is from a different Earth. Saya's mind went blank. What? Are you kidding? Saya wanted to ask but the words remained stuck in her throat. Looking around the room, everyone except Lamy and Rini wore a frozen expression. I don't care. Did the truth impact their relationship? A little, maybe. But she loved the current Asahi, not the stupid guy, who wore a blank expression 24/7. Other women also spoke the same. Saya cared not if Asahi had the memories of some guy from another world but she was a little curious about them. Shizuka stood and sat beside Asahi. She touched his face with a pained smile. Aekuen, you are my Aekuen, right? I am, Nei-san. Thank goodness. She is the only shocked one here. It was reasonable since she just found her lover brother turned out to be some other man. Saya crossed her arms on her chest. Okay, we don't care about those memories. Now you have something else to say to us, don't you? Asahi nodded his head. Siko. Yeah. The goddess you met in your dreams is my woman. Shirori slapped her thighs. Wait, what? She is one of us. Yeah, I am sorry for hiding it. Yuriko nudged Saya. You knew it. Saya gave a nod in response. She was the one who made it possible for you two to meet. Did you watch it? Did you watch us when he fucked me all over the couch? Yuriko repeated the question in a sharp voice. I did. Pervert. Mama. My daughter is a big pervert. Thanks to the mother and daughter's skid, the atmosphere became cheerful. Lamy finally stood from her place and plopped near Asahi. She whispered something in his ears. Asahi nodded twice and rose from his seat. And yeah, I want us to go to a different world. Who is gonna come with me? He dropped another bomb, shutting the mouth of everyone in the room. Amidst the silence, Shirori jolted from her seat. Me. Saya rubbed her forehead. Why is my family so stupid? At least ask about the world. Then again, she would also like to leave this world for a fresh change. Asahi was her family and her husband. She blushed at the thought. Pervert Saya. Mamaya. Chapter 107, ch. 111, Setting Up the Worlds. Asahi's POV. Everything turned out good. I sighed. Nei-san tugged at my sleeve. Tell us about the world we are visiting. It's 2 worlds actually. You have to choose one. Saya quirked her brow. 2 worlds. Why? I explained the world of Danmachi, which would be for middle-age fantasy lovers, and the world of Irregular for modern sci-fi fantasy lovers. Yuriko tapped her cheeks. Dear, I don't have a specific interest. Can I just follow you around? I will be switching between 2 worlds a few times a week. The girls fell in deep thoughts. Aekuen, then let me go to the medieval one. I can become a healer there and easily earn money. Nei-san is becoming smart. Actually, you don't have to. Our goal will be to relax there while occasionally killing monsters to level up. Ah-chan, I will go to the old one then. There is not much action in the modern one. It's not like Irregular didn't have action. However, most of it was based around the competition and stuff. What about you, Rini? I will follow Onii-san. There was the option of sending her to school in Irregular, but she won't fit in with the immature brats. Siko, Shirori, what about you too? The two exchanged a glance and nodded at each other. Medieval 1. Both. Shirori grinned. I want to experience both. So you will first go to the modern one. Fine by me. With that said, now also expressed her interest in joining the Irregular world. Laimi, well, she wanted to go to Danmachi since her last world was already a sci-fi fantasy. Now, I had to venture into both worlds alone to create a foundation. An identity that doesn't come off as suspicious in Freya's eyes. The goddess of beauty had a few screws loose. A timeline. How many years before the main story in Danmachi and Irregular? For Irregular I wanted to start with saving Maya, but I had no idea what to do with Danmachi. I liked Ace Wallenstein. However, melting her revenge-filled heart will be too much of a hassle. I could endure it for Ryu Lion though. She was an adorable elf. I can save her before she joins the hostess of fertility. Screw that. I might as well join her familia. Astria Familia was responsible for the duties of the police force. It was one of the strongest familia, right? My knowledge of Danmachi was somewhat vague. Yes, and it only had female members. Better. I wouldn't want girls to join a familia with boys anyway. I am extremely possessive of my women. Yash, it's decided. You can change the time ratio between the worlds, right? It's possible to move the world closer and farther, but it will be fixed once I create the world. You will have to choose a different world if you want to change it. Understandable. I want the same time ratio between Irregular, Danmachi, but 6 months in Irregular will be a day here. Hee hee, I understand now. It would be 45 kp. No problem. Should I create the gate to Irregular now? Yes. Boom. A massive explosion echoed above the mansion. The girls all jumped in fear. Done. I calmed the girl by explaining the reason. What did you do? I can't create the gate anywhere since my powers are too chaotic, so I made a gate 6,000 feet above the surface. Even then the explosion reached here. You really are a goddess. How do I go there now? Use a helicopter. Create one for me and send it into a new platinum ring. The old one is close to full. I had 5,500 kp to spare. Girls, I will go and scout the new worlds. Shizuka held my hand. Hold on, Aekuen. Why are you hurrying? She narrowed her eyes. You want to get more women over there. Ignoring Saya's sharp eyes, I touched Shizuka's cheeks. What gives you that idea? Only women can make you this active. Ne-sama. Master must become a harem king. Saya deadpanned. Is he not already? Just look around and say that again. Laimi wrinkled her nose. It's not even 10th of a king's harem. Master must make one bigger than 72. That was too much for even me. A girl will only spend 5 days a year if I go that route. It would be extremely selfish of me to make them endure this. So nope. Just Ryu, Graphia, and Maya now. Close the gate for now. I will go after lunch. Rika and now tackled me from both sides, enveloping my face in heaven. Shizuka scooted aside while Rini stayed on my lap, leaning her back against me. Asahi-kun, take us there too. Aa-chan, please? I mean no. You can't seduce me like this. Rika lowered herself and kissed my cheeks. I want to see how another world looks. Now followed up with a kiss on my right. I want to experience more of society and learn to make better decisions for myself and you. Basically, you want to become a better wife. Now's cheeks reddened as she nodded lightly. Perhaps. I shook my head. The place where Maya got assaulted will become a river of blood. Not suitable for now, who only killed undead. I will return in a few minutes at most, then take you to the fantasy world. Now sighed before nodding. I understand. I gently stroked her shiny brown hair. Don't be sad. I promise you lots of dates in another world. Her eyes sparkled. She touched my cheeks and pecked my lips. I look forward to it. Rika ruffled my hair. Then, let's do solo dates. Quality time with Asahi alone, another world edition. Wonderful idea. Neisen also agreed. Saya also nodded in agreement, while Siko and Shirori just smiled. No problem then. Rini poked my thigh. I also get a date. Why not? Yay. After talking a little more about the new worlds, we moved out of the room and ate lunch. Switch on the gate. Done, my love, the sound was a one-time thing. You made the world wary with that move. My love doesn't care though. Yep. Aimee, let's fuck in the sky. Her eyes gleamed with amusing light. Yes, Asahi-sama. Chapter 108, ch. 112, in Chuanzhou. It had been 3 hours by the time we reached the portal in the sky. Aimee had set the chopping to auto-ascend and turned her attention to me, doing naughty things. Doing it 1,000 feet high was a thrilling experience and I loved it. Aimee, sitting on my lap, stopped the chopper in the air and pointed at the portal spinning 100 meters away. That's creepy. So even our Yandere bodyguard had her I'm creeped out moments. I slid my hands around her bare waist and bit her ears. I am tempted to go at it again. Her breathing became a mess with a little teasing. She raised her butt, showing her vagina leaking juice. Me too, Asahi-sama. Throwing away my pants, I entered her and held her waist. For another hour, we went at it, rocking the chopper with our wildness. Asking Aimee to stay here, I jumped out of the chopper. Blazing wings. Intense heat enveloped my back, propelling me forward in a go. 10-odd meters of flaming wings sprouted from my back. Phoenix's wings, the level 5 spell of Phoenix. Though the duration was small, this spell could surpass the limits of the sound barrier quite easily. Giving a smile to my Yandere mistress, I swung the wings with my thoughts and shot inside the portal. An odd sensation enveloped me. My love, wait. My surroundings changed. An orange sky appeared around me. I quickly activated stealth on everything. So, where are we now? Japan. Hold on. The incident with Maya happened in Chuanzhou, China. Am I going to travel so much to help her? I am sorry, my love. I can only create one portal, so having it in Japan was the best idea. I let out a sigh and extinguished my wings. The gravity took me down. The wild wind shut my eyes. Yo. It was fun. The cold air rushed past as I accelerated faster and faster and the trees became larger and larger. Some 100 feet above the ground I gathered my mana. Storm fort. A gust of wind covered me, slowing my descent simultaneously. Under the protection of level 3 spell of ball, I landed safely. That was fun. I wish I could join you. You can just come out here with your new body, right? I got busted. I kinda felt that when you mentioned your real body and whatnot. But I feel supporting my love from here would be better. You shut in, goddess. You'll come here the next time I jump, you hear? Oh okay. That's my Klisa. How much time do I have left? 5 hours. Covering over 2,000 kilometers in 4 hours and saving Maya in another. I wish I had a teleport skill. Oh well, I will just blaze through the skies. The various clans will be creeped out by the firemen going around. It would be fun to see them hunting for UMA. I took a deep breath and cast Phoenix's wings again. This was going to be a long journey. X. Following Klisa directions, I crossed the East China Sea and arrived in the airspace of Chuanzhou, the city with a branch of research laboratory under Kunlunfeng Institute. This organization had a reputation for ruining females' lives by experiments and rape. I hated the latter with great passion. They got their deserts when Yotsuba clan destroyed them to avenge Maya's rape. This time, I will do the deed. More than half of my mana ran out after casting blazing wings over 100 times. I had to stay hidden, or they might take Maya hostage. In stealth mode, I landed on the laboratory's roof and broke into the door. Down the stairs, I searched every room in my way. Finally, one surveillance-less room. I grabbed a guard sleeping with his hair and slammed his head on the wall. Arf. Scream all you want, I already sealed the room with a barrier. Where is the girl you abducted from Taipei? In the basement. That was easy. I burned him alive with a Barrett. Down the stairs again, I reached a long hallway with an elevator in its center. I slipped inside and pressed the B button. Ding, the elevator parted and a trap awaited me outside. Tens of armed men donning black uniforms stood, their firearms aimed at my head. That son of a bitch lied. On the ground. I said kneel. A man yelled from behind a soldier. From his silk polish uniform, he appeared very high-ranked. I craned my neck to see a black-haired girl tied to a surgical table. She gazed my way, her violet eyes twinkling strangely. Was she all right? I will only ask once. Surrender or die? No one surrendered. Guess I will stick to my original plan. div/div. Chapter 109, ch. 113, Miracle Magician. Maya Yotsuba was having the worst day of her life. From her fiancé losing an eye to her getting abducted where her clan couldn't help her quickly. She could have beaten 10 or 15 with her innate light magic, but the army of hundreds ate away her courage to retaliate. With her vision obscured, she was brought here and strapped to a surgical table. The drugs made her lightheaded. Creating a magic sequence required heavy calculations. She couldn't do that now and only watched as men older than her father leered at her, defiling every nook and cranny with their eyes. Would I be raped here? Tears burst out of her eyes, despair gnawing away at her wits. Just as the old man's hand went to loosen his belt, the door was kicked open. The old man frowned at the smartphone held in the guard's hand. Soon, his anger was replaced with disbelief. What the fuck? Maya sensed this emotion in his eyes. Part of her called in the hope that this disturbance came from members of her clan. But she knew it was wrong. There was no way an organization of this level will hide in a place her clan would find so easily. What can I do? I don't want to lose my integrity in a place like this, not by a bunch of old men forcing themselves on me. She wrestled with the shackles binding her limbs as well as sealing her ability to manipulate psions. The oldies began bickering with each other in Chinese, alluding to their relationship to either Dahan or the Great Asian Union. She couldn't differentiate between them. She didn't get the chance to ponder as more guards rushed in, setting up a defensive line 20 meters away from her. Ding! Maya forced her head up to see a tan-skinned brown-haired youth standing inside an elevator with an annoyed expression. In a moment, all the guards aimed their guns at him. However, the youth seemingly ignored all of that and looked in her way. Her eyes met with his golden eyes and a spark went through her mind. This reaction, no, it can't be. Her eyes widened in realization. She tried to shake it off but the feeling kept growing inside her, filling her mind with white fragments. No way, even Kuchi didn't get a reaction from my spirit. Surrender or die. The youth's disinterested words broke her out of her reverie. He approached the guards without wielding any type of CAD, a fearless grin etched on his attractive face. Is he crazy? Even her Otosama, the possessor of the unique magic Grim Reaper, wouldn't be this confident before a squad this big. A fool. I got a spiritual reaction with a fool. But the next incident left her eyes wide open. The fool just aimed his finger and a trail of flames hurtled out. The guards were burned alive before getting a chance to retaliate. What is this magic? It's not systematic, nor is it unique magic. Casting without a CAD, just who is he? An element like me. Her curiosity rose. The youth shattered a small squad in a tenth of a minute. Gunshots echoed but the youth snapped his finger to summon sharp gales around him. The bullets easily bounced off, leaving the guards dumbstruck. The old bastard shrieked and more guards poured out of the gates. The elevator also returned with a squad to flank the youth. Yet he deflected every attack, even grenades, all with a fearless grin. Maya found her heart beating wildly. Hold on, even though he looks my type and my body is mature for my age, the age gap is too much. Her hand suddenly became loose. She sat up with crossed legs and watched the whirling flames massacring her captors. Even a magician couldn't penetrate the youth's wind barrier. Fascinating. Wielding two elements and activating magic sequence without a CAD required far more calculations. There was still a chance of psions being unable to rewrite IDOS, cancelling out a spell. Accomplishing it with this kind of speed was unheard of. A strategic magician. That was the only one strongest might any country could muster. What was one doing here though? Another minute later the men were all wiped out. Only the two of them remained. Maya gazed at her savior, ignoring the burnt smell prickling her nose. He stared at his front intently, seemingly lost somewhere. Hello. Yeah. He turned his gaze to her and approached. His step synced with her heart crashing into her chest. What do I say? Every eloquent greeting she had learned left her at that moment. Wanna go out? Is he asking me out? Shameless. Yes. She replied on the spur of the moment and regretted it a second later. He might be asking to get out of here, not asking her out. She took a breath to recover from her flustered state and bowed her head in courtesy. I can't show my gratitude with this alone. You saved me from being defiled at their hands. She clenched her fists. I just have one last request. Please lend me a phone so I can call my family. I will repay this debt. The thought of this man betraying her didn't surface, not even once. Fine, just send the rest of the girls home. Rest of the girls? You really thought you were the only one here? This is a damn laboratory built to do inhumane things to female magicians. Wrath burned inside his golden eyes. Maya nodded her head. I will be glad to help them. You are. He tossed a phone at her. Asahi Marikawa. Asahi Oniai-sama. I shall remember your name. I am Yatsuba Maya, she said and examined the phone. The design looked like an early 21st century smartphone. Strange. She dialed her father's private phone number only known to her and Maya. After 5 rings, he picked it up. "Who is it?" he roared on the phone, clearly angry and frustrated at her disappearance. "Otasama, it's me, Maya." "Maya. Maya. Where are you now? Did they do anything to you?" "Otasama, I am very safe. I am at." She put the phone on hold and blushed. Marikawa-san, where are we now?" "Chiuenjo." "Yi, Otasama. We are in Chiuenjo." "We. Who is there with you?" "Stop being distrustful. It's my savior." "A savior? Tell me when I am there." "Take your time, Otasama." She ended the call and smiled at Asahi. "I cannot thank you enough." "Nah, it's fine. Your clan owes me a favor now." "How does he know?" "My clan. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" "I am Sakura Maya, a commoner." Asahi's lips curled up mischievously, reminding her of her own smile. "From when did Yotsuba members become commoners?" Maya giggled. "You do know everything about me. Are you perhaps after me as well? Thinking I will fall for you if you saved me from this hell? Aren't you too cheeky for a 12-year-old brat?" "He brat-zoned me," Maya groaned inwardly and got off the table. Her feet staggered and she almost fell. However, Asahi supported her shoulders. "Did they drug you?" Maya nodded and rested her head on his chest. Why does he smell so good?" She felt like she could stay here forever and not be bored. What kind of charm was this? Hypnosis magic? She shook her head. He didn't need such tactics to woo her as his presence already dominated her heart. She glanced up at his calm smile and stretched her arms. "You see I can't walk, so carry me please." Asahi turned speechless at her request. div/div. Chapter 110, ch. 114, Israel Judgment. Maya Yotsuba, affection plus 54. Maya Yotsuba, relationship changed to her destined partner. I dismissed the notification and climbed the stairs with Maya on my back. It seemed that Maya had become a descendant of an element. They are born with an inherent elemental power different from their family magic. This power also carried a weird trait of dependency, meaning any element will come to rely on a person in their life. I still remembered it because Mitsui Anoka had become dependent on Tatsuya sometime along the line. Yeah, weird since I didn't interfere with the world. Which begs the question, did people think that Maya has the light element? As far as I know, she uses a kind of magic that drills holes in anything, named Meteor Stream. Asahi Oniai-sama, what kind of magic are you using? Even an element can't control their special element to this level. Did she just call me Oniai-sama? So you know about elements? She tightened her arms around my neck. Of course, my clan is very influential in Tokyo, so obtaining this measly information is easy. I see, my magic is too unique for this world. This world. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on sensing any presence in the rooms. 3 dots appeared in my mind. You have learned a new skill, Life Sense. Life Sense, F rank allows you to sense any living being. At the current rank, your maximum range is 10 meters. I should have thought of it before since my element was life. Doing something like this is easy. But my love was only dealing with the undead for a long time. That's also true. I kicked open the door and threw the frost dagger at the man holding a girl hostage. He couldn't react in time and collapsed with the dagger lodged in his head. The girls didn't so much as flinch and stood there with lifeless eyes. Maya's hands trembled. Is this what would have become of me? I shook my head. There is no use thinking about that. These girls are your responsibility now. I won't be staying long enough to help them. I understand, Oniai-sama. I will try my best to heal their broken heart. I locked the room from outside and headed off to save the other girls. We encountered many soldiers on the way, but I made quick work of them. The security here was less since it was a branch laboratory. In an hour, I saved a total of 34 girls and sent them to the first floor. The girls all stood wearing a blank, spiritless expression. The youngest of them was 12 years old. Unlike Maya, who could pass off as a 14-year-old, this girl looked her age. And these people still raped her. What the actual fuck? Can't they find some prostitute instead of venting their lust on a little girl? My love, please calm down. You are scaring the girls. Master, why are you so angry? Did something happen? Even Lamy got worried despite being in another world. It's nothing, Lamy. Just dealing with a minor issue. All right, Master. Do tell Lamy if Master needs help. I will. I let my anger slip. My bad. I approached the little girl and patted her head, hoping this would make her better. It worked as the girl clutched my shirt and cried. Her wails spread to the other girls, they covered their faces and cried. Terrible, so terrible. These monsters. Maya whispered in my ears. They don't deserve to live. I waited until the girls regained some spirit and led them outside. Any man standing in our way got vaporized into ashes. I was a little pissed. Once the girls were safe and sound, I let Maya down and flew up with Phoenix's wings. This place should be Israel Judgment. Level 6 spell of Phoenix, the strongest spell I could use now. An enormous Phoenix avatar materialized behind my back, radiating enough light to brighten the night sky. The flames concentrated at the tip of its wings and seared past me. The lasers descended on the laboratory and exploded on contact. Once the blasts calmed down, only debris remained in place of the massive laboratory. I let out a sigh. Every nation will receive the news of an unknown magician. Yotsuba will have to deal with it. Maya Yotsuba, affection +5. Maya's shining eyes pierced into my soul. I felt guilty for trying to add this little fox to my harem. Oni-sama. You really eradicated it. Well, it was better than her entire life turning into mere data like in the original timeline. I still don't know how many things have changed with my presence, but they probably won't be small. Maya jumped on me as soon as I came down. You were so cool. When did she become a fangirl? I instinctively stroked her hair. Patting a girl's head had become a habit at this point. Oni-sama, what was that magic? Air. I scratched my cheeks. How do I answer this? Maya pushed me and bowed. I am sorry if I overstepped my bounds. Many old families prohibit their members from disclosing their unique magic. I shook my head. It's fine. Just think of it as a unique type of spirit magic. Oh. I see. Oni-sama can interact with fire and wind spirits. The misunderstandings deepened further. I went with the flow. Explaining will only overcomplicate things. I brought up another topic to kill some time. Maya, how are you going to proceed with these girls? Maya knitted her brows. I am not entirely sure. Won't their families help them if they return home? It won't be enough. Without proper treatment, these girls will be isolated. Sooner or later they will resort to something. Maya glanced at the girls and let out a sigh. Mia might have an answer. She was always smarter than me. Mia. Mia is my older twin sister. Of course, I knew it. Maya opened her mouth to say something but stopped and turned her head up. I followed her gaze to find a chopper approaching. This girl's senses were sharper than mine. Div/Div. Chapter 111, Ch. 115, The Collapse of Kunlunfang Institute. Genza Yotsuba's forehead perspired heavily. The scene of flames flickering in the debris chilled his spine. But his concern for his daughter hardened his expression. The helicopter he rode was swiftly readied after Maya called. Anyu, there are people down there. A voice exploded beside him. His younger brother, Yotsuba Motosuke, pointed at the ground. Genza peeked from his side of the chopper and noticed several figures standing near the debris. Descend there. Hi, Genza-sama, the driver replied and lowered the helicopter. Genza spotted Maya clasping the sleeve of a brown-haired youth with sharp golden eyes. He must be the savior Maya talked about. The said youth was surrounded by many girls. Genza could sense an abnormal amount of psions swirling around him. The youth's presence made his palms sweaty. Genza jumped off before the helicopter landed and gave a polite bow. He never bowed before anyone, but today for the savior of his daughter, he lowered his head without any hesitation. Ota-sama, it's fine. Oni-sama does not worry about courtesies. Maya acted considerate for him, something she never did for her fiancé Kuchi. He shook away the worst possible outcome of this and brought Maya into his embrace. I am sorry for letting them take you away. I swore to never let this happen again. Ota-sama, it's not your fault. May I request something? Maya. Genza released Maya and let a soft smile form on his sharp features. It may be a bit too presumptuous of me to ask. Can Ota-sama nullify the arrangement between Yotsuba and Sigusa? Maya's request sent a shock to his brain. The arrangement she referred to was the marriage between both clans. It was common for two strong magicians to marry as their strong genes will produce an equally strong child. Kuchi Sigusa was born with magic skills linked to light. Maya and his reunion would have birthed a strong heir. Alas, some things weren't meant to happen. Genzu let out a dejected sigh and glanced at the possible culprit. Let's talk after we return. Ota-sama, can we take these girls with us? They are also the victims of Kunlunfang Institute. I will call more helicopters. Is it fine though? Asahi asked. Invading Dahan with flying vehicles. They might take it as a provocation. Genza gave a polite smile but his cold eyes betrayed his calmness. I do not care about Dahan or Kunlunfang after they attempted to sully my daughter's innocence. We, Yotsuba, will repay this debt with equal animosity. You don't have to do that since there will be no Kunlunfang Institute tomorrow, the youth finally said, his words tinged with unconcealed hatred. Oni-sama. Are you out of your mind? Genzu bellowed, surprised at his own voice. However, Asahi just revealed a wild grin and bloomed a pair of fiery wings on his back. Genzu watched as his figure disappeared in the west. A flying spell. Genzu lifted his brow. Maya scratched her head with a sheepish smile. Oto-sama, let's go. I want to take a bath. Genzu ordered Motosuke to call more helicopters and looked at Maya. Are you not worried about him? Maya shook her head with a smile. I only feel sadness to not witness Oni-sama's figure when he wipes out the evil. A woman in love. Even though Maya was only 12, her intelligence surpassed most of the adults. He was blessed to have two daughters like Maya and Mia. Maya, can you tell me the reason? Oto-sama, you see, when I met Oni-sama, my element gene began acting. Genzu simply patted her shoulder. A descendant of element could develop an over-reliance and obedience to one person. No one knew who it was going to be unless they met them. In rare cases, it could even be a person of the same gender. Oni-sama is also an element with fire and wind. I don't recall any family with two elements. His father and mother must also be elements. Elements were developed between 2010 and 2020, making it possible to have a child born between the two in due time. Are you not worried about the difference in your age? I can't let this get in my way. Waiting for some years is nothing. Are you sure he will wait that long? Maya's shoulders drooped as a dejected sigh escaped her. I don't know, a strong magician like him must have been flocked over by women. He might even have his special person. Oto-sama, what do I do? Genzu couldn't bear the tears in his daughter's eyes and gave a firm nod. Leave everything to your father. Maya beamed a mischievous smile as though everything went according to her plan. Thank you, Oto-sama. Genzu shook his head and stood there like a mountain, ignoring the curious gazes of little girls. X. Asahi's POV. I gazed down at the smoke rising from the facilities built above the Kunlun Mountains. 4 hours had passed since I departed from Maya and the Kunlunfang Institute had been wiped out from the face of Earth. I don't need to do anything else. Just the destruction of this institute will cause the collapse of Dahan, the southern portion of China. This year was 2062. The World War III event was still happening. This will just be another normal occurrence for the world. Man, I was turning into a Xianxia protagonist with no regard for human life. The millions of undead made me numb to blood as a whole. Too bad I didn't get much XP since many people here were commoners, not magicians. Something is better than nothing. This left me 46 million XP away from level 25. Kliska's blessing upgrade was a welcome change. How do I increase its level? Learning to walk into others' dreams is one way since my divine powers are related to dreams. But the fastest way is to become one with me again and again. Quiet the shameless goddess to ask for sex like this. Hee hee, I love Asahi too much. Alright, I will start looting you every night from now on. Promise. Pinky promise. I recovered some mana in the nearest forest, then returned to Japan. div/div. Chapter 112, ch. 116, Yotsuba Clan. Though I had arrived in Japan, the Yotsuba clan's location was unknown to me. So I called Maya's father to ask for the location. Following those directions, I arrived at the Kobachizawa railway station, where a man in his early 30s was waiting. He turned around and narrowed his eyes at me. Who is there? He sensed me even with my upgraded E-rank stealth. Impressive. I revealed my presence. Are you a Yotsuba? You must be Mariko Wadano and you sent me to pick up. His bright eyes betrayed his expressionless face. A male Kaderi. Please no. Isaku Yotsuba, respect plus 32. Isaku. The younger brother of Genzu. He also brings up the suggestion to train Tatsuya into a warrior. This guy saved Tatsuya's life as the clan members were determined to kill him. Instead of saving, it was more like using his powers for clan's benefit. All because he was born with two unique powers and the potential to destroy everything if he ever wished for it. That still didn't justify his treatment. If I ever have a child, I will pamper him or her every day, just like I spoil my women. I cream-pied so many women without the barrier, did anyone get pregnant? Isaku motioned to a black SUV standing nearby. Please. Of course. We perched on the back seat. The black panels on the side slid up and the car started. The front seat was blocked with another panel, so I couldn't see through the front panel as well. They sure took great measures to hide their clan's location. I apologize if this bothers you in any way. It's fine. I am sure your clan wants to remain hidden. I still haven't thanked you for saving Maya. Please don't. I did it out of my own volition, certainly not to receive any praise. You are an understanding man. He didn't speak and I didn't want to waste time speaking with him. Lamy, how many minutes since I've been gone? Master, let me check. 2 minutes. The minute-long silence showed how much time she took to process my request. Klisa, how can she speak properly? Telepathy conveys thoughts without any restrictions imposed by time or distance. I see. I'll mess with Saya then. I connected to Saya's link. Saya, are you busy? No. Her reply was instantaneous. Her thought processing speed is much higher because of her skill. Take a pregnancy test now. Pregnancy test. Are you sure? Yes, babe. Just take one. You understood. We will have to wait for some time. She had the highest chance since she was my go-to woman for teasing. What if she really was? This made me strangely nervous. 2 hours later. We have arrived. Also, how are things over there? Lamy-chan just said you were very angry like someone incurred your wrath. Nah, it's all good. Is there a time difference between the worlds? I don't think you'll get angry and calm in 2 minutes. Smart as ever. Yeah, there's a year-to-day time ratio here. T. Are you saying you can spend a year there and only 1 day will pass here? Yes, my dear Saya. You are going to get a new woman there, aren't you? I swear there will only be one. That doesn't make me happy. I am sorry. Fine, only one. We kept bickering until the car stopped. Isaku opened the door for me. Mariko Wadano, we have arrived. I sized up my outfit. A sweatshirt and jeans opposed to guards standing in black suits in front of a one-story manor built in ancient style. It's not like they invited me formally, so it's fine to dress up like a thug. Please. Instead of going inside the house, Isaku followed the perimeter and brought me to a complex. Oni-sama, here. Maya waved her hands with enthusiasm. She stood beside a girl with exact looks. However, unlike Maya, who had wavy hair, this girl fastened her straight hair in a bun with 2 bangs swaying on the side of her cute face. She was Mia Yatsuba. Genza stood behind them with a polite smile, though his presence was strong as usual. They weren't the only people here since I felt many presences stalking me from the houses beside this one. Maya didn't jump on me this time and merely bowed her head. Mia followed suit with grace before smiling with eyes full of gratitude. They were this close, but today's incident could have ruined their life so much in the original timeline. Mia turned Maya's memories into mere images, earning Maya's hatred. Mia ended up with a frail body in the future. Maya's twisted desire for revenge transferred to Mia's child, Tatsuya, giving him the power to decompose anything. Mia used her magic again to seal most of Tatsuya's emotions, so he won't ever go berserk and destroy the world, despite knowing the consequences on her frail self. She died several years later from the stress of her inherent magic. One single night fucked up their life. Will Tatsuya still have his powers? I don't know. Oni-sama. Maya's call snapped me back to reality. What? Maya took my hand and dragged me into the living room, giggling all the way. What energy! I felt like an old man before this bubble of enthusiasm. We plopped on a couch while Genzu and Mia sat facing us. Mariko Wadano, I would like to thank you as the Yatsuba clan head. I also thank you for saving my precious Amuto. These guys were still stuck with this. Stop with gratitude, please. Genzu assumed a serious expression. Now on to the official talk, Mariko Wadano, we received the news regarding the demise of Kunlunfang Institute. Were you behind it? I confirmed with a nod of my head. Genzu and Mia seemed surprised while Maya sneakily closed the gap. Your ability to travel this fast is unmatched and you possess 2 unique powers. You are very much a threat to the countries embroiled in war and perhaps even Japan. I squinted my eyes with a smile. Is that so? Genzu shook his head. Then why has no one ever heard of a powerful magician like you? Otosama, Mia interjected. Mariko Wadano doesn't hold any malice toward us. I know that as well. Genzu narrowed his eyes. I think many people will try to use or harm you. That's why please stay at this place until the fire of your presence dies from everyone's eyes. Was this his way of saying, please stay here and be happy with my daughter? Then I will be in your care. You can call your parents here as well. Mia gave a graceful smile. Any other relative or even a girlfriend are also welcome. My parents are no longer alive, my girlfriends are too far away. Mia suddenly stood with wide eyes. Girlfriends. Even Genzu formed a helpless frown. I turned to Maya, who bit the corner of her lips with teary eyes. How many? She asked. 10. I gave an honest reply since tricking girls wasn't in my blood. 10. Oh, Oni-sama is a playboy. Pretty much. Her eyes took a serious glint. She placed a hand on my lap. Oni-sama, I don. Maya. Mia cut her off. Please calm down. Don't be so quick in this type of matter. You only met today after all. Maya was about to agree. Wasn't she too infatuated with me? Maya, Mia, leave the room. Oto-sama. I understand. Maya agreed reluctantly and let go of my hand. Both Maya and Mia left the room. Gen's aside. Polygamy is a common practice in 10 master clans since strong genes are cherished. But having 10 mistresses is excessive. I love every one of them, so don't ask me to leave them for Maya. I asserted this before Genza could say this. We wouldn't be having this talk if I thought of you as a bad man. Mia herself must have sensed your personality with mental design interference. But with Maya's element genes, it will be hard for her to develop romantic feelings for anyone other than you. That I can understand. I just need you to remember that. He also left the room. I shrugged and gave a wink at the maid serving me the drinks. She rolled her eyes and fled the room. Div/Div. Chapter 113, ch. 117, Too Perfect. 3 days later. Maya opened her eyes and squinted at the sunlight channeling through the windows. Sweat trickled down her forehead, the recollections of the dream still fresh in her mind. Huff, who were those beautiful girls with Oni-sama? I have never met them. Are they Oni-sama's girlfriends? Then why would they show up in her dream? She rubbed her eyes and slipped out of the bed. Ignoring the maid standing outside, she hurried inside the side room. Oni-sama. His sleeping face crushed her self-restraint. Panting heavily, she staggered toward him as if she was a zombie. Oni-sama. 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 Cut it out. The voice was accompanied by a chop on her head. Maya covered her head with teary eyes. Ne-sama. Mia frowned. Do you want to give him a heart attack or something? No. It's good he didn't wake up. I am sorry. Mia pulled Maya toward her own room. Taking a seat on the bed, Mia clasped Maya's hands. Maya, don't you think Asahi-sama is hiding something? He has 10 girlfriends yet he didn't call them once. His powers are beyond the norms. Oto-sama said he might be the strongest strategic class magician in Japan. Of course she felt the incredulity between Asahi and everyone else. The way Psion swirled around him, yet never got too close as noticed by Isako Aji-sama. However, it changed nothing. Because Oni-sama is too perfect. Mia could only release a sigh at Maya's love-struck appearance. What happened to my smart sister? Maya giggled and pressed herself against Mia. Ne-sama, I don't care whether Oni-sama is a man who massacred thousands of men, or the ancient god who materialized the Psions and Pushions into existence. I do not care. He is a kind man to me, someone who came to save me when I needed it the most. My special person. That is what Oni-sama became. Maya laid bare the state of her heart. Her true feelings caused Mia to flinch. I see, Mia said and gently rubbed Maya's back. I can understand your position, even if only a little. Ne-sama, what do I do? Just say this to him again. I am sure no man will deny such passion, even if it comes from 12 years old. Maya groaned as she was reminded of her age once again. Mia chuckled. He is a playboy anyway. 10 or 11, it makes no difference. Ne-sama is so smart. But you need to have a serious talk with him and stuff in his head that your love is real. I would never wish for you to waste your life if he rejects you. No need. I already know. Maya swiveled her head around. Oni-sama. Asahi stood there with a soft smile. X. Asahi's POV. After listening to her confession, I only had one thought, wasn't this way too early? Maya adopted a stoic face, although her eyes beamed with joy. Oni-sama, you eavesdropped on our girls' talk. I just showed a careless grin. Mia released an exaggerated sigh. You are so childish. Indeed, the birds of a feather flock together. I kneeled before Maya and grasped her hand. Even though I like lawless, illegal ones are no-go. Mia widened her eyes. Huh. What kind of confession is that? Maya, however, blushed and nodded. Oni-sama, Maya can wait for a few years. She switched to a cutesy voice. You too, I can never understand you. Mia, can I have some alone time with Maya? Don't do anything to her. She stomped out of the room. I sat beside Maya and stroked her hair lightly. She placed her hands on her lap and gazed at the ground. Maya Yatsuba, affection +4. I want to confess something too. I am ready. I don't hail from any clan or even this world. Maya gasped and curled her fist. Otosama was right. He said Kuroba couldn't find anything related to you. Nothing. It was like you don't even exist. Their information network already found that out. No wonder they were called untouchables. Maya tugged my sleeve and looked up with moist eyes. I said this before. That I do not care about Oni-Isama's background. You are still the men who saved me and the girls from hell. The men I fell for. Whoa. Was this the effect of the dependency trait? No matter what, she looked so adorable right now. Okay Asahi, get down your high horses. She is still illegal. I still couldn't stop myself from leaning and capturing her tantalizing lips. Maya shut her eyes tightly as she cupped my face and squirmed into my lap. Maya Yotsuba, affection +4. After the short kiss ended, Maya rose to her knees and coiled her arms around my neck. Oni-Isama, take responsibility for Maya, K. Gladly. I sealed the deal with another gentle kiss. Her eyes went vacant as tears poured out of her eyes. Thank you, Oni-Isama, thank you. What could she be thinking to cry like this? The result of my rejection. Bringing her trembling body in my embrace, I soothed her sorrow with several gentle head pats. She lightly pushed me. I let her and we fell on the bed with her on top of me. Instead of happiness, a pained look flashed on her face. Oni-Isama, you are leaving. How did she know that I was about to leave? She placed her head on my chest. I just had a hunch, but it seems true after all. Yes. I had to go and meet Grafia, then go to Danmachi and join the Familia of Astrea Goddess. The important point was I had to leave this cute girl on her own. Can I come? I ran my fingers through her glossy black hair. Not yet. I understand. She rose suddenly, her violet eyes piercing into me. Oni-Isama, tell me what I have to do here. Anything. I will do anything. Sai, what could she do for me? Yeah, she could do that and not be bored for a year or two. What happened to the girls we saved? Maya inclined her head to the side. We sent the ones who wanted to go home and kept the rest in the house beside ours. So what do they want? Nothing. They are like sitting there like dolls, their hollow staring into the void. I pressed a finger on her lips. She was emanating a dim glow from her body, like an angel. The negative emotions affect her. They are only this way because there is no one who can guide them. Can you be the light in their dark lives? If it's you who almost went through the same pain, they will understand it. Oni-Isama, am I worthy? Yes, you are. No one else can be. Understood, Oni-Isama. I will do it. Failure is not an option if Oni-Isama commands. She approached and her lips drew a mischievous smile. She rubbed her body against mine. Her thin pajamas couldn't hide the warmth near her crotch. Oni-Isama, take my virginity before you leave. Cough. Maya frowned and turned her head. Her evil smirk was replaced with a helpless look. Ne-sama. Mia stood there with a beet red face. Maya, Otosama called you and Marikawa-sama. Thank goodness. She stopped me from looting the illegal loli. Fine, Maya replied in an annoyed tone. Okay guys, gimme you votes. div/div. Chapter 114, ch. 118, Departure. Genzu, my new father-in-law, faced me and Maya, my new waifu, with a daunting expression. His appearance screamed the overprotective daddy, who would do anything to keep a fiend off his daughter. Maya, have you resolved yourself for this? To be his 11th girlfriend. His words impacted us both. Yes, Otosama. Genzu furrowed his thick brows. Marika Wadano, if you ever made her sad, you will be facing not me, but the entire Yotsuba clan. His threat severely dropped room temperature. This man is a cool father. I must achieve his level of coolness if I want to be a good father. You won't ever need it. Why is everyone acting as though Maya got married? Mia's retort passed through our ears as usual. Otosama, have you nullified the agreement with the Sigusa? Genzu nodded his head as he stood to leave the room. I have. Are they unhap? Maya. A male voice resounded outside and a black-haired boy appeared at the door. An eye patch covered his left eye, which he lost in the recent incident. Genzu stepped in to cover the boy with his burly frame. Let me talk to Maya. I wanted to see how Maya dealt with her former fiancé. Maya drew closer and glanced up at me with a mischievous smile on her face. Otosama, let him come. Kuchi rushed inside the moment Genzu moved. Maya, you are safe. Sigusadano. Maya rose, lifted the edge of her skirt, and bowed. I apologize for the inconvenience I caused in Taipei. Sigusadano lost one eye from Dahan's machinations. If it's not too much, allow our Yotsuba clan to remunerate by paying for the medical cost. Kuchi froze. I held in my laughter at the comical sight. The woman he came here to meet acted intimate with some other men and treated him like a stranger. Dye my hair black and cover my face with them, it will become a sight straight out of NTR Dujins. During these 3 days, Maya showed 3 faces. To outsiders, she acted like a prim, elegant lady, worthy of the Yotsuba princess title. For people close to her, she was a little imp, leaving no chance to prank if it amused her. The last one was reserved for me, acting like a meek girl, a result of her element genes. Right now, Kuchi felt the elegance of her first face. What is the meaning of this? The first thing I heard after I woke up was that our engagement was cancelled. Yes, it is cancelled as I cannot devote myself to someone other than my Oni-sama. Oni-sama. Maya took her seat again and beckoned Kuchi to sit. The boy sat with his feet tapping the floor. Sigusadano, our clan hid the truth about my bloodline. My mother was an element devoted to my father. The blood of element of light flowed in her veins. I inherited it by birth to become an element as well. Is that the reason for this? Maya ignored his rising fury and continued calmly, you must know the trait the majority of the elements gained after they became tired of the community calling them sorcerers and witches. They imbued absolute compliance and obedience in their own genes to show that they aren't a threat. Maya took my hand and placed it on her cheek. Kuchi's eyes gleamed with rage. I believe no man would want a woman who would be utterly loyal to another man. Kuchi pointed at me, gritting his teeth. Then all I have to do is kill him and free you from this demon's curse. Oh boy. This boy had guts. Maya lowered her gaze and light flickered around her body. How dare you threaten my Oni-sama? The coldness in her voice surprised even me, much less the poor boy who used to love her. Mia arrived between Maya and Kuchi. Maya, that's enough. We don't want to ruin the relationship between our clans. Understood, Ne-sama. Please do not enter my sight, or I will be forced to reveal every secret of yours. Kuchi sprang back to his feet and recovered his calmness. What secrets? I stroked Maya's head to calm her anger. She smiled at me before shifting her attention back to Kuchi. Like the incident where you indulged in a maid's body. A young master indulging in his maid's body, huh? This brought back some bitter memories. Kuchi gave a deadly glare at me and huffed out of the room. Oni-sama, I am sorry if he troubled you. It's fine, my sweet little wifey. My Oni-sama is such a tease. I felt sorry for the guy though. He deserved an F after joining the gang of green hats. XXX. We spent the rest of the day strolling in the garden, having a date in the nearest hill station. We enjoyed ourselves to the fullest. Maya was quite the host today if I say so. Sadly, I had to go now to love my other women. Being a harem protagonist had its shortcomings. I propped my hands on the fence serving as the last line to a cliff and tore the wrapper of a bread roll. The taste reminded me of my high school. A cloudless sky loomed above us, packed with glowing stars. It's beautiful, Maya commented and took a bite out of my bread. Yum. Maya. Oni-sama, is it time? I finished my bread and took her hand, silently slipping the new ring on her finger. Maya summoned her own light. This. A special black ring with a violet gem, the tiny button on the frame will allow her to use telepathy with mana. I also gave her a self-sustained mana battery to charge the ring and 2 white orbs, each could be filled with mana. The intensity of its light will determine the amount of mana. She could use it to learn to manipulate mana. She will get the hang of it in several days, if not more. I could also manipulate psions to create a broken magic sequence, which could only perform as a zone interference magic to counter a spell. I shook my head at the overcomplicated magic system and explained the ring's functions. I can talk with Oni-sama anywhere. She heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God. Lifting her off the ground, I settled her butt on the fence and pecked her lips. I will return in several weeks or maybe months, but I will still visit you sometimes. How will Oni-sama visit me without coming here? That's a secret. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Please embrace me next time. I chuckled and brushed her hands off me. I might. If you remain a good girl. I activated stealth and slipped from her grasp. Maya stretched her right hand and gazed at the ring. I gave her several head pats in stealth and flew off. Staying here will only make me more reluctant to leave this adorable little creature. Oni-sama, Maya loves you. Her voice echoed in the silent hill, bringing a smile to my face. Klisa, open the portal to that world. It was time to meet the beloved devil maid. Chapter 115, ch. 119, Graphia's Change. Graphia swung down her hand and hundreds of small silver materialized. The angels sensed their doom and flew off with their white wings. Smirking, Graphia unleashed the hell sleeping inside the magic circle. Shirring, numerous icy spikes jetted out and impaled the fleeing angels. All died. But the raw fury inside Graphia's crimson eyes remained unsated. What else could be the cause other than the men who summoned her and seemingly forgot about her existence? She was forgotten, never to see him again for 22 years. A short period for a devil. It didn't irk her. Maybe it did, just a little. The problem was his knowledge. The conclusion of this never-ending war, he knew it all. She wanted to know. The odds were never in the devil's favor. The fall of several pillars only strengthened this doubt. If that wasn't enough, yesterday another shocking message arrived. The two heavenly dragons are going to fight again, said Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat, after Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, borrowed her treasures. It could only mean he was going to fight his rival, the White Dragon Emperor. Their last conflict happened centuries ago and greatly changed the world's landscape. This time, however, they will disrupt the war itself. Graphia will lose the opportunity to torture the birds, but this was better than every devil succumbing to the meaningless war. Graphia swept her eyes over the vast sky with magic spells flying everywhere, the front lines and underworld dedicated solely for this war. The feeling of flying here couldn't match the feeling of that world. What was different? She didn't know. Maybe she liked the undead more than the sentient fools, or the polluted air. She covered her face. What am I thinking? A tiny silver magic circle emerged near her ears. Graphia, return. The order of her father made her frown. The show had only started and her father had already called back. Understood, father. She flew down to the camp of her clan and used the teleportation magic circle to return to her clan. Her maid welcomed her on the other side. Graphia furrowed her brow. The maid broke into a cold sweat. Mistress, is something wrong? Graphia reached out and closed the top button of the maid's dress. There. A maid shouldn't expose herself, unless it's an order from her master, Graphia said with her naturally stoic expression. You understood. Graphia admired the frills for a second, then asked the maid to guide her. Inside the meeting room, the lords of various clans bantered with each other. Nothing new. The four great Satans just sat on their high seats and looked down on everyone. Her father stood beside a black-haired man carrying a pretentious smile on his handsome face. Lord Lucifer. Graphia suppressed the scowl creeping across her face and remained seated near the heirs of other clans. Stay calm, she maintained a polite smile. But a proposal from a dashing, wild devil soured her mood. She rejected him with her harmless smile. Asahi had better looks, but she still rejected him. What could looks do when the person was rotten inside? She shook her head. Truly a waste of untapped potential. The meeting started with her father's words, then Satan Leviathan spouted some flowery yet poisonous words. Ultimately, Lord Lucifer spoke of the matter at hand. The heavenly dragons started another fight in the underworld. A village was destroyed, her father informed. No one batted an eye at the news. The long-going war had numbed everyone to death, devils never averted from death even before this. Azazel called for cooperation to fend off the heavenly dragons. Heaven also agreed. The lords also agreed, as this will weaken the strength of other factions. Were they out of their minds? Heavenly dragons. Even the gods feared Draig's flames and Albion's poison. Yet here they were, trying to use the opportunity to weaken their foes. Nothing less expected from the fools who orchestrated this war to dominate the world. Graphia let out a sigh. Will this be the end of the biblical god? She couldn't care less about their enemies. However, the other mythologies will jump to swallow their faction if biblical god dies. Only he was strong enough to kill god-class beings on his own. His methods terrified most gods. I cannot let this happen. She stood up and all eyes in the hall went to her. She gave a short bow. My lord, can I have permission to say something? Lord Lucifer propped his head on his right hand, an amusing smile stretching on his face. Go on. Please, do not provoke the heavenly dragons. Lucifer frowned. Can I know the reason? The heavenly dragons will kill everyone. Despite knowing how much it would piss everyone off, Graphia spoke without the slightest change in her expression. Lucifer slammed the table, turning it into dust. Insolence. Lord Lucifuge held him back from jumping at her. Lord Lucifer, please have mercy. Your words can be taken as treason, Leviathan said, her soft voice brimming with authority. Stripping your titles will be a mercy. Heir. Graphia never wanted to become one. The position was slapped on her, and before she knew it, everyone called her the heiress. She clenched her fists and bowed. Please think about it. Guards, seize her immediately, Beelzebub said, yawning. Why are we listening to a kid? Graphia. Her father panicked. Asmodeus patted his back. Don't worry, Lord Lucifuge. They will only send her to her room. I will leave her punishment to you. We cannot afford to lose a strong fighter for a simple mistake. Lord Lucifuge nodded. I will see to it myself. Graphia let herself be dragged to her room. Sitting on her bed, she sighed at the Satan's immense arrogance as if the whole world was theirs to take. It wasn't. They didn't know the consequences of attacking the human world. The gods won't stay silent and perhaps purge the entire devil race. This is a mess. I hope Father doesn't accompany them in their death. Graphia darling, were you bored without me here? This voice. Her head snapped at the source and her pupils dilated. He stood beside her, a teasing smile on his face. Bastard, what are you doing here? Lower your voice please. His hand went to her head and a peculiar warmth spread across her body. The weird sensation wasn't bad. She quickly slapped his hand away and grabbed him by his collar. However, contrary to the last time, her hands barely moved him, if not at all. She squinted her eyes to discover an intangible aura around him. Asahi raised his hands in surrender. I am sorry, okay. I didn't know the time gap between our worlds. It's only been 22 days in my world. What? Are you serious? I never joke about this stuff. As if, she looked into his eyes and couldn't find any trace of a lie. From a young age, she was trained to read devils and humans alike, but looking into his golden eyes, she found herself lost. There, let me reward your patience with a hug. Before she could deny it, Asahi wrapped his big arms around her and hugged her. She struggled, squirmed around, but he refused to budge an inch. She shook away the thought of using magic, it would either kill or cripple him. Why is he so forceful today? Not noticing the smile on her own face, she struggled both physically and mentally. Sit there, quietly. He ordered, and Graphia moved before her mind comprehended what was happening. As if something inside her compelled her to follow him. Is this a mind magic? Asahi sat beside her. Graphia, come with me to another world as my maid. Graphia's mind stopped. Chapter 116, ch. 120, Persuasion. I jumped straight to proposing to Graphia. It wasn't out of the blue though. I followed her all around the underworld today and found new things about her. She loved maids. She loved maids. She loved maids. Important things should be said thrice. Seriously, the way she looked at the maids in her mansion, I would have deemed her as a lesbian pervert with a maid fetish if I didn't know her from the series. Her eyes brightened every time a maid passed by and she didn't hesitate to lecture them about maid etiquette. That's why I am back to my frivolous young master character to invite the young mistress as my maid. I am not forcing her to do my bids, just giving her a choice to be my maid. It would be her fault if she fell in love with me. Not mine. She finally stepped out of her delusions and growled, "What did you say? Are you not sick of the way Maus operate? World domination and whatnot. Sadly, they won't die this time and successfully kill the heavenly dragons." She tried to protest, but I gently stroked her hair. But the war will end with God and the 4 Maus dying. Wouldn't that be a good thing? No one will lead the devil race to their death. I shook my head. Naive. So naive. Don't forget the admirers of the Mao faction. As if they will miraculously stop craving war and domination. But not every devil is like them. 2 sides with different interests. What would happen if they were let loose in the same room? Her eyes widened as she came to the realization. Are you saying there will be a civil war among devils? She was a good politician, all right. Where do you think your Lucifuge faction will stand? The good side or the bad side? The Lucifuge clan swore to serve Lord Lucifer for all eternity. Yep. But this blind loyalty will lead to your clan's destruction. She went deep into thoughts. I stopped patting her head. Several moments later, she turned to me and bit her lips. How can I avoid my clan's destruction? Her voice was helpless, her visage like a damsel in distress. Be my maid and I will let you become strong. I took her hand. Strong enough to kill even the gods with a slap. Graphia Lucifuge, affection +2. Why are you so obsessed with making me your maid? I guided her hand to her chest. Think about it yourself. What do you really think when you see a maid? I whispered, acting more like a devil than the Mao himself. What do I think? She repeated. I can do this job better than her. Is that the first thought that enters your mind? She unconsciously nodded. No loyalty, those women know nothing about loyalty. Money, a better life, they are obsessed with trivial stuff. They are not maids but women whoring for money and know nothing about what a true maid is. Her breathing became a mess as her lips curled up in a disdainful smile. A true maid is devoted to serving her master with her life without expecting anything in return. However, obtaining her master's love is her dream. It should be the end goal of every true maid. How in the world did she cough up her fetish so easily? My love, mature lover, and Aromancer are working in harmony to increase your god-level charm. An inexperienced woman like her cannot hope to resist your charm, even if she is a devil. What did I just say? Graphia covered her face and fell backward on the bed. A crimson flush spread across her face, stretching to her ears. Mistress Graphia just confessed her deepest, darkest desires before a man she knows nothing about. Graphia rolled on the bed like a little girl throwing a tantrum. This caught me off guard. I just stared at her until she stopped and calmly sat up. She coughed to clear her embarrassment but blushed once more. This gap from her stoic demeanor was melting my heart like a cube of ice under a blazing sun. She coughed again and finally regained her lost composure. I couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable appearance. Please, be my maid. I will never force you to do anything weird. You will get a lord to serve and become stronger than ever, and I will fulfill my dream of having the coolest maid. It will be a win-win scenario for both of us. See, coolest maid. Why are you flattering me like that? Her resolve was cracking like mine did at Kliska's suggestion way back. Good times. I squeezed her hands and backed her more into the corner. You can resign any time you want. I will still fulfill my promise to save your clan. We were still about a few hundred years away from the Devil Civil War. I would be a hell of a lot stronger than anyone in DXD by then. How can I believe you? You will take me to an unknown world where I will be a stranger. Will your women agree for me to work for you? They will only curse me a few times then accept you. Graphia Lucifuge, relationship changed to her master. Great, at least she was beginning to accept me. Graphia sighed and shook her head. Give me a few days. I want to see the demise of 2 heavenly dragons with my own eyes. She was contradicting herself. Sure. I will stick with you in the meantime. How are you hiding from so many powerful beings? How did I do that? Of course, it was my stealth skill. It upgraded after an hour of walking in Lucifad City. Yes, Kliska had dropped me above the capital city of the underworld, Lucifad, the home territory of original Lucifer. Not the crimson-haired Mao from DXD, but the real deal with a great deal of arrogance to the level of stupidity. I am tired, let's sleep. I pulled Graphia to lie beside me. A maid and master sharing the same bed, isn't that the epitome of a woman's romance? She separated herself from me. Not so fast. She shifted to the corner of the giant bed and glanced at me from the corner of her eyes. I buried my face in her pillow. My maid smells so good, better than any flower in the world. Pervert. Feel free to smell me whenever you want. She went silent and turned her back to me. Her tight black dress put an emphasis on her curves. Her back looked stunning. But the maid dress suited her more. An undeniable fact. You can change into more comfortable clothes, you know. I will keep my eyes shut, I swear. She willfully ignored me. I took off my shirt and pants. What should I wear today? Let's go with the dark purple t-shirt Seiko claimed from the supermarket. Why are you getting naked? Graphia was looking at me, squinted in suspicion, although she was sizing me up unconsciously. I can't sleep in those clothes. I grinned and stood with my chest out. What do you think? She didn't answer and turned her back on me. I slipped into the t-shirt and rested on the bed. A few more days without meeting my other girls. Sigh. I have no choice. If I went back to Shizuka and returned, 7 or 8 months would have flown away in this world. I need to get Graphia to agree sooner. He is getting back to his old habit of stalking. Chapter 117, ch. 121, A Maid's Luxury. After spending time with my cutest goddess, I woke up and heard rustling sounds near me. What was my future maid up to now? I took a quick glance at my side. Graphia stood before a dressing mirror, checking out her maid uniform in various poses. The dress clung to her body tightly, showing her shapely ass. It doesn't fit me after all. Her dejected whisper almost made me buy a new maid dress for her. I will give her one after she accepts my proposal. She undressed right before my eyes, leaving only her black bra and garter belt. Her flowing silver hair covered her back, revealing glimpses of her sexy back. I might develop a back fetish at this rate. Rika is to blame for this. She took out a black shirt and tights from her closet. I shifted my gaze to the ceiling and closed my eyes. Let's not scare her now. Asahi, what do you want for breakfast? Did she know I was peeking? Don't try to fool me. I can sense your perversion from miles away. Bloater. I ogled her yesterday but she sensed shit. I yawned and sat up. Is Graphia Lucifuge on the menu? She crossed her arms on her chest. The simple gesture emphasized her boobs ready to destroy her shirt. Fian, get me anything you can cook. I get allergies if I don't eat homemade food in the morning. Wait here. I stared at her back. What the? Did she just believe that nonsense? I searched the door inside her room. As expected of a rich Ojusama, one of the doors led to a large bath. I glanced at her clothes and a bunch of panties hanging on the side. As expected of a naughty maid, her choice in mature colors was splendid. Leaning back on the tub filled with cold water, I looked up at the shiny marble ceiling. A luxurious bath like this wouldn't be possible in the human world since the 14th century was far behind the modern curve. A medieval world without magic is shit. Even Westeros, the world of Game of Thrones, was much better with dragons and simple magic. Today could be dangerous as we would be witnessing the fight between the dragons. Both of them could destroy the world on their own. Klisa, show me my spell list. Here you go. Spells. Phoenix spell tree. Barret. Firewall. Effect, creates walls of fire that absorb damage as well as do fire damage. Cost, the first wall consumes 50 MP and each wall after that consumes 30 MP, self-burning. Effect, covers the target in a barrier of fire that absorbs 2,500 physical damage. Grants resistance to fire while the barrier is up. Cost, this spell consumes 250 MP, anti-aging. Effect, summons a small fire that can accelerate natural recovery by 400%. Cost, this spell consumes 50 MP, blazing wings. Effect, summons a pair of wings that can be used to fly or defend. Cost, this spell consumes 300 MP, Israel Judgment. Effect, summons the avatar of Phoenix, who shoots lasers of extremely compressed fire. Each laser ignores defense by 50% and causes 2,500 physical damage and 4,000 fire damage. Cost, this spell consumes 800 MP, Burning Lance, locked. Imitation Flare, locked. Supernova, locked. Revive, locked. The spells I most relied on. I have yet to learn the rest. I doubt even the great Red Dragon Emperor could endure the fire that is compressed from infinite life. I had no desire to test it out though. It would be foolish to intrude on the heavenly dragons and get wiped out. I scrolled down. Beleth spell tree. Valiant Flash. Effect, increases attack speed by 150%. Each successful hit further increases the effect by 10%. Cost, this spell consumes 50 MP, Demonic Strength. Effect, covers the caster in an aura that increases their strength and dexterity by 50. It lasts until the battle is finished. Cost, this spell consumes 200 MP for 600 seconds and then 15 MP per minute. Dream Separation, locked. Soul Enticer, locked. Grand Armament, locked. Blood Boost, locked. Giant's Might, locked. Sacred Demon, locked. Emperor Judgment, locked. Great Calamity, locked. The last spell screamed of something a demon king would use to annihilate humanity. In actuality, it transformed the target into a handsome version of themselves, capable of charming even divas. No thanks, I already have enough women at hand, no need to further complicate matters by charming the entire underworld. His level 2 spell was what I used to almost overpower Grafia. She was still more powerful than me, despite her main expertise being magic. Grafia, right now, was an early ultimate class at best since she had no evil piece. They were yet to be developed. I scrolled down to Baal's list. Ball spell tree. Lightning line. Effect, summons a bow that shoots arrows conjured from lightning. Cost, since you don't have wind or lightning element, this spell will consume 250 MP. Having one of these will reduce MP consumption by 25%. Horoscope stasis. Effect, binds the target in sturdy ropes made from light. Cost, since you don't have light element, this spell will consume 150 MP. Having it will reduce MP consumption by 25%. Storm Fort. Effect, clads the target in a wind barrier capable of absorbing 500 physical damage and slowing down projectiles. Cost, since you don't have wind element, this spell will consume 100 MP. Having one of these will reduce MP consumption by 25%. Iamur, locked. Ride Lightning, locked. Crying Nimbus, locked. Arc Flash Hazard, locked. Yegrush, locked. Thunder Lord, locked. King of Flies, locked. I should learn the level 4 spell Iamur. It summoned a badass spear with the power of wind manipulation. Level 5 Ride Lightning improved physical ability and reflex. I remember the protagonist of Magica whatever abusing the magic all around the series. The last one was Asmodeus-chan's spells focused on torturing people. Only 2 spells focused on pure offense. One summoned a shark and the other summoned flames of hell that burned anyone the caster felt hatred for. A magic spell that was very situational. After spending 10 more minutes cleaning myself, I dressed up and returned to the bedroom, where Grafia glared at me while holding a plate. Did you see them? I tilted my head, feigning ignorance. What? She put the food on the bed and left the room. She was standing in only her underwear before me, but now she got angry at me for seeing her undies. Women are weird. I shifted my attention to the steaming hot meat. It just melted in my mouth, exploding with a spicy, rich flavor. Grafia returned and assessed my reaction with a smile. From her posture, it was safe to say she cooked it herself. Oh boy, Seiko got another competitor, who was way better than Saya. Let's go. The Satans have already left to meet up with God and Azazel. Azazel, a man of culture, who fell from heaven for lusting after Gabriel. He was one of the characters I admired in this world. Why is Azazel participating? A part of the underworld still belongs to their faction. There will be nothing left if he doesn't step up to stop the heavenly dragons. Okay.